Chapter 1. Lin Ye awoke from a stupor, his head still spinning, only to find himself in a strange and foreboding environment that exuded an ominous aura. A shiver coursed through him as he realized his entire being was enveloped in an unsettling chill. What on earth is this place? How'd I end up here? Lin Ye gasped, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an endless serpentine mass of vaporous apparitions, each swirling cloud comprised entirely of restless spirits. These souls hovered 3 feet above the ground, moving forward slowly, while several hideous figures resembling ghostly wardens wielding pitchforks maintained order. The ghastly wardens, their countenances grotesque, brandished their pitchforks and whips, mercilessly striking any spirit that lagged or disrupted the order. Behave yourselves. Once you meet the judge and undergo your trial, you shall be granted the chance to reincarnate. One of the wardens barked. With a swift glance, he spotted a spirit that had faltered and lashed out with his whip, the crack echoing ominously, plunging all the souls into silence. Lin Ye gazed in disbelief at this spectacle, unable to comprehend the reality of his situation. Could it be that he had met his demise? Lost in a daze, he followed the procession, and after what felt like an eternity, the surroundings began to shift. Before his eyes appeared a solemn, yet chilling edifice, and the 2 characters emblazoned above the city gate plunged Lin Ye's heart into despair. Underworld. This is truly the Underworld. Have I really crossed into the realm of the dead? Lin Ye shook his head with a bitter smile, astonished that he had arrived here at such a young age. But how had he perished? Was it a hidden ailment or a sudden death? No, that can't be. While I may have spent much time indoors, my health has always been robust. How could I simply die? Lin Ye strained to recall the events of the previous night, remembering that he had spent hours alone in his dormitory, engrossed in Dragon Ball manga, reminiscing over its plot, before he unknowingly drifted into slumber. As he reflected on the events of the night before, his pace involuntarily slowed. Crack! A whip struck down, shattering Lin Ye's reverie and igniting a sharp pain in his back. Stop dawdling and keep up, the warden shouted at Lin Ye. Suppressing the urge to cry out in pain, Lin Ye understood that under such circumstances, resistance was futile. It would only lead to further trouble. Thus, he trudged along with the throng, passing through the city gate and finally entering the realm of the underworld. Soon, he caught sight of a grand palace in the distance, the very place where the judges would adjudicate the spirits. The palace facade boasted 100 towering gates, and the narrow path ahead branched into over 100 smaller routes, each allowing only a single spirit to pass. The souls would be funneled into disparate lines to enter the gates and face judgment. The workload for the judges must be quite substantial. Lin Ye mused, observing the multitude of spirits ahead, his heart heavy with desolation. After all, since he was here, he might as well accept his fate. It could not be worse than being thrust into the cycle of reincarnation as a beast, right? At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, topped with a long white hat, approached Lin Ye. The white-clad figure stood beside Lin Ye, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Master Wu Chang, a nearby warden proclaimed with reverence. In the underworld, the white-clad Wu Chang held a position of great prestige, second only to the 10 Yama kings and a few judges, commanding respect from all lesser wardens. He's the one, the white Wu Chang declared, sending a chill down Lin Ye's spine. This spirit is to be personally judged by Lord Liu. I shall escort him, he said, waving his hand to envelop Lin Ye in a powerful force, whisking him away toward the grand hall of Lord Liu without a backward glance. Lin Ye felt an overwhelming force wrap around him, rendering any attempt at resistance futile. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself within the judgment hall. Has Lin Ye been brought here? A calm voice resonated. Yes, my lord, the white Wu Chang replied, his expression grave. Lin Ye, bewildered, lifted his gaze to behold a middle-aged man draped in a green robe, seated authoritatively at a desk, perusing a tome of ancient black pages. From his vantage point, Lin Ye could make out the gilded characters embossed along the side of the book. Book of Life and Death. The golden letters pierced Lin Ye's vision, the somber black radiating a chilling aura that sent an involuntary shiver through him. Lord Liu remained silent, continuing to peruse the Book of Life and Death. The anticipation of the unknown was agonizing. Lin Ye anxiously observed Lord Lu, each turn of the page resonating like a haunting melody, tormenting his nerves as he pondered what judgment awaited him. Reflecting on his life over the past decade, Lin Ye acknowledged that while he had made minor mistakes, he had never committed any heinous acts. After graduating high school, he had forsaken the opportunity to attend university, retreating into a reclusive existence, rarely stepping outside. Surely, this would not warrant a harsh sentence. Lin Ye, Lord Lu set down the Book of Life and Death, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. Yes, I am here, Lin Ye replied, his heart racing as he responded cautiously. Do not be alarmed, relax, Lord Lu said, a warm smile gracing his lips. However, Lin Ye perceived this as a mere professional facade. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursing through him. This could be dangerous. Lin Ye, male, born in 1991, father, mother. Lord Lu recounted the details of Lin Ye's life, from minor transgressions like cursing and skipping class to more significant offenses like brawling, even mentioning the time he had pilfered a few eggs from a neighbor's house during his childhood, leaving Lin Ye drenched in cold sweat. Though the Book of Life and Death contained only a brief line about Lin Ye's existence, the wealth of information it held was sufficient to fill several terabytes of data. Lin Ye passed away in 2010 at the age of 19. Lin Ye listened intently, exhaling in relief once Lord Lu finished recounting his life. He was indeed an ordinary citizen. Lin Ye felt a surge of joy. His lack of illustrious deeds was inconsequential, for it indicated he had not committed any grave errors, right? Based on your experiences, your life has been remarkably mundane, placing you among the most inconspicuous of souls. But that is not the reason I summoned you, Lord Lu concluded, closing the Book of Life and Death. Lin Ye regarded Lord Lu with confusion, awaiting clarification. Lord Lu smiled gently. This matter dates back several centuries. Due to the exponential growth of humanity in recent decades, the underworld has been increasingly overwhelmed, resulting in a severe shortage of judges and wardens. Thus, we have borrowed some innovative management models from the nearby realms of the afterlife. You must understand that under the new system, certain vulnerabilities in the underworld's management are inevitable. Although these vulnerabilities are minuscule, the likelihood of errors is nearly zero, yet an error has occurred. Lord Lu gestured to the Book of Life and Death. According to the original records, you were destined to become an esteemed scientist, garnering great accolades, surrounded by a multitude of descendants, and passing away at the age of 89. However, due to a lapse in management, your life took a drastically different turn. This is a fault of the underworld, and I represent the underworld in offering you compensation. You may present 3 requests. Stunned by the revelation that his life had been altered due to the underworld's mismanagement, Lin Ye felt as though he had suddenly been handed a windfall. The rapid fluctuations of fate were overwhelming. 3 requests. Could they be anything he wished for? Are there no restrictions on what I can request? Lin Ye asked, barely able to believe his ears. Indeed, as long as it is within my capabilities, Lord Lu confirmed. A wave of elation enveloped Lin Ye. A golden opportunity had truly fallen into his lap. He pondered over what request to make. Since this was compensation for his losses, it needed to be significant. After a prolonged contemplation, an idea struck him. Could you allow me to enter the Dragon Ball universe and become a Saiyan? Lin Ye ventured cautiously. The Dragon Ball universe? Is that a realm of fantasy? Is that not possible? Of course it is. That counts as your first request, to enter the Dragon Ball universe and become a Saiyan. Strictly speaking, this request inherently encompassed 2 wishes, to enter the Dragon Ball universe and to become a Saiyan. For my second request, I desire the ability to teleport perfectly like Jebet, the East Kaioshin's attendant, without the need to sense ki. Lin Ye articulated his second request. That is feasible. Now, what is your third request? Lord Lu responded readily. For my third request, I wish to possess immortality and everlasting life that allows for rapid recovery from even the most grievous injuries, Lin Ye declared through gritted teeth, casting a furtive glance at Lord Lu, fearful of his response. This demand is exceedingly harsh, encompassing the 3 implicit requirements of eternal life, immortal physique, and extraordinary regenerative abilities. Lin Ye is genuinely apprehensive that Lu the judge might discern this. Haha, you little rascal. Very well. I shall acquiesce to this demand. Lu the judge replied with a hearty laugh. Having adjudicated countless souls, he was well aware of the subtleties in Lin Ye's thoughts. He simply chose to disregard them. Has he truly agreed? Lin Ye found it hard to believe. He fully understood how monstrous the third requirement was. The mere notion of immortality could plunge the entire world into chaos. While I possess no authority to grant you eternal life in the realm of reality, given that aging, illness, and death are the most fundamental laws this world of Dragon Balls is merely a fantastical realm. A slight modification of the rules suffices. Even should it face obliteration, it would pose no harm to the real world. Hence I am unconcerned about such matters. Lu the judge concluded, conjuring a substantial amount of pale energy, which he then infused into Lin Ye's soul. By the way, I shall bestow upon you an additional boon, allowing you to maintain your youth perpetually. Upon your reincarnation, the divine power residing deep within your soul will transform your body, thereby fulfilling your desires. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's face illuminated with delight. Armed with these three stipulations, he could now traverse the Dragon Ball world, while his anticipation to enter this realm was palpable. For so many years, you are the only one bold enough to present such requests to me. I assure you, you shall be exceedingly satisfied. Lu the judge remarked enigmatically, casting a smile towards the white-clad wraith. Unfortunately, Lin Ye was too enraptured by his visions of the future to notice. Lu the judge then opened a reincarnation portal within the Grand Hall. The white-clad wraith, understanding the cue, nodded and seized Lin Ye, propelling him into the portal. Lin Ye felt a sudden wave of dizziness enveloping his mind, and he promptly lost consciousness. On planet Vegeta, in the infant incubation chamber. This was a place of immense technological advancement, with a spacious interior housing rows upon rows of more than 100 infant cribs. Each crib was crafted from transparent materials, lined with comfortable cotton padding, synthesized through high-tech methods to ensure optimal sleep for the infants. Since King Vegeta led the Saiyans to ally with Frieza, the technology on planet Vegeta had seen remarkable development. A green-skinned extraterrestrial with a beak-like mouth inspected the nursery, accompanied by several similarly featured beings who busily recorded infant data. Patinus, a combat power of only 4, a low-tier warrior to rubbish. The leader of the extraterrestrials scoffed, glancing at the energy detector beside the crib. This appears to be the daughter of Rabaya. Rabaya is quite renowned among low-tier warriors, yet his daughter's combat power is so abysmally low. It merely underscores that exceptional individuals do not guarantee the same for their offspring. This little girl is destined for mediocrity. One extraterrestrial, reviewing the records, articulated the detailed information of the infant they had been discussing. TSK, a female Saiyan offspring. The Saiyans are a warrior race. It is difficult for females to achieve greatness, let alone the daughter of a low-tier warrior. If she grows up to be attractive, perhaps she could marry a strong warrior and find a protector. If not, without beauty or guardianship, she will surely be thrust onto the battlefield, destined to become cannon fodder. The Saiyans seem to be increasingly lacking in prowess. The combat power of the infants born this year is remarkably low, and it is only a matter of time before they are discarded by King Frieza. An alien nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, what happened to the so-called warrior race? Aside from a few Saiyans like King Vegeta, there are scarcely any warriors with a battle power of 10,000. It is rumored that they recently encountered their old adversaries, the Zephulians, and suffered significant losses. Another alien whispered to their leader, by the way, King Vegeta's son was also born a few days ago. They say his name is Vegeta, and he was born with a battle power exceeding 600. Perhaps, as he matures, he may become one of the rare elite Saiyans. Enough idle chatter. Quickly record the data and present it to King Frieza. The leading alien admonished his subordinates. Upon hearing King Frieza's name, they immediately complied, diligently noting down the battle power data of the infants. King Frieza has always been an invincible force, capable of annihilating planets with a mere gesture. His might surpasses their comprehension, and they cannot fathom anything that could rival him. But he is, without a doubt, the king of the universe, and merely mentioning King Frieza fills their hearts with reverence. After these aliens left the nursery, the infant known as Patinus opened her eyes. Vegeta has just been born, which means there are still 4 or 5 years until Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. This girl is, in fact, Lin Ye, reincarnated into the Dragon Ball world. Though she never anticipated that the Realm Judge would transform her into a girl. Damn it. How could I be reborn as a woman? How am I supposed to navigate this world as a female? Thinking back to the Realm Judge's enigmatic smile before her reincarnation, Lin Ye felt a surge of resentment. Why hadn't she insisted on being reborn as a male? It was incredibly naive of her. And now it was too late for regrets. Lin Ye had contemplated using the Dragon Balls to revert to her male form, but her current body had been altered by the Realm Judge's divine powers, and she doubted the dragon's abilities would suffice to change her physical characteristics. This how my life will be. No matter how unwilling she felt, it seemed futile to dwell on it. And Lin Ye found herself somewhat disheartened. Oh well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I've only just been born. Such complex matters can wait for later. The aliens had referred to her as Patinis, a rather unpleasant name. I should change it from now on. I shall be Ka instead. I will still become the strongest warrior. The disdainful attitude of the aliens earlier ignited a flare of indignation within Lin. A month has swiftly passed since Aoiha's arrival on planet Vegeta. During this time, her father, a Saiyan named Rabaya, visited her once. However, upon seeing the data from the monitoring device in her crib, he was greatly disappointed and has not returned since. In his eyes, Aoiha would likely struggle to even become a mediocre low-level warrior. Had she been a boy, perhaps he could have awakened her potential through combat. But alas, being a girl, she was destined for mediocrity on planet Vegeta. Only the offspring of intermediate or advanced warriors receive focused training. This means that, under normal circumstances, Aoiha's future prospects appear bleak. In this month, Aoiha had acquired the instant transmission ability, implanted deep within her soul by the Realm Judge. This ability felt as natural as breathing. She need only think of it to use it, far surpassing the version that Goku learned later on. It was considerably more advanced and agile than that of the Kaioshin's attendant, Jebit. Over the past month, Aoiha had secretly ventured out to explore. She had yet to experiment with her other ability, immortality, which would require her to sustain an injury, something she was not inclined to do. However, she assumed that this power must be formidable as well. As night fell, planet Vegeta was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The Saiyan Prince, King Vegeta's son, had reached his first month with a battle power of 600, prompting King Vegeta to host a grand banquet at the palace. Esteemed Saiyans and notable warriors attended the celebration. Aoiha found such festivities rather unimpressive. What significance did a battle power of 600 hold to warrant such fanfare? True honor is achieved through formidable strength. And Vegeta was merely a hopeful contender for greatness. Perhaps Aoiha was feeling a tinge of jealousy. The celebrations for Vegeta's first month soon concluded, and planet Vegeta returned to its usual tranquility. Warriors began to depart in succession, fulfilling the tasks assigned by King Frieza, the dock. Personal spacecraft were constantly arriving and departing in the distance. A group of over 100 aliens approached, each cradling an infant. Following Saiyan tradition, these infants were to be sent to various planets for training. The strength of the planet was determined by the infant's battle power, although the Saiyans cherished combat and could be considered quite ruthless. They would not send their children to planets where survival was impossible. According to traditional classifications, planets with a maximum battle power below 1,000 were deemed low-level. Those between 1,000 and 10,000 were classified as intermediate. And planets exceeding 10,000 were categorized as high-level. Only the mightiest warriors from planet Vegeta could conquer planets of high-level status. There were only 13 Saiyans, including King Vegeta, whose battle power surpassed 10,000. Among them, King Vegeta boasted a peak power of 100,000, while the most renowned was Bardock, hailing from a low-level warrior background, who miraculously attained nearly 60,000 through countless battles. Today, all the infants born within the year were to be dispatched to various planets. And Aoiha was among them. With a mere battle power of 4 and being a girl, she was destined for the low-level planet Feroko. Aoiha watched wide-eyed as each child was placed aboard the spacecraft, soon to soar into the cosmos. The thought of departing planet Vegeta and embarking on her journey filled her with excitement. Her dreams lay ahead, and once she left this planet, she would carve out her own path to glory. An alien gently placed Oya into the spacecraft, which was already programmed for its destination, Feroko. Both sleep mode and Saiyan training mode had been activated. As the spacecraft ascended, Oya gazed at the diminishing sight of planet Vegeta. Reflecting, such a beautiful planet. Who would have imagined it would be obliterated by Frieza's energy ball in just 4 years? With that thought, Oya closed her eyes and entered Saiyan training mode, awaiting their arrival. In the blink of an eye, Oya's spacecraft had traversed the cosmos for over 8 months. A beep echoed through the cabin as the computer announced, "Target Feroko is approaching. Arrival expected in 1 solar day." Repeat, "Target Feroko is approaching. Arrival expected in 1 solar day." As the announcement played, the spacecraft's sleep mode gradually disengaged, and Oya awoke from her slumber. "Are we almost there?" Oya mused. Although she had been in a state of sleep during these 8 months of interstellar travel, the computer had been continuously feeding her Saiyan combat techniques. Now, Oya's mind brimmed with a plethora of combat strategies, and she was eager to land on Feroko and put her newfound skills into practice. Striving to calm herself, Oya closed her eyes, ready to absorb the final day's teachings. Feroko was a relatively primitive beast planet, with 70 of its surface covered by ocean and nearly 30 of the remaining land blanketed in ice and snow. Only about 20 of the planet's surface consisted of land, primarily jungles, with a few plateaus and deserts scattered throughout. Despite the limited land area, a variety of ferocious beasts and flying creatures thrived there. As a low-level planet, the strongest species on Feroko boasted battle powers not exceeding 500, which was more than sufficient for Oya, making an ideal place for her Saiyan training. After all, Lin Ye's current combat power remains exceedingly low. Venturing to a planet of higher caliber is entirely unnecessary and could potentially lead to unforeseen peril. That a peculiar sound, akin to Goku, echoed through the air. Within the jungle, a magnificent bird ascended gracefully. While not far off, a leopard poised in anticipation, ready to ambush a stag quenching its thirst by the riverbank. Suddenly, a series of thunderous rending noises resonated from the sky, followed by a glowing red orb hurtling downwards from above. The creatures below, sensing the disturbance from the heavens, swiftly scattered in all directions, eager to vacate the area. Deafening crash ensued, reverberating through the landscape, sending thick clouds of dust and debris soaring into the air. A shockwave emanated from the impact point, causing towering trees to topple in unison, uprooted from their very foundations. Gradually, the dust began to settle, revealing a vast expanse of exposed sand and stone, measuring nearly 100 meters square, at the center of which lay a colossal impact crater approximately 40 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep. With a sigh, the spacecraft's door swung open, and Lin Ye emerged, gripping a monocle-shaped energy detector. Upon activating the device, a series of beeps filled the air as data streamed across the screen. The detector indicated that the highest combat power on this planet was around 467, located over 1,300 kilometers away. Alongside dozens of signals boasting combat power exceeding 300, that it appeared that the combat prowess on Felicox was not to be underestimated. Lin Ye continued her analysis, uncovering nearly 100 sources with combat power surpassing 200. It was noteworthy that the legendary god of martial arts, Master Roshi, possessed only a power level of 139. Testing her own combat strength with the energy detector, Lin Ye received a reading .17. It was slightly higher than at birth. And though she felt no disappointment, she recognized that despite her modest strength, her unique, almost bug-like physique would make the path to becoming formidable quite attainable. Resolute in her determination, she began her training, employing the techniques she had learned from the spacecraft. Days turned into weeks, and soon a month had passed. In the heart of the jungle, a youthful figure tirelessly practiced her punches against a towering tree. The sharp sounds of impact echoing through the foliage. Each delicate strike against the massive trunk, over a meter in circumference, sent tremors through the tree, causing a cascade of leaves to fall. With a swift motion, Lin Ye retracted her hand, crouched low, and executed a powerful sidekick, striking the tree with a resounding crack as it fell in that moment. She leaped back 5 meters, a smile gracing her face as she beheld the toppled giant. Through diligent practice over the past few days, Lin Ye had gained remarkable control over her speed and strength, her combat power gradually rising to 21. That with newfound confidence, she resolved to challenge the aggressive beasts of the jungle. Activating her energy detector, she began her search for a worthy opponent. Soon, she identified a target to the southwest, a signal source registering a combat power of 26. Without hesitation, she activated her instant transmission, vanishing from her position. Approximately 2 kilometers from her previous location, Lin Ye materialized upon the branch of a great tree, surveying her surroundings. Enveloped by towering trees and dense foliage, she spotted a large, dinosaur-like reptile lounging nearby. Her intended quarry, the massive lizard, possessed keen senses. Detecting Lin Ye's presence the instant she appeared, it emitted a series of guttural roars and surged toward her, a remarkable display of agility for such a cumbersome creature. With a thunderous crash, the lizard collided with the tree trunk, splintering it before it fell. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye darted to the side and propelled herself toward the dinosaur, her fist clenched tightly as she delivered a powerful blow to its abdomen. The great lizard toppled, a cloud of dust rising in its wake. As it howled in pain, its tail whipped violently toward Lin Ye. Startled, she vanished just in time, reappearing behind the creature's head. "Take this," Lin Ye cried as she unleashed a series of fierce strikes to the lizard's skull. The creature roared in fury, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at her. However, Lin Ye had anticipated this, deftly evading its maw by angling her body to the side. Landing gracefully, she executed several backflips, distancing herself from the massive beast. Then, with a swift dive, she delivered a powerful kick to the lizard's elbow, causing it to stagger and emit a series of low growls as it prepared to retaliate. The sounds of combat filled the air as the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each sustaining injuries as the battle raged on. Lin Ye, momentarily retreating, wiped the sweat and blood from her brow. Her gaze fixed intently on her foe. The lizard's thick hide rendered conventional attacks ineffective. It was time to unleash her true power, she thought. Fortuitously, as a Saiyan, she exhibited extraordinary agility and reflexes, traits inherent to her warrior lineage. Concentrating her energy into her right index finger, a faint blue glow began to emanate. "Spirit sword wave," Lin Ye exclaimed, releasing a slender energy beam from her fingertip, aimed squarely at the lizard's neck. This attack, a culmination of her energy, pierced through without resistance, striking true. The colossal creature let out a pained roar as blood gushed from its wound. Collapsing to the ground, lifeless, exhausted, Lin Ye fell to the earth, panting heavily as the exertion of her energy wave had drained her completely. The spirit sword wave, a technique she had developed upon understanding the essence of ki, combined with the martial prowess of the Saiyan heritage, was a formidable attack. However, with her current meager reserves of ki, utilizing such a technique left her utterly depleted. As she lay there, slowly regaining her strength, the daylight began to fade. Lin Ye gathered firewood and prepared her evening meal, roasting pieces of the lizard's flesh over the flames. Though the taste was rather ordinary, once satiated, she climbed the great tree, nestled among its branches, and drifted into slumber. At dawn, Lin Ye leaped down from her perch and commenced her morning exercises, bounding through the air as she punched and kicked at the empty space around her. Her movements were swift, leaving behind a blur of afterimages in her wake. After an hour of vigorous practice, she paused to catch her breath, her face flushed from exertion. Wiping the sweat from her brow and feeling her stomach growl in hunger, she resolved to venture deeper into the forest in search of new sustenance. Having lost interest in the lizard meat, soon she returned, triumphantly carrying a rabbit. After skinning and gutting the creature, she kindled a fire to roast it. Enjoying a hearty breakfast, Lin Ye activated her energy detector, seeking her target for the day. A beast boasting a combat power of 30 Felicox, an unremarkable planet harboring life within the cosmos, lay across a vast, desolate plateau, its surface cracked and weathered by time. Not far off, a child, seemingly no older than 3, stood defiantly before a colossal pterosaur, its gaping maw dripping with saliva, eyeing the young one as a potential meal. The pterosaur flapped its wings and swooped down, but suddenly the child before it moved, and in an instant, the sound of her palms striking the rough, leathery surface echoed. The battle commenced, with countless waves of blue energy, crackling through the air, shooting chaotically in all directions. When these energy waves collided with the ground, they exploded violently, sending thick clouds of sand and gravel flying, leaving chaos in their wake. The child was Iane, who had been on the planet Felix for nearly a year now. She was approaching her 3rd birthday. However, due to her mature soul and extraordinarily unique physique, she bore no resemblance to a mere child of just 2 years. Over the past year, Iane had been engaged in fierce battles with the ferocious beasts inhabiting Felix, and her frequent skirmishes had enriched her combat experience immensely, propelling her strength to remarkable heights. The combat skills innate to her Saiyan heritage had been thoroughly mastered by her, and amidst so many battles, Iane often sustained serious injuries. Yet, owing to her immortal nature, as long as she was not completely dead, she could not truly perish. In simple terms, as long as a single cell remained, she was not deemed fully dead. Moreover, even if she were reduced to ashes in an instant, she could eventually restore her human form after a period of time. This was the essence of her immortality. In addition to her undying body, she had also acquired astonishing regenerative abilities from the judge, allowing her to recover swiftly after every injury. Furthermore, her Saiyan constitution significantly enhanced her prowess on several occasions. Iane had found herself gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet she managed to escape, thanks to her exceptional abilities. Her perfect instantaneous movement proved decisive during these critical moments, in the midst of relentless combat. Iane repeatedly shattered her limits, leading to her continuous growth and a notable enhancement in her application of energy. Now, she had nearly mastered the earthling technique of sensing energy intensity through ki. At merely 2 years of age, Iane now possessed a combat power of 145, surpassing many children who held the title of Advanced Warrior. This moment, Iane faced a pterosaur, a relatively common species on Felix, yet not to be underestimated, as it was only slightly weaker than her. Iane teleported above the pterosaur and, before it could react, unleashed several energy beams towards it. The beams struck the creature's back with precision, producing a resonant sound. The pterosaur's back became a gruesome sight, oozing flesh and emanating the acrid scent of charred meat. Awoo! The pterosaur howled in agony, its furious eyes glaring at Iane, before it charged towards her position with great speed. "Come at me!" Iane shouted, disregarding the pterosaur's massive form, soaring into the air and swiftly curving to attack. Boom! A tremendous collision reverberated. Both Iane and the pterosaur were forcefully repelled by the powerful impact. Flying backward, Iane flipped through the air several times, extending her arms to stabilize her form, shaking off the dizziness from the collision before launching another attack against the pterosaur. The enraged pterosaur, shaking its dazed head, could hardly believe that the diminutive figure of Iane dared to strike again. In a fit of rage, it let out a thunderous roar, extending its wings to a span of 10 meters. Just as Iane was about to attack, the pterosaur flapped its wings forcefully, twisting its body and striking down with its claws aimed directly at Iane. Not good. Iane hadn't anticipated the pterosaur's swiftness. She attempted to halt, but it was too late. Caught off guard, she was struck fiercely by the pterosaur's claws, her body uncontrollably plummeting from the sky. With a resounding crash, the ground was gouged out, creating a massive pit. Almost instantaneously, as the sound of the impact rang out, Iane's form flickered as she leapt from the pit, evading the pterosaur's subsequent attack, and landed atop a towering stone pillar. At this moment, Iane appeared somewhat disheveled, one arm hanging limply, blood dripping from her wounded limb, which had suffered severe trauma. With bones already fractured, the pterosaur's strike had contained immense force, leaving Iane's entire body tingling. Ignoring her injured arm, she swiftly dodged and evaded the pterosaur's relentless barrage of attacks. The earlier mishap had not only injured Iane's arm, but also disrupted her combat rhythm, inciting her ire. Despite being more powerful than the pterosaur, she found herself unable to secure victory. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, she mused to herself, realizing her earlier overconfidence, with a silent sigh. She resolved to be more cautious in the future. Reinvigorated, Iane fixed her serious gaze upon the pterosaur. With a deep breath, she suddenly vanished from her spot, moving at astonishing speed, leaving behind dozens of illusory afterimages around the pterosaur. The only sounds to be heard were the thuds of her feet upon the ground, rendering her position nearly impossible to discern. The pterosaur, flapping its wings in midair, darted its eyes around, scanning for Iane's location. What an opportunity, Iane thought to herself. Seizing a moment to charge towards the pterosaur, she accelerated, arriving before it in an instant, raising her leg to deliver a powerful kick. The target of her attack was the joint where the pterosaur's wings connected to its back, aiming to inflict maximum damage. With a resounding thud, Iane's kick landed squarely on the pterosaur's wing, causing it to tremble violently in the air. The pterosaur, stung by the attack, swiftly plummeted to the ground, momentarily losing its ability to fly. Iane would not let such an opportunity slip away. She teleported beneath the pterosaur and hurled an energy sphere upwards. Boom! The energy sphere detonated, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the pterosaur, its body marred and bloodied. Iane, witnessing the pterosaur's pitiful state, knew that victory was within her grasp. However, she needed to exercise greater caution to avoid any potential counterattacks. Roar! The pterosaur bellowed furiously, its deafening roar echoing and shaking the very ground. Iane carefully observed the creature, determined not to grant it any opportunity to recover. With her mind set, she once again moved at high speed, launching a series of powerful strikes against the pterosaur, which was now crouched low, growling in fury. In that instant, Iane unleashed over 800 heavy blows, leaving the pterosaur with no strength left to resist. The pterosaur, filled with rage and despair, roared at Iane, its body beginning to radiate a faint crimson glow, its energy surging. Not good. Iane's heart raced, and she quickly distanced herself from the creature. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, a tremendous destructive force generating a visible shockwave that spread outward at incredible speed. Iane, unable to evade in time, was swept up in the shockwave, which obliterated everything in its path, trees and rocks reduced to rubble in an instant. After a considerable time, the dust and debris settled, gradually restoring visibility. Iane's petite form lay buried beneath the sand, her body adorned with wounds. The energy from the pterosaur's self-detonation had struck her directly, leaving her bones severely distorted, her injuries far worse than those inflicted by the pterosaur itself. Had it not been for her immortal nature, she would have long since perished. Struggling, Iane crawled out from the debris, her pallid face gasping for breath. Her injuries were grave. Nearly every inch of her skin was marred, blood pouring from her wounds, and many of her bones had fractured in the explosion, tentatively shifting her body. She was instantly met with excruciating pain, causing her delicate features to contort. Every movement felt laborious. Enduring the agony, she managed to leave the battlefield and reach a somewhat flatter patch of ground, where she collapsed in utter exhaustion. She hadn't anticipated such a dire outcome. Reflecting on her condition, Iane forced a bitter smile. Her bones were fractured in numerous places, particularly one arm, which had become utterly deformed and rendered useless. Her body was still too fragile. Its strength had not kept pace with her growing power, limiting her combat effectiveness. If her body were stronger, she could withstand more powerful attacks. The disparity between her strength and resilience was a significant disadvantage. She needed to enhance her physical fortitude without delay. Lying on the ground, Iane pondered her next steps, but her immediate priority was to heal her injuries. Gradually, she summoned the energy within her to initiate the healing process. For Iane possessed not only immortality, but also remarkable regenerative capabilities. As she harnessed her energy, the wounds on her body healed at an astonishing pace, shattered bones knitting themselves back together, while layers of old skin peeled away to reveal soft, fair flesh beneath. Within the span of approximately an hour, her injuries were entirely restored. Lin Ye rose to her feet, twisting her neck from side to side before stretching her body, producing a series of delightful crackling sounds akin to popping beans. A sensation of indescribable comfort washing over her. She greedily inhaled the vital energy in the air, a profound feeling of having narrowly escaped death enveloping her as she reveled in the abundant strength coursing through her. The concentration of energy increasing further. Having survived this harrowing ordeal, Lin Ye's combat prowess surged to new heights. With a battle power of 270, she detected through her energy scanner that this level placed her among the top 50 on the planet Felix. In less than 2 years, Sun Wukong would be born at the age of 16. When he faced off against the Demon King Piccolo, his battle power was merely over 260, signifying that she had reached this level a full 18 years ahead of him. After enduring numerous battles, Lin Ye had amassed a wealth of combat experience. With a keen insight into the dynamics of battle and situational awareness, particularly recognizing a significant shortcoming in her own defenses. The crucial factors determining victory in combat included situational judgment, attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery ability. Situational judgment was honed through prolonged combat experience, accumulated over time without shortcuts. Attack speed and power could be rapidly enhanced through effective training methods, which Lin Ye had already adopted as a Saiyan. Lastly, resilience and recovery ability were innate, with Lin Ye possessing ample confidence in her recovery capabilities. However, her concern lay with her physical resilience, as the Saiyan experience offered little in terms of effective methods for improvement. Through her battles, Lin Ye had identified several issues. She was aware of her formidable recovery abilities, far surpassing those of Sun Wukong and his peers. Yet when compared to Piccolo's rapid regeneration and the more monstrous abilities of Cell and Bu, her prowess seemed inadequate. Piccolo's swift regeneration relied on consuming his internal energy for bodily resurrection, a feat she could also achieve, albeit not with the same swiftness. Nevertheless, there were distinct advantages each time she resurrected from a near-death experience. Her battle power and strength saw a noticeable increase. Yet, the level of regeneration exhibited by Cell and Bu, who could restore themselves from a single surviving cell, was still beyond her reach. It had taken her an entire hour to merely mend her injuries. Lin Ye pondered whether the body bestowed upon her by the judge of the Underworld was truly meant to function this way, considering it had been enhanced by divine power. Could it be that her recovery abilities needed to be augmented alongside her strength, allowing her to one day restore herself instantly from a single cell? Achieving such a state would be tantamount to possessing a simplified version of immortality. Lin Ye's additional capabilities could be divided into two segments. One was the characteristic of never truly dying. For instance, whereas Sun Wukong would succumb to injuries of a certain severity, she would endure even the gravest wounds without perishing. However, she could still suffer debilitating injuries, incapacitated unless faced with an attack of overwhelming energy capable of obliterating her entirely. Yet even in such a case, she would not die, quickly resurrecting shortly after her body's destruction, albeit her injuries would take time to heal. The second segment encompassed her formidable recovery abilities, which required her strength to be enhanced over time, ultimately reaching a point where she could restore herself to peak condition with but a single surviving cell. When these two aspects were perfected and seamlessly integrated, she would achieve true immortality. Lin Ye understood that her recovery abilities would gradually strengthen through combat, meaning she could not expect immediate breakthroughs. The factors of judgment, attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery ability were all interlinked. Judgment and recovery would grow through battle, while attack speed and power could be cultivated using Saiyan training methods. This left her with the challenge of enhancing her physical resilience, an area seemingly lacking in training methods, leading her to wonder if it could only improve passively. The gravity chamber? Lin Ye quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that the gravity chamber primarily intensified her weight, beneficial for training speed and strength, yet offering little in terms of significant improvements to her physical resilience. While she intended to utilize the gravity chamber in the future, it was not her immediate concern. Her physical strength and combat prowess were starkly misaligned. Regardless of her escalating power, her bodily fortitude did not match. This was not solely her predicament. Sun Wukong and others faced similar issues, their strength increasing without corresponding enhancements to their physical resilience. If Sun Wukong's physical strength were commensurate with his formidable power, he would not have sustained such severe injuries in battles against Vegeta, Frieza, or even the later android Cell, for example, during his confrontation with Vegeta. Despite their disparity in strength, he was unable to incapacitate Vegeta. While power differences played a role, the importance of physical resilience could not be overlooked. Had Sun Wukong been capable of withstanding higher multipliers of the Kaioken technique, Vegeta would undoubtedly have been outmatched. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Ye's mind. Vegeta. Indeed, while Vegeta's battle power exceeded that of Sun Wukong, the latter had compensated for this disparity with his Kaioken technique. Yet he still failed to inflict significant damage on Vegeta. Could there be an effective method among the Saiyans to enhance physical resilience? Yet, she realized that she too was a Saiyan, unlike Sun Wukong, who had suffered a traumatic head injury in his youth, resulting in memory loss and the forgetting of Saiyan combat skills. She had inherited the Saiyan skills intact. The artificial moon. Lin Ye recalled that Vegeta possessed an ability known as the artificial moon, which she herself did not. Had she overlooked it, or was the technique yet to be developed? Or perhaps it was a skill reserved for elite warriors like Vegeta? Regardless, Lin Ye resolved to return to the location where she had landed on Felik. Seeking the vessel that had brought her there, hoping to discover something of significance, in a tranquil and serene forest, the breeze rustled through the leaves, branches swaying and producing a soft chirping sound. Sunlight filtered through the tightly woven foliage, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground, while nearby creatures lounged contentedly, savoring their leisurely existence. It must be around here. Lin Ye soared through the air, surveying the dense foliage, which all appeared remarkably similar, making it difficult to discern her exact location. With a swift whoosh, she ascended higher to broaden her field of vision. There, Lin Ye spotted a clear area devoid of trees. Accelerating towards it until she hovered above the site, a massive impact crater lay beneath, where scattered gravel and sand were interspersed with slender blades of grass. The center of the crater. A spherical spacecraft was partially embedded, its hatch ajar and covered in moss. Descending, she approached the spacecraft, extracting it from the pit entirely. With a beep, Lin Ye pressed a button on the spacecraft, and the computer emitted a series of hissing sounds as it initiated self-diagnostics. Once the self-check was complete, she retrieved a small cultivation pod from within and climbed inside, commanding the computer to search for information regarding physical enhancement. Beep, 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 the computer began to query the relevant data, as per Lin Ye's instructions. But the results left her disheartened. The computer contained no records pertaining to physical enhancement. This indicated that if she wished to strengthen her body, she would have to explore this avenue on her own. Stepping out of the cultivation pod with a heavy heart, Lin Ye directed her palm towards it, unleashing an energy wave. With a resounding explosion, the pod shattered into fragments, a plume of black smoke rising in its wake. She then aimed another energy wave at the spacecraft. Now, it held no utility for her and must be obliterated without delay. Gazing at the wreckage of the spacecraft, Lin Ye felt a deep sense of frustration. It appeared that enhancing her physical resilience would be a long and arduous journey. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, a report came in. Signal from spacecraft number 89 has vanished, a member of the alien monitoring team remarked. Spacecraft 89, query the database for information on the crew members, a seemingly indifferent alien leader instructed, awaiting the results in silence. The disappearance of spacecraft signals was not an uncommon occurrence. As members of Frieza's army, they frequently encountered regional battlefields, with hundreds of ships losing contact daily. The majority of these lost spacecraft have likely disintegrated into cosmic dust, a phenomenon referred to as combat attrition. The distinction lies in the fact that they were not manned by organized battlecrafts, but rather by the vessels carrying Saiyan infants. The disappearance of the signal from one such craft signifies that a Saiyan child has been severed from contact. Ordinarily, this would be a matter of great concern. However, the indifference of the aliens overseeing these ships, who are not Saiyans themselves, renders the situation rather unremarkable to them. The report indicates that spacecraft number 89 was carrying a female son named Patinis, with file number X112316. Classified as a subordinate warrior's offspring, destined for the planet Feroko. IT has been confirmed that spacecraft 89 has lost its ability to return, and it is advised that this ship be removed from the roster. The responsible official nodded. That was the vessel belonging to the daughter of Rabaya, and it seems that the little one has perished. Delete her records from the computer. What a pity to lose such a well-performing ship. Notify the logistics department that the loss of the ship will be deducted from Rabaya's rewards. One cannot entirely blame these aliens for their recklessness. It is primarily due to the fact that Saiyan children undergo computerized training and will not venture far from their vessels until they have acquired substantial strength. These ships are constructed from special materials, impervious to ordinary impacts. For a ship to sustain damage, it would require an entity far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Saiyan child. That little one has most likely met her demise. These aliens are hardly benevolent, arriving here solely at King Frieza's command. The fate of a mere Saiyan or two is of no concern to them. Without their ships, even if they survive, they cannot return. The actions of these aliens conveniently align with Aoi's intentions. The absence of records means she will not be missed, saving her from considerable trouble. The aliens can never fathom that Aoi possesses the complete memories of her past life and has become remarkably powerful in just over a year. Aoi flew in a state of melancholy, traversing one forest after another. Weak beasts scurried away at the sight of her, while encounters with those stronger than herself prompted her to evade confrontation altogether. Eventually, she arrived at the seashore, and gazing upon the boundless ocean lifted her spirits considerably. Puff! A few massive whales in the distance emitted a resonating sound, shooting high jets of water that cascaded back into the sea. Felik is predominantly oceanic, teeming with a multitude of marine life. The sea. Aoi exclaimed, snapping her fingers as an idea emerged in her mind regarding a method to enhance her physical strength. She contemplated harnessing the ocean's pressure to compel her body to grow stronger, gradually increasing her strength according to the depth of her dives. The pressure of seawater intensifies with depth, ensuring that every part of her body experiences its force, leaving no area untouched. The more she pondered this method, the more viable it seemed. IT reminded her of legendary body-refining techniques from her past life, such as the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Shirt, and Iron Sand Palm, all relying on external forces to strengthen the body. Yet, none could compare to the all-encompassing pressure of the ocean. With this thought, Aoi swiftly descended from the sky and plunged into the water. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, as she continued to dive deeper. She gradually began to feel the pressure of the sea. Especially in the later stages, the pressure nearly doubled with each meter descended. However, this was more a reflection of her nearing her threshold. Ultimately, at a depth of 340 meters, she felt an insurmountable urge to ascend, as her bones creaked under the strain of the water pressure. Oxygen deprivation caused her to feel dizzy, preventing her from descending even a single meter further. Aoi's head broke the surface, and she inhaled deeply before submerging once more. Upon reaching 340 meters again, unable to descend further, she gritted her teeth and dove down another 10 meters, with a resounding crack. The pressure of the water shattered her bones, rendering her lower body a mangled mess. While blood seeped from her nose and ears, teleporting to land, Aoi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The fresh air revitalized her mind, and she greedily inhaled the atmosphere. Too hasty, she chuckled to herself upon regaining her composure. Fortunately, the Saiyan physique is exceptionally unique. Although the pressure had acted upon her body, a significant portion was absorbed by her bones, alleviating the potentially fatal consequences of the sudden release of compressed gases in her bloodstream. That IT was a stroke of luck. Utilizing the ocean's pressure to forcibly enhance her body yielded remarkable results. But the cost was steep. That single misstep could lead to devastating consequences at sea. This first attempt had already exacted a heavy toll, leaving her lower body with catastrophic injuries and her head and internal organs severely compromised. Thankfully, she could teleport, escaping to land before succumbing to the brink of death. IT seemed prudent to take things gradually, first acclimating to the depths of 300 meters. Once her body fully recovered, Aoi submerged again, this time with utmost caution. Halting at a depth of 300 meters, at this depth, she could distinctly sense the immense pressure of the seawater, compressing her muscles inward and creating a tightness in her chest. While her internal organs felt the strain, Aoi endeavored to maintain calm, slowing her metabolism to prolong her time in the depths. After days of diving, she acclimated to the 300-meter depth, her body no longer experiencing discomfort. She could clearly sense that her strength had significantly increased, and the next challenge would be to descend even deeper. After a brief period of rest, Aoi plunged to 350 meters, the very depth that had previously inflicted such grievous harm upon her. Descending once more to this depth brought a wave of discomfort. Her skin was pressed inward, her internal organs felt crushed, her bones creaked under the strain, and intense pain radiated from her ears due to the overwhelming pressure. After lingering for a moment at this depth, Aoi teleported back to land, rested briefly, and then descended again to 350 meters. Through countless trials, she gradually grew accustomed to this depth, continuing her descent in the blink of an eye. A year had passed. Aoi was now over 3 years old and had mastered the ability to dive to 500 meters. At 3 years old, Aoi had grown noticeably taller, resembling a 5 or 6-year-old child. No longer so diminutive night, Aoi sat by the campfire facing the sea, grilling a large fish over the flames, the catch measuring over 2 meters long and emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Good dinner. After such a lengthy period of training, Aoi's physique had been greatly enhanced. The combination of her Saiyan heritage and extraordinary regenerative abilities allowed her to engage in various extreme challenges without hesitation. Day by day, she could feel her strength increasing with each punch she threw. At this stage, her body was in a vigorous growth phase, and her combat power base was still relatively low, resulting in significant progress. With the assistance of the ocean's pressure, Aoi had refined her control over her ki to an extraordinary degree. She could now manipulate every ounce of energy within her. When she consolidated her ki, she appeared to be just an ordinary little girl, with no one suspecting that such a small child harbored immense combat prowess. Since descending to 500 meters, the challenge of each additional meter had multiplied, demanding greater strength from her body. Aoi established 5 levels of physical strength, with each 500-meter increment representing a new tier. She had only just begun her training in the 2nd level. After finishing her dinner, Aoi lay in bed, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, marveling at the beauty of the cosmos before drifting off to sleep. In the years 2007, 2008, and 2009, Aoi diligently performed push-ups, completing a staggering 3,000 before embarking on her running regimen. These exercises comprised her daily essentials. Generally, such monotonous training could be quite tedious without adequate recreational activities. One might question the merit of relentless self-discipline. However, Aoi's Saiyan lineage imbued her with a profound enjoyment of this seemingly dull routine, perhaps a boon granted since her arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. She felt grateful for her choice of Saiyan heritage. Had she retained her previous disposition, lacking exceptional willpower, who could say whether she would have had any chance of rising to prominence in this life? After stretching her muscles, she leapt into the sea, plunging down to the depths of 500 meters, and then continued her descent. The pressure around her surged abruptly, and a sense of heaviness began to envelop her chest. 550 meters, then 560 meters. Lin Ye pressed on, shielding her vital areas with air to withstand the ocean's relentless pressure. Her muscles trembled incessantly, a wave of soreness washing over her, which gradually transformed into excruciating pain. Lin Ye halted, remaining still in that position. She had encountered this situation countless times before, signaling that she had reached the limit of her endurance and could descend no further. The agony persisted, but concurrently, her recovery abilities began to activate, as a unique energy secreted from each cell gradually repaired the damaged ones. Cells continually shattered under the immense pressure, only to be swiftly replaced by new ones. This cycle repeated, revitalizing her entire cellular structure. The newly regenerated cells far surpassed the old ones in strength and vitality. This was the distinctive trait of a Saiyan. Generally, cellular division is limited. Once a certain threshold is reached, further division ceases, which is a primary reason for the finite lifespan of living beings. Yet Lin Ye remained unconcerned, akin to a nouveau riche extravagantly squandering her nearly boundless life potential. she mused as a muffled sound resonated within her body, followed by an exhilarating sense of lightness, as if the pressure of the sea had significantly abated. Her strength had increased. Elated, she noted that her physical robustness had become formidable upon returning to the surface. Her fair skin appeared even more luminous, as if it might shatter with a touch. Yet in reality, its strength exceeded all expectations. After resting briefly, she resumed her training and soared toward the heart of the continent in search of new prey. While physical strength was a boon, it merely enhanced her combat prowess. Her inherent fighting ability was equally crucial. With her body now up to par, it was time to further augment her battle capabilities. Lin Ye soon discovered a new target, a Black Panther with a combat power of approximately 300. She launched a ferocious assault, unleashing a barrage of energy waves upon the Panther. Caught off guard, the Panther was struck by the energy blasts, resulting in a thunderous crash as thick smoke obscured visibility, preventing Lin Ye from assessing the situation. Suddenly, the Panther retaliated, pouncing at her with a razor-sharp claw. Anticipating this, Lin Ye deftly caught the claw and hurled the Panther against a distant rock. The impact produced a resounding explosion, shattering the rock, and in that instant, the Panther vanished from sight. Lin Ye, her expression grave, scanned her surroundings, attuning her ears to any sound. "There!" she shouted, delivering a powerful blow into the air. With a resounding bang, her strike connected squarely with the Panther's head, sending its body flying in a straight line. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye vanished from her position and reappeared in the trajectory of the Panther's flight. Bringing her fists down with great force, the Panther, disoriented from the relentless assaults, struggled to regain composure when Lin Ye's next wave of attacks arrived. Nearly 100 energy blasts rained down from above. Striking their mark with precision, Lin Ye pressed the attack, engaging in close combat with the Panther. Her physical advantage became evident. The Panther's strikes against her bore little consequence, while her own attacks inflicted severe damage. The sounds of rapid assaults echoed, as the surrounding environment was ravaged by the overwhelming energy, leaving behind a landscape of craters. Both combatants moved with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a thunderous crash, another fierce collision occurred, propelling Lin Ye and the Panther apart by nearly 100 meters. Then, with a swift motion, she launched another attack. The ground where the Panther had stood sank half a meter due to the tremendous force. Fissures crisscrossing the earth. Woo! The Panther emitted a cry of despair as Lin Ye's punch pierced through its body, culminating in a massive explosion that in this battle, Lin Ye emerged victorious. This was the advantage of her physical strength. Her opponent's attacks could not inflict substantial harm, while she delivered excruciating retribution in return. Although the Panther's combat power was comparable to hers, its physical strength paled in comparison, leading to such a decisive outcome. Seasons changed, and years slipped by in the blink of an eye. 5 years had passed since Lin Ye arrived on the Felix Star, with her journey from Vegeta to Felix taking a few months. Now, Lin Ye was 6 years old, based on her knowledge from her previous life. She surmised that Vegeta had likely been obliterated by Frieza's energy sphere 2 years prior. At 6 years old, Lin Ye had blossomed into an exceptionally adorable child, her delicate face framed by fair, rosy skin and bright, expressive eyes. Her slightly reddish flaxen hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and she donned simple garments made from animal hides, radiating a primal beauty that promised she would grow into an extraordinary beauty. According to the cosmic populace, even if she couldn't become a powerful warrior herself, her looks alone could attract a formidable protector. This sacrificial exchange of beauty for survival was a common phenomenon in this war-torn universe, envied by many. Yet, such a notion was utterly unacceptable to Lin Ye. As a being of strength, she required no one's protection. Should she embark on her journey to Earth? Lin Ye pondered, but recalling that Goku was still just over 2 years old, she dismissed the thought that it was still too early. Perhaps in a few more years, with a swift motion, she soared toward a mountain peak, leaving behind a graceful arc in the air. The strongest creature on Felix was a saber-toothed tiger with a combat power of 467. Yet Lin Ye had surpassed it in strength 2 years ago. Now, there was nothing on Felix that posed a challenge to her Lin Ye's reluctance to depart stemmed from her desire to break through to the fifth level of her physical capabilities, which entailed a descent of 2,500 meters. She had achieved that goal 2 months ago. The past 6 years have been a magnificent metamorphosis for her, transforming from a mere recluse into a Saiyan warrior with a combat power of 860. Of course, there have been minor incidents and surprises along the way. Nevertheless, these 6 years held immense significance for Lin Ye, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. Although she did not plan to head to Earth just yet, it was time to leave Felik. Remaining there offered little benefit, and she would be better served exploring other planets. Lin Ye's home was nestled atop a mountain, within a cave that had once been a brown bear's den, now claimed by her since her arrival. After tidying her belongings, she activated her instantaneous movement, departing from the Felik star she had inhabited for 5 years on a distant planet far from Felik. Lin Ye materialized, her instantaneous movement abilities offering a distinct advantage. She could visualize her destination before teleporting, preventing any missteps into space or stars. The distance she could traverse was closely linked to her capabilities. In the world of Dragon Ball, the differences between planets were not particularly pronounced. It seemed as though the gravity and atmospheric composition of each planet did not vary significantly, in truth, due to the differences in planetary mass and size. The universe boasted planets vastly larger than Earth, with gravitational forces that differed immensely. Coupled with the varying atmospheric compositions, planets suitable for human habitation were exceedingly rare. However, for those of extraordinary strength, conventional reasoning often fell short. Lin Ye selected a planet conducive to life for her instantaneous movement, without specifying a detailed destination. Upon arrival, she discovered that this planet too lacked civilization. Aside from peculiar cactus-like flora, there were no visible forms of life. The air was thick with a sulfurous stench, making it quite unpleasant. Just as Lin Ye prepared to activate her instantaneous movement to leave, a brilliant fireball streaked across the sky, something plummeting toward the surface. With a deafening boom, the fireball struck the ground, producing a tremendous explosion that sent clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere, enveloping the area in thick smoke. With her keen eyesight, Lin Ye quickly discerned that it was a spacecraft. What a fortuitous encounter! A radiant smile graced the lips of Lin Ye as she soared towards the site where the spacecraft had plummeted, coincidentally descending just as she had intended to depart. The vessel, a disc-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of approximately 150 meters, was classified as a medium-sized ship. That moment, it belched forth black smoke, clearly rendered inoperable. Lin Ye approached the vicinity of the craft, her gaze keenly assessing the scene before her. With a resounding whoosh, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open, and a man emerged. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a beige leather suit, with a single-shouldered fur cloak draped over his upper body. His neck and wrists were adorned with fluffy cotton fabric. Such a striking appearance seems familiar, Lin Ye mused, a fleeting shadow of recognition flitting through her mind. It felt as though she had encountered this man's attire before, yet the memory eluded her grasp. Suddenly, it struck her. This was the garb of the Yatarat people. With a clap of her hands, Lin Ye's recollection crystallized. This was indeed the traditional attire of the Yatarat. While many might be unfamiliar with the Yatarat star, the image of Sun Wukong donning similar clothing upon his return to Earth after vanquishing Frieza on Namek would surely resonate with numerous souls. Yes, this was the very Yatarat star, a realm brimming with wondrous arcane arts, from which Sun Wukong had mastered the technique of instant transmission. The Yatarat man, having noticed Lin Ye, displayed a look of astonishment, evidently taken aback by the presence of a human on this desolate planet. "Excuse me, are you a Yatarat?" a courteous voice inquired. However, Lin Ye paused, momentarily bewildered. She had spoken in the language of the Saiyans, and it was improbable that a Yatarat could comprehend her words. "I am Badia, a Yatarat." "And you, young lady?" The man responded reflexively to Lin Ye's inquiry before noticing the tale behind her, leading him to realize. "Ah, so you're a Saiyan." Ever since the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld, he had presumed he would never again encounter a member of their race. The Saiyans were notorious throughout the cosmos, primarily due to their combative nature, which, while indicative of their strength, cast them in an unflattering light. more akin to barbarism than the nobility and grace expected of true warriors. Following their allegiance to Frieza, the Saiyans became one of the leading factions within his army, thereby shouldering a considerable amount of infamy. The obliteration of Planet Vegeta, their home, sent shockwaves throughout the universe, as this formidable warrior race seemingly vanished overnight. Lin Ye was taken aback by Badia's response. He had understood the language of the Saiyans. Observing her silence, Badia grew concerned, assuming her shock stemmed from the news of her homeworld's destruction. "Young lady," he exclaimed, regarding her with a worried gaze. "How is it that you comprehend my speech?" Lin Ye queried, her curiosity piqued. "This is a unique art of our Yatarat people. Upon hearing another's words, we can instantly replicate their linguistic system." Badia elucidated. "How marvelous!" Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with longing. "Could you teach me this art, dear uncle?" "Indeed, it is feasible, though it is no simple feat to master our Yatarat techniques." Moreover, given the current circumstances, Badia glanced around the desolate environment and shrugged, suggesting that Lin Ye remain aside while he rummaged through the wreckage of the spacecraft, hoping to find something salvageable. "Alas, everything is in ruins," Lin Ye observed as Badia searched fruitlessly for a usable item. "What are you searching for, dear uncle?" "I seek anything that might aid in repairing the spacecraft, yet everything is beyond repair," he replied, despondently halting his search. Without tools, it would be impossible to restore the vessel. The acrid stench permeating the air made him feel quite ill. "What is your name, little girl, and why are you alone on this planet?" "I am Lin Ye, and I have always lived alone," she answered. Badia, having interacted with other Saiyans, was aware that they often sent their children to distant planets for training. Thus, it was only natural for him to consider that Lin Ye might be one of those sent away. "I see. Your Saiyan people are quite warlike, sending out children at such a tender age. But what of the vessel that brought you here?" he inquired, pondering the means by which Lin Ye had arrived. "It was destroyed," Lin Ye replied candidly, her honesty causing Badia to feel a sense of disappointment. Without a ship, escape was impossible. This planet was a barren wasteland, devoid of sustenance save for cactus-like flora, making survival nearly impossible. Seeing Badia despondently seated on the ground, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. She discreetly produced an energy detector and aimed it at him. Beep, beep. The detector emitted two soft sounds. 1785. Badia's battle power was notably high, exceeding hers by over 900 points. It was no wonder he dared to wander the cosmos alone. "Say, Uncle Badia," Lin Ye proposed, "if I help you escape this planet, will you teach me that language technique?" "Certainly. If we can leave this place, I will teach you anything you desire," Badia replied nonchalantly, only to realize the implications of her words. "Wait, what did you say? You believe we can leave this place?" "Of course," she asserted. "And what of the spacecraft? Did you not mention it was destroyed? Surely there is not another vessel." "There is none," Badia replied, speechless. The innocence of youth was evident. How could they possibly leave this planet without a spacecraft? He naturally assumed Lin Ye was merely a child speaking without thought. Noticing Badia's skepticism, Lin Ye felt slighted. "Uncle, do your Yatarat not possess a technique called instant transmission?" Badia was well aware of instant transmission, but it required a certain mastery of energy which he did not possess. Even on Yatarat, those capable of instant transmission were few and far between, let alone between distant planets. Lin Ye raised 2 fingers to her forehead, mimicking the gesture for instant transmission. But in truth, her ability to perform it was not reliant on any formal technique. She could activate it purely through thought. "I can perform instant transmission." Seeing Badia's disbelief, Lin Ye's expression shifted to one of annoyance. With a swift motion, she executed instant transmission, vanishing from in front of Badia, only to reappear 50 meters away. Badia was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. The young girl truly possessed the ability of instant transmission. Yet, how had she learned it? It was simply unfathomable that someone lacking immense energy could utilize such a technique. Lin Ye, sensing his astonishment, grinned triumphantly, her diminutive stature prompting her to pat Badia on the knee. Badia, still in a daze, nodded absent-mindedly, clearly struggling to come to terms with what he had witnessed. Lin Ye grasped one of Badia's feet and closed her eyes. concentrating on locating the Yatarat star. Fortunately, it was not too distant from their current location. Found it, she exclaimed, as a vision of the life-filled planet materialized in her mind, Badia's homeland, Yatarat, with a surge of energy. She activated instant transmission, and in an instant, both Lin Ye and Badia vanished from their location. Yatarat lay in the eastern region of the northern galaxy, a realm filled with countless wondrous techniques coveted by many. The Yatarat people were a peace-loving race, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict. Yet, they had developed an array of remarkable abilities. While their individual combat prowess was formidable, they never initiated aggression against others. Their presence contributed significantly to the relative peace of the area surrounding Yatarat, where they were regarded as the elder brother figure, cherished by the weaker cosmic inhabitants for their benevolence. Upon her arrival on Yatarat, Lin Ye was met with a warm and enthusiastic welcome from its inhabitants. Especially after learning that Lin Ye had brought Badia back, she was treated with even greater kindness. Currently, she resides at the home of Uncle Badia's sister. The houses of the Yatarat people are constructed upon towering stone pillars, with spherical edifices perched atop these columns, resembling enormous lollipops from a distance, dressed in the attire prepared for her by Uncle Badia's sister. Lin Ye stepped outside and encountered Aunt Bunidi from next door. The Yatarat people generally possess formidable combat abilities, and even Aunt Bunidi, who identifies as a farm woman, boasts a combat power exceeding 500. Thus, upon her arrival on Yatarat, Lin Ye was quite taken aback by the sight of so many powerful beings around her. It is no wonder that the Yatarat people command respect as the dominant force in the surrounding region. Their strength is indeed remarkable. "Hello, little Lin Ye. Where are you off to?" Aunt Bunidi greeted her warmly. "I'm going to find Uncle Badia. He's over by the mine," Lin Ye replied, pointing towards a hill to the east. She nodded appreciatively at Aunt Bunidi and set off to locate Badia, who still owed her a secret technique. Lin Ye quickly found Badia, who was busy mining ores in the pit. This was a laborious task, and had it been any other cosmic being of comparable strength, they would undoubtedly have ordered weaker tribes to perform such arduous work. However, here, even Badia, whose combat power exceeded 1,000, had to do the heavy lifting himself. What a humble people, Lin Ye marveled. His strength could easily establish him as a ruler on other planets, yet he was toiling away here. Upon seeing Lin Ye approach, Badia paused his work and leapt out of the pit. After expressing her purpose, Badia suddenly remembered. Almost having forgotten about it, he chuckled, patted his head, and led Lin Ye to an open area, where he began to teach her the language's secret techniques. Learning the secret techniques of Yatarat is an intricate process, encompassing a myriad of fields. For instance, the language technique that Lin Ye was currently studying is among the simplest, yet it still involves complex concepts such as humanities, psychology, ideology, and chaotic algorithms, leaving Lin Ye quite dizzy. She found herself in awe of the Yatarat ancestors who had developed such profound knowledge. After 3 months of Badia's continuous explanations and her own diligent exploration, she finally mastered the technique. Once she had learned it, Lin Ye had to admit that it was indeed a highly practical skill. Henceforth, communication with the Namekians would pose no obstacle, as soon as they spoke in their language. She could grasp it through chaotic calculations. One day, while lounging on the roof to bask in the sun, Lin Ye enjoyed a leisurely life during this period. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. "Lin Ye, the Grand Elder wishes to see you." The individual stated bluntly. He was a guard of the Grand Elder. The Yatarat people, much like the Namekians, are governed by elders, with the Grand Elder representing the highest authority. Lin Ye had previously met the Grand Elder upon her arrival on Yatarat. He was a plump old man. "I wonder what the Grand Elder wants with me," she mused as she followed the guard into the Grand Elder's residence. After waiting for a few minutes, the Grand Elder emerged, holding a yellowed book, flanked by 7 or 8 other elders, each of whom held significant power. Lin Ye was surprised to see them all gathered today. One of the female elders approached and gently patted Lin Ye's head. "Having spent several months on Yatarat, you should have gained a fair understanding of this planet," she said. Lin Ye nodded. The Yatarat people are a peace-loving race, a rarity in the universe. Although their combat prowess is not top tier, their wisdom is undoubtedly unparalleled. The female elder continued, We have created countless secret techniques. This has always been our pursuit, yet we do not wish to interfere in the conflicts of the universe. You saved Bodia, and we wish to befriend you. The Saiyans are a warrior race, but I can see that you are unlike the others. Lin Ye was uncertain about the Elder's intentions. Could they have discerned her extraordinary physical traits? This thought made her a bit anxious. However, she was overthinking it. The Yatarat people had not detected her unique constitution. The Grand Elder looked at Lin Ye, solemnly declaring, "You possess a potential far exceeding that of ordinary Saiyans. Perhaps you will become the legendary Super Saiyan. Our Yatarat clan has a technique capable of predicting the future, and we foresee that one day a dark force will envelop the universe. And you may be the one to avert that crisis." Lin Ye understood. The impending crisis that could affect the entire universe must relate to Majin Buu. From her knowledge, it would be a Super Saiyan who ultimately defeats Majin Buu. But that would not be her. It would be Son Goku. You have already mastered the language technique. To prepare for that crisis. You may choose to learn 2 additional techniques, the Grand Elder said, handing Lin Ye the yellowed book, which contained explanations of the Yatarat's secret techniques. You may select 2 from it, and we will arrange for someone to teach you. Lin Ye was taken aback by this unexpected news. Such a wonderful opportunity. She gleefully accepted the book from the Grand Elder. Never did she expect the Grand Elder to be so generous in allowing her to choose as she flipped through the pages. She was astonished by the multitude of techniques described, each one highly useful, making it exceedingly difficult to select just 2. May I take it back to study? She asked. I need to choose these 2 techniques carefully. The Elder smiled and nodded, having no intention of requiring her to make her selection immediately. After all, picking 2 from such a thick tome was indeed quite challenging. With her heart brimming with joy, Lin Ye clutched the book and prepared to leave the hall. Wait, an Elder called out to her. Lin Ye halted, gazing at the Elder in confusion, unsure of what he wanted. That tail of yours may bring you unnecessary trouble. Let me help you remove it. Lin Ye shook her tail, suddenly recalling that it might be her only weakness. Despite her rigorous training, that tail remained her most vulnerable point. She had originally planned to have it removed by the Earth-S deity later on. Since the Yatarat Elder was willing to assist, it could not be more fortuitous. The Saiyan tail is tied to the transformation into a great ape, which is significantly more powerful than their humanoid form in the early stages. Thus, it is an indispensable, life-saving artifact. However, as one progresses, the effectiveness of the great ape transformation diminishes, and the tail can become a burden. The secret techniques of the Yatarat are no less formidable than the magical abilities of the Namekians. Lin Ye turned around, extending her tail toward the Elder who had called her. The Elder grasped her tail, and in that instant, Lin Ye felt her strength diminish significantly, her body growing weak. This tail truly is my weakness, she thought. Despite undergoing intense training and being able to withstand the pressure of the deep sea, she felt utterly drained when it was seized. It was no wonder that Son Goku and Vegeta had removed their tails in the later stages. The Elder tightened his grip on Lin Ye's tail and activated his secret technique. Lin Ye experienced a sudden numbness as if jolted by electricity, followed by a chilling sensation as her tail was swiftly removed. Gratefully, Lin Ye accepted her severed tail from the Elder and exited the hall. Once outside, she unleashed an energy wave to obliterate the tail, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke in the air. Can that child truly save the universe? One Elder inquired after Lin Ye had departed, and one answered. None could accurately predict the future. However, based on the visions seen through the secret techniques, it was indeed a Saiyan who would save the universe. I don't know. There is something indescribable about Lin Ye, a mystery that even I cannot fathom, the Grand Elder finally said, waving his hand calmly. Regardless of whether she ultimately becomes the savior of the universe, she's a friend of our Yatarat people. Holding a tome that chronicled the arcane arts of the Yatarat, Lin Ye hurried towards the abode of her sister Bodia. Along her path, she was frequently greeted by amiable Yatarat beings. Before long, Lin Ye returned to her residence, gently closing the door behind her, and settled at the table, meticulously poring over each of the secrets contained within the book. The volume contained nearly 10,000 distinct arts, each possessing a unique function. On the third page, Lin Ye discovered notation regarding teleportation, which she promptly skipped over to continue her examination. Disregarding certain arts deemed irrelevant to her, she selectively focused on those suited for combat, analyzing and comparing them in hopes of identifying the most fitting techniques for her. Immersed in her studies, she neglected her meals, even when Bodia's sister called her to dine. After an entire night of fervent study, she finally selected two arts she deemed particularly practical. The first art, known as Unseen Eye, was a combat-oriented ocular technique. When activated, her eyes would emanate a soft blue hue, significantly enhancing her combat awareness and allowing her to instinctively grasp the rhythm of battle, thereby serving as an excellent aid. Additionally, the Unseen Eye possessed a convenient ability to discern an opponent's combat strength. Regardless of any attempts to conceal it, it could accurately reveal the numerical value of their power. After a thorough comparison, Lin Ye concluded that the Unseen Eye was indeed quite useful, providing far superior assistance in future battles compared to an energy detector. Even hidden strengths could not elude the gaze of the Unseen Eye. The second art she selected was called Boundary Energy, a capability designed for survival in the vastness of space. Presently, Lin Ye's combat ability and physical resilience were steadily improving. However, she remained shackled by her dependence on oxygen. Entering the vacuum of outer space or a deep-sea environment devoid of it would pose lethal threats to her. Although Lin Ye possessed an immortal body, it did not grant her the capacity to survive in the cosmos. Should an adversary launch an assault in space, she would be rendered powerless, merely a spectator. The boundary energy would liberate her from this oxygen constraint, enabling her to absorb the ambient energy in the universe upon venturing into space. This not only ensured her survival, but also provided an additional energy supply, making it particularly advantageous when confronting extraterrestrial foes. Having finalized her selection of these two arts, Lin Ye hurried towards the Elder Hall. The guards at the hall recognized her presence and offered no resistance, evidently aware of her intentions. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the elders inquired, "Child, have you made your selections?" Lin Ye nodded and conveyed the two arts she had chosen. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, could not help but smile, commending her choice. These two arts are indeed commendable, though the difficulty of their cultivation is substantial. Even within our Yatarat clan, few possess mastery of these techniques. Turning to an attendant nearby, the Grand Elder instructed, "I will arrange for Pamakuka to instruct you. You shall study under him henceforth." Pamakuka was one of the few formidable warriors among the Yatarat, and his tutelage would undoubtedly be a source of reassurance. Moments later, a robust, middle-aged man entered, adorned in the distinctive garb of the Yatarat, albeit with a slight variation. Battle attire. Scars marked his face, identifying him as Pamakuka. After greeting the elders, he turned to Lin Ye and inquired, "Is this the little one wishing to learn the arts?" "Indeed, her name is Lin Ye, a friend of our Yatarat people. Please teach her well." Pamakuka nodded and warmly addressed Lin Ye. "Very well. Little one, you shall accompany me from now on." As he spoke, he flashed what he believed to be a friendly smile, yet the scars on his face rendered it somewhat fearsome. "Hello." Lin Ye promptly returned the greeting. Despite Pamakuka's seemingly terrifying smile, she sensed his goodwill. The Yatarat were generally amiable beings. Departing the hall, Lin Ye followed Pamakuka to a designated training chamber filled with various exercise apparatuses, many of which she could not discern the purpose of. Pamakuka meticulously explained the utility of each piece of equipment before commencing the instruction. The first art to be learned was the Unseen Eye. Although Pamakuka provided an extensive explanation, Lin Ye found herself quite bewildered. The Unseen Eye was indeed a profound technique within the Yatarat, its principles vastly more intricate than the linguistic arts she had previously studied, existing on an entirely different plane of complexity. Through Pamakuka's continuous demonstrations and clarifications, Lin Ye gradually began to grasp the subtleties of the Unseen Eye, yet she was still merely at the threshold of understanding. In a moment of mischievousness, Lin Ye produced her energy detector to assess Pamakuka's combat strength. Curious to learn his power level, to her astonishment, the device exploded with a loud bang once it registered a value of 12,000. Being an outdated model, it had a limited capacity for measurement. Nevertheless, this incident spurred Lin Ye to redouble her efforts in her studies, recognizing the immense advantage of having a mentor whose combat prowess exceeded 10. 000. Ling diligently sought to learn from Pamakuka, frequently posing her inquiries, to which Pamakuka attentively responded. Time swiftly passed, and under Pamakuka's guidance, Lin Ye's abilities soared. After nearly a year of rigorous training, she finally mastered the unseen eye. Upon achieving this milestone, she immediately demonstrated it to Pamakuka. Her eyes gradually glowed with a pale blue light, the hallmark of the unseen eye's activation. In that moment, Lin Ye felt as though her mind had been refreshed. A cool sensation enveloping her, sharpening her focus, that a series of numbers materialized before her. 34,000. She was astonished to discover that Pamakuka possessed a combat strength of 34,000, surpassing even Vegeta's power when he attacked Earth by 16,000. Next, she used the unseen eye to assess her own strength. 850. Lin Ye was taken aback, astonished that in just a year, her combat power had increased so significantly. Elation surged within her. Indeed, the influence of a formidable mentor was unparalleled. She eagerly anticipated learning the boundary energy, curious about how much her strength might elevate thereafter. Pamakuka, recognizing Lin Ye's exuberance, refrained from interrupting her enthusiasm. After a year of interaction, he had come to understand the diligent and endearing nature of the young girl before him. Once her excitement subsided, Lin Ye eagerly urged Pamakuka to commence her instruction in boundary energy. She could hardly contain her anticipation, as the unseen eye was primarily an auxiliary art, while boundary energy was essential for cultivation and survival, enabling her to thrive in the cosmos and augment her energy reserves. Should she venture into space to absorb cosmic energy, her strength would surely accelerate at an astounding rate. Lin Ye was acutely aware that with her current power, she would undoubtedly be invincible on Earth, and even in the vast universe, she could rival numerous planets. Yet, this was merely the beginning. She understood that once the Dragon Ball saga extended beyond Earth, the exponential increases in power would be staggering. Early stages boasted increases of dozens or hundreds in combat power. Impressive as they were, the latter stages, however, would see leaps of thousands and tens of thousands. Escalating to an absurd degree, in the mid to later phases, combat power would soar as if by sheer whim, rendering battles akin to frivolous indulgence. Lin Ye, such wastefulness seemed excessive, her eyes stinging at the thought. A person of her disposition, filled with a sense of impending peril, understood that neglecting future concerns would lead to imminent worries. Having just begun her journey, she deemed such incremental progress trivial, as she aspired to attain combat power in the millions. Tens of millions, or even billions, she envisioned herself lavishly expending her might with abandon, embodying the essence of a powerful warrior. Next came the study of boundary energy, a technique even more complex than the unseen eye. It pertained to the modification of human attributes, enabling life forms to survive in the cosmos, while also allowing them to absorb cosmic energy. The knowledge involved was profoundly intricate and esoteric. Before delving into the subject, Lin Ye needed to familiarize herself with cosmology, spatial theory, biology, and psychology. Fortunately, she possessed a foundational understanding of psychology and spatial theory, rendering her studies somewhat more manageable. However, the knowledge required for biology and cosmology was exceedingly profound, presenting formidable challenges that left Lin Ye grappling with frustration. For 6 or 7 months, she toiled through these tedious and dry subjects. The ancestors of the Yatarat were truly remarkable. Their ability to uncover such profound truths was beyond mere words to describe. A deep admiration blossomed within Lin Ye's heart. The myriad of secret techniques before her promised immense utility should she master even a single one. Fortunately, the Yatarat tribe was a peace-loving people, and many of the techniques they had developed could only be learned by those with pure hearts. Otherwise, the sheer power of these techniques could plunge the universe into chaos. Lin Ye mused that such restrictions were likely a form of self-preservation inherent to the Dragon Ball world. With that thought, she embraced her materials and delved deeper into her studies. As time flowed steadily by, the day finally arrived when Lin Ye let out a joyous exclamation. She had comprehended the intricacies of these techniques. After 9 arduous months of relentless effort, she had finally mastered the materials, and with her newfound freedom, she was filled with exuberance, ready to commence her formal training and physical transformation, in the vast expanse of outer space. A petite figure lay serenely amidst the cosmos, emanating a soft glow. Not far away, a robust man was engaged in his own training, his attention unwaveringly fixed on the young girl beside him. Lin Ye lay peacefully, invisible currents of energy converging from all directions into her being, causing her complexion to take on a rosy hue. Her reddish blonde hair cascaded to her shoulders, with two wisps framing her chest, the tips glimmering faintly with a hint of red. Having spent over 2 months in space for practical training, she had initially felt somewhat out of place. Yet now, she had acclimated to the universe, thriving without the need for oxygen. The energy of the cosmos gradually flowed into her, evoking a sensation of warmth and profound comfort. That will suffice for today, she declared, eyes fluttering open to conclude her training. She then returned to Yatarat Star alongside Pamakuka, meandering through the bustling streets, her hands laden with various ingredients, leisurely taking small steps. After 2 years on Yatarat Star, it was time for her to depart. Before leaving, she wished to express her gratitude to Uncle Bodia and his family for their kindness, and had prepared a sumptuous lunch to share with them. After their meal, Lin Ye announced her impending departure, momentarily startling the Bodia family. However, they quickly regained their composure. Though they were reluctant to see her go, they understood that her journey must continue. Acknowledging her resolve, they reminded her to take care of herself. Lin Ye nodded, having formed a deep bond with the Bodia family over the past 2 years. With a heavy heart, she bid them farewell before making her way to Pamakuka's residence to say goodbye. It was Pamakuka's guidance that had enabled her rapid growth and strength, and she felt it imperative to express her gratitude to her mentor before leaving. "Are you leaving?" Pamakuka inquired, as if he had anticipated her decision, his tone calm. Lin Ye nodded, a tinge of sadness welling within her. Time had flown by, and she was about to embark on a new journey. "Do not neglect your training. Stagnation leads to regression," he reminded her dutifully, fully aware that she would persist in her efforts regardless. Lin Ye felt a wave of emotion rise within her, and with a simple thank you, Teacher Pamakuka, she bowed deeply before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Pamakuka murmured, shaking his head, "That girl." After bidding farewell to the elders, Lin Ye activated her instant transmission and departed from Yatarat Star. Her 2 years on the planet had been immensely fruitful. She had not only acquired powerful and enigmatic techniques, but had also forged invaluable friendships and mentorships. Her combat strength had surpassed 4,000, and at 8 years old, she now stood at a height of 1.2 meters, embodying the essence of a budding beauty, with a swift series of instant transmissions. Lin Ye found herself within a small asteroid belt, now situated in the northern region of the galaxy, far removed from the eastern domain of Yatarat Star. She paused on an irregularly shaped asteroid, sensing a faint energy fluctuation nearby. Given the proximity of this asteroid belt to a nearby star, the energy must be emanating from it. Without hesitation, she assumed a meditative position upon the asteroid. Harnessing the cosmic energy around her, the drifting energy began to converge toward her, transforming into invisible ripples that flowed into her being. Lin Ye's body emitted a subtle pressure, as if a shimmering aura enveloped her skin, distorting the air around her. The continual influx of energy propelled her strength to new heights, while the vacuum of space exerted its influence upon her. Within her cells, a mysterious force initiated the repair of damaged cells, facilitating a cycle of renewal and fortifying her body. Lin Ye remained seated on the asteroid. A thick layer of dust began to accumulate upon her. She continued to absorb cosmic energy, her body gradually acclimating to the vacuum of space, until the mysterious force within her cells ceased its activity, halting her physical enhancement. Awakening from her trance, she rose and stretched, a series of satisfying cracks resonating through her body, bringing a long-forgotten sense of relief. Upon using her clairvoyance to assess her condition, she was astonished to discover that her combat strength had reached an impressive 12,000. "I've surpassed 10,000. Lin Ye marveled at the rapid progress of her training, a feat rarely seen in the annals of Saiyan history. That a sense of pride welled within her. Those who had once looked down upon her would surely be astounded by her transformation. Naturally, She excluded Broly and Gohan from her thoughts, acknowledging that Broly was a legendary Super Saiyan, inherently different from ordinary Saiyans, and Gohan's extraordinary abilities were merely a product of narrative convenience. Lin Ye felt a surge of confidence in her own potential, convinced that with her capabilities surpassing Goku and his family, as well as other formidable beings throughout the universe, was well within her grasp. After a moment of contemplation, she executed another instant transmission, reappearing on the distant planet of Kano. The tranquil and expansive universe was dotted with twinkling stars, casting their luminous glow upon the seemingly serene void. Yet beneath this calm facade lay myriad dangers. Kano was one of countless life-bearing planets in the northern region of the galaxy, all under the dominion of King Kvila. Kvila, Frieza's brother, possessed a strength even more formidable than that of Frieza himself, members of the universe's strongest race. They were born on the winter planet. Their kin sealed in ice from birth, gaining strength with prolonged confinement. A rare breed of warriors, their innate abilities and potential far surpassed those of the so-called warrior race of Saiyans. Like Frieza, Kvila ruthlessly suppressed any planets that dared to resist him, engaging in the trade of planets while amassing a formidable cadre of warriors and scientists under his command. Lin Ye materialized on Kano. She found herself amidst the chaos of an assault by extraterrestrial beings under Kvila's command. Boom! The moment she arrived, a deafening explosion resonated, leading her to conclude that she had indeed landed on a planet engulfed in conflict. Glancing skyward, she beheld a colossal warship hovering above, a massive military vessel with a diameter of 1 kilometer, typically owned only by powerful factions. Countless tendrils extended from the ship's underside and sides, mercilessly unleashing energy blasts. Boom! Towering edifices crumbled under the barrage of energy blasts, debris cascading to the ground amid thick plumes of smoke. The inhabitants of Kano were caught off guard by the sudden calamity. Crying out in despair as they fled, pursued relentlessly by extraterrestrial beings clad in space suits, armed with energy cannons, capturing the helpless Kano residents. Lin Ye shook her head, realizing she had arrived at an opportune moment. It seemed she had stumbled into a predicament. The invasion had only just begun, and she had unwittingly followed the attacking forces. She had no intention of intervening in the unfolding events on this planet. Due to the overwhelming nature of her responsibilities, she found it impossible to manage this situation. The universe was far too vast, and the law of the jungle was ever present. Most crucially, she was but one individual. Even if she managed to repel the invaders this time, it was inconceivable that she could remain to assist them further. Should the invaders retaliate with greater ferocity, the next assault could be even more brutal. Lin Ye could not allow herself to be tethered here. With these thoughts in mind, she resolved to initiate her teleportation and depart from this place. However, just then, an alien spotted her and, astonishingly, unleashed an energy cannon aimed directly at her. The energy blast struck Lin Ye, producing a cloud of white smoke, yet she sustained no injuries. However, the alien's actions incited her ire. If this extraterrestrial sought to subjugate this planet, let it do so. Why had it chosen to provoke her? Must she assume the role of a savior? Lin Ye mused, recognizing that these aliens possessed remarkably low combat power, barely exceeding 200, relying solely on their energy weapon, yet they foolishly dared to engage her. In an instant, she vanished from sight, appearing behind the alien before delivering a decisive blow that sent it crashing to the ground. Run! The other aliens, realizing that Lin Ye was beyond their means to confront, hastily retreated towards their stronghold, recognizing that this sudden arrival was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet Lin Ye had no intention of letting them escape. A flurry of strikes followed, and soon all were dispatched to meet their demise. A good deed deserves to be completed, Lin Ye thought, feeling overly benevolent. Having intervened, she resolved to eradicate all the aliens. She soared above the alien mothership, gathering her energy into a powerful wave. Who is that? The commander within the mothership, upon witnessing Lin Ye poised to unleash her energy wave, cried out in terror. Quickly, alert Lord Yuedun. Boom! Lin Ye released her energy wave, and the mothership erupted in a deafening explosion, plummeting from the sky. The fleeing Kanu aliens, witnessing the destruction of their home by a stranger, erupted into cheers, venerating Lin Ye, as if she were a deity. Lin Ye accepted their adoration with a sense of entitlement, selecting an individual of some significance to inquire about nearby planets. Soon discovering that she had unwittingly entered the territory of Quila, a wave of astonishment washed over her. She had not anticipated finding herself in Quila's domain. Quila was not an adversary she could contend with. She needed to leave swiftly. Thoughts of escape filled her mind. Lin Ye was not yet prepared to face Quila, who was rumored to possess an additional transformation ability beyond that of Frieza. Regardless of the veracity of this rumor, it was certain that Quila was indeed more powerful than Frieza. "Hey, you over there!" A voice called from afar. Lin Ye turned to see a bald alien flying towards her, hovering above. The Kanu aliens, upon spotting the approaching extraterrestrial, shrieked in terror and scattered in all directions, leaving only the bald alien and Lin Ye. "Who are you?" Lin Ye asked, her mood soured. "I am Lord Yuedun," the bald alien boasted arrogantly. His demeanor prompted Lin Ye to furrow her brow. She sensed that this alien's energy was not particularly formidable, yet she could not dismiss the possibility of concealed strength, so she activated her foresight .7800. Indeed, the alien's combat power was slightly higher than what he had displayed, though not by much. It seemed the alien truly lacked proficiency in harnessing energy that a power level of 7,800 could afford one a degree of arrogance within the cosmos, as civilizations across the universe generally possessed low overall strength. In Lin Ye's recollection, the Saiyan who had visited Earth, known as Nappa, boasted a combat power of merely 4,000 and had been insufferably arrogant. An alien with a modicum of strength could be somewhat haughty, but only in the presence of those weaker than themselves. To act so brazenly before her was tantamount to courting death. What? Before Yuedun could react, Lin Ye propelled herself forward with a powerful leap. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath her feet, 100 square meters in area, suddenly sank 3 meters, fissures sprawling across the surface, transforming the earth into a chaotic ruin. Bang! Before anyone realized what had transpired, Lin Ye stood before Yuedun, delivering a crushing blow that sent him hurtling through several high rises before embedding him deep into the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yuedun erupted from the earth in fury. It was then that he truly regarded Lin Ye, astonished by the immense strength this seemingly diminutive girl possessed. Yuedun had never anticipated that Lin Ye's power would surpass his own. He merely believed he had been careless, attributing her strength to some innate gift. "Ha, little girl, you've managed to injure me. I shall make you suffer beyond imagination." Malevolence gleamed in Yuedun's eyes, and he licked his lips that he charged at Lin Ye. But as he neared her, a delicate hand seized his arm, halting him in his tracks. The grip was as unyielding as a steel claw, rendering him utterly immobile. How can this be? Yuedun could scarcely believe it. Was this little girl stronger than he? With a sickening crunch, the bones in his arm were crushed, and with a forceful tug, his entire arm was torn free. Yuedun screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb. His face paling as sweat streamed down his cheeks, his eyes filled with terror as they met Lin Ye's gaze. Casting aside the dismembered arm, Lin Ye regarded him with cold cruelty. This monster posed no match for her. He must flee immediately. Yuedun's mind raced in panic, yet he understood clearly that he was no match for her. Escape. He had to escape. With a flash, his body transformed into a streak of light as he sped away. Yet, tragically, no matter where he ran, that little girl always appeared before him. "You cannot escape," Lin Ye stated calmly, then unleashed an energy wave aimed at Yuedun. Boom! The energy wave struck Yuedun, and his body was instantly vaporized by the wave's overwhelming energy, leaving only a scattering of charred remnants. Not far away, on another planet, within a colossal fortress, a figure holding a wine glass set elegantly upon a throne, savoring the red wine. Countless computers flickered with red and green lights, emitting whirring sounds as a group of aliens busily operated the devices. "Lord Donnie, Mr. Yuedun's life signal has vanished," one alien reported anxiously. The individual referred to as Donnie momentarily displayed a look of surprise, which quickly faded. Rising from his throne, he elegantly set aside his wine glass, a malevolent smile creeping across his face. Investigate the location where Yueduan's life signal was lost, Donnie commanded nonchalantly. His subordinates promptly set about their tasks, soon pinpointing the exact location. Lord, Mr. Yuedan lost his signal on Kanu Planet. Kanu Planet, the one with the exceedingly low combat power, Donnie sneered disdainfully. What a useless fool, unable to handle even that rabble. He then instructed his subordinates to prepare a spacecraft for his journey to Kanu Planet. As a member of Quaila's royal forces, Donnie held little regard for Yuedan, who possessed a combat power barely exceeding 10,000. His mission to Kanu Planet was merely for amusement. As a member of Quaila's mechanized army, he seldom encountered formidable foes in the cosmos. The IT was not arrogance. In the northern region governed by Quaila, aside from the terrifying Quaila and a few other mechanized army members, few could match his power. Even across the entirety of the northern galaxy, his strength was among the top ranks. Donnie firmly believed that the feeble star system containing Kanu Planet posed no significant threat, similar to Frieza's Ginyu Force. Quaila had its own elite mechanized army. The Ginyu Force comprised 5 members, whereas the mechanized army consisted of only 3, Captain Shaviza, member Lishur, and Donnie. Though few in number, the mechanized army far surpassed the Ginyu Force in strength, as each member's power exceeded that of the Ginyu Force's captain. Upon receiving Donnie's orders, the alien subordinates swiftly prepared a spaceship for him, setting course for Kanu Planet. On Kanu Planet, upon realizing she had entered Quaila's dominion, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming urge to depart immediately. Yet, she could not resist the Kanu aliens' desperate pleas and ultimately agreed to escort them away from this perilous area, perched atop the remnants of a once mighty skyscraper. Now reduced to rubble, Lin Ye watched as the Kanu aliens gathered their belongings and boarded their spacecraft, her heart heavy with sorrow for their plight. This was the lamentable reality of lacking strength, faced with formidable foes. They could only flee my esteemed companion. Everything is prepared and ready for departure. The Kenorans, bearing expressions of sorrow, reluctantly boarded the vessel of escape. Lin Ye nodded slightly and stood up to join them on the ship. Are you planning to flee to that planet? She inquired of the supervisor seated beside her, fastening her seatbelt. The supervisor gazed vacantly at their receding homeworld, revealing a hint of distraction. There exists a planet in the northwest, inhabited by our kin, and we intend to seek refuge with them. Lin Ye nodded sympathetically, unsure of how to offer comfort, and diverted her gaze elsewhere. After an hour of traversing the cosmos, the Kenorans gradually emerged from their grief, their silence diminishing. What is that? One day, a Kanoran responsible for route surveillance spotted something unusual at the dimension. Lin Ye turned her gaze toward the window, where she beheld a disc-shaped vessel not far off, emblazoned with the emblem of a gear, the insignia of the mechanized forces. Where have I seen this ship before? Lin Ye mused aloud, suddenly recalling that Frieza had employed such vessels on Namek. This is bad, she exclaimed, realizing that the gear emblem was indeed that of the Quaira Royal Guard's mechanized troops, a sight she had previously encountered in the animated series. Damn it! Why have the mechanized forces arrived? My lady, do you recognize what that is? The Kenorans, observing Lin Ye's sudden distress, felt a surge of anxiety, as if the sky were about to collapse. What could provoke such apprehension in someone of her formidable prowess? Lin Ye, her expression grave, fixed her gaze on the approaching disc-shaped vessel and solemnly addressed the Kenorans. The individuals aboard that ship possess immense strength that I will attempt to thwart them. You must depart at full speed. Your escape depends solely on your own abilities. Upon hearing this, the Kenorans looked at her with concern, a few children already crying out in fear. Lin Ye gestured for them to quiet down, though she herself harbored no guarantees that the Kenoran ship would successfully elude capture. Listen to my words. Leave at full speed. With that, Lin Ye vanished from before the Kenorans using instantaneous movement, reappearing in front of the mechanized vessel. The Kenorans exchanged anxious glances, their faces pale as they gazed upon Lin Ye, suspended in the vastness of space. Follow the lady's orders. Engage the ship's engines to the fullest. The vessel surged forward, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Ye watched the ship recede, secretly praying for their safe arrival at their destination, before her expression hardened as she focused on the mechanized force's disc-shaped craft. Based on her knowledge, She surmised that she was not yet their match. Her only advantage was her ability to survive in the cosmos and her immortality. Then let us begin by destroying your ship. She conjured a cerulean energy sphere in her hand and hurled it toward the vessel. Inside the ship, Donnie observed with a calm demeanor as the Kenorans fled, dismissing the powerless rabble with disdain. Instead, it was the petite figure in space that piqued his interest. What race is she? Her power seems quite formidable. He marveled at the unexpected strength of such a small girl, realizing that she must be the one who had defeated Juden. Given time, she would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the mechanized forces. Boom! The energy sphere struck the ship, causing an explosion on one side. The vacuum of space relentlessly siphoned the air from within, setting off a cacophony of alarms. Ultimately, they were forced to make an emergency landing on a nearby planet. Lin Ye descended onto the planet's surface, eager to ascertain the true strength of the mechanized troops. In the original narrative, the mechanized forces appeared only in the theatrical releases. Yet, the main storyline of Dragon Ball often conflicted with the events of the films, leaving her puzzled regarding certain occurrences. Donnie, covering his mouth to avoid inhaling the harmful substances from the explosion, nonchalantly approached Lin. It is a rare privilege for me to handle this personally. Few in the North Galaxy are afforded such an honor. It seems you are fortunate. Lin Ye's expression remained serious, as she sensed an overwhelming pressure simply from his stance. Let me see what you can do, little girl. Donnie activated his energy detector, which beeped to reveal a reading of 12. An astonishing 12,000. Donnie exclaimed, feigning surprise, and suggested kindly, with such combat prowess, why not join me in serving King Quira? That is impossible. Lin Ye replied, defiantly. Donnie's expression shifted to one of regret at the missed opportunity to recruit her. And he declared, then perish. In an instant, he vanished from view. Lin Ye attentively scanned her surroundings, quickly pinpointing Donnie's location, and launched a punch in his direction. However, as her fist connected, she realized something was amiss. Her strike had landed on mere afterimages. It was an illusion, Lin Ye deduced, carefully assessing her surroundings, her eyes darting in constant vigilance. Suddenly, she sensed an anomaly to her side and swiftly evaded. Bang! Donnie's fist crashed into the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently, creating a massive crater over a kilometer in diameter, riddled with fissures and unrecognizable. That was close, Lin Ye mused, soaring into the air to survey the now meteor crater below, her heart racing with trepidation. Worry about yourself. Unbeknownst to her, Donnie had already positioned himself above Lin Ye. When did that happen? Lin Ye gasped, her pores tightening as she instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Donnie clenched his fists, delivering a powerful blow aimed at her head. Lin Ye felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as her body plummeted downward. Just before impact, she unleashed a burst of energy toward the ground, stabilizing herself through the rebound. Donnie followed suit, relentlessly attacking Lin Ye, who found herself on the defensive, soon covered in wounds. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged blows, the speed of their movements rendering them mere blurs. The battlefield expanded, with mountains, lakes, forests, and vast expanses of land laid waste in their wake. Lin Ye paused to catch her breath, her stamina significantly depleted, while Donnie appeared largely unscathed, his combat attire merely tattered, his breathing steady. Whoosh! Donnie vanished once more, delivering a kick aimed at Lin Ye's abdomen. She managed to block the blow with both hands. Yet the force propelled her far away. Had it not been for her extraordinary physical resilience, that kick would have surely broken her arms. The disparity in their strengths was staggering as the tingling in her arms subsided. Lin Ye's mind raced with thoughts of despair. With a wry smile, she activated her precognition ability, fixating on Donnie's reading of 145,000, an astonishing figure of 140,000. No wonder she could not prevail. It appeared he was merely toying with her, not utilizing his full strength. Lin Ye sighed inwardly, acknowledging the terrifying power of a member of the mechanized forces. Yet, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. That I shall fight with all I have. Her eyes glimmered with a faint blue hue as she resolved to charge at Donnie with a fierce countenance. She unleashed nearly 100 energy blasts, each imbued with a formidable aura. Donnie smirked dismissively, licking his lips, standing resolutely with one hand extended to deflect the energy waves. Turn, Lin Ye commanded, causing the energy blast to change direction at the last moment and strike Donnie from another angle. Donnie's eyes widened in surprise as he was caught off guard by the blasts, which detonated in a colossal mushroom cloud, shrouding the area in thick dust and plunging the landscape into darkness. Yet the onslaught was not over. Lin Ye was gathering her strength to unleash her ultimate technique. Blade-piercing wave, she softly declared, releasing a spiraling energy wave that struck its target directly, resulting in an even larger mushroom cloud erupting. The explosion sending shockwaves that cleared the earlier dust from the sky. Exhausted, Lin Ye propped herself up with her hands on the ground, gasping for breath as her body heaved. Sweat trickled down her cheeks. Her complexion paling as the smoke cleared and tranquility returned to the sky. A terrifyingly large crater remained on the ground, as if forged by a planetary impact. Yet, astonishingly, Donnie stood unharmed at the center of the gaping pit. How is this possible? Lin Ye muttered in disbelief, her eyes flickering as she struggled to comprehend that her efforts had failed to inflict any damage upon him. She crawled weakly, realizing that there was truly nothing more she could do, as the energy within her was nearly depleted. The little girl was indeed remarkable. It would be a pity to kill her. Donnie shook his head with a sigh, feeling a sense of regret for such talent. But one could hardly blame him. After all, it was her unwillingness to serve King Quila that led to this fate. With that, he conjured a crescent-shaped energy slash in his hand and, without a second thought, aimed it at Lin Ye's head. Thud! The energy slash missed entirely. Donnie's expression changed abruptly as he was astonished to find that the little girl had vanished. He then sensed a faint energy response, which was surprisingly located in outer space. In that fleeting moment, she had somehow fled to the cosmos. It turned out that at a critical juncture, Lin Ye had activated her teleportation ability. Due to the urgency of the situation, she had been unable to select a precise location, akin to a headless fly, relying solely on instinct to enter the universe. Lin Ye lay flat in the vastness of space, her heart racing in terror. She had come perilously close to death. Fortunately, she possessed a life-saving skill, allowing her to finally escape Donnie's clutches. Reflecting on Donnie's formidable strength, her face paled. If members of the mech army were so terrifying, one could only imagine the power of their master. Quila and Frieza. For the first time, Lin Ye felt acutely aware of her own frailty. She was simply too weak. Lin Ye shook her head, intending to recuperate her body, when suddenly a wave of panic surged through her. Turning her head, she was dismayed to find that Donnie had somehow appeared beside her. Damn it, how could Donnie survive in space? Lin Ye felt a wave of despair wash over her, realizing that escape was futile. She had no energy left within her. Is that your special ability? How astonishing, Donnie remarked, intrigued by Lin Ye's technique. His curiosity piqued to uncover its usage. However, knowing she would not reveal her secrets, he refrained from asking. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Lin Ye. Startled, she saw the attack hurtling toward her and, in utter despair, closed her eyes. Alas, what a disastrous turn of events! Boom! A brilliant flash illuminated the cosmos. And though silent, the intense light signified an unprecedented explosion. In the aftermath, Lin Ye was obliterated into cosmic dust. Seeing the little girl reduced to mere particles, Donnie smirked malevolently. He then summoned his subordinates to dispatch a spaceship. Before long, a vessel approached from afar, and Donnie soared through space, entering the spacecraft before departing. After a significant passage of time, in the location where the explosion had just transpired, a minuscule cell materialized out of nowhere. Almost invisible to the naked eye, glowing faintly with a golden hue. This cell exhibited mysterious powers, rapidly multiplying until, after several hours, it formed a mass the size of a ping-pong ball. The mass writhed and gradually expanded until, 3 days later, it had grown to the size of an infant, with its head and limbs discernible. After another 3 days, Lin Ye was reborn, thanks to her immortal essence. Otherwise, she would have truly perished this time. Given that her death was one of complete disintegration, The resurrection took a bit longer. However, as a result of this disintegration, all of her cells were completely renewed, and her strength was significantly enhanced upon rebirth. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, she eventually regained her peak condition, her combat power soaring to 18,000, an increase of 6,000. This battle had been the most humiliating experience of Lin Ye's life. A complete one-sided thrashing that had been agonizing. Lin Ye vowed that one day she would repay this tenfold, 100-fold. Reflecting on her confrontation with Donnie, she realized there were areas where she had been lacking. During the fight, she had merely followed his lead, and although she possessed many secret techniques, her repertoire of moves was too limited. It seemed clear that she needed to journey to Earth for further training. While the combat prowess of Earth's inhabitants might not be high, their mastery of techniques and energy manipulation was unparalleled. In a battle between two individuals of equal strength, Earthlings would undoubtedly emerge victorious against their opponents. It was time for her to set forth to Earth. With this thought in mind, Lin Ye felt an irresistible urge to depart immediately. However, considering that Sun Wukong was still only 4 years old, she resolved to wait another 2 years before making her way to Earth. During this time, she would diligently work on enhancing her combat abilities. After all, once she arrived on Earth, she would find herself devoid of capable fighters and would miss the myriad extraordinary environments of the universe, making breakthroughs potentially more challenging. Lin Ye planned to journey to Earth when she turned 10, by which time Sun Wukong would be around 6 years old, and in another 6 years, the Dragon Ball saga would commence. In a vast stellar system of the universe, disordered meteors collided chaotically, shattering into smaller fragments. Near the sun within this system, a metallic planet orbited rapidly around its star. This iron planet lacked an atmosphere and appeared to be a dull yellow. The land was devoid of moisture, characterized by heat, desolation, and dryness. With overwhelming gravity reigning supreme, a diminutive figure exerted herself, leaping with all her might, each jump reaching over 10 meters high. The size of the metallic planet was colossal, and its gravity was immense, making it exceedingly difficult to even stand upright. 12, 998, 12, 999, 13, 000. After completing an astonishing 13,000 consecutive jumps, Lin Ye finally halted, wiping the sweat from her brow, her gaze resolute. She then commenced running, pushing herself until her legs grew unsteady and a sharp pain coursed through her thighs. The sensations of fatigue and pain surged over her. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, and fell asleep. Hours later, Lin Ye awoke and resumed her rigorous training. With each session, her body released a mysterious energy that repaired her injured cells and muscles, while simultaneously strengthening her meridians and bones. Lin Ye tirelessly trained on this planet of immense gravity, and as time passed, her strength escalated rapidly. Ever since her defeat at the hands of Donnie, Lin Ye had felt an intense dissatisfaction with her power, seeking ways to enhance it. Confronting gravity beyond her limits presented a formidable challenge. When she first arrived on this planet, the overpowering gravity had rendered her immobile. After several days of acclimatization, she could barely stand and walk, and it took extensive training to reach her current state. The iron planet was barren, lacking even an atmosphere, primarily composed of iron chunks, with no signs of life whatsoever. Luckily, thanks to the artifact known as world energy, Lin Ye was able to survive there for an extended period. Whoosh! A barrage of energy waves erupted, shimmering with a blue luminescence. After unleashing the energy waves, Lin Ye teleported in front of them, striking a defensive pose. Boom! The energy waves collided with her, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Lin Ye stood unharmed. Brushing off the debris from the blast, the glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she summoned her strength. Crack! The iron ground trembled as waves rippled across its surface. Fissures appearing in the once solid earth, glowing red. With all her might, Lin Ye unleashed a torrent of energy that erupted from her body, forming a colossal energy sphere. The sphere radiated a brilliant light, transforming her into a dazzling new star. As the debris around her slowly defied gravity and floated beside her, roar! The energy surrounding Lin Ye surged outward in all directions, coalescing into what resembled furious dragons, mercilessly consuming everything in their path. The high-purity energy generated extreme heat, instantly melting the iron on the surface, while powerful shockwaves rippled across the uneven terrain, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds as the tempest of energy began to subside. A massive pit, 50 cubic meters and more than 2 meters deep, appeared beside Lin Ye, filled with molten iron, wisps of pale blue smoke rising above. Surrounding the pit, a circular devastation stretched for several kilometers. Observing the land devastated by her energy, Lin Ye's face broke into a smile. Her strength was steadily increasing. Excellent. Time for another 20,000 push-ups. Clapping her hands, she made a decision that would leave even the strongest of men in awe. She then positioned herself on the ground and began her push-up routine. Each set left her utterly exhausted, followed by hours of rest before she resumed her training. Lin Ye persevered in her training on the Iron Planet until she felt she could no longer enhance her strength. The gravity of this planet had ceased to facilitate further breakthroughs. Sitting atop a towering peak, she gazed down at the battered land she had wrought. Without a more formidable external force, her growth would stagnate, perhaps even come to a halt. A delicate, fair-skinned little hand extended and formed a fist directed toward the target 100 meters away. With a surge of energy, a wave of ki erupted from the clenched fist, striking the ground and creating a gaping abyss that seemed to plunge into the depths of the earth. Her strength had increased exponentially, yet she was still no match for that fellow, Donnie. Despite her considerable growth and power, Lin Ye was acutely aware that she remained inferior to Donnie. The might of the mecha forces was formidable. Without diligent efforts to enhance her abilities, she risked being left far behind in the unfolding narrative. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were not particularly powerful, even to the point of being considered weak and insignificant. However, upon entering the Namek saga, their strength surged at an astonishing pace. Beyond their exceptional lineage and inherent qualities, their mindset was crucial. They trained with the heart of true martial artists, a level of dedication that even the mightiest of extraterrestrial beings could not rival. They thrived in adversity, constantly pushing their limits. Though Earth's overall strength was relatively low, its martial arts tradition was deeply rooted and long-standing. Different schools of thought had spent ages refining a comprehensive training system that emphasized both chi and mental state. Notable figures such as Master Roshi and Master Mateto, despite their limited power, could still be considered martial artists, in contrast to the universe's beings who focused solely on raw power. Earth's practitioners displayed far greater potential, embodying a balance between brutish abandon and meticulous conservation. If not for the inherent limitations of Earth's inhabitants' bloodlines, determining who truly reigns supreme in the cosmos would be a formidable challenge. Lin Ye merely benefited from her Saiyan heritage. Recognizing that she still had much to learn in terms of foundational strength, in essence, she was still operating at a level of reckless extravagance. Upon arriving on Earth, she was determined to meticulously hone her basics and immerse herself in the martial arts of its people. Lin Ye had already devised plans for her future at that moment. A series of golden phantoms flickered across the cosmos, their expansive forms trailing long tails, illuminating the vastness of space with a radiant glow. "What is this?" Lin Ye mused. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the golden spectacle in the void. She swiftly darted into space, soon realizing that a massive star, not far from the Iron Planet, was in the throes of violent upheaval. The surface of the star writhed with searing serpents of fire, unleashing torrents of energetic particles into the cosmos. Solar storm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had unexpectedly encountered a solar storm, which was evidently in its nascent stages, still brewing. Though the energy of the solar storm was tumultuous, the potential yield was substantial, an opportunity not to be missed. As she observed the storm casting electrically charged particles into the void, an irresistible urge gripped her. She contemplated harnessing this energy through her dimensional powers. Directly absorbing the particles emanating from the sun was perilous. One misstep could lead to being scorched by its intense heat. She was not so presumptuous as to think she could withstand the wrath of a stellar body. Nevertheless, Lin Ye was not overly concerned. She possessed an immortal essence, impervious to any form of energy that might threaten her existence. Such a grand-scale solar storm was a rare occurrence. If she let it slip by, Who knew how long she would have to wait for another chance? Lin Ye flew closer to the sun, where she could absorb a greater quantity of solar particle energy. However, the temperature soared, and she could already feel the stinging heat enveloping her. If an individual well-versed in science were to witness her actions, they would surely mock her ignorance regarding the dangers of such extreme temperatures. The heat was indeed intense. Her body, scorched by the sun's proximity, appeared slightly reddened as waves of searing discomfort coursed through her. Lin Ye gritted her teeth against the sensations and, utilizing her dimensional energy, began to absorb the sun's formidable power. With a sudden rush, a large mass of solar particles surged toward her, gradually being absorbed by her form. However, the discomfort of this absorption was palpable, causing her brow to furrow in concentration. Bit by bit, the solar energy infiltrated her body, its ferocious force clashing violently within her. Although her energy sustained her physical state, subduing the solar energy proved to be a formidable challenge. In a short span, countless cells perished under its onslaught. Yet, newly formed cells swiftly replaced the dead, continuing the struggle against the solar energy. Lin Ye diligently controlled her dimensional energy, gradually taming the solar force, which began to coalesce within her bones and organs. Throughout this process, each part of her body underwent a transformation, and months slipped by as Lin Ye immersed herself in her training. Reveling in the refreshing sensations brought forth by the renewal of her cells, she had fully embraced the role of a self-torturer. In the vastness of space, a colossal star, after more than a year of activity, began to settle into a tranquil state, ceasing the chaotic release of energy. Beside the star, a dust-like asteroid floated, rotating periodically in sync with the star. Suddenly, with a crack, the asteroid trembled, fissures appearing and multiplying until it was riddled with cracks. With a resounding explosion, the asteroid erupted, revealing a girl of approximately 1.5 meters in height. She stood gracefully in the void, her fair and delicate skin exposed, a flat and smooth abdomen. Her physique both robust and elegant. The girl possessed a charmingly petite mouth, with bright eyes perfectly accentuating her youthful visage, which retained a hint of innocence. Her flaxen hair, tinged with a reddish hue, cascaded naturally to her chest, embodying an alluring blend of youthful charm and feminine grace. This girl was Lin Ye. Shortly after absorbing solar energy in the vastness of space, she entered a state of cultivation. As the surrounding dust gradually enveloped her, under the sun's searing heat, the dust began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a meteorite. 2 years had elapsed. Lin Ye awakened, feeling her body brimming with vibrant energy, a sensation she thoroughly enjoyed. She attempted to unleash her ki, and suddenly, her form radiated a golden brilliance, a tremendous aura surging forth, casting a light that illuminated the nearby starry expanse. This golden energy, imbued with cataclysmic power, was unleashed with such force that it could obliterate an entire planet's inhabitants, marking a significant enhancement from her former self. Battle power, 120,000, a staggering increase, several thousand points higher than before. After a decade of relentless effort, enduring countless hardships, Lin Ye had finally attained a level of power capable of cataclysmic destruction. At that moment, tears of joy nearly welled in her eyes. Lin Ye suddenly realized she was completely bare, having lost all the outfits she had brought from Yatarat Star during the battle. Now, she had no spare garments. She needed to find something to wear. The exposure made her feel quite uncomfortable. She had gradually adapted to her own body. This realization heightened her awareness of the need for modesty. The female form could indeed be a nuisance. In the heat of battle, it was cumbersome, and high-intensity conflicts often resulted in torn clothing. Should she procure a combat suit? This matter pertained to her modesty, compelling her to take it seriously. However, the combat attire of extraterrestrial beings did not align with her aesthetic preferences. Feeling rigid and utterly unappealing, she considered herself quite the beauty, and wearing such unattractive clothing was out of the question. Lin Ye nodded, feeling quite confident in her appearance and proportions that in fact, she believed that the casual outfit worn by Android 18, complete with skirted pants, was rather appealing, though regrettably lacking in durability. Earth, a cerulean planet nestled in the southern region of the North Galaxy, was classified as a low-tier planet, one that garnered little regard from any civilization. Even armed with firearms, the human inhabitants of Earth were merely weaklings with combat powers barely exceeding a dozen. Yet, one could not underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous planet, for it harbored profound martial arts traditions that, with the right key, could astonish the entire universe. 6 years prior, when a Saiyan child descended upon this planet aboard a spacecraft, it was destined to become extraordinary. Lin Ye instantaneously teleported to a quaint village in the northern hemisphere. Determined to procure a few suitable outfits, she stealthily approached a villager's backyard, seizing several sets of women's clothing hung out to dry on a bamboo pole while the owner was momentarily distracted, then quickly concealed herself to change. As she strolled through the streets, passers-by often turned to gaze at her, their eyes reflecting astonishment. This attention filled Lin Ye with delight. Her beauty was indeed captivating, in truth. Regardless of gender, every individual places great importance on their appearance. Judging others by their looks is not an abhorrent vice, but rather an instinctive tendency. Lin Ye gazed at the array of goods displayed in the shop, only to realize, upon her desire to make a purchase, that she possessed no currency of Earth. It dawned upon her that she had spent all these years in cultivation, with little concept of money. Had it not been for the memories of her past life, given her trajectory of growth, she would undoubtedly have arrived on Earth utterly clueless, with a high likelihood of becoming a formidable robber. Wow, such a beautiful young lady. Would you care to play with us, big brothers? Lin Ye slightly furrowed her brow. She detested such lewd remarks. Raising her gaze, she found herself blocked by 4 young men with dyed hair. One of the ruffians, upon catching sight of Lin Ye's exquisite visage, reached out a hand in an attempt to caress her. Lin Ye deftly evaded his grasp. The ruffian's eyes gleamed with desire as he took a step closer, saying, "Don't run away, little sister. Big brother won't harm you. Let me touch you." The other 3 ruffians chimed in, encouraging him, their laughter brimming with greed. Although the girl before them was still youthful and had yet to fully mature, she already possessed a certain charm. Appearing both delicate and adorable, Lin Ye's countenance darkened as she coldly replied, "If you wish to play, I shall ensure you have a memorable time." Upon finishing her words, she grasped the hands of the 4 ruffians and activated her teleportation, transporting them to a forest. Where is this? The ruffians cried out in fear upon finding themselves in an unfamiliar place. "I'll make sure you enjoy yourselves." Lin Ye's lips curled into a chilling smile as she summoned a surge of energy. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from beneath her feet, and with a thunderous sound, the ground where she stood sank by a meter, shaking violently. The clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, and the once smooth terrain transformed into a pockmarked landscape riddled with crevices. The ruffians were left dumbfounded by the scene before them, pleading for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. We won't dare again. Please forgive us." They bowed repeatedly. Lin Ye regarded them with a frosty gaze and said, "Hand over all your valuables." The ruffians exchanged glances, yet did not dare disobey, hastily surrendering all their cash to her. Lin Ye counted the money, discovering 30,000 in cash, quite a substantial amount. It appeared they were indeed pampered young masters. She then vanished before the ruffians' eyes, leaving their fates unheeded. Once Lin Ye disappeared, the ruffians regained their senses, staring at the devastated forest with still trembling hearts. They exchanged terrified glances before launching into a furious assault on the ruffian who had teased Lin Ye, exclaiming, "You brought this upon us. How are we supposed to return now?" After a restful night at a hotel, the next day, Lin Ye visited the Capsule Corporation, intending to procure some outdoor survival tools. The Capsule Corporation, a high-tech enterprise developed by Bulma's family, produced capsules capable of containing motorcycles, cars, planes, and houses. After a brief purchase of a 2-story house and several appliances such as refrigerators and televisions, she found herself nearly depleting the money she had taken from the ruffians. Money truly did not last long. Holding a box filled with capsules, she realized her funds were running low. Life on Earth differed greatly from the planets she had previously inhabited. Here, one could not afford to be without money for long and needed to acquire more quickly. Strolling down the street, with nothing in her hand since the clothes bought by the attendant were all stored within the capsule, Lin Ye pondered how to obtain more funds. Suddenly, she spotted a gold and silver shop ahead. That's right, there was a place in the Dragon Ball world filled with treasures. Lin Ye recalled how Son Goku had once entered a pirate's treasury with General Blue while dealing with the Red Ribbon Army. A place filled with riches. Unfortunately, in the original story, much of that treasure ultimately sank into the sea. But now that she was here, she would not hesitate to claim it for herself. With a flash, Lin Ye vanished from the street. Thankfully, there were few pedestrians around. Otherwise, the sight of someone disappearing would surely shock them. She soared above the ocean, gazing at the vast, azure waters, following her memories to locate the treasure, which she estimated to be in the vicinity. After circling the area for a while, she dove downward, plunging into the depths with a splash, quickly finding the entrance to the treasure. How fortunate! The chance of discovering this entrance was quite slim. Lin Ye emerged from the water into a sealed underwater chamber. It appeared to have been intricately arranged by pirates, with traps set throughout. From her recollections, she remembered that Son Goku and General Blue faced numerous attacks here, and several robotic sentinels guarded the treasure. Navigating through the myriad traps and sentinel defenses, Lin Ye arrived at the chamber where the treasure was stored. Before her stood a thick stone door, beyond which lay the treasure vault. Pushing the stone door open with ease, she entered with a smile on her face. The vault was piled high with gold and silver, the spoils of years of piracy, now fortuitously falling into Lin Ye's hands. Retrieving the boxes she had prepared, she swiftly filled them with the treasures. Among the riches, she did not find the Dragon Ball mentioned in the original story, but that was to be expected. The Dragon Ball had been discovered by Son Goku over a year after summoning Shenron, likely taken by the pirates to the depths of the sea. Surveying the now empty vault, a sly smile crept across Lin Ye's face as she teleported away from the seabed. The pirates would be seething with rage upon discovering their long-accumulated wealth had been plundered. Lin Ye made her way to a large city, choosing a sizable gold and silver exchange store, wary that smaller establishments might not be able to accommodate her vast haul. However, even so, when she presented her mountain of gold and silver jewelry, the staff were taken aback. Initially, they mistook her for a child, unable to believe she was there to sell. But upon witnessing the overflowing treasures, beads of sweat formed on their brows. Surely, she hadn't emptied the national treasury, had she? In reality, while she hadn't emptied the treasury, she had indeed cleared out the pirates' riches, as the staff busily counted the valuables. Lin Ye reclined comfortably in a VIP room, sipping on a drink. Eventually, the owner of the exchange, wiping his brow, tremulously handed 2 bank cards to Lin Ye, saying, "Miss, you have brought in 11 tons of gold and 18 tons of silver, totaling 3.67 billion Earth coins, including jewelry." Lin Ye smiled as she accepted the 2 cards, realizing that with this wealth, she would no longer have to fret over financial matters. One card held 3.6 billion, while the other contained 70 million, both universally accepted. After leaving the exchange, Lin Ye proceeded to a seafood market to purchase several tons of fish. She planned to visit Karen Tower, intending to exchange some fish for senza beans, reasoning that sages likely enjoyed fish. Furthermore, many Dragon Ball fanfictions depicted exchanging fish for senza beans. Regardless of its veracity, these fish were inexpensive, so why not give it a try? Senza beans initially held little value in the early stages of Dragon Ball, merely preventing hunger. However, as the story progressed, they became invaluable, capable of rapidly restoring energy and healing any injuries instantly. Regrettably, in the early stages, too much was consumed by that rotund Ajiluobe, leading to a dire scarcity of senza beans in the latter part of the Dragon Ball saga. Otherwise, Goku and his companions would not have perished so many times. Lin Ye possesses an immortal body and boasts an exceptional recovery ability, rendering her independent of senza beans. However, not everyone shares her remarkable constitution. Retaining a few senza beans for emergencies could prove beneficial for those around her. She instructed the staff to neatly pack a total of 10 tons of marine fish into 10 boxes. Then pressed a button. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, transforming the contents into 10 small capsules. Lin Ye collected the capsules and placed them into a box before departing from the seafood market. The universal capsule proved to be incredibly convenient, as a single box accommodated 10 tons of fish effortlessly. In the sacred land of Kalen. The Kalen Tower rises majestically within a nearby forest. Guarded by dedicated members of an indigenous tribe, Lin Ye soared above the sacred land. She beheld a towering structure piercing the clouds, shrouded in a veil of white mist. That was the Kalen Tower, indeed. It was astonishingly tall. The ancestors of Earthlings were evidently remarkable, having constructed such a miraculous edifice. Legend has it that one cannot reach the summit of Kalen Tower without ascending it by hand. Despite Lin Ye's skepticism toward this tale, the truth remains that humans are indeed unable to utilize transportation to access the upper reaches, at least not at present. Upon descending to the base of Kalen Tower, Lin Ye observed closely. The tower was built from a special stone, adorned with various totemic carvings, likely representing the ancient beliefs of humanity in deities. It is said that at the pinnacle resides Kalen, and those who reach the top and gain his approval may partake of the extraordinary holy water that enhances one's power. This allure has drawn many martial artists to challenge the Kalen Tower, bestowing upon it a reputation as a sacred site. Indeed, a celestial being exists at the tower's summit, but Lin Ye is aware that this being has lived for countless years, predating even the gods themselves. "Stop! Who are you?" a voice called from behind. Lin Ye turned to see a man, his face intricately painted with stripes, brandishing a bow and arrow, emerging from the forest. This was Upa's father, the chief of the tribe. Named Bra, Lin Ye recognized Bra, who had perished at the hands of the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, while guarding the Kalen Tower. Later, Goku utilized the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. At this moment, Bra appeared relatively youthful, accompanied by an indigenous woman cradling an infant, presumably Upa and his mother. After Lin Ye explained her purpose, Bra lowered his bow. He felt a sense of fondness for the girl daring to challenge the Kalen Tower at such a tender age. After playfully interacting with the peacefully sleeping Upa, Lin Ye bid farewell to Bra's family and made her way toward the Kalen Tower. Facing the tower, she soared skyward with a swift motion, creating a powerful shockwave as she swiftly vanished into the clouds. Below, Bra's family stood in astonishment, gazing at the sky where Lin Ye had disappeared, unable to fathom the immense power possessed by such a young girl. After a considerable time, Bra closed his mouth and turned to his wife, incredulously stating that girl might truly be able to meet the Kalen deity. Indeed, if only Upa could grow to be as strong as she. Navigating through the fluffy clouds, Lin Ye soon spotted the spherical pinnacle of the tower above. "I am almost there," she exclaimed with a smile, exerting herself, causing a gust of air to propel her forward. Instantly, her speed multiplied, creating an invisible whirlwind behind her. With a whoosh, Lin Ye arrived at the summit of the Kalen Tower. Upon lightly leaping inside, she discovered a plump, white figure sprawled on a bed, beside which rested several jars of water. This was the deity, just as depicted in the animations, having purportedly lived for over 800 years. Lin Ye approached the deity and playfully tugged at its beard. Ugh! The deity awoke, momentarily bewildered by the sight of the young girl before it. After a brief pause, it exclaimed in astonishment, "A girl has actually climbed the Kalen Tower. And such a delightful one at that." Lin Ye smiled gently and stated her purpose. "Greetings, Kalen. I have heard of your miraculous senza beans, which can stave off hunger for 10 days, that I have come to propose a trade." Lin Ye tactfully understated the beans' significance, merely noting their ability to prevent hunger. The deity licked its claws, squinting its eyes, and inquired, "Senza beans, what did you hear about them?" "I learned of them from Master Rashi, who climbed the Kalen Tower 300 years ago and encountered the Senza beans," Lin Ye replied calmly, having come prepared. "Master Rashi? Ah, that little rascal." The deity showed no skepticism toward Lin Ye's words. It possessed an abundance of senza beans, rendering them of little value to it. Instead, it expressed a preference for fish, asking, "What do you intend to trade?" Relieved that the deity did not doubt her, Lin Ye presented a capsule brimming with fresh fish, opening one with a bang, releasing a cloud of white smoke as a sizable crate of fish materialized before them. "This is 1 ton of fresh fish. I have 9 more capsules, each containing different varieties." The deity discarded its staff and lunged toward the crate of fish, sniffing eagerly. "How do you propose to trade? Senza beans are quite precious. 1 ton of fish for 10,000 senza beans." I have 10 tons, so I seek 100,000 sins of beans, she declared, producing the remaining 9 capsules. The deity swiftly darted forward, snatching the capsules from Lin Ye's grasp with the speed of a gust of wind. Protecting the capsules containing fresh fish closely, it rummaged through nearby supplies, eventually uncovering a jar of sins of beans in a neglected corner. Lin Ye's expression darkened at such a waste of divine treasures. Receiving the jar of sins of beans, Lin Ye did not bother to count, but estimated it contained well over 100,000. Having acquired the sins of beans she sought, Lin Ye's spirits lifted, her eyes sparkling with joy as she engaged the deity in conversation. The deity expressed curiosity about the young girl who had scaled the Kalen Tower. "Little one, who is your master, Master Rashi?" "No." Lin Ye shook her head. "I will seek him out, but I shall not become his disciple." The deity nodded, acknowledging that Master Rashi was indeed unsuitable for female disciples. "Your strength must be considerable. Would you care to seize the super holy water?" The deity licked its claws, and Lin Ye understood that it was unaware of her true capabilities. Thus, she released a fraction of her energy, although it was merely a faint trace. Nevertheless, it amounted to nearly 500 in battle power, far surpassing that of the Earth's deities. Instantly, the deity felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Ye, which surged forth like a tempest, scattering objects atop the Kalen Tower in disarray. The deity was awestruck, momentarily immobilized by the intensity of Lin Ye's presence. Such power had never been felt even from the deities themselves. Wow! After Lin Ye reigned in her aura, the deity wiped the sweat from its brow, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be so formidable. You're practically a monster." Lin Ye chuckled shyly, realizing that even the slightest display of her power would leave no one on earth as her equal. Above the Kalen Tower, in the divine sanctuary, the deity gazed down in astonishment. Just moments ago, it had sensed an incredibly terrifying aura that left it breathless. God, what was that presence just now? Bobo, standing beside the deity, inquired with concern. He too had felt that overwhelming energy, which was undeniably beyond anything found on Earth. Even the mighty King Piccolo of your paled in comparison. If the source of that energy were to turn malevolent, none would stand a chance against it. It was astonishing that such a powerful being had emerged on Earth. Had it not been for the energy it willingly revealed, we would have been oblivious to its existence. The deity's expression grew grave as it observed the scene below, slowly stating, "That individual is currently atop the Kalen Tower. It appears they are not an evil entity. The emergence of a being whose power transcends that of the deities. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain." The deity's gaze drifted into the distance, worry etched upon its features. Lin Ye, noticing the deity's astonishment, smiled and remarked, "So, do you still require the super holy water?" The deity, regaining composure, replied with a complex expression, "What need have I for super holy water? There is no one on earth whose power surpasses yours, not even the deities themselves. There are many beings in this world far stronger than I. Recently, I was gravely injured by them. You must not be from Earth." Then, the immortal discerned that no more formidable entities would emerge on Earth. Even if there were, the battle that had gravely injured Lin Ye could not have concealed its aura. The immortal remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to the possibility that Lin Ye had previously deceived it regarding the celestial beings, which had yet to reveal their true worth. "Indeed, I hail from planet Vegeta, located in a distant corner of the North Galaxy, far removed from Earth." Observing the immortal's astonishment, Lin Ye continued, "Our planet was devastated by a catastrophe, and the number of surviving kin has dwindled to a mere handful. Thus, I have come to Earth. However, you need not worry, for I have a profound fondness for this planet and shall not cause it harm." Lin Ye's gaze then ascended towards the higher temple, her words directed at the deity above. If she failed to clarify her intentions, the deity would hardly find peace in slumber. Having arrived on Earth, it was imperative to pay respects to its highest authority, so she was from another world. Were extraterrestrials truly this powerful? The deity was unfamiliar with other planets. Yet he was pleased with Lin Ye's overtures, since this girl, who claimed to be from planet Vegeta, had assured that she would not interfere with Earth. There was no need for further concern. The immortal licked its claws and picked up a fresh fish to consume. Well, I wish you a pleasant life on Earth. It knew the deity was already aware of the circumstances here. Since the deity did not voice any objections, it was tacitly permitting the girl to reside on Earth. Having obtained the celestial being she desired and exchanged pleasantries with both the immortal and the deity, Lin Ye was now set to meet Sun Wukong. Considering that Sun Wukong was 4 years her junior, he should now be over 6 years old. After bidding farewell to the immortal, Lin Ye leaped down from Corinne Tower, soaring towards Baozi Mountain. Baozi Mountain is situated amidst a range of mountainous terrain in the northern hemisphere. Surrounded by steep and perilous peaks, its remote location and frequent visits from fierce beasts render the vicinity sparse in population and quite inaccessible. Upon descending from Corinne Tower, Lin Ye directed her flight towards Baozi Mountain, initially intending to locate Sun Wukong through instant transmission. However, she suddenly realized that she might have overlooked a crucial aspect. Her instant transmission differed from the one Sun Wukong would later learn. Her method did not require the use of energy for positioning, which over time might lead to a dependency, thus diminishing her sensitivity to energy. With this thought, Lin Ye halted in midair, a bead of cold sweat forming on her back. Fortunately, she had recognized her oversight in time. While instant transmission appeared convenient, it could potentially leave her with hidden dangers. Lin Ye resolved that henceforth, unless traveling between planets, she would refrain from using instant transmission. It should only serve as an auxiliary ability in battle, not as a primary skill. After flying for a while longer and roughly determining the direction of Baozi Mountain, she descended. Here, the mountain stood tall, the environment serene and tranquil, adorned with an array of peculiar pines and rocks that created an infinitely beautiful landscape. After some searching, Lin Ye arrived beside a large pool of water, noticing a set of deep purple training garments laid upon a rock across the water. This outfit belonged to Sun Wukong. It seemed he was nearby. Lin Ye leaped onto the opposite rock, spread a cloth on the ground, and sat down, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. "Monster, who are you?" a crisp, delicate voice inquired. A naked child dragging a fish several times his size appeared, startled at the sight of Lin Ye, and promptly leaped back, warily exclaiming. This was Sun Wukong, whose innocence was utterly endearing. However, his power was still quite feeble. Boasting a combat strength of merely 15. Lin Ye praised Sun Wukong, smiling as she said, "I am not a monster. I am human." Having never encountered anyone aside from his grandfather, Sun Wukong was entirely unaware of what women looked like. Seeing someone so different from himself, he mistook Lin Ye for a monster. Casting aside the fish, he glared at her with suspicion. "Nonsense. If you were human, how come you look different from me?" "Huh." Lin Ye burst into laughter, not expecting to face a situation akin to Bulma's. Sun Wukong was truly too innocent, barely able to distinguish between genders. "You are a boy, and I'm a girl. Of course, we look different." "A girl?" Sun Wukong pondered, recalling his grandfather's words about referring to older girls as sister. Dragging his freshly caught fish, Sun Wukong walked alongside Lin Ye, asking, "Then sister, what brings you to Baozi Mountain?" "I am here to find Sun Gohan." Lin Ye replied, avoiding mentioning her purpose directly. Observing Sun Wukong's naive demeanor, she greatly doubted whether he understood the meaning of sister. "You are looking for Grandpa?" Sun Wukong's expression dimmed slightly, for his grandfather had passed away a year prior. Lin Ye recalled the storyline and, noticing his somber mood, offered consolation. "I apologize. I was unaware that your grandfather had passed away. He once aided me. Since he is no longer with us, I shall take care of you from now on." Seizing this opportunity, she aimed to forge an important connection with the protagonist. "Will sister live with me from now on?" Sun Wukong asked, his face lighting up with joy. "Yes, I will take care of you from now on. Let me tell you, I possess great strength and can assist you in your training." Upon hearing Lin Ye's claim of her strength and her intent to help him train, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in disbelief, retorting, "I've been trained by Grandpa since I was little. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Just because I am your sister, and sisters must naturally be stronger than their younger brothers." Lin Ye teased, playfully tapping Sun Wukong's head, which drew a loud protest from him. The two soon became fast friends, arriving at Sun Wukong's residence atop Baozi Mountain. His abode was a square house constructed from bricks and tiles. With its 4 corners elegantly raised, exuding a distinctly Chinese atmosphere. Surrounding the house were bamboo groves and cedar trees, whispering softly in the wind. In front of the house lay a spacious area, likely where Sun Wukong practiced. Nearby, a pile of chopped firewood awaited. Sun Wukong dropped the fish and dashed inside, bowing before the Dragon Balls arranged on the incense altar. Lin Ye noticed a 4-star ball on the altar, accompanied by a completely red staff. This was the 4-star Dragon Ball and the Rui Bang. Sun Wukong believed the 4-star ball to be his grandfather. Lin Ye followed suit in bowing as a sign of respect for Sun Gohan. The martial artist. Sun Wukong leaped outside onto the open space in front of the house, scaling the fish, removing its scales and innards, then preparing to light a fire. I'm starving. Today, I shall treat sister to grilled fish. Watching Sun Wukong expertly prepare the fish, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. The child, possessing Saiyan blood, seemed adept at survival skills, just like her. Perhaps this was a trait of their warrior race. After all, how else could they dare send young infants to unfamiliar planets? Once the firewood was arranged, Sun Wukong rushed back inside to search for fire-starting tools. But after a lengthy search, he found nothing. Lin Ye called out from inside, "Wukong, no need to look. Allow me to ignite the fire for you." Sun Wukong emerged, scratching his head sheepishly. "Sister, I forgot where I put the matches." Lin Ye shook her head in exasperation, pointing her finger at the arranged firewood, channeling a faint blue energy. Puff! As the chi energy struck the pile of firewood, a faint explosive sound resonated, and the wood ignited instantly. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had never encountered such a wondrous technique, leaving him utterly awestruck. What an extraordinary skill! He exclaimed, leaping up and attempting to mimic Lin Ye's earlier movements, pointing vigorously with his fingers, yet he could not conjure the chi wave like she had. Lin Ye, understanding that the insufficiency of chi within Sun Wukong prevented him from producing the energy wave, approached him with a smile, saying, "It is all about the manipulation of chi. Your chi is quite feeble at the moment, and thus you cannot execute this technique. The first step is to strengthen your chi. And if you wish to learn, I can teach you." "Dear brother," she exuded confidence. Sun Wukong eagerly nodded. Now convinced of Lin Ye's superior prowess, he felt immense joy at the prospect of her teaching him. "Oh, I'm so full. I can eat no more," Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his distended belly in satisfaction. He had nearly devoured an enormous fish all by himself, while Lin Ye had only consumed a small portion. Curiously, Lin Ye's appetite had once matched Sun Wukong's, but since her cultivation of the realm's energy, her appetite had diminished significantly, now resembling that of an ordinary girl, and at times she could even go without food. Am I going to enter a state of fasting? Lin Ye pondered, startled by the thought. With her eternal, immortal body, if fasting were to accompany it, would she not ascend to the realm of deities? She was taken aback by her own musings, questioning if she had unknowingly begun her transformation into a divine being. However, she quickly regained her composure, acknowledging that she had already surpassed the celestial beings of Earth. Thus it would not be inaccurate to consider herself a deity. After dinner, the sky darkened. Sun Wukong's room contained only a bed, and being a girl, Lin Ye felt it somewhat awkward to share a bed with him, despite his youth. In her mind, she still envisioned him as an adult. Hence, she prepared to retrieve the capsule house she had purchased to avoid startling Sun Wukong. She took the time to explain some basic knowledge about the outside world. However, when she tossed out the universal capsule, Sun Wukong was still taken aback, exclaiming about the magical technique. Ultimately, Lin Ye dragged the somewhat reluctant Sun Wukong into her room, where she prepared warm water for him, instructing him to bathe. "Sister," Sun Wukong exclaimed. Running into Lin Ye's room in his birthday suit, "I don't know how to use those things." Lin Ye, upon reflection, decided to accompany him into the bathroom, applying shower gel and beginning to wash him. Once Sun Wukong was clean, Lin Ye presented him with a set of pajamas, urging him to wear them before leading him to a room to sleep. Lin Ye reclined in the bathtub, chuckling to herself, realizing that her current actions mirrored those of Bulma later on. After washing away the sweat, she donned her sleepwear and comfortably lay in bed, contemplating her future path. The night was hazy and tranquil, punctuated by the occasional chirping of insects. Remembering Sun Wukong's less-than-ideal past, Lin Ye hurriedly locked the door, nearly forgetting this detail. Sun Wukong was still young and unaware that certain behaviors were inappropriate towards girls. It seemed that beyond teaching him the ways of cultivation, she also needed to instill a proper worldview in him. The following day, at the break of dawn, the sound of punches echoed in her ears. What a disturbance to my peaceful dreams, Lin Ye yawned, dressing and sleepily exiting her room, only to find Sun Wukong already training in the open space. Such diligence, starting your practice so early, she remarked as she tidied her hair. Sister, Sun Wukong called out, halting his training upon seeing her. Lin Ye smiled gently, inquiring, how did you sleep last night? I slept splendidly, though the bed was a bit too soft for my liking, Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head with a goofy grin. I'll go prepare breakfast now. Wait here for me. With that, he headed into the kitchen. Observing Lin Ye return to prepare breakfast, Sun Wukong resumed his training, throwing punches and kicks, creating rapid movements that stirred the air in a swirling gust accompanied by hissing sounds. After about half an hour, Lin Ye finished preparing breakfast and called for Sun Wukong to join her. She handed him a towel to wipe off his sweat before sitting down to eat. Her own breakfast was modest, but she had prepared a lavish spread for Sun Wukong, with dozens of steamed buns stacked over a meter high before him. Watching Sun Wukong devour the buns voraciously, occasionally choking and gulping down an entire cup of water, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. This scene felt so genuine, as if she and Sun Wukong were truly family, and she gradually embraced the role of a caregiver. It seemed that this world of Dragon Ball offered her some affection beyond mere cultivation. After breakfast, Lin Ye accompanied Sun Wukong to the clearing by the mountain of buns, eager to assess his foundational skills. Sun Wukong found a wooden post over a meter in diameter, gritting his teeth as he hurled it into the sky to ha. Sun Wukong focused on the airborne post, his body suddenly leaping upward, swiftly appearing beside it, delivering a barrage of kicks. Thud, thud, thud. The post was struck with tremendous force, shattering from the center into numerous fragments of varying sizes, which cascaded down like scattered debris. Lin Ye nodded in approval. Although Sun Wukong lacked knowledge of Qi enhancement and its application, his utilization of his own strength was quite impressive, with minimal leakage. Indeed, he was the child nurtured by Sun Wufan, possessing a solid foundation that only required careful cultivation to become an exceptional warrior. Lin Ye wholeheartedly praised Sun Wukong. However, when it came to guidance, Lin Ye found herself troubled. The only aspects she could teach him were the enhancement of Qi and combat techniques. Other matters were not suited for Sun Wukong. Lin Ye had studied the Saiyan method of cultivation, which, if imparted to Sun Wukong, would only stifle his potential. The Saiyan enhancement relies on two factors. Foremost is lineage. Pure-blooded Saiyans achieve results with half the effort, while those of mixed lineage must exert considerably more effort. Yet, lineage does not dictate everything. It merely indicates a relative priority. The second aspect is personal cultivation. Saiyans are a warrior race, possessing a remarkable trait. Whenever they are on the brink of death, recovering from such a state significantly boosts their combat power. This phenomenon arises from their profound understanding of enemy attacks when facing death, and their combat lineage compels them to devise countermeasures, often making a single brush with death equivalent to extended periods of rigorous training. Of course, this advantage comes with drawbacks. Each near-death experience inflicts severe damage. Normal recovery requires several months or even years. Frieza possessed efficient life-saving technology, and Earth had the miraculous Senza beans, both of which drastically reduced the recovery time for Saiyans. If one were to intentionally bring themselves to the brink of death without any formidable opponent attacking, there would be some improvement, but it would primarily stem from the body's stress response, making significant enhancement unlikely. Lin Ye had realized this. Her every advancement had been accompanied by severe injuries. During her time on Feroko Star, both her near-death experiences in battle and while cultivating underwater had yielded different increases in combat power. Thus, Lin Ye concluded that to rapidly improve combat strength, apart from ensuring daily training, the most crucial factor was real combat experience. Lin Ye resolved to temporarily focus on enhancing Sun Wukong's Qi and combat skills, leaving the rest to Master Roshi. While Master Roshi's strength was not formidable, he was quite adept at instructing his disciples. Wukong, watch closely, Lin Ye instructed Sun Wukong seriously. She hurled a log high into the air, concentrating her gaze, and then, with a swift whoosh, she dove forward, vanishing from sight. Sun Wukong glanced around, searching for Lin Ye, yet found no trace of her. Just then, the sky erupted with crackling sounds as a fierce wind howled, the atmosphere charged with energy. In the blink of an eye, the log was transformed into over 100 neatly arranged sticks. These sticks had smooth, even surfaces as if they had been sliced with a knife, all of uniform size. Thud, thud, thud. The sticks landed in perfect alignment, forming a towering mound. Impressive, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Sister, how did you do that? These pieces of wood are all the same size. Regarding the utilization of Qi, Wukong, although you have reached an impressive level of power, you still lack the ability to harness Qi. With a serious expression, Lin Ye formally began her instruction to Sun Wukong. The first thing you must learn is to sense Qi and then continuously amplify it. Once you have accumulated sufficient Qi, you must also know how to wield it. Only then can you become truly powerful. Sun Wukong listened attentively, his eyes brimming with an earnest desire for knowledge. Observing his expression, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Close your eyes and think of nothing. Calm your heart and focus on sensing your own body. Then concentrate your attention and meticulously feel the changes within. Sun Wukong quickly attained clarity of mind, diligently striving to sense the Qi within him. Perhaps due to his innate simplicity, he was able to perceive the existence of Qi even faster than Lin Ye had initially, that he couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Indeed, it feels as though there is a warm mass within my body. Focus on your perception and refrain from speaking too much. Lin Ye admonished him without hesitation, placing a hand on Sun Wukong's chest to hasten his understanding of Qi's presence. Although Sun Wukong's physical constitution was rather mediocre, preventing him from wielding immense power all at once, his aptitude for comprehension was exceptional, making him particularly suited for mastering Qi on Earth. Within just a few days, he had already grasped the Qi within his body. Though it remained quite feeble and he was unable to project it outward, he could distinctly feel the changes within himself after each practice session, experiencing a warm sensation and a gentle flow of energy coursing through him. Lin Ye had mentioned that once he possessed enough Qi, she would teach him many extraordinary techniques. Each time he thought of learning Lin Ye's special moves, Sun Wukong would be filled with excitement, leaping about joyfully. As the days passed, it had been nearly a year since Lin Ye moved to Baozi Mountain. Throughout this year, aside from imparting knowledge about Qi to Sun Wukong, she also educated him on some fundamental cultural concepts, ensuring he would not be as inept as in the original story, unable even to perform basic arithmetic. Furthermore, Lin Ye did not neglect her own training. Although the pace of her growth and strength had slowed since arriving on Earth, it was still steadily increasing. After more than a year of practice, Sun Wukong had significantly strengthened the Qi within him. At this point, his Qi was comparable to that at the beginning of the original storyline. And under Lin Ye's guidance, his power was continuously on the rise. One day, Lin Ye commenced a formal lesson on the application of Qi in combat. Wukong, unleash your strongest attack, Lin Ye instructed him, standing calmly to the side. Appearing completely unguarded, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, adopting an attacking stance, his expression serious as he focused on Lin Ye. Sun Wukong let out a sharp cry, leaning slightly forward. Then with a flash, he dashed towards Lin Ye like a whirlwind, creating a small cyclone at his feet due to his incredible speed. In an instant, he was before Lin Ye, launching a fierce assault. Smack! Smack! Sun Wukong's torrential onslaught failed to harm Lin Ye. She smiled serenely, effortlessly dodging his strikes, never once allowing him to land a hit. Then, extending a single finger, she easily intercepted his attack. Now, it's my turn to attack, Lin Ye said with a gentle smile. Her gaze pierced through Sun Wukong's defenses, swiftly identifying the flaws in his attack. With a mere flick of her finger, she lightly touched his chest. Boom! Sun Wukong felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, his body hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. Momentarily incapacitated. Impressive! Sun Wukong exclaimed through gritted teeth, a pained expression on his face. It was merely a light touch, yet it possessed such immense power. You incorporate too many unnecessary movements when you attack. This diminishes the force of your strikes and makes it easier for your opponent to exploit your weaknesses. Lin Ye pointed her finger at Sun Wukong, explaining, "A true attack is sufficient in one decisive blow. Eliminate the excess motions, concentrate your energy, and strike with lethal precision. Of course. This applies when there is a significant disparity in strength between the opponents that if both are evenly matched, then instead of aiming for a single fatal blow, one should strive to make each strike lethal." Noticing Sun Wukong's attentive demeanor, Lin Ye continued her explanation with great enthusiasm. In situations where strengths are comparable, any flaw could prove fatal. Thus, one must entirely eliminate superfluous actions, delivering 7 parts of power while reserving 3, avoiding the release of full strength with each strike, leaving no room for retreat, embodying the principle that even the most formidable dragon must know when to retreat. Lin Ye pointed out Sun Wukong's errors in his attacking style, and he listened earnestly to her explanations. However, the universe is vast, and the opponents one encounters are often of varying strengths, making an overall advantage in power considerably important. Next, Lin Ye began to elucidate the application of qi. Before an attack, one must exude an aura of unstoppable momentum. As she spoke, an overwhelming presence emanated from her, akin to dark clouds looming over a city, instilling fear within, imbued with an aura of annihilation that made Sun Wukong feel as though he had been thrust into a hellish realm, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his back. When attacking, one should strike with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, Lin Ye vanished from her position, leaving behind a series of fissures spanning several meters. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed around him, yet he could not perceive her presence. Lin Ye deliberately slowed her pace to allow Sun Wukong to observe her movements. In an instant, her figure appeared in the sky, the earth, and the forest, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages across the expanse of Baozi Mountain, leaving Sun Wukong in stunned awe. Upon delivering an attack, one must remain steadfast as a mountain, as heavy as a boulder. Lin Ye halted her rapid movements, resuming her lesson. She clenched her fists and struck them together, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled between her hands, bending the surrounding bamboo grove and trees. The forceful gust compelled Sun Wukong to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he beheld Lin Ye soaring to great heights before diving downwards. Boom! Lin Ye's fist struck the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the ground rapidly sinking around the point of her impact. A violent shockwave accompanied by an overwhelming visual assault surged forth. When calm returned, a massive crater over 100 meters wide lay before Sun Wukong. He was utterly astounded by Lin Ye's series of actions. In his understanding, even his grandfather, Sun Gohan, did not possess such formidable power. Staring at the devastated landscape, Sun Wukong's voice trembled as he asked, "Is this all the power of qi?" Lin Ye nodded, smiling. "Yes, this is the application of qi. The human body has its limitations, but qi can unleash far more terrifying combat capabilities. Wukong, your qi is not yet sufficient to match mine, but there are a few techniques you can learn." Lin Ye planned to teach Sun Wukong the Kamehameha and the flight technique, the AS for techniques like the afterimage fist and solar flare. She intended to let Sun Wukong discover them on his own in the future. While she could teach him about the utilization of qi, she was prepared to allow him to grow naturally without excessive interference, knowing that while teaching him was easy, true comprehension required personal experience. "Really, sister, what techniques are you going to teach me?" Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together, eager to begin. "The first technique is called Kamehameha." Lin Ye extended a finger towards Sun Wukong. "The Kamehameha is a signature move of your grandfather's teacher, Master Roshi, and your grandfather can perform it as well. Ultimately, the Kamehameha is a technique that concentrates and releases qi from within the body. When a person's qi accumulates to a certain level, it can be released through a designated channel. The efficiency of this release is also a consideration, and the Kamehameha is considered a highly effective method. The Crane School's Dodon Ray is similar in nature." "Grandfather's teacher? Huh." Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Since it was the signature move of his grandfather's teacher, its power must be immense. Master Roshi is known as the god of martial arts, and his skills are quite formidable. Nonetheless, his lecherous nature detracts from his reputation. In Lin Ye's view, Master Rashi is a mix of admiration and disdain. The second technique I will teach you is called flight technique. This is a secret art of the Crane School, which is on par with the Turtle School. Master Rashi and Master Crane are brothers, and the techniques within their schools are also highly practical. This is a technique your grandfather has never learned. Upon witnessing son Wukong's fervent eagerness, Lin Ye smiled and commenced her instruction on the Kamehameha technique. She first demonstrated the initial stance of the technique, as radiant azure energy waves shimmered between her hands. With a swift motion, she directed the energy wave towards a distant mountain peak. Boom! The Kamehameha collided with the mountainside, effortlessly leveling half of it. Observing the immense power of the technique, son Wukong erupted in joyous cheers. He then mimicked Lin Ye's actions in an attempt to unleash the Kamehameha himself. However, lacking a grasp of the technique's underlying principles, he barely managed to gather a small amount of energy, which quickly dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Lin Ye meticulously elucidated the initial stance and key considerations of the Kamehameha, allowing son Wukong to practice independently. Engrossed in his training, son Wukong dedicated himself fervently to perfecting the technique, having received Lin Ye's guidance on its methods and nuances. After several days of relentless practice, he finally succeeded in executing the Kamehameha. Although his version lacked the full potency, resembling more a puff of extinguished smoke, it was nonetheless a remarkable achievement, occurring over 4 years earlier than in the original tale. Next, Lin Ye began instructing son Wukong in the Crane School secret technique, Sky Dance. She taught him to concentrate energy in his feet, gradually elevating himself. Lin Ye guided son Wukong, initially focusing on the ability to float. The Sky Dance was an exceptional combat skill, greatly enhancing convenience in various situations. Following her instructions, son Wukong slowly learned to levitate. Observing his commendable aptitude, Lin Ye intensified her efforts in teaching him, eventually leading to the day when son Wukong could soar through the skies with ease. A year passed, and, at the age of 12, Lin Ye had entered puberty several years prior, her form gradually maturing. Having studied biology, she understood that this was due to the accumulation of subcutaneous glands and fat. Thus, she chose loose-fitting clothing, desiring to avoid any deformities in her physique. Initially self-conscious of her changes, Lin Ye had adapted to her developing body, recognizing that growth was inevitable and, indeed, quite healthy. Currently, however, these transformations remained subtle and private. Yet, not all changes were discreet. Lin Ye's height had surged to an impressive 1.68 meters, nearing 1.7 meters, an indication of her fully matured stature. Additionally, her physical strength had notably increased, suggesting that the Saiyan growth spurt had unlocked tremendous potential within her. Furthermore, Lin Ye had let her hair grow, cascading down to her shoulders. 2 long strands framed her face, while the rest was tied back into a single braid, reflecting the vivaciousness and beauty of a youthful girl. This stylish appearance in no way hindered her agility, nor did it impede her combat prowess. Under the moonlight, the translucent glow illuminated the bamboo leaves, mingling with the gentle mist that enveloped the night in a mysterious haze. The western wind rustled through the tender bamboo, causing them to sway gracefully and emit a soft, rustling sound. A poised young girl stood amidst the verdant pines and delicate bamboo, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. Gazing out at the distant mountain scenery, "Sister," from behind, a child with a tail called out softly. Lin Ye turned to see son Wukong, who appeared troubled. "What is it? Can't you sleep?" he asked, his hand sheepishly rubbing his stomach. "I am hungry again," he confessed bashfully. Lin Ye rolled her eyes in exasperation, glancing at him before heading back to prepare some snacks. "How can you be hungry again after such a hearty dinner? Could it be that you're starting to grow?" Considering that son Wukong was already 8 years old, it seemed an appropriate time for growth spurts. Nevertheless, she recalled from the original story that his real growth would only occur after defeating Demon King Piccolo. As Lin Ye busied herself in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack, she suddenly sensed a powerful tremor and the roar of beasts from outside. Oh no! The realization struck her. Today was a full moon. Her earlier melancholy was not merely due to the beautiful scenery. Full moon. Giant ape! She dashed outside in haste. Saiyans could transform into giant apes under the full moon, and once Sun Wukong transformed, he would lose consciousness, becoming a frenzied beast. Lin Ye reached the courtyard to find a colossal ape, over 10 meters tall, rampaging wildly, brandishing a massive tree and thrashing it about. The giant ape leapt and bounded, wreaking havoc throughout the courtyard, leaving it in utter disarray. Lin Ye's heart burned with fury as she witnessed the destruction of her beloved garden, which she had painstakingly nurtured. The giant ape's crimson eyes locked onto Lin Ye, and in a fit of madness, it discarded the tree and charged at her. The glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes, and her lips curled into a subtle smirk, entirely unfazed by the rampaging beast. With a graceful leap, she soared into the air, evading the ape's enormous arms. The giant ape, enraged, let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. Can it still use energy blast despite its loss of sanity? Lin Ye mused, slightly surprised, as she redirected the ape's energy beam away from her. Boom! The energy wave struck a mountainside, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent a mushroom cloud spiraling into the air. Having transformed into a giant ape, Sun Wukong's combat power had surged tenfold. In that brief encounter, Lin Ye discerned that the transformed Sun Wukong possessed a combat power of 430, a tenfold increase from his usual strength. This level of power matched that of Sun Wukong at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z saga, while the transformation into a giant ape was a significant advantage for Saiyans, allowing them to multiply their strength considerably. It was not without its limitations that in the original series, such power surges were not limitless. Once they reached a combat power of 100,000, further increases would cease. Thus, the transformation was ideally suited for battles against foes with a power level below 100,000, as those above that threshold would find the increased strength negligible, often leaving the giant, unwieldy form susceptible to counterattacks. However, the drawbacks of the giant ape transformation have been challenged in external narratives, which provided a different perspective on its potential. From Lin Ye's current understanding, the giant ape transformation served as a life-saving technique in the early stages of Saiyans development. Though its effectiveness waned in later stages, the giant ape, realizing it could not harm Lin Ye, began to leap and howl in frustration, releasing multiple energy waves from its mouth. While these blasts failed to strike Lin Ye, they caused considerable destruction in the vicinity. This cannot continue, or the environment will be utterly ravaged. Lin Ye furrowed her brow, displeased as she contemplated the impending devastation of the entire Baozi Mountain, fixating on the giant ape. An overwhelming aura enveloped her, radiating with the power of a dragon emerging from an abyss, roaring in defiance as the earth trembled and the moonlight dimmed under the weight of Lin Ye's formidable presence. The giant ape ceased its rampage, quivering in fear. Although the creature had lost its rationality, instinctively, it was paralyzed by the oppressive force emanating from Lin Ye. Concentrating energy into a powerful energy slash, Lin Ye suddenly vanished from sight, appearing behind the giant ape in the blink of an eye. Before the ape could react, she unleashed her energy slash upon its tail. Snip! The giant ape's tail was severed cleanly, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The giant ape let out a piercing roar before collapsing unconscious as the giant form of Sun Wukong diminished. He eventually reverted to his original appearance. Lin Ye surveyed the ruins surrounding her and the unconscious Sun Wukong, her expression softening into a smile as she shook her head in resignation, gently carrying him back to his room. The following day, Sun Wukong awoke from his stupor, completely oblivious to the previous night's events. Due to the loss of his tail, he momentarily lost his balance, falling with a thud to the ground. Confused, he asked Lin Ye, "Sister, why is my tail gone? Can it grow back? Besides, your tail is your weakness. Isn't it better without it?" Lin Ye reclined on the sofa in the hall, propping her chin with one hand while holding the remote control in the other. Sun Wukong stared at her in bewilderment. Unable to comprehend how his tail had disappeared, he thought, if sister says it will grow back, then it must be fine. Wukong, how are your practices with the Kamehameha and Sky Dance coming along? Lin Ye, finding no interesting programs on television, set the remote down and inquired that I've mastered them all. Sun Wukong exclaimed, demonstrating his proficiency by soaring effortlessly before Lin Ye. Since you've mastered them, it's time for us to leave this place. Leave Baozi Mountain? Where are we going? Sun Wukong harbored immense trust in Lin Ye, harboring no reservations about departing from Baozi Mountain alongside her. Sister, I shall take you to meet your grandfather's master, the Turtle Sage. Lin Ye said with a gentle smile. The Turtle Sage, also known as Master Wu Tian, is revered as the god of martial arts. It would be most beneficial for you to receive his guidance. Really? Grandpa's teacher must be incredibly powerful. Upon hearing that Lin Ye intended to introduce him to the Turtle Sage, who would instruct him in his training, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. Lin Ye nodded, stating, the Turtle Sage's strength ranks among the most formidable of Earthlings. The Turtle School he founded is a premier martial arts discipline, rivaled only by his disciple, the Crane Sage's Crane School. However, on a cosmic scale, the Turtle Sage is not particularly strong, yet I shan't divulge that part. Regardless, despite his weaknesses, the Turtle Sage's martial arts techniques are undeniably worthy of study. Your grandfather, Sun Wufan, is the Turtle Sage's foremost disciple, and as his grandson, the Turtle Sage will surely be willing to mentor you. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously at this. Days passed, and once Sun Wukong fully acclimated to his tailless state, Lin Ye prepared to escort him to find the Turtle Sage. Sun Wukong carefully wrapped the 4-star Dragon Ball in cloth and placed it in his backpack. Then picked up his Rui Bang before stepping out of the room. Aren't you bringing anything else? Lin Ye inquired, noticing that Sun Wukong carried only a backpack, with his hands empty. As long as I have Grandpa's 4-star ball. That will suffice, Sun Wukong replied. Lin Ye nodded, remaining silent. Even if Sun Wukong chose not to bring anything, her capsule house contained spare clothing. Pressing the button in the room, a puff of white smoke erupted, transforming the room into a capsule. Lin Ye picked up the multi-functional capsule from the ground and placed it into her travel bag. Then, together with Sun Wukong, soared into the sky. The Turtle Sage, known as the god of martial arts, was a disciple of the legendary master Wu Tai Do from 3 centuries ago. Presently, the Turtle Sage and his disciple, the Crane Sage, stood as the pinnacle martial artists on Earth in his early years. The Turtle Sage had only accepted 2 disciples, Sun Wufan and the Ox King. He no longer took on students, residing alone on a small island overseas, according to the account in the original text. Lin Ye and Sun Wukong first arrived at a city before locating the small town where the Turtle Sage later took Sun Wukong and Krillin to deliver milk. Upon reaching the town, Lin Ye inquired with the residents and confirmed the location of the Turtle Sage's abode. The sea lay tranquil as a mirror, reflecting the shimmering light under the Suni in the distance. 2 dark figures sped across the ocean surface, trailing whirlwinds behind them. After flying for a while, Sun Wukong asked Lin Ye, "Are we there yet?" Lin Ye glanced at the nearby islands and replied nonchalantly, "It should be around here." Following the villagers' descriptions, they continued their search for the Turtle Sage's residence. Soon spotting a small island. "There, that is the Turtle Sage's abode," Lin Ye exclaimed, pointing at an island adorned with a pink cottage. After such a lengthy flight, they had finally found their destination. Lin Ye grasped Sun Wukong's hand and suddenly accelerated toward the Turtle Sage's dwelling, causing a massive splash behind them. That moment, the Turtle Sage, donning sunglasses, reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sun. Suddenly, he spotted a stunningly beautiful young girl descending from the sky with a small boy by her side. The sky dance technique, the Turtle Sage exclaimed in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that the 2 before him would employ the signature technique of his rival, the Crane School. Could they be disciples of the Crane School? Here to trouble me. The Turtle Sage scrutinized Lin Ye and Sun Wukong, initially harboring a hint of wariness. However, he quickly became captivated by Lin Ye's beauty, his face contorting into a lewd grin. Oh, but this little girl is truly adorable. Her figure is splendidly graceful, and those thighs, such fair skin. Oh dear, I might just bleed from my nose. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the Turtle Sage's lewd demeanor and hurriedly asked Lin Ye, "Is this old man all right?" "He's fine. He just has excess energy." Lin Ye scoffed, donning a terrifying smile, her expression dark as she thought. "He dares to gaze at me so lecherously. I'll remember this debt. Old man." Are you Master Wuqian? My name is Lin Ye, and this is Sun Wukong, the grandson of Sun Wufan. Lin Ye beamed brightly, pulling Sun Wukong close as she spoke. The grandson of Wufan? The turtle sage's lewd expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he scrutinized Sun Wukong. As one of Earth's top martial artists, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the boy. This child possesses a remarkably pure energy. It must be the energy of the turtle school. Wufan once mentioned he had adopted a child. It must be him. Indeed. Lin Ye nodded, speaking on behalf of Sun Wukong. I had no idea Wufan adopted not only a boy, but also a girl as lovely as you. Lin Ye shook her head. I am not adopted by Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong and I are not blood siblings that I see. The turtle sage nodded. How is Wufan doing? He never comes to visit this old man. Grandpa's been gone for several years, Sun Wukong replied, his voice low and tinged with sorrow. The turtle sage was taken aback, then sighed, mourning the early departure of his disciple. Turning his gaze to Lin Ye, devoid of any lewdness, he inquired, Young lady, you just performed the Crane School sky dance technique. Are you a disciple of the Crane School? Lin Ye maintained her composure, devoid of arrogance, and replied, No, that technique was developed by me. I do not know the Crane School you speak of as self-taught and developed the sky dance technique. The turtle sage was momentarily stunned. To have devised such a technique at such a young age was indicative of remarkable talent. Peering closely at Lin Ye, he discerned she spoke the truth and remarked, Young lady, you are quite impressive. Not only that, but Sun Wukong also knows the turtle school's Kamehameha. Lin Ye added, Really? Upon hearing that Sun Wukong could utilize the Kamehameha, the turtle sage's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sun Wukong, let me see your Kamehameha. Sun Wukong turned to Lin Ye, who nodded gently. He assumed a stance, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. Came. Sun Wukong called out softly, his hands forming claws, then gradually bringing them together. Channeling his energy, he began to concentrate it into his hands, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Ha! The energy in his claws intensified, causing the air to shimmer with distortion. As the energy surged forth like a ferocious tiger unleashed. Me. Sun Wukong slowly drew his hands back to his waist, the energy accumulating in his palms. Finally, a transformation occurred as the energy became a Kamehameha wave, radiating a brilliant blue light. Ha! He thrust the Kamehameha wave forward, his claws extending, and a powerful energy wave erupted, its dazzling blue light compelling one to close their eyes. The Kamehameha surged across the ocean, its incredible speed generating fierce whirlwinds and stirring up a straight line of waves. That was a commendable Kamehameha. Wufan must have taught you well. The turtle sage exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the authentic Kamehameha executed by Sun Wukong. It was evident he had a remarkable disciple in the turtle school. For such a young child to wield the Kamehameha was no small feat. One needed at least 50 years of cultivation to achieve it. This indicated the boy's exceptional potential. That it wasn't my grandfather who taught me. Both the Kamehameha and the sky dance technique were taught to me by my sister. Sun Wukong stated matter-of-factly. Your sister taught you? The turtle sage turned his gaze to Lin Ye, curious about her origins. Leslie sensed she was on the verge of being exposed. She quickly explained, Sun Wukong's grandfather once assisted me and taught me the Kamehameha. Later, while climbing the Kirin Tower, I developed the sky dance technique with the guidance of the sages. This explanation was entirely fabricated, yet no one would seek to verify it, making it a rather convenient excuse. Upon hearing that Lin Ye had encountered the sages at Kirin Tower, the turtle sage harbored no suspicions. Accepting the wisdom of the sages and developing the sky dance technique was indeed plausible. What brings you to seek me? The turtle sage inquired. Lin Ye finally broached the main topic, smiling as she said, The only things I can teach Wukong are the application of energy and combat techniques, as my training methods are not suited for him. Therefore, a desire for Master Wu Tian to take Wukong as his disciple and guide him in his cultivation. Take him as a disciple. The turtle sage, noticing the eager gaze of Sun Wukong upon him, stroked his bald head and, with a foolish grin, nodded in agreement. Having such a formidable disciple would indeed be splendid. Very well. I shall accept you, Sun Wukong. and you shall train under my tutelage from now on." The turtle sage tapped his palm decisively, resolved to accept Sun Wukong as his student. Lin Ye exhaled in relief, a subtle smile gracing her face. Thinking to herself that the task was successfully accomplished, Sun Wukong, delighted by the prospect of being taught by the turtle sage, broke into a joyful grin at that moment. The turtle sage stealthily approached Lin Ye, resting his hand on her shoulder, and leeringly remarked, "Ah, Lin Ye, since your brother has become my disciple, would you care to join him? I wouldn't mind taking you under my wing as well." As he spoke, his hand on Lin Ye's shoulder began to wander uncomfortably. Lin Ye, sensing the turtle sage's audacity, felt her expression darken. "You lecherous old man, daring to take advantage of me. Perish." With that, she delivered a punch to the turtle sage's chin, sending him soaring into the sky, where he became a tiny, glimmering dot against the heavens. Inside the turtle house, Sun Wukong was methodically arranging his garments. Lin Ye sat on the couch, perusing a magazine, albeit it was solely focused on women's fitness. Meanwhile, the turtle sage, clutching his injured jaw, continually lavished attention upon Lin Ye. Eager to persuade her to become his disciple, I began to regret bringing Sun Wukong here. Observing the incessantly fawning old man, Lin Ye's mood fluctuated as she flipped through the magazine. Upon learning that Lin Ye would be staying temporarily, the turtle sage's spirits soared, and he immediately decided to instruct Sun Wukong in his training methods, rummaging through the depths of the room to unearth a hefty turtle shell for Wukong to bear upon his back. This shell weighed approximately 50 kilograms, and once Wukong hoisted it up, his movements significantly slowed. Lin Ye, watching the turtle sage instruct Sun Wukong from the sidelines, felt a sense of amusement and turned on the television for her own entertainment. Naturally, Lin Ye was also eager to learn the martial arts of Earth. However, the turtle sage's teachings for Sun Wukong were rather rudimentary and did not delve into profound realms, knowledge she had already mastered. Thus, she found no desire to follow along out on the beach outside the turtle house. Sun Wukong was performing push-ups while carrying the turtle shell, and the turtle sage sat atop his back, occasionally striking Wukong's hands and feet with his cane, critiquing his form. Lin Ye reclined on a beach chair, resting her eyes, yet remained acutely aware of the turtle sage's instruction to Wukong as a Saiyan. Lin Ye possessed her own set of training techniques, and her power far surpassed that of the turtle sage. Nonetheless, the turtle sage's training methods proved quite effective, particularly in the precise application of ki, which was worthy of emulation. Having stayed at the turtle house for several months, Lin Ye had diligently observed the turtle sage's training methods, committing the principles of the turtle school to memory. Unfortunately, the turtle school's methods were primarily suited for weaker humans and offered little benefit to her. A Saiyan with a battle power nearing 140,000, it would be inaccurate to say they were entirely ineffective. The limited exercises simply did not yield noticeable improvements. The turtle school's training methods could indeed establish a solid foundation. However, such minimal exertion could no longer facilitate significant breakthroughs for her. Watching Sun Wukong's sweat-drenched visage, Lin Ye mused, should I perhaps create a gravity chamber? She recalled the arduous training of Vegeta within the confines of the gravity chamber in the original story. The gravity chamber was cumbersome, and such a training method did not seem suitable for a girl. Should she seek out a planet with high gravity to continue her training? Yet, upon reflection, that felt too one-dimensional. While effective, relying solely on the same training method seemed detrimental to comprehensive enhancement. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What if she used the Dragon Balls to wish for a multifunctional battlesuit that could resolve numerous issues? With this thought, Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. Aside from her gender considerations, her primary dilemmas were twofold. The first was how to further augment her strength. The turtle school's methods were indeed effective, yet they were unsuitable for high-intensity training. In the original story, Sun Wukong and others fortuitously adopted the gravity chamber to achieve intense training, supplemented by the turtle school's techniques, resulting in remarkable power growth. The second issue plaguing Lin Ye was the phenomenon of her clothing tearing during battles due to energy impacts. In the later stages of the original story, training garments could barely withstand the overwhelming energy strikes, often leaving one in a state of undress during combat. As a young woman, Lin Ye did not wish to experience wardrobe malfunctions in battle. If she could wish for a battle suit that could alter gravity during training and instantly repair damage during combat using the Dragon Balls, it would perfectly resolve both of her concerns. Lin Ye did not require the dragon to create a suit that could withstand energy attacks without damage, knowing that such a feat was likely beyond the dragon's capabilities. Instead, she settled for the wish that the dragon would produce a suit that could rapidly restore itself post-energy assault, ensuring her modesty was preserved. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ye became fervently eager to gather the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to fulfill her wishes. During mealtime, she shared her desire to venture out with Sun Wukong and the Turtle Sage. Sun Wukong appeared somewhat reluctant. Lin Ye smiled reassuringly, saying, "I will only be away for a while. I shall return in a few years." The Turtle Sage, having long realized that a person like Lin Ye would not remain on Turtle Island indefinitely, held no strong sentiments about her departure, merely feeling that it was a pity such a delightful girl would be leaving. "By the way, Wukong, may I borrow your 4-star ball for a time? I promise to return it." Lin Ye requested the 4-star ball from Sun Wukong, who nodded in agreement, reluctantly handing it over from the pocket of his chest. "Do not worry. I will be back within a year, at most 2, Lin Ye assured him with a smile. Then she turned her gaze to the Turtle Sage, her expression shifting like the capricious weather, and bluntly commanded, "Lecherous old man, hand over your Dragon Ball as well." The Turtle Sage was momentarily taken aback, yet having grown accustomed to Lin Ye's demanding demeanor, he retrieved the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck, asking, "This little orb was one I found in the sea long ago. I kept it because I thought it was special. What purpose does it serve?" "None." Lin Ye categorically denied any significance to the original story. Bulma had received his Dragon Ball after he had seen her, and in truth, she had been without clothing at that time. This incident was tragic for Bulma, as the tender young girl had been viewed by a lecherous old man. And not just once, but several times. If the Turtle Sage were to learn the true nature of the Dragon Ball, one could only imagine the demands he might make. Yet, Lin Ye underestimated the Turtle Sage's cunning. He had already deduced that the Dragon Ball must hold some significance based on her attitude. Leeringly, he addressed Lin Ye, "Little Lin Ye, if you give me a kiss, I shall hand it over to you." "What do you say?" Lin Ye, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged, veins appearing on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. "You old fool, do you wish to die?" Sensing the fury and formidable intent in Lin Ye's words, the Turtle Sage sheepishly untied the string around his neck and relinquished the Dragon Ball to her. "Humph, now that is more like it." After receiving the Dragon Ball, Lin Ye utilized her levitation technique to float in the air. Addressing Sun Wukong and the Turtle Sage, "I will definitely return within 2 years. Wukong, ensure you train diligently. And you lecherous old man, make certain to instruct Wukong properly. Do not teach him any nonsensical things. Or beware of your bones." With that, without waiting for the Turtle Sage's response, Lin Ye exerted her strength, transforming into a fleeting shadow and swiftly vanishing from Sun Wukong's sight. Once Lin Ye's figure had disappeared, the Turtle Sage let out a sigh of relief. "Wukong, your sister is truly terrifying. What a pity that such a lovely exterior is marred by such a dreadful temperament, showing no respect for her elders," he remarked, adopting a tone of world-weariness. After Lin Ye departed from the Turtle House, she made her way directly toward West City. This time, Bulma was merely a little over 12 years old and likely unable to create the Dragon Radar. Thus, Lin Ye sought out Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, to assist her in crafting the Dragon Radar. Lin Ye's speed was remarkable, and in no time, she had arrived above West City. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction of passers-by, she descended into a small alley and began inquiring about the location of the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. West City was a bustling metropolis, boasting technology that was nearly 150 years ahead of other cities. An astonishing disparity in the city of the West. Peculiar spherical structures and aerial train tracks abound, with abstract overpasses crisscrossing in every direction, where hovering jet cars glide effortlessly, relying on her charming appearance. Lin Ye, after several sacrifices of her allure, easily inquired with passers-by about the address of the Universal Capsule Company's headquarters. Following the directions, she located the company, subsequently discovering the residence of Dr. Briefs. Dr. Bulma's home is a grand 4-story hemispherical edifice. Surrounded by a flourishing garden filled with various flowers and trees, unmistakably a dwelling of affluent individuals. Lin Ye rang the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a grease-stained Dr. Briefs emerged from his laboratory, cigarette in mouth, to answer the door. Upon seeing Lin Ye, he noticed her resemblance to his daughter, Bulma, and, somewhat surprised, queried, "Miss, are you Bulma's classmate? She is not at home right now." Lin Ye shook her head. "No, Dr. Briefs, I'm not here to see your daughter. I have come to see you." "To see me," Dr. Briefs replied, taken aback, unsure of what the young lady required of him. "Please, come in and let us converse." He smiled and led Lin Ye inside, offering her refreshments while apologizing, "If you don't mind. May I finish my current task first?" Lin Ye nodded with a smile and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. Half an hour later, Dr. Briefs, having completed his work and cleaned up, approached Lin Ye and inquired, "May I ask, miss, what brings you here?" Lin Ye produced 2 Dragon Balls from her possession, which emitted a golden glow when placed together. "That I would like to request your assistance in creating a radar capable of detecting the unique electromagnetic waves emitted by these Dragon Balls." Dr. Briefs examined one of the Dragon Balls with curiosity. "That I believe I can devise a radar to detect its special signals, but it will take several weeks." Hearing Dr. Briefs' willingness to help, Lin Ye's face lit up with a smile as she graciously expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Bulma's mother approached with a platter of fruit, welcoming Lin Yatarat. "Little sister, you are simply adorable. Do you have a boyfriend?" "My Bulma hasn't agreed to date anyone yet, but Bulma is only 12. Lin Ye thought, unsure of how to respond to Bulma's mother's comments. After politely declining the invitation from Bulma's parents, Lin Ye found a nearby inn to stay. After a refreshing hot shower, she lay on her bed wrapped in a bathrobe. Contemplating, "I now possess 2 of the 7 Dragon Balls, and I know that the Ox King holds 1 as for Bulma and the others. They likely have yet to obtain theirs, perhaps still in other locations. It seems I will have to wait for the radar to be completed by the doctor before proceeding further." Determined not to dwell on these matters, she resolved to avoid interfering with Sun Wukong and Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls, especially since she would eventually need to return the Ox King's Dragon Ball after using it. The following day, Lin Ye returned to the Universal Capsule Company, where the headquarters boasted unique offerings not found in other cities. She decided to invest a considerable sum in acquiring a villa that closely resembled Bulma's residence. Also a hemispherical structure adorned with numerous glass windows. The house spanned 4 levels, containing over 30 rooms, along with a grand hall, kitchen, and bathrooms, totaling over 50 areas. Lin Ye invested significantly in outfitting each room with electrical appliances, curtains, sofas, and more, ultimately spending around 600 million. Just like that, 600 million gone, she mused. With 36 billion in savings, this slightly better house cost me 600 million. Money truly does not last. Transforming the grand villa into a capsule to carry at her side, Lin Ye began to explore the city of the West. As one of the most technologically advanced cities on Earth, it was replete with countless amusement facilities. Lin Ye thoroughly enjoyed several amusement parks, took photos at renowned landmarks, and even indulged in a shopping spree at clothing stores, trying on numerous beautiful outfits, thoroughly relishing her time as a living mannequin. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and Lin Ye once again visited Bulma's home. Upon ringing the doorbell, Bulma, a blue-haired girl clad in casual attire, appeared before her. Lin Ye recognized Bulma as a good girl, albeit one whose character was somewhat exaggerated due to the comedic nature of the earlier Dragon Ball series. However, as the narrative shifted in the Dragon Ball Z arc, Bulma's gentle and nurturing side became evident, contrasting with the tumultuous relationship between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, while the love between Vegeta and Bulma flourished. "Miss, who are you looking for?" Bulma inquired upon seeing the beautiful girl at the door. Lin Ye smiled and replied, "You must be Bulma. I have come to see your father, Dr. Briefs, to check on the progress of the radar he was constructing. That you're the one who requested that strange radar from my dad. He has been working on those 2 Dragon Balls for days, and the radar is nearly complete." Bulma exclaimed, leading Lin Ye into the living room and asking her mother to attend to Lin Ye while she went to summon Dr. Briefs. Bulma's mother welcomed Lin Ye warmly, promptly serving her refreshments. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Briefs approached, carrying the Dragon Radar alongside the 2 Dragon Balls. "Young lady, these Dragon Balls are truly remarkable. They emit a golden glow whenever they come into contact. I still cannot ascertain the reason behind their luminescence." handing the dragon radar and the Dragon Balls to Lin Ye. He continued, "This is the radar you requested, although it can already detect the mysterious signals emitted by these two Dragon Balls. I feel it still lacks something. Perhaps it should incorporate a music playback feature. If you could wait a couple more days, I could enhance it further. Must it include an MP3 feature?" Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle at Dr. Briefs' peculiar aesthetic concerns. Examining the dragon radar, she noted that it bore a striking resemblance to Bulma's, but was more refined, featuring not only signal amplification and reduction capabilities, but also a global map for easier Dragon Ball searching. Pleased with the radar, Lin Ye expressed her gratitude. There's no need to add that feature. This dragon radar is already exceptionally well made. Thank you very much. She bowed to Dr. Briefs in appreciation. Dr. Briefs laughed heartily, patting his head in delight at having completed another invention, never once considering a fee for his services. At that moment, Bulma curiously peered at the Dragon Balls and asked Lin Ye, "Miss, what are these peculiar orbs used for?" Lin Ye smiled and replied, "Bulma, we are of similar age. You may simply call me Lin Ye." Bulma gasped, astonished by the realization that this tall, beautiful girl was her age. Comparisons made her feel disheartened, as she fell short in every aspect. "I lost. In every conceivable way, I have lost. These two orbs are known as Dragon Balls, miraculous artifacts crafted by the deities. It is said that by gathering all 7 scattered across the world, one can summon Shenron, who will grant any wish within the limits of the god's powers, whether it be to become the wealthiest person in the world, to attain political leadership, or even to restore one's youth." "How incredible!" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, while Dr. Briefs displayed a look of astonishment as well. Bulma implored Lin Ye, "Lin Ye, could you take me along to search for the Dragon Balls?" Lin Ye hesitated, shaking her head. "I'm afraid not. The quest for the Dragon Balls is fraught with peril. You are still young. Wait a few more years. When you're 16, we can travel together. How does that sound?" Dr. Briefs concurred with Lin Ye's reasoning, expressing his concern for his daughter's safety. "Miss Lin Ye speaks wisely. It will be best for you to wait until you are older. Only then can your father and mother feel at ease." Bulma shook her head in dissatisfaction, but Lin Ye is also searching for the Dragon Balls alone. "She is my age, after all. How could she be any older? I am different. I am friends with Master Wu Tian, and my strength is considerable, so I am not afraid of such dangers. However, you do not possess the same level of strength. You should wait a few more years before embarking on such a journey," Lin Ye patiently explained. Despite Lin Ye's reassurances, Bulma remained unconvinced of Lin Ye's formidable strength. Yet, constrained by her parents' guidance, she reluctantly abandoned the idea of accompanying Lin Ye on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Lin Ye activated the dragon radar and pressed the search button. Beep, beep, beep. With a few beeps, the radar screen revealed the locations of 7 Dragon Balls, with a red triangle at the center indicating her own position, marked by 2 points of Dragon Ball signals. Adjacent to it, the map bore the inscription West City. Thanks to the specially added map, the quest for the Dragon Balls became significantly more convenient. Aya smiled as she bid farewell to Bulma and her family before soaring into the in a swift motion. She vanished from their sight, leaving the Bulma family in a state of astonishment. "How can Aya fly?" Bulma stuttered. It appeared that Miss Aya truly possessed extraordinary abilities. No wonder she dared to embark on a journey around the world alone. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. "Bulma, you lack such powers, so you must obediently stay at home for the next few years." Bulma nodded dejectedly, secretly resolving, in a few years, I will definitely create my own Dragon Ball radar and then set out to search for the Dragon Balls. After departing from Bulma's residence, Aya flew towards the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, with her first destination being Frying Pan Mountain, the residence of the Ox King. Following the radar's guidance, Aya soon arrived at Frying Pan Mountain, which at that moment had not yet been engulfed by the flames of the Earth's core. Atop the mountain stood a magnificent castle. The Ox King, being the second disciple of Master Roshi, was not inherently malevolent. However, his rugged appearance and unique attire made him resemble a formidable demon. The nearby villagers were fearful of the Ox King and dared not approach Frying Pan Mountain. Aya flew directly above Frying Pan Mountain and then landed atop the castle. She surveyed the imposing fortress before her, pondering, I never imagined the Ox King to be such a wealthy individual. Had this castle not ultimately been destroyed by flames, Chi-Chi would have inherited a substantial fortune, sparing her a life of hardship. "Who goes there?" came a delicate voice from behind a stone pillar. A peculiar little girl, clad in a helmet and a cape, emerged. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Her eyes filled with a hint of panic as she forced herself to appear calm while gazing at Aya. "Is this Chi-Chi?" Aya mused, her thoughts racing. Chi-Chi, who had grown up alongside son Goku, had formed an engagement with him in their childhood, adhering to that promise and eventually marrying him as an adult. Left a lasting impression on Aya. Aya held a significant fondness for Chi-Chi, although her love for Goku was rather innocent. He once gifted her an apple that made her blush for an extended period. Chi-Chi devoted her life to Goku and their family. In the original tale, after Goku's demise, she single-handedly raised their 2 sons, while the Ox King's inheritance barely sufficed for their survival. Aya felt that Goku had indeed wronged Chi-Chi in many ways. With a smile, Aya addressed Chi-Chi. "I'm a friend of your father's teacher, Master Roshi. I have come to seek your father." "Looking for my father?" Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. After contemplating, she sensed that Aya did not seem malicious and thus led her toward the grand hall. Inside the hall, the Ox King sat at the dining table, gnawing on a piece of meat, while a servant carefully presented him with dish after dish. Upon seeing his daughter enter with a stranger, the Ox King set down his food. "My dear daughter, this is freshly slaughtered beef. Would you care to try some?" He resumed eating, chewing the meat while mumbling, "Who is this young lady?" "Your friend. She claims to be a friend of Master Roshi." "Here to find you," Chi-Chi whispered, declining her father's offer. "Master Roshi's friend?" The Ox King stood up abruptly, discarding the meat in his hand, and approached Aya. "Are you truly a friend of Master Roshi?" The Ox King held a deep respect for Master Roshi, and only the Turtle Hermit and his elder disciple, Gohan, earned such reverence from him. Aya nodded, to assure the Ox King of her identity. She extended her palm, channeling a Kamehameha wave. In the context of Earth, the only other school capable of such energy manipulation was the Crane School, leaving no one else. My name is Aya. See, this is the Kamehameha?" She smiled. The Ox King observed the vibrant blue energy emanating from Aya's palm, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, this is Master Roshi's signature technique. Oh, you are truly a friend of his. May I inquire what Master Roshi has sent you to discuss?" The Ox King asked curiously. "It is not Master Roshi seeking you. Rather, I am requesting your assistance," Aya replied. The Ox King, intrigued, inquired, "Young lady, you seem quite powerful. What could you possibly need my help with, given Aya's ability to use the Kamehameha?" He presumed her strength surpassed his own. Aya retrieved a Dragon Ball, posing a question to the Ox King. "According to my radar, you should possess a Dragon Ball identical to this one. I hope you can lend it to me." After hearing this, the Ox King picked up the Dragon Ball and examined it closely. He seemed to have a vague recollection of it, but had forgotten where he had placed it. Embarrassed, he chuckled and returned the Dragon Ball to Aya. "I believe I may have seen something like this, but I didn't pay much attention, and now I've forgotten where I put it." Aya accepted the Dragon Ball, shaking her head. "No worries. As long as it exists, that is all that matters. I have a Dragon Ball radar, and I can locate it quickly." As she spoke, she pressed a button on the radar, gradually narrowing the search range. Following the radar's guidance, the Ox King led Aya to the treasure vault. Upon opening the vault door, Aya was taken aback by the heaps of gold and silver within. Astonished by the Ox King's wealth, truly, he was extravagant, with treasures rivaling those she had obtained from the underwater treasury. Aya began rummaging through the piles of riches and soon discovered the Dragon Ball, which shimmered with golden light beneath the treasure. After placing the Dragon Ball into her satchel, she expressed her gratitude to the Ox King. "Thank you so much. I will return it after I'm finished using it." "That little ball looks a bit special. You can keep it. There's no need to return it," the Ox King said nonchalantly, gifting the Dragon Ball to Aya. "That one do. I must definitely return the Dragon Ball after use." Aya insisted, aware that if she did not return it, Goku and Bulma might never come to Frying Pan Mountain again, severing Goku and Chi-Chi's destined connection. Though her arrival had inevitably altered the Dragon Ball narrative, Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage must not be disrupted. contemplating Goku and Chi-Chi's union. Aya's eyes sparkled with inspiration. She was determined to play matchmaker. She fixed her gaze on Chi-Chi and softly addressed the Ox King. Uncle, I have a younger brother named Son Goku, who is the grandson of Master Roshi's first disciple, Gohan, that he's about the same age as Chi-Chi and is currently training under Master Roshi. I would like to see if it's possible for Chi-Chi to be with him in the future. What do you think? The Ox King's interest peaked upon hearing this. Is he Gohan's grandson? Currently training under Master Roshi, he glanced at his daughter, Chi-Chi, and then quietly asked Aya, what is this Son Goku like? What is his strength? Aya confidently patted her chest, assuring him, rest assured, Goku is a very innocent soul and possesses remarkable strength. He has already mastered the Kamehameha technique. A son-in-law as exceptional as him is hard to find. When I bring Goku to meet you, if Chi-Chi has no objections, we can arrange their marriage. What do you say? Aya proposed to the Ox King that if Chi-Chi has no objections, then I certainly agree. The Ox King was primarily concerned about Chi-Chi's feelings. However, since Goku was portrayed as so exceptional through Aya's words, he felt there was a good chance for success. Unbeknownst to Goku and Chi-Chi, their sister and father were already planning their lifelong commitment. That night, the castle of Frying Pan Mountain was aglow with lights. As the Ox King held a special banquet in honor of Aya's arrival. During the feast, Aya presented a photograph of herself with Son Goku to Chi-Chi, saying, Chi-Chi, this is my younger brother. Son Goku, if you meet him in the future, be sure to get along well. Chi-Chi accepted the photo, curiously observing the boy named Son Goku, finding him quite charming in the picture that moment. Aya deliberately lowered her voice and remarked, perhaps he is destined to be your future husband. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully ran away. Observing Chi-Chi's shy retreat, Lin Ye smiled serenely and turned to the Bull Demon King, saying, it appears that Chi-Chi does not oppose this matter. It seems it may truly come to fruition. With that, she and the Bull Demon King burst in hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi found herself increasingly captivated by the boy named Sun Wukong, who might become her husband. After acquiring a Dragon Ball from the Bull Demon King, Lin Ye promptly set off in search of the next one. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, she arrived at a secluded valley encircled by mountains. Quack! A crow cawed as it flitted through the branches. The small valley, sheltered by towering peaks, rarely basked in sunlight due to its lower elevation, lending an air of profound stillness and tranquility. Lin Ye trod along a path overrun with weeds, and the protruding branches occasionally snagged her sweater, leaving it tangled with yarn balls. Distressed by the sight of her once stylish sweater, now in disarray, Lin Ye lamented its rapid deterioration. Raising her gaze to the sky obscured by foliage, she quickened her pace, eager to locate the nearby Dragon Ball and depart from this place. That a sudden roar echoed ahead, reverberating through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. Lin Ye turned to see a massive black bear emerging before her. Unwilling to engage with the creature, she attempted to circumvent it. However, upon spotting Lin Ye, the bear charged at her as though it had found a meal. Lin Ye furrowed her brow and cast an icy glare at the bear, her eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. Chirp! The bear promptly halted, sensing the frigid hostility emanating from her gaze, and retreated with whimpering sounds. At least it has some sense. Lin Ye chuckled to herself as she continued deeper into the valley. After approximately half an hour of walking, Lin Ye paused to examine her Dragon Ball radar, which indicated the presence of 4 Dragon Balls at its center. After subtracting the 3 she possessed, it became clear that the 4th Dragon Ball was nearby. Lin Ye searched the area thoroughly but found no trace of the elusive sphere, leading her to feel perplexed. The radar indicated the Dragon Ball was indeed in this location. How could it be missing? Recalling that in the original story, one Dragon Ball was discovered in a bird's nest, Lin Ye wondered if this one might also be hidden within a nest atop a tree. Utilizing her levitation technique, she ascended to the level of the treetops and began her search. Sure enough, she spotted a nest atop a sturdy tree, which contained not only 2 gigantic eggs, but also an orange-hued Dragon Ball. Elated, Lin Ye grasped the Dragon Ball and thought to herself. Now she possessed 4 Dragon Balls. Just 3 more were needed to summon the Eternal Dragon. With renewed determination, Lin Ye soared into the sky, heading towards her next destination. Equipped with a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, she successfully located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls amidst rocky hills and the vast desert, before setting her sights on the location of the final Dragon Ball. According to the radar, the last Dragon Ball lay within the depths of the ocean. Gazing at the tumultuous waves crashing against each other, Lin Ye smiled calmly. The final Dragon Ball awaited her at the ocean floor. With a splash, she leaped into the sea and began her descent. The waters here were not particularly deep, and even at the seabed, sunlight penetrated the surface. Beneath the waves, various corals and rocks had been sculpted into fantastical shapes over the ages. Adorned with crustaceans of vivid hues, painting a striking tableau at the ocean's depths, Lin Ye navigated through schools of vibrantly colored fish, diligently searching for the 7th Dragon Ball. "Found it!" she exclaimed with delight, discovering the elusive sphere nestled among a cluster of corals and aquatic plants. She picked it up and placed it into her cloth bag. As all 7 Dragon Balls converged, they began to emit a radiant light, pulsating in frequency as if the eternal dragon were about to emerge. Landing on a desolate island, Ling emptied her bag, revealing the 7 Dragon Balls. With a resounding hum, they flickered with golden light, each pulse accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the dragon's gentle murmur. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Ye gazed at the glowing orbs on the ground, her heart racing with anticipation as she prepared to summon the eternal dragon. "Come forth, eternal dragon," she called out to the Dragon Balls, her heart brimming with expectation. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with thunderous roars, dense clouds gathering ominously. The oppressive darkness swallowed the surroundings as the clouds, heavy as mountains, blotted out the sun. Boom! Golden lightning streaked through the darkened sky like furious dragons, crashing down with deafening thunder, as if heralding the end of the world. The golden light radiating from the Dragon Balls intensified, resonating with the golden flashes above. In that moment, the boundary between heaven and earth seemed to blur, making it impossible to discern one from the other. Lin Ye stood in awe of the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding before her. The emergence of the eternal dragon was undeniably magnificent. Roar! The 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a cascade of golden light, soaring into the sky, intertwining with the lightning, as a tremendous roar reverberated through the cosmos. Lin Ye knew that the eternal dragon had arrived. In the heavens, a green dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, finally fixing its glowing red eyes upon Lin Ye. "Human, state your wish. I can grant any one of your desires." Lin Ye, suppressing her excitement, retrieved a box containing 100 complete outfits, ranging from undergarments to outerwear, including hair accessories and shoes, all the latest styles available. "Eternal Dragon, please transform my 100 outfits into battle attire that can freely adjust weight and instantly repair any damage." The dragon regarded Lin Ye silently for a long moment before replying, "I am sorry. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Your request contains 2 wishes. You must choose one." Lin Ye rolled her eyes in exasperation. The dragon was remarkably astute, discerning her intentions. Initially, she had contemplated listing numerous requests for the dragon to grant. It seemed that the eternal dragon in this world possessed a sense of fairness, since the dragon could only fulfill one of her wishes. Lin Ye had to deliberate carefully. After a brief contemplation, she said, "Eternal Dragon, please transform all of my 100 outfits into garments capable of freely adjusting weight." The first wish in the original story was wasted by Oolong 4 years later. It would be better to add the repair functionality at that time. For now, the weight adjustment feature was of utmost importance, as 4 years would provide ample opportunity to enhance her combat abilities. The reason for choosing 4 years instead of the following year was due to the limited time remaining before the original story's plot began, that if she intervened excessively, it might affect the location of the Dragon Balls. Allocating a 4-year period would allow for a natural process of restoration, as the original narrative did not specify previous wish situations. Therefore, as long as the intervals were not too short, the fundamental settings should remain largely unaffected by the time the original plot commenced. Exceedingly simple, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and instantly, all 100 outfits radiated a brilliant white light. Lin Ye picked up a sleeveless jacket, discovering it had indeed changed. A unique energy coursed through her, the dragon announced. "These 100 outfits have been attuned to your essence. Henceforth, Only you may utilize them. Adjust the weight. Simply mentally command the desired load. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, swirling in the sky before soaring off in various directions across the world. Lin Ye, distracted by her experimentation with the new outfits, only then realized, oh no, I completely forgot to intercept the Dragon Balls. Regret washed over her as she realized her oversight. The Dragon Balls had transformed into stones and were now scattered across the globe. To retrieve the 4-star ball, she would have to wait a year. It seemed she would have to wait another year to begin gathering the Dragon Balls anew. At the very least, the 4-star Dragon Ball belonging to Sun Wukong and the one possessed by the Bull Demon King must be retrieved. Lin Ye deftly unfastened the buttons of her attire, shedding all her garments before donning the specially modified innerwear and outer garments created by the dragon. Finally, she slipped into her boots, and with a flourish, she tied an orange-yellow ribbon around her neck. Complementing Lin Ye's youthful physique, her ensemble radiated vitality and beauty. She felt immense satisfaction with her appearance. As the outfit showcased her elegance perfectly, in her mind, she silently adjusted the weight of her clothing, and in an instant, it felt as though a mountain had descended upon her. Her hands and feet were bound by the oppressive weight of the garments, causing her to sink into the earth, which cracked beneath her. Despite the immense heaviness of her attire, its form remained unchanged, showing no signs of compression, as if its weight were non-existent. Lin Ye summoned her energy, gently lifting her body to counteract the tremendous burden imposed by the weighted clothing that in truth, this weighted attire was more than a mere burden. Upon experimenting, Lin Ye discovered that its gravitational effects stemmed not from the clothing's weight in relation to the ground, but from its influence on the entirety of the space beneath her. Even when transported to the cosmos, she could still sense the gravitational force exerted by the weighted clothing, while the inherent weight of the attire remained constant. When worn by Lin Ye, it bestowed upon her an extraordinary strength, as if she were engaged in a struggle with the very fabric of space itself. It was astonishing that the dragon could create such a miraculous tool. Moreover, this gravitational force was evenly distributed across every cell in her body. Utilizing her foresight, Lin Ye assessed her combat power and found that with the activation of the weighted clothing, half of her original power, which approached 140,000, was devoted to counteracting the pressure of space upon her. The higher her combat power, the greater the energy and, consequently, the pressure from space intensified. When she retracted her aura to half its original intensity, she discovered that even then, half was still being used to negate the spatial pressure. The fact that half of her energy was dedicated to counteracting space was simply extraordinary. Curious about the limits of this weight, she increased the burden of her clothing, adding ton after ton, only to find that the spatial pressure remained constant at half its limit, while she gradually began to feel the genuine increase in weight until she sensed a considerable strain. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Ye's forehead. This moment, each piece of clothing she wore bore a weight of nearly 10 tons, and when accounting for her innerwear, boots, hairband, and ribbon, the total weight exceeded 100 tons. This was an undeniable burden. Now, I have become a moving fortress, Lin Ye mused, contemplating her garments. To mitigate the impact of such immense gravity on the ground, she not only had to bear the weight of her clothing, but also needed to use her energy to elevate herself, preventing her body from causing damage to the earth beneath her. Above Kalinta, in the temple, the deity pondered as the sky suddenly darkened. Could it be? Bobo inquired, standing at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the mortal realm. The sky had darkened abruptly when Lin Ye summoned the dragon, reminiscent of the time decades ago when the dragon was called forth. The deity furrowed his wrinkled brow and replied, "Someone has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. What wish did they make?" Although Bobo had crafted the dragon's form, he harbored complex feelings about its existence. Having entered the temple long before the deity, Bobo understood human nature and feared the potential harm if the Dragon Balls fell into the hands of malevolent individuals. You know who summoned the dragon. It's that little girl from a few years ago who arrived on Earth from another planet. The deity stated slowly. Noticing Bobo's surprised expression, he continued, "It has been years. That child must have honed her abilities further. While I cannot precisely sense the increase in her energy, she must be digesting and consolidating her power. Truly a formidable individual. Her wish was to modify 100 sets of clothing to allow her to freely alter the weight. It seems she is indeed a martial artist devoted to her training, not a wicked person. Upon hearing the deity's explanation, Bobo felt relieved. As long as the Dragon Balls were not wielded by evil hands, all was well. The child's growth in strength might not be a bad thing for Earth. The deity's gaze was sharp as he considered his own situation, aware that he was entering his twilight years and contemplating the succession of his role. "Deity," Bobo called out, having served in the temple for many years and having served the previous deity. He felt a deep connection. "Huh." The deity laughed heartily, reflecting, "I have not been a worthy deity, having inadvertently brought ruin upon the world." He recalled the chaos caused by Demon King Piccolo over 300 years ago. Watching the deity lean on his staff as he entered the palace, Bobo remained silent, knowing the deity harbored guilt for the world. Yet it was not entirely the deity's fault. Lin Ye donned her resplendent weighted clothing, feeling the power she could now unleash. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Ye vanished in a thin air, commencing her rapid movement, leaving countless afterimages across the sky and earth. Then, she halted and unleashed a ki blast towards the distant ocean. In an instant, a pale blue ki wave erupted in dazzling brilliance, slicing through the sea surface and creating towering waves that submerged a remote island. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated, accompanied by a shockwave that stirred the waters, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Restricted by the weighted clothing, it appeared she could only unleash a fraction of her original combat power. Lin Ye assessed the island that had been obliterated, realizing that even with her limitations, she faced no adversaries on Earth. Her strength had not significantly increased over the past few years. Her stable life was nearing its end. Since her rebirth, every cell in her body had been entirely replaced. Although her combat power had surged to 140,000, the subsequent side effects were manifesting. The years on Earth had been too comfortable, and due to these aftereffects, Lin Ye felt her combat power was difficult to enhance. Were it not for her entering puberty, coinciding with the Saiyans' transformative phase, she would have been uncertain how long her stagnation would last. After entering puberty, she could distinctly sense her body crackling like popping beans, indicating substantial potential for growth, yet her actual combat power had not seen significant improvement. Lin Ye questioned whether her perception was overly optimistic. The root cause likely lay in the need for her soul to realign with her new physical form. Clearly, undergoing rebirth was a choice that should only be made under dire circumstances. Fortunately, Lin Ye possessed a long lifespan. Even with a few years of stagnation, there would come a day when she would bloom again. Moreover, rebirth was a transformative experience. The only drawback was the passage of time. The Saiyan training system was overly focused on immediate results, neglecting foundational aspects. Yet Lin Ye found that her self-regulation somewhat compensated for these deficiencies after her rebirth. This represented an evolution. If repeated, she might not need to learn anything to rectify her innate shortcomings. However, it would require an extensive period of stagnation. With significant flaws, the time required for realignment post-rebirth would be proportionate to the severity of those flaws. This time, she had fortuitously hit puberty, with her body in a phase of vigorous growth. Thus, the adjustment period had only taken a few years. Had it not been for such fortunate timing, who could say how long it would take? Lin Ye was unwilling to gamble, and she certainly did not wish to die so decisively. She felt that the adjustment period was nearing its end, and she perceived the weighted clothing as an opportunity. However, if her strength were sufficiently formidable, the weighted clothing would lose its efficacy, wouldn't it? As long as its function was activated, it could exert gravitational pressure equivalent to half her combat power, as well as a tangible weight increase. It might eventually reach its upper limit. Lin Ye speculated that the weighted clothing would only be effective on someone whose strength did not exceed 100 million, once her power ascended to a certain level. The clothing would surely lose its utility. If the weighted clothing were likened to a terminal, its output would undoubtedly have certain limitations. Currently, the strongest beings on Earth were the deity and Bobo, followed by Master Roshi, Turtle Hermit, and others. How could she enhance her strength further? Lin Ye was deeply concerned about her abilities as she practiced the Saiyan training system, which had significant flaws in its foundational aspects detrimental to her future development. She needed to find a mentor capable of guiding her training. Initially, she thought of seeking Master Roshi's counsel. However, upon meeting him, she realized that his teachings were still somewhat elementary and might not suit her needs. Thus, her remaining options were the deity and Bobo, and Lin Ye also contemplated seeking the guidance of King Kai. However, after giving it some thought, she ultimately decided against it. Although the king of the realm was well-versed in various matters, his teachings were primarily focused on broader concepts of cultivation, lacking the capacity to provide detailed guidance on the foundational aspects of Lin Ye's training. Thus, she resolved to seek counsel from the deities at the temple. With a swift motion, Lin Ye soared upwards, heading towards the celestial sanctuary. In no time, she arrived at the holy site of Kailan, ascending further along the Kailan Tower. After surpassing the tower, she continued her ascent, piercing through layers of clouds crackling with lightning. Ultimately, Lin Ye reached the hemispherical temple perched at an astronomical height in the sky. With a sigh of relief, she halted her flight, planting one foot upon the temple's threshold. "Greetings," Lin Ye addressed the figure before her, a dark-skinned individual resembling an Arab, known as Bobo. Lin Ye understood that Bobo, having resided in the temple for an extensive period, likely possessed strength that surpassed even that of the deities. Observing Bobo's wide-eyed, expressionless demeanor, Lin Ye felt a wave of pressure wash over her, contemplating inwardly. Is this the true state of a tranquil heart? "Hello, young girl from another world." After a prolonged silence, Bobo greeted her. "I now reside on Earth as well. You may call me Lin Ye. May I inquire what brings you to the temple, Miss Lin Ye?" Bobo asked calmly. With a smile, Lin Ye replied, "I have come to the temple in hopes that you, Mr. Bobo, might guide me in my cultivation." Bobo, taken aback by Lin Ye's words, pondered for a moment before responding, "Your prowess far exceeds that of both myself and the deities. Why would you require our guidance?" "Due to my overly ambitious approach to cultivation, I have left significant gaps in my foundational training that I sincerely wish for your assistance, Mr. Bobo, to help me mend these deficiencies." As she spoke, Lin Ye discreetly increased the weight she carried while simultaneously restraining her power, managing to limit her combat capability to 260, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's strength when he vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. Seeing Lin Ye suppress her strength, Bobo expressed his astonishment. "Ah, I see you have employed a method of weight training alongside another mysterious mechanism. In that case, you may remain." With Bobo's consent, Lin Ye settled in the temple. Life within the sanctuary proved to be rather monotonous. However, Lin Ye possessed the fortitude to withstand solitude, thus avoiding any feelings of irritation. At this moment, Lin Ye was diligently practicing in the temple, repeatedly striking the air with her fists. In stillness, she resembled a flower reflected upon water. In motion, she appeared as a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Her enchanting figure on full display. Lin Ye's attire was quite captivating. She wore a pristine white long-sleeve sweater beneath an amber-colored casual shirt. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting black trousers paired with denim shorts, and around her neck was tied a beige silk ribbon, reminiscent of a blooming flower bud. Were there others present, they would undoubtedly be drawn to her like a massive magnet. Bobo observed Lin Ye's movements, occasionally offering advice to help her refine her technique. Lin Ye maintained a tranquil heart while in motion, swift as lightning, and refrained from excessive thoughts, he instructed. Lin Ye nodded in understanding, continuously adjusting her movements in an effort to achieve a state of serene composure. An adept martial artist herself, she merely lacked a teacher to guide her foundational training. With Bobo's mentorship, Lin Ye quickly addressed her shortcomings. As time passed, under Bobo's guidance, Lin Ye's foundation grew increasingly solid, enabling her to maintain a tranquil heart during combat. Undisturbed by external distractions, her mental fortitude had reached a modest level of accomplishment. After several months of training at the temple, Lin Ye had thoroughly rectified her foundational deficiencies, establishing a robust groundwork for her future development. One day, Bobo summoned Lin Ye and escorted her to a room located beneath the temple. As they descended the winding staircase, Lin Ye was filled with curiosity, uncertain of Bobo's intentions. Was he perhaps leading her to the room of spirit and time? Yet that seemed implausible. While the room of spirit and time possessed thin air, extreme temperature variations, and gravity many times that of Earth, one could only remain there for 2 days in their lifetime, and it seemed irrelevant for her. The room of spirit and time primarily relied on its harsh environment to forge the physique of cultivators, while the vast, desolate surroundings tested their psychological resilience. In truth, it was not a significant place, merely a means to accelerate one's training, where a year inside equated to a day outside. Reflecting on the harsh weather conditions of the room of spirit and time, Lin Ye could only scoff. Thin air, temperature fluctuations between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity tenfold that of Earth. These 3 factors combined to earn the label of a harsh environment. How could this possibly compare to the torment she endured on the planet of heavy stars? As for the psychological ordeal of solitude, Lin Ye was accustomed to being alone. Her time spent with others was comparatively minimal. It was undeniable that Dragon Ball had lost its balanced power system in its later stages. A formidable warrior capable of obliterating Earth with a single punch could become fatigued from lifting hundreds of tons. She recalled that young Goku could once push a small mountain. How had he regressed over time? The Room of Spirit and Time was originally designed to buy time before facing adversaries and held little training significance to Lin Ye. The Room of Spirit and Time bore no relevance, and Bobo was likely aware of this. So where was he taking her? While Lin Ye pondered, Bobo led her to the entrance of a room. Upon opening the grand door, Lin Ye beheld a dark room featuring a device resembling a diesel generator in the corner, accompanied by a control panel adorned with red and green buttons and several levers that in the center of the room. A massive magical array was faintly visible. What is this? Lin Ye wondered. Her memory stirred as she recalled having seen a similar room before. It was reminiscent of the original narrative. In the animated adaptations, Bobo had once activated the time machine to send Sun Wukong back over 300 years to meet Master Roshi's mentor, Master Mateto. Could it be that Bobo intended to send her back 300 years? Although the original plot did not belong to the canon, it was still part of the Dragon Ball storyline. Much like the theatrical films, it often contained significant contradictions to the original narrative. In comparison, the TV adaptations served merely as supplements to the original work. Lin Ye believed that the TV adaptations of Dragon Ball were quite well executed, filling in the gaps of Sun Wukong's training over the years. Miss Lin Ye, your training at the temple has reached completion. Thus, I plan to send you to another location for further cultivation, allowing you to learn from various sources and gather diverse strengths. At this moment, Bobo was also contemplating training Lin Ye to become the successor to the deities. Lin Ye, unclear about Bobo's and the deities' intentions, beamed with joy, exclaiming, I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Bobo. I am truly at a loss for words. Bobo instructed Lin Ye to stand in the center of the magical array while he approached the control panel to activate the device. Wait! An elderly voice echoed from outside the room as the deity approached. Leaning on a staff, God, what brings you here? Bobo inquired respectfully upon seeing the deity approach. The deity nodded to Bobo before turning his gaze to Lin Ye, who stared wide-eyed at the divine figure. Child, I require your assistance in traveling back over 300 years to defeat a Dark Lord known as Piccolo. The deity revealed his purpose point 300 years prior. The Dark Lord Piccolo had posed a grave threat to the world, enveloping it in darkness and fear. Although powerful humans had sacrificed their lives to seal him away, the deity hoped Lin Ye could defeat him. Allow me to vanquish the Dark Lord Piccolo, Lin Ye exclaimed. Taken aback, defeating Piccolo seemed far too easy. Her concern lay in the potential consequences of her actions upon returning 300 years in the past. Would her victory over Piccolo have no repercussions, akin to how future Trunks altered the fate of the Dragon Ball universe without affecting his own timeline, or would it completely transform the present world? The deity seemed to perceive Lin Ye's apprehension and explained, You need not worry about the impact on the present world. In my recollections, there was no presence of you during the time of the Dark Lord's threat 300 years ago. In other words, she was not a participant in the Dark Lord incident of that era. Now, as I send you back 300 years, no matter what actions you take, they will not affect this world. They will merely create a different reality. Lin Ye understood. Since she had no involvement in this world 3 centuries ago, her alterations would bear no consequence here. But what if, in some other timeline, she had already participated? Would that world then be altered? Yin inquired. In that case, the world shall remain unchanged, for you are already woven into the very fabric of its history. The future of that world is shaped by your involvement. The deity responded. Many become ensnared in a paradox, pondering the notion of traveling back in time to slay their grandfather, thereby erasing their own existence, which in turn would prevent the act of murder, thus creating a paradox. In truth, this is not a paradox, but rather a limitation of thought. Consider the theory of parallel universes. Here we have 2 unrelated realms that cannot interfere with one another. The death of the grandfather would only induce changes in the world of grandfather's demise. Alternatively, there exists the theory of a singular world, where a time traveler attempts to kill their grandfather, yet it is evident that they would fail. Their existence itself confirms that the grandfather remains alive. The intention to kill the grandfather encounters insurmountable obstacles, signifying that the traveler is already a participant in history. The very moment they traverse back in time, their past self also exists at that point. Thus they become a catalyst of history rather than a changer. Perhaps the very reason for the grandfather and grandmother's meeting is this unforeseen event of the grandfather's assassination. In this theory, many believe that time travel forms a loop, perpetually recurring. However, this is yet another misconception, for from the perspective of the timeline, the 2 space-time continuums do not unfold simultaneously. Those who envision an infinite loop often assume that the world continues to evolve even at the point of time travel. Conversely, the traveler who returns to the past follows the trajectory of history anew, subtly applying the notion of simultaneous progression of 2 worlds that, in reality, we have not encountered individuals from the future. Thus, the possibility suggests that the time machine operates over a minimal temporal span, days, hours, or even mere seconds. Alternatively, the time machine may be entirely unattainable. There is also the world line theory, which posits that there is but one world, albeit with various narratives. Minor alterations to the storyline conclude the original script at the point of change, leading the world into a different narrative to continue its evolution, should a time-altering event transpire. It would obliterate the entire development of the world within the arc of the temporal traverse, filling the void by implanting altered memories into all individuals, resulting in genuine evolution post the time travel point. Due to the minor nature of the plot alterations, the fates of individuals remain largely unchanged. Conversely, if a significant event is altered sufficient to affect the course of history, the world would entirely shift into an alternate world line, leading to a dramatic transformation of human destinies. To kill one's grandfather, if it were possible, would imply a self-negation of the original history following the grandfather's death, erasing that history and subsequently implanting memories to resume genuine progression post the time travel point. Time theories predominantly revolve around these 3 paradigms, with the parallel universe theory being the most utilized, also explored within the realm of cosmic physics, that if 2 universes possess equal mass and adhere to identical physical laws, from a singularity of the Big Bang, their trajectories would mirror each other, with only minute random factors slightly altering their worlds, thus forming 2 parallel universes. Moreover, the singular world theory holds the greatest authenticity. While the world line theory presents the most innovative and logical framework, the deity's remarks suggest that the Dragon Ball universe exemplifies the applicability of the parallel universe theory. In other words, no matter how one attempts to alter events, it shall not affect this world. Suddenly, Yin mused, does this not imply that the world of Dragon Ball consists of countless iterations? What does that signify? A chaotic clash across dimensions? Very well. I shall vanquish the great Demon King with no lingering doubts. Yin readily assented. Upon witnessing Yin's pledge to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, the deity exhaled in relief and instructed Bobo to activate the time machine. Beep beep. The machine emitted a series of beeps, and the central magic circle radiated a brilliant white light. Whoosh! A blinding flash of white light surged forth, compelling one to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, the room was enveloped in faint wisps of blue smoke, and Yin's figure had vanished into the magic circle. Deity, do you truly wish for Yin to slay the Demon King? Bobo inquired anxiously after Aoyin's disappearance. The Demon King should have been vanquished long ago. Should he be killed, then this world would cease to have deities and Dragon Balls, potentially altering the entire realm. The deity closed his eyes and spoke slowly. This too is a test for Aoyin. If she succeeds in slaying the Demon King, she shall earn the right to inherit the mantle of divinity. Do you intend to bestow the position of deity upon Aoyin upon her return? Bobo did not oppose the deity's plan. He agreed with the notion of Aoyin succeeding to the divine role. He was also aware that Aoyin undoubtedly possessed such strength. The deity merely required a solid justification. Aoyin's power was formidable, coupled with a benevolent heart, making her an ideal candidate for the divine succession. Aoyin, however, remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a trial orchestrated by the deity to select the next god. Should Aoyin slay Piccolo, she would ascend as the new deity. Time travel brims with uncertainty and unpredictability. One could easily become lost in the unknown realms. Aoyin felt a peculiar tingling sensation throughout her body, akin to an electric shock. When she regained her senses, she found herself within a vast forest. Towering trees loomed around her, their lush foliage vibrant and alive, while birds occasionally perched upon the branches, chirping their melodious tunes. Aoyin meandered along a mountain path, eventually emerging from the forest into a quaint village with sparse inhabitants. Observing the townsfolk adorned in simple, antiquated garments, she mused, it appears to be over 3 centuries ago. Where attire is remarkably rudimentary, she paid no heed to the awestruck glances of the men and women around her. Unbeknownst to her, Aoyin wandered to a nearby waterfall, where she spotted a set of women's garments laid upon the ground. And through the rocky veil of the waterfall, a graceful figure could be discerned, i.e. someone bathing there. Aoyin felt no inclination to intrude. Had it been her former self, she would have seized the opportunity. Yet now, as a woman herself, and possessing both remarkable beauty and form, she had grown somewhat immune to the allure of other women. Furthermore, with 2 lifetimes behind her, her aspirations had shifted profoundly. Just as she prepared to depart, Aoyin caught sight of a young man in a purple robe lurking behind a large tree, peering at the bathing woman. What an audacious voyeur! Aoyin approached him quietly, her voice low. Isn't she quite lovely? The young man nodded, wiping the blood from his nose, exclaiming, Indeed, she is breathtaking. My Fong Fong is simply adorable. Fong Fong. Aoyin recognized the name, recalling it belonged to the object of Master Roshi's youthful affection. Could this young man be the Master Roshi of his prime? At that moment, Wu Qian, startled, turned to find a stunning girl beside him. Realizing his peeping had been discovered, he was about to exclaim, but Aoyin swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Miss, you are so charming. May I know your name? Once they had distanced themselves from the compromising situation, Wu Qian attempted to strike up a conversation. Aoyin shot him a disapproving glare, but chose not to respond. Wu Qian, feeling flustered, fell silent as Aoyin led him towards the marketplace. Where's Master Tatu's dojo? Aoyin inquired as they walked through the market. You seek Master Tatu's dojo. I am a disciple of Master Tatu. Allow me to guide you there, Wu Qian replied. Aoyin stifled a smile, having anticipated he was a disciple of Tatu. Otherwise, why would she ask him? In this era, Earth's technology remained underdeveloped, and the town was quite small. Before long, Wu Qian brought Aoyin to the entrance of Tatu's dojo. That IT was modest in size, housing approximately 30 students. Tatu was an eminent martial artist, renowned for his unique insights into the art of combat. Aoyin had come to seek an audience with this esteemed master, eager to witness the prowess of one so skilled in martial arts. Stepping into the dojo and traversing several training halls, Aoyin arrived at the inner chamber, the residence of Master Wu. From a distance, she spotted an elderly man clad in a white martial arts uniform seated on the wooden floor, cradling a warm cup of tea. Greetings, Master Wu. Aoyin approached respectfully, saying, I am Aoyin, a martial artist from afar. Having heard of your esteemed name, I have come to seek your guidance. That Wu Tai Do set down the teacup in his hand, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Lin Ye, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Why, dear girl, I sense an essence of nature in your steps. It appears your understanding of martial arts rivals my own. Lin Ye humbly smiled, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. Engaging in a spar with a true martial artist was indeed a delightful experience. As he spoke, Wu Tai Do rose to his feet. Inviting Lin Ye into the dojo, she understood that Wu Tai Do held her in high regard and wished to engage in a friendly contest. Adjusting the weights upon her person, Lin Ye suppressed her inner energy, calibrating her combat power to 200, roughly equivalent to Wu Tai Do's own strength, and then assumed a fighting stance that Wu Tai Do regarded the young girl before him with a serious expression. Finding it hard to believe that such youth could possess strength comparable to his own, Lin Ye, too, wore a solemn countenance. Wu Tai Do's formidable presence revealed a different caliber of martial artist. A grandeur that was palpable. Whoosh! Wu Tai Do's figure vanished from Lin Ye's view, prompting her eyes to dart about, tracking his movements. A fist suddenly appeared at her waist. Lin Ye swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. The force of the wind created by his strike slammed into the ground, echoing with a series of thuds. Lin Ye deftly dodged a flurry of attacks from Wu Tai Do, each strike coming in waves. Fierce as a wolf and roaring like a tiger, with a backward leap, she created distance, then lunged forward in a dive toward Wu Tai Do. His eyes flickered as he focused intently on her actions. Bang! Lin Ye's punch came forth, but Wu Tai Do intercepted it with both elbows. Observing her unpretentious and decisive attacks, Wu Tai Do nodded in approval before launching a rapid counterattack. Whoosh! He appeared behind her, at an astonishing angle, swinging a fist down toward her. Lin Ye had anticipated his movement. Just as the punch was about to connect with her back, she smiled calmly and dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the strike. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their speed increasing to the point where only the sounds of their clashes echoed throughout the dojo. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows countless times. Bang! Wu Tai Do delivered a powerful punch, but Lin Ye effortlessly redirected it with a gentle swipe of her hand, causing it to miss its mark. After a prolonged bout, both fighters remained composed, suggesting that neither had yet revealed their true capabilities. Lin Ye leaped backward, creating space between them, and unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant azure blast that surged toward Wu Tai Do. Upon witnessing the energy wave, Wu Tai Do calmly spread his arms to absorb it. Boom! The energy wave erupted in his grasp, the explosion shattering the wooden floor into splinters, sending debris swirling through the dojo. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Ye charged forward, launching a decisive attack against Wu Tai Do. Caught off guard, he was sent flying nearly 10 meters away by her strike. Wu Tian, having been astonished by the duel, rushed to assist his master, helping Wu Tai Do to his feet. "It seems I've been bested," Wu Tai Do stated with an even demeanor, not the slightest hint of arrogance in his tone. "Indeed, young lady, your prowess is undoubtedly among the world's elite. No, I'm the one who has lost." Lin Ye shook her head, raising her arm to reveal a cut near her chest, a testament to Wu Tai Do's restraint. She realized that had he not held back, that strike would have surely incapacitated her. However, she also understood that her current physical capabilities would allow her to endure several direct hits from him without serious harm. Lin Ye did not view her defeat as a grave matter. Despite the guidance of Bobo and the deity, she had fallen short against Wu Tai Do by a mere fraction. This underscored the profound depth of his martial arts mastery, rivaling that of Bobo and the deity, earning him the moniker of immortal among the common folk. The titles of Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit were inherited from him. Even though Lin Ye's combat power had reached an impressive 140,000, she contemplated how to utilize it more intricately. Every ounce of energy translates to strength. She had resolved to establish a solid foundation before arriving on Earth. The training under Turtle Hermit seemed beneath her, lacking the necessary depth. With Bobo and the deity, she had found growth, and it appeared there was still room for improvement under Wu Tai Do's tutelage. This journey had proven worthwhile, and the deity along with Bobo surely recognized Wu Tai Do's martial prowess. Once she had mastered his martial achievements, Lin Ye believed there would be no higher realm of intricacy to attain. At that point, her foundation would be solidified, allowing her to elevate her combat power without reservations. Ha ha! Indeed, Miss Lin Ye, you are a remarkable martial artist. Wu Tai Do laughed heartily, clasping his hands in salute to her. Lin Ye reciprocated the gesture, expressing her intent to reside nearby. She understood that when the nefarious Demon King Piccolo emerged, Wu Tai Do would lead his disciples into battle. Residing near his dojo would allow her to absorb his wisdom while keeping track of Piccolo's movements. Lin Ye settled into a home within the small town, gradually integrating into the community, where the villagers held a favorable view of the uniquely dressed young woman. Over the course of a year, she frequently visited Wu Tai Do's dojo to spar with him, revealing to many villagers that this seemingly serene and charming girl possessed an earth-shattering strength. Throughout the year, Lin Ye donned weighted clothing, keeping her power just above 200. She realized that with the divine temple and a year of training, she had temporarily set aside the pursuit of raw power, understanding that incremental improvements could amplify her overall strength. Consequently, her own power had breached the threshold of 150,000.1 day. Lin Ye arrived at Wu Tai Do's dojo only to find the atmosphere thick with silence. Wu Tai Do appeared deep in thought, his expression grave. Upon noticing her entrance, he spoke. Lin Ye, a nearby major city, was recently destroyed by the Demon King Piccolo, and all its inhabitants were slaughtered. It is predicted that our location may be his next target. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's spirit ignited with urgency, her eyes gleaming as she inquired, "Is it the Demon King Piccolo?" Indeed, Piccolo has obliterated several cities in succession, and it seems he has now set his sights on us. Wu Tai Do replied solemnly. Villagers from surrounding areas were evacuating, fearing Piccolo's wrath. The tales of his terror had spread far and wide, plunging the world into a state of panic. "Master, let us band together with others to confront the Demon King," the young turtle hermit proposed. The other disciples echoed their agreement, urging, "Yes, Master, let us join forces against the Demon King." Wu Tai Do rose, silencing the chatter with a raised hand, and turned his gaze toward Lin Ye, asking, "What do you think, Lin Ye?" Lin Ye concurred with the disciples, stating, "To thwart the Demon King Piccolo, we must unite our strengths. However, for this battle, it suffices for just the two of us to go. There is no need to involve anyone else." Wu Tai Do nodded in agreement, but Wu Tian, unwilling to be left out, protested, "Master, take us with you. We too wish to fight the Demon King." Casting a glance at Wu Tian, Lin Ye unleashed a formidable aura that enveloped the room, leaving Wu Tian and the others feeling as though they were adrift in a vast ocean, an icy chill coursing through them. "That if you cannot withstand even a fraction of my pressure, how do you expect to confront the Demon King Piccolo? Stay here and train diligently. Should we fail, at least you will be here to continue the fight." Under Lin Ye's imposing presence, the disciples lowered their heads, refraining from further insistence on joining the battle. But Wu Tai Do smiled at Lin Ye and said, "In that case, it shall be just Lin Ye and me against the Demon King Piccolo." Upon hearing their master's words, Wu Tian and the other disciples wept, their hopes resting on their master's capability to vanquish Piccolo. Along the winding path, Lin Ye and Wu Tai Do shouldered their packs, bidding farewell to their disciples as they embarked on their quest to confront the Demon King. Behind them, the disciples wept as they bid farewell to Lin Ye. Wu Tian gazed at Wu Tai Do, focusing on Lin Ye's receding silhouette, silently praying, "Master, may you and Lin Ye succeed in vanquishing the Dark Demon King." This sorrowful manner of departure left Lin Ye feeling helpless, as if facing such a trivial foe as the Dark Demon King would inevitably lead to her sacrifice. After Lin Ye and Wu Tai Do had been gone for 3 or 4 days, they arrived at the city that had been devastated by the Dark Demon King. They could see this moment, remnants of shattered walls, abandoned farmlands, and collapsed houses painted a dismal apocalyptic scene, while the sky was stained a blood-red hue by the dark powers of the Demon King. Witnessing the decay and desolation wrought by the Demon King, Wu Tai Do's face turned ashen, his eyes widening with fury that felt ready to burst forth. Perhaps due to having witnessed the apocalyptic scenes on the planet Kanoa, Lin Ye felt only a profound revulsion towards the sight before her, her brow slightly furrowing. "Let us proceed directly to the Demon King's castle." Wu Tai Do nodded in agreement with Lin Ye's suggestion. He was determined to eliminate the threat that loomed over the world as swiftly as possible. Before the palace of the Dark Demon King, Lin Ye and Wu Tai Do stood before the ominously dark castle, resembling a lair of malevolence. They exchanged glances before stepping through the grand entrance. Haha, how amusing the humans dare to approach the Demon King's palace. Truly a death wish. A sharp and grating voice echoed from the roof, and Lin Ye beheld a lizard man with green skin and a pair of demonic wings. This was one of the Dark Demon King's subordinates. Utterly revolting, Lin Ye cast a disdainful look at the lizard man, while Wu Taidu, upon the creature's appearance, emanated a powerful aura, poised to strike it down at any moment. Infuriated by the apparent contempt shown by the two humans, the lizard man roared, "Humans, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending Lord Pacquiao." With a flap of its wings, the lizard man lunged towards Lin Ye. The lizard man's attack missed, for in that instant, both Lin Ye and Wu Taidu vanished with a whoosh. A moment later, a resounding bang echoed through the air as Lin Ye unleashed a powerful energy wave, reducing the lizard man to ashes. "We must find the Dark Demon King at once," Wu Taidu urged, and Lin Ye nodded, continuing deeper into the palace. Along the way, they encountered several minions of the Demon King, but each was swiftly dispatched by the duo. Soon enough, Lin Ye stood before the Dark Demon King, who, in his youthful form, sat upon his throne adorned in garments emblazoned with the character for demon. A sinister expression etched across his face as he regarded the two humans before him. "Ha! Not long ago, a batch of humans came to meet their demise, and here you are so soon after." The Demon King boasted arrogantly, "Since you have come, I shall make you regret your decision. I will ensure that you suffer more than death." Witnessing the Dark Demon King's arrogant laughter, a cold glint of murderous intent flickered across Lin Ye's face. "With such arrogance, I shall ensure your total obliteration from this world." With a swift motion, Wu Taidu struck, vanishing from sight and reappearing before the Dark Demon King, delivering a punch imbued with tremendous force. Boom! The powerful attack unleashed a colossal whirlwind, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and stirring up dust from the ground. Sensing the formidable power of the blow, the Dark Demon King hastily evaded. Realizing he had underestimated these two humans, his eyes narrowed with rage, an aura of terrifying malice coalescing around him. Wu Taidu's expression grew grave as he observed the Dark Demon King, carefully gathering his energy, prepared to launch an assault at any moment. "Ha!" Wu Taidu exhaled sharply, his aura surging several-fold, overwhelming like a fierce tiger newly released from captivity, its roar reverberating through the air in the face of this sudden surge of might. The Dark Demon King's demeanor grew even colder. He anticipated that the human's aura would be so closely matched to his own. Beside him, Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected Wu Taidu to possess such strength, having initially believed that his focus on martial arts would limit his overall combat prowess. Clearly, he was unleashing his hidden skills. "All nations' shocking palm," Wu Taidu shouted, his body flickering before he inexplicably appeared behind the Dark Demon King. In the midst of the Demon King's astonished gaze, a hand glowing with golden light descended upon him, crackling with electricity, tracing a terrifying arc through the air. The all nations' shocking palm, with its irresistible momentum, crashed down upon the Dark Demon King, sending him flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the palace's stone pillars. Seeing Wu Taidu employ the all nations' shocking palm, Lin Ye could not help but pause in wonder. Clearly, the previous strike had placed Wu Taidu in a position of advantage. The Dark Demon King roared in fury, wiping the purple blood from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, how could I be wounded?" He vowed to shred the humans before him into pieces. His wicked, icy gaze scanned Lin Ye and her companion mercilessly. Licking his lips with a sinister smile, he clenched his fist tightly and uttered malevolently, "You dare to injure me? Prepare to welcome the Reaper's judgment." The Dark Demon King's aura surged violently, causing the entire palace to tremble, a whirlwind spiraling outward from his center. A chilling, desolate atmosphere enveloped them, as if they were ensnared in an endless purgatory, permeated with the stench of blood. Lin Ye could not help but frown at the acrid scent reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. It seemed the Dark Demon King's power surpassed that which Sun Wukong had faced. Was it due to his peak condition? Wu Taidu, confronted with the overwhelming pressure, felt his expression grow somber, his gaze fixed intently on the Dark Demon King. "Now, let you witness the true power of this Demon King." With that, the Demon King vanished, reappearing beside Wu Taidu. His claw imbued with corrosive energy aimed at the warrior. Wu Taidu remained unfazed, shifting his defensive stance to block the Demon King's assault. Hiss! The corrosive aura eroded the fabric of Wu Taidu's martial attire at the elbow, causing his expression to shift slightly. Suddenly, he pivoted, distancing himself from the Dark Demon King by several meters. Yet before Wu Taidu could stabilize himself, the Dark Demon King reappeared before him, launching a strike at his heart. Bang! A delicate white hand firmly grasped the incoming claw. In a moment of crisis, Lin Ye acted decisively, intercepting the Dark Demon King's attack. The corrosive aura relentlessly consumed her fair hand, producing a hissing sound as it corroded. Wu Taidu's expression filled with concern upon witnessing Lin Ye's hand being ravaged by the malevolent energy. However, Lin Ye remained composed, her right hand clutching the claw tightly, and then, with a fierce grip, an overwhelming explosive force surged from her fingers. Crack! With a mighty tug, Lin Ye tore off one of the Dark Demon King's arms. The Dark Demon King let out a pained howl as his entire arm was wrenched from his body. How can this be? He gazed at his severed limb in disbelief, his expression faltering, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wu Taidu was equally astonished by Lin Ye's astonishing display, fully aware of the Dark Demon King's might. How could she so effortlessly rip off his arm? "Bick, do you understand? I have come to this era specifically to eliminate you." At this moment, Lin Ye no longer held back, her expression calm as she spoke. What? The Dark Demon King was taken aback by Lin Ye's revelation of her origins. Had she truly come from another time? "Indeed, I am not of this era. I hail from 300 years hence, sent by the celestial deity of that time to eradicate you." Celestial deity. The Dark Demon King comprehended. The young woman before him was indeed sent from 3 centuries in the future. You think you can kill me?" The Dark Demon King erupted into mad laughter, declaring that no one in this world could defeat him. An overwhelming aura erupted from the Dark Demon King, far more terrifying than before, causing the palace to tremble. Cracks appearing in the walls. In that moment, even Wu Taidu was drenched in cold sweat from the maddening pressure. This power was not inferior to the second generation of Bick at the beginning of the Z saga. Yet, to Lin Ye, this display of might was utterly insignificant. She did not regard the Dark Demon King's aura with any concern. Lin Ye narrowed her eyes, gazing at the Dark Demon King as if he were a mere jester. Feeling the mocking gaze of Lin Ye, Piccolo the Demon King spat blood in fury. Lin Ye shook her head and remarked, "Do you understand? Throughout the vast universe, there exist countless powerful beings capable of extinguishing your life as easily as one crushes an ant. Therefore, do not confine yourself to a narrow perspective, and I happen to be one of them." Activating her unseen eye, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly emitted a faint, otherworldly glow. These eyes of mine can perceive the combat power of any individual. Earth is a planet with remarkably low combat capabilities, where Mr. Wutai possesses a power level of around 200, making him one of the strongest among humanity. Lin Ye turned her azure-glowing eyes toward Piccolo, the Demon King, stating, in your peak condition, possess a power level of 340. Observing Wutai's bewildered expression, Lin Ye continued, "My combat power far exceeds what you can fathom. Train on Earth. I don a weighted suit, totaling more than 100 tons. I have also deliberately restrained my energy usage in daily life. My true combat power is 156,000. With that, Lin Ye released the weight, and as the burden vanished, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Suddenly, a formidable and awe-inspiring aura surged into the sky. The earth trembled as the entire palace collapsed under the weight of this overwhelming power, dust swirling in the air, while the ground around Lin Ye sank several meters, marred by deep, winding crevices. The previously undisturbed terrain transformed into a chaotic landscape. As a powerful cyclone swept through, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at, the sky and ground seemed to become agitated, disturbed by Lin Ye's presence. This was the first time Lin Ye unleashed her aura without restraint, evoking a sense of boundless freedom. Witnessing the astonishing transformation of Lin Ye's aura, both Piccolo the Demon King and Wu Tai stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the existence of such immense power. How is this possible? Piccolo the Demon King exclaimed, his expression tinged with despair. With a being monstrous in strength present in the world, how could he ever hope to achieve his ambition of world domination? Piccolo the Demon King. Today you cannot escape. Prepare to meet your demise, Lin Ye said with a calm demeanor, as if pronouncing his death sentence. Piccolo the Demon King screamed frantically, "No, I am the fearsome Demon King. Everything in this world is under my control. I will shroud the entire world in darkness. Enough." A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as a surge of golden energy erupted from her, powerful enough to resemble a mighty dragon roaring toward the heavens. Exuding a terrifying aura that instilled fear across the globe, charging directly at Piccolo, the Demon King. Boom! Piccolo the Demon King was struck by the golden energy wave without any means of resistance. The surging wave expanded and compressed relentlessly until Piccolo was reduced to ashes under the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the deities within the temple and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the world became mere legends. As Wu Tai watched the once menacing Piccolo the Demon King disintegrate into ashes due to Lin Ye's energy wave, he remained stunned, unable to recover from the shock. Even now, Wu Tai could scarcely believe that the girl before him possessed such cataclysmic power. Yet the battered, uneven ground surrounding him constantly reminded him of the reality of the situation. Once again restraining her aura and donning her weighted suit, Lin Ye transformed back into the petite, graceful girl she once was. Observing Wu Tai's astonished expression, she offered a gentle smile. Her task, as requested by the deity, was complete, and she had absorbed Wu Tai's martial insights. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for time to pass until Bobo would return her home. "To think you hail from the future," Wu Tai exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment, overwhelmed by Lin Ye's identity. After exchanging a few words with the dazed Wu Tai, Lin Ye returned with him to the small town. Gazing at the enchanting girl beside him, Wu Tai still found it hard to believe that beneath her delicate exterior lay such formidable strength. Upon returning to the town, the villagers erupted in joyous celebration upon hearing the news of Piccolo, the Demon King's defeat. That night, a grand festivity unfolded in the town, with both Lin Ye and Wu Tai surrounded by enthusiastic villagers, continually toasting and sharing laughter until the banquet gradually dispersed around dawn. Lin Ye experienced the villagers' elation, which erupted after a period of immense fear. With Piccolo the Demon King eradicated by her intervention, the course of this world had subtly shifted, and Wu Tai had also survived. The following day, Lin Ye finally extricated herself from the villagers' warm embrace. Ling exhaled a breath of relief. She found it quite challenging to adjust to such overwhelming attention. Wu Tai approached her with a smile, saying, "The villagers are immensely grateful to you for vanquishing the Demon King." Lin Ye rolled her eyes and replied, "I defeated Piccolo the Demon King at the behest of the deity. Even without my intervention, history dictates that the Demon King would have been sealed away by you." Wu Tai shook his head, asserting, "I am well aware of the Demon King's strength. Had you not intervened, as you suggest, I would have undoubtedly paid a hefty price to seal him away. Thus, I must extend my gratitude to you." Lin Ye smiled softly, accepting Wu Tai's thanks. In history, Wu Tai had embarked on a quest with his disciples to confront Piccolo the Demon King, but he had initially failed. Yet, due to his remarkable vitality, he had escaped with his life, leaving behind a message for his disciples, assuring them of his return. Eventually, Wu Tai did return, employing the techniques he had learned to seal Piccolo the Demon King within a rice cooker, albeit at the cost of his own life. Ultimately, Master Rashi and Master Crane submerged the rice cooker containing the sealed Demon King into the depths of the sea. Lin Ye pondered the implications of her actions by eliminating Piccolo, the Demon King. Both the deity and the Dragon Balls would vanish from this world. In the future, Goku and Bulma would not meet, and the entire timeline would be altered. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Lin Ye's mind. While she had slain Piccolo the Demon King, thereby preventing Goku and Bulma from encountering one another, the Saiyans from the beginning of the Z Saga would still arrive on Earth. Even if Vegeta and Frieza would not descend upon Earth in Namek, the androids would not emerge either. However, the egg of Majin Buu would remain on Earth. If Majin Buu were to appear, Lin Ye's mood soured, filled with regret for her impulsive decision to kill Piccolo, the Demon King. Dragon Balls, Dragon Balls. The very nexus of the Dragon Ball universe lies within the Dragon Balls themselves, meaning that Piccolo, the Demon King, and the deity are critically intertwined with the main storyline. The deity was unaware of the future challenges Earth would face. He merely believed that by eliminating Piccolo, peace would prevail, thus sending her to fulfill this mission. However, her actions might result in the absence of Dragon Ball warriors to confront Majin Buu. Lin Ye's expression darkened, for a moment of oversight could plunge this world into eternal darkness. Wait, it seemed that in Trunks' future, Majin Buu did not exist. Could it be that this world would also follow suit? Dreadful. Such speculative thoughts mustn't linger. Perhaps Trunks' world merely lacked the manifestation of Majin Buu at this time. If Majin Buu were to appear in this world devoid of the Dragon Balls, it would spell disaster. Lin Ye racked her brain, striving to find a way to amend the situation. Noticing Lin Ye's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, Wu Tai, concerned, approached her and asked, "Lin Ye, is something troubling you? Are you unwell?" Lin Ye shook her head, choosing silence. It was too late for words now. Perhaps for the people of this era, the immediate threat was indeed the Demon King, and the events of 300 years hence remained uncertain. Finally, Lin Ye confided her concerns to Wu Tai. Upon hearing her, Wu Tai's expression grew grave. "Lin Ye, are you suggesting that by slaying Piccolo the Demon King, we may have inadvertently affected the future, preventing the emergence of future adversaries?" Lin Ye nodded. "I come from the future, where the existence of Piccolo has rallied a formidable group of Earth warriors, who will engage in relentless battles against even more sinister foes to protect our planet. However, with Piccolo eliminated, I fear these warriors may never arise." "Ha!" With a hearty laugh, Tata remarked in the presence of the astonished Lin Ye, "Although the mighty Piccolo Daimao no longer exists, we are still here. It is up to us to nurture the warriors of the future, is it not? For the sake of the future, I, Tatu, shall strive to cultivate exceptional disciples, ensuring they inherit our convictions and foster formidable champions for the Earth." His words resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through Lin Ye's very soul. Indeed, regardless of the nature of future adversaries, even without the bonds of the Dragon Balls, one can still leave behind a legacy of unwavering belief for what lies ahead. Let us reunite the Dragon Warriors. In an instant, Lin Ye felt a surge of optimism, her prior gloom and confusion dissipating entirely. Yes, although the resurrection capabilities of the Dragon Balls are no more, with astute planning, it should still be feasible to achieve the ultimate goal of vanquishing Majin Buu. Then let us forge a new world, Lin Ye stated solemnly to Tatu. With a nod and a smile, Tatu acknowledged the necessity to prepare for the potential emergence of a more sinister incarnation of Piccolo Daimao in the future. He summoned his disciples, establishing a plan to gather students far and wide, breaking the conventions of martial artists, and imparting his unparalleled skills to cultivate the finest disciples. Under Tata's guidance, the young Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit gradually enhanced their martial prowess. Avoiding the conflict that would later arise due to Tatu's demise, as time gradually passed, Lin Ye became aware that her days in this world were drawing near. She began to contemplate leaving behind something significant, to prepare this world for the inevitable confrontations with extraterrestrial beings and malevolent entities. After all, it was her momentary lapse that had led to the uncertainty of the future. Observing Lin Ye retrieving a rice cooker, Tatu, puzzled, inquired, "What purpose does the rice cooker serve?" "I sense that I shall soon depart from this world and return to my original realm." Lin Ye replied with a smile, "That I wish to leave something behind for this world, at least to serve a purpose when unforeseen changes arise." Placing the rice cooker in the center of the courtyard, Lin Ye extended her arm. Taking a deep breath, a crescent-shaped energy blade coalesced in her hand, and with a swift motion, she inflicted a wound upon her pristine arm, allowing droplets of blood to fall into a pre-prepared wide-mouthed bottle. "Lin Ye, what are you doing?" Tato asked, astonished and bewildered, ignoring his question. Lin Ye endured the pain from her wound and filled the bottle with her blood. Finally, she hastily placed the bottle into the rice cooker and summoned her energy to in an instant. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from Lin Ye as she carefully formed a golden energy sphere, merging it into the wide-mouthed bottle before sealing it within the rice cooker. Magic sealing wave. Lin Ye concentrated her energy with one hand and unleashed the magic sealing wave towards the rice cooker. A serpentine blue dragon surged toward the cooker, the wave radiating a brilliant light, compelling one to shut their eyes. With a resounding bang, the magic sealing wave struck the rice cooker, sealing the bottle containing Lin Ye's blood within. Picking up the rice cooker, which now contained her blood sealed inside, Lin Ye wiped the sweat from her brow. The powerful healing ability had already staunched the bleeding from her arm, and it would not be long before it fully healed. Utetu approached with concern, taking the rice cooker from Lin Ye's hands. "Do not worry. I possess formidable regenerative abilities. The wound on my arm will heal swiftly," Lin Ye assured him. Just as she finished speaking, a golden light emanated from her wound. To Utetu's astonishment, small flesh-like buds began to sprout from the injury. The buds shifted and elongated, inducing a slight itch, gradually revealing an unblemished arm. Lin Ye exclaimed, shaking her now healed arm, its porcelain-like skin shimmering with a faint glow. Beneath the seemingly fragile surface lay an astonishing strength. Utetu, witnessing Lin Ye's regenerative prowess, gaped in disbelief. He had never seen anyone heal from an injury so rapidly. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he remarked, "I dare say you are the true monster." Lin Ye smiled softly, feeling immensely satisfied with her regenerative abilities. Although this process consumed a significant amount of her energy in the short term, battling with a compromised limb was far less advantageous than fighting with her full strength in a healthy body. Her previous intuition had proven correct. Her regenerative capabilities were indeed growing stronger with her increasing power, and with her current abilities, she was nearly on par with the Namekians. Lin Ye accepted Utetu's words wholeheartedly, maintaining a clear understanding of her own identity. Indeed, she was a monster, a true immortal one at that. However, she relished the prospect of being such a creature. Handing the rice cooker to Utetu, Lin Ye's expression turned serious. "I possess an immortal body. As long as a single cell remains, I can regenerate infinitely. The bottle sealed within this rice cooker contains my blood sample, which can theoretically be considered a part of me. However, since my true self exists, I cannot transform into another version of myself. Yet upon my departure from this world, this blood sample should manifest as a new Lin Ye, becoming my avatar. I have infused it with sufficient vitality. I hope you will preserve this rice cooker until the time comes to unleash my avatar against insurmountable evil." Utetu solemnly accepted the rice cooker containing Lin Ye's avatar, his expression grave. "Rest assured, Lin Ye, I will safeguard it diligently." At that moment, Lin Ye recalled that the deities no longer resided in this world, and a new deity must be selected. Among humanity, Utetu was an exemplary candidate. "Mr. Utetu, have you ever visited the Korin Tower?" Lin Ye inquired. "Korin Tower?" Utetu shook his head. While he did not understand why Lin Ye posed such a question, he replied, "I am aware of the sacred land of Korin. It is said to be the sanctum of martial arts. Yet I have never visited the Korin Tower." Lin Ye hoped Utetu would ascend to Korin Tower and become the new deity. Thus, she continued, "Atop the sacred land of Korin's Korin Tower resides a sage, a being whose martial prowess rivals your own. Moreover, above the Korin Tower exists the deity. The deity, is it the god who brought you to this era?" Utetu asked, perplexed. "Indeed, the deity is the guardian of Earth, responsible for maintaining order. The deity and Piccolo Daimao were once one. However, due to certain circumstances, the deity could not descend to eliminate the Daimao, which is why I was tasked with vanquishing him." Lin Ye divulged the secrets surrounding the deity, her expression tinged with melancholy as she realized the deity had vanished from this world. The deity's demise signified the loss of Earth's guardian. Thus, I propose that Mr. Utetu journey to Korin Tower. Perhaps you could inherit the deity's position. Utetu felt a genuine admiration for the deity who willingly vanished alongside the Daimao to protect Earth, yet he had no desire for the title of deity. Shaking his head, he declined Lin Ye's suggestion. "I have no ambition to become a god." Lin Ye understood that Utetu was a martial artist devoted to his craft, harboring a unique pursuit for martial excellence. Mr. Tetu, upon becoming a deity, you would have the opportunity to meet King Kai, who governs the North Galaxy. King Kai is an extraordinary martial arts master, and with his guidance, you could achieve tremendous breakthroughs in your martial journey. Noticing Tetu's apparent interest, Lin Ye pressed on. As a deity, you would no longer be bound by mere mortal constraints. You would possess a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary beings, enabling you to better protect the Earth. For the sake of Earth's tranquility, you must become the deity, she continued to entice him. After Lin Ye's persistent persuasion, Tetu's resolve finally softened. Hesitating, he conceded, "Very well, I shall visit Corinne Tower." Lin Ye's face brightened at Tetu's agreement to journey to Corinne Tower, for it nearly ensured his ascension as the new deity. Days later, Tetu set off for Corinne Tower, rice cooker in hand, entrusting the dojo to his disciples, the Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit, with everything in order. Lin Ye could finally depart from this world with peace of mind. Knowing Tetu would become the new deity, the dojo would nurture martial artists, and her sealed avatar would remain as a safeguard. Even if formidable foes arise in the future, one should be adequately prepared to confront them. The reason for sealing the blood sample within the rice cooker using a magical barrier is primarily to prevent the transmission of one's genetic material. Were there to be a certain mad doctor present, it is conceivable that the Dragon Ball warriors might encounter their own cloned robots even before the emergence of Majin Buu.M.Y peculiar counterpart. Lin Ye is well aware of this. It can be confidently asserted that, given her extraordinary constitution, she only grows stronger as time progresses. In the end, the only being capable of defeating her will be herself. Although the cloned robots may not necessarily possess the same traits as Lin Ye, the Saiyan bloodline is undeniably potent. Due to its unique characteristics, it has even been enhanced, surpassing the potential of the vast majority of pure Saiyans. The rice cooker is to be brought to the temple by Tetu. Once the time is right, Lin Ye's doppelganger will be born at that moment. It is imperative to advise this duplicate not to wander aimlessly in order to avoid revealing her genetic lineage. Unlike her original, she lacks the characteristic of immortality, possessing instead an infinite lifespan and formidable healing abilities. Therefore, it is crucial that she does not perish midway, as she cannot undergo the same rebirth as her original. Lin Ye bid farewell to Master Rashi and embarked on her solitary journey. The landscapes of 300 years ago were far more splendid than those of Lin Ye's own era, prompting her to take the opportunity to relax and revel in nature's beauty. 3 weeks later, a colossal magical circle appeared beneath her feet. As it illuminated with a brilliant flash, a thick cloud of smoke erupted. When the haze dissipated, Lin Ye had vanished from this world. Above Kalen Tower, within the temple's secret chamber, Bobo carefully maneuvered the machinery to bring Lin Ye back. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the chamber, filling it with dense smoke that forced Bobo to retreat into the corridor. "Cough, cough! Bobo, what on earth have you done to create such a cloud of smoke?" Lin Ye emerged from the haze, frowning and covering her mouth, expressing her dissatisfaction that, the machinery hasn't been used in quite some time, and some components have begun to deteriorate. "It seems I will need to construct a new one," Bobo replied, his face serene as he observed the young girl emerging from the FOG. It was indeed a daunting experience to traverse time and space in such an antiquated contraption. One couldn't help but feel a pang of fear at the thought of it breaking down mid-journey, leaving her forgotten in some obscure corner of existence. Sensing Lin Ye's presence, the Supreme Kai inquired, "Lin Ye, how has Demon King Piccolo fared?" Lin Ye adjusted her attire, smoothing her flowing hair before responding with a faint smile. "Rest assured, I have personally dealt with Demon King Piccolo. He has been vanquished." The Supreme Kai turned his gaze to Bobo, who affirmed, "According to my readings on Lin Ye, she has indeed succeeded in eliminating Demon King Piccolo." "What? Readings? Does that mean you have installed a camera on me?" Lin Ye gasped, her expression darkening as she glared at Bobo, emanating an aura of outrage. Noticing Lin Ye's inclination towards fury, Bobo hastily clarified, "Please do not be angry, Miss Lin Ye. This information was gleaned from the time machine's display, and I did not monitor you specifically." He gestured towards the now shattered display screen. Lin Ye's aura gradually subsided, relieved that it was merely a display and not an eavesdropping device. Otherwise, her secrets would have been laid bare, prompting her to resolve to exercise greater caution in her words moving forward. With Lin Ye's presence returning to normal, Bobo exhaled in relief, having been genuinely intimidated by her formidable energy. With Bobo's confirmation, the Supreme Kai understood that Lin Ye had indeed triumphed over Demon King Piccolo, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Turning to Lin Ye, the Supreme Kai spoke gravely. Lin Ye, since you have defeated Demon King Piccolo, you have passed the trial. Trial? Lin Ye questioned, puzzled by the Supreme Kai's assertion. Was her task of slaying Piccolo a test of her capabilities? If so, what precisely was being assessed? Bobo, sensing the Supreme Kai was ready to elaborate, interjected, "This is the trial for selecting a successor to the Supreme Kai. With the unanimous agreement of the Supreme Kai and myself, you have been chosen as the next Supreme Kai." Lin Ye was taken aback. To be named the successor of the Supreme Kai. It seemed she had unwittingly passed a trial, which implied, "You wish for me to become the Supreme Kai?" Lin Ye exclaimed incredulously, her eyes widening in disbelief. Just moments before, she had facilitated Tetu's ascension to the Supreme Kai position, and now the Supreme Kai intended for her to inherit that very role upon her return to her own world. To be candid, Lin Ye had never contemplated the prospect of becoming the Supreme Kai. It had never crossed her mind as a possibility. "Indeed, I wish for you to become the new Supreme Kai of Earth." The Supreme Kai replied earnestly, "I am not fit for this role. I have previously allowed the world to descend into chaos. After witnessing the havoc wrought by Demon King Piccolo, you must understand the connection between us." Lin Ye nodded. She was well aware that Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were intertwined. Acknowledging her nod, the Supreme Kai continued, "The turmoil caused by Demon King Piccolo was a direct consequence of my negligence as the Supreme Kai. Regrettably, for many years, no suitable human candidate has emerged to inherit this role. Until your appearance." His gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye. He added, "There are far too many beings in the universe, far more powerful than Earthlings. You possess a strength surpassing my own, enabling you to protect the Earth more effectively. More importantly, though you are not of this planet, you possess a kind heart. Through my observations over the years, I have come to know that you share a profound love for this world. Thus," he implored, "I hope you will accept the mantle of Earth's new Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai's gaze was unwavering, and Lin Ye found herself at a loss for how to refuse. His words resonated with her own sentiments expressed to Tetu. It would be hypocritical to deny this opportunity. Surely, Bobo would be a more fitting candidate for the role of Supreme Kai. Lin Ye suggested, though she did not outright reject the notion of becoming the Supreme Kai of Earth. However, she felt an aversion to being tethered to the planet, for she harbored grand aspirations that could not be confined to Earth alone. Bobo is a subordinate of the Supreme Kai, responsible for safeguarding the temple. He cannot ascend to the role of Supreme Kai. Bobo clarified, explaining that the duties of the Supreme Kai and their subordinates were distinctly delineated. The Supreme Kai protects the Earth, while the subordinate guards the temple, with no room for overlap. But I cannot remain in the temple indefinitely, and I may often need to leave Earth. Lin Ye expressed her dilemma. Nonetheless, the Supreme Kai was resolute, stating, "That is of no concern. I will continue to reside in the temple. My position will merely be passed on to you. Whenever you leave Earth, Bobo and I will ensure its safety. You need only intervene when the situation becomes critical." With the Supreme Kai's proposition laid before her, and considering the responsibility of safeguarding Earth would ultimately fall to her and her companions, Lin Ye found herself unable to refuse any longer. "Very well. I agree to become the Supreme Kai of Earth." Upon hearing Lin Ye's acceptance, both the Supreme Kai and Bobo beamed with smiles. Their hearts swelled with joy at the prospect of selecting such a young and exceptional Supreme Kai for Earth. Following this, Bobo led Lin Ye to the temple's bathing chamber for a thorough cleansing. Reclining in the bath, Lin Ye caressed her silky, delicate thighs, feeling a bit lightheaded as she pondered, "Am I truly on the verge of becoming the Supreme Kai?" After her bath, the Supreme Kai escorted Lin Ye to a chamber located at the temple's base, a place where the souls of previous Supreme Kai slumbered. The Supreme Kai bowed respectfully before the altars of his predecessors. then solemnly declared, "Esteemed predecessors of the Supreme Kai, the current Supreme Kai, Bodhi, has selected the new Supreme Kai, Lin Ye, and has come to pay homage." With that, the Supreme Kai knelt alongside Lin Ye. In that moment, Lin Ye felt as if the spirits of the previous Supreme Kais were emerging from their altars. Swirling around her in a celestial dance, that a unique aura emanated from those sacred places, entering her being. An overwhelming sense of euphoria washed over her, enveloping her in warmth and indescribable bliss. She greedily absorbed this extraordinary energy. Her body emitted a series of crackling sounds, akin to fireworks exploding in her ears. The Supreme Kai refrained from interrupting Lin Ye, aware that she was undergoing the ancient rite of succession bestowed by the previous Supreme Kais. As Lin Ye embraced the power of the Supreme Kai, she felt her strength intensify, a delightful sensation coursing through her entire being. Rising to her feet, she stretched her arms. Even this simple act was imbued with boundless strength, conjuring a whirlwind that howled like a wild stallion yearning for freedom. The Supreme Kai, sensing the tremendous energy radiating from Lin Ye, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were suddenly plunged into a frigid abyss. In a state of urgency, he called out to Lin Ye, "Please, stop. Lin Ye, this is the sacred resting place of the previous Supreme Kais. Such behavior is utterly disrespectful." In truth, he felt an immense joy within, as the new celestial deity grew increasingly powerful. The earth became ever more secure. Lin Ye shyly smiled, and, regaining her composure, bowed in apology before the ancestral tablets of the celestial deities. After departing from the celestial tomb, the deity addressed Lin Ye, saying, "Lin Ye, from this moment forth, you shall be the celestial deity of Earth. In the coming days, I shall instruct you on how to wield the powers of a deity." With a smile illuminating her face, Lin Ye nodded. Just moments after receiving the celestial legacy, she discovered that her combat prowess had reached an astounding 180,000, a battle power of 180,000, truly achieving a level of cosmic excellence. In the original story, Sun Wukong's strength upon arriving at Namek was approximately this magnitude, and she had attained such power by the tender age of 15, which filled Lin Ye with an extraordinary sense of elation. "Celestial deity, I sense the presence of another realm, one steeped in deathly aura," Lin Ye exclaimed. The celestial deity responded, "That is the Underworld, and celestial deities have the ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. In due time, I shall take you to visit Lord Yama." The celestial deity further advised Lin Ye, "You are now a celestial deity, so you need not refer to me as such. You may call me Bodhi or Old Celestial Deity instead." "Very well, Bodhi," Lin Ye replied, realizing that this name was likely one of the celestial deity's own creation, as she had never encountered it in the original narrative. In the ensuing days, Old Celestial Deity Bodhi taught Lin Ye how to harness the powers of a deity. Under his guidance, Lin Ye discovered that the abilities of a celestial deity resembled that of a sorcerer's magic, akin to superpowers. However, this ability was one that could be inherited, with no other means of acquisition available. Since Old Celestial Deity was a Namekian, whose abilities were inherently marvelous, he had retained his celestial powers. Once Lin Ye became adept in utilizing her newfound abilities, Old Celestial Deity took her into the Underworld to meet Lord Yama, the ruler of death in the Northern Galaxy. Upon her first encounter with Lord Yama, Lin Ye was taken aback by his colossal stature, astonished to find him as immense as depicted in the original tale. Utilizing her charming appearance and her eloquent tongue, Lin Ye established a commendable rapport with Lord Yama, often eliciting hearty laughter from him. Lin Ye had become the celestial deity with the most amicable relationship with Lord Yama in the annals of Earth's history. As Lin Ye prepared to return to the realm of the living, Lord Yama graciously accompanied her out of the Grand Hall, a gesture that stirred envy in Old Celestial Deity, who had never received such treatment. Lin Ye then lingered in the Celestial Palace for several months, during which, under Bobo's guidance, she thoroughly familiarized herself with the palace's structure, gradually transforming into a competent celestial deity. Today, Lin Ye was set to descend to the mortal realm. Having promised Sun Wukong that she would return to the Kame House within a year or two, however, due to various delays, Nearly 3 years had elapsed since her departure, in just 1 year. Sun Wukong would turn 12, marking the onset of the narrative. Thus, it was imperative for Lin Ye to locate the 4-star Dragon Ball before then, so she could return with Sun Wukong to Mount Payos. Awaiting Bulma's arrival, it was hard to fathom that she had already spent 15 years in the Dragon Ball world, and the story was about to unfold. Lin Ye pondered, gently caressing her maturing form and her fair, radiant skin, feeling increasingly enchanting. Yet, a sense of distress began to brew within her. Facing such a beautiful, petite, and alluring physique daily led her to grow ever fonder of her own body, and she sensed a burgeoning tendency towards narcissism. Just as Lin Ye became lost in thought, old celestial deity Bodhi approached her, saying, "Lin Ye, I hear you are to descend to the mortal realm." Lin Ye returned to her usual demeanor and replied, "Indeed, it has been 3 years since I bid farewell to Sun Wukong. It is time for me to return." The celestial deity nodded and, together with Lin Ye, gazed down at the mortal world. He reminded her, "Once you descend, be sure to empathize with the plight of the mortals and fulfill your responsibilities as a celestial deity." "Understand what to do," Lin Ye promised, having often considered matters from the perspective of celestial deity since assuming her role. "Be by the way." Old celestial deity, observing Lin Ye's casual yet fashionable attire, suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Your outfit is rather informal. I hope you will change it." Lin Ye rolled her eyes in exasperation, countering, "Come on, old celestial deity. I'm the first female celestial deity in Earth's history. Is there a rule that dictates female deities must dress like you?" Lin Ye argued, unwilling to compromise on her appearance. Old celestial deity sighed and conceded, "Very well. Dress as you wish, but do not forget the mark of a deity." With that, he extended a finger and cast a spell on Lin Ye's garment. With a puff, a small character for deity was imprinted on the inner collar of her top. A white celestial windbreaker draped over her shoulders, adorned with the character deity emblazoned on the chest and back. Clad in resplendent and striking attire, with a 3-centimeter drape of divine windbreaker, Lin Ye appeared even more dignified and mysterious. "You may not need to wear this windbreaker daily, but the collars of your hundreds of tops must bear the mark of the deity." "Got it," Lin Ye lazily agreed, producing all her garments to imprint the character deity on their collars before leaping down from the celestial palace. Watching her vanish from sight, old celestial deity chuckled and shook his head. Navigating through the thick layers of thunderclouds, Lin Ye beheld the spherical pinnacle of the Kirin Tower. Reminiscing about the immortal she had not seen for years, Lin Ye paused and stepped into the tower. At that moment, the immortal was savoring the sea fish Lin Ye had left behind when she suddenly appeared within the tower. "Hello, it has been a long time, immortal." Upon hearing someone greet him, the immortal set down the fish and turned to see Lin Ye smiling at him. "Hmm?" The immortal's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Lin Ye clad in the white celestial windbreaker, so much so that he dropped the fish he had been holding, utterly taken aback by her attire. Pointing at Lin Ye with his paw, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Lin, is that garment truly that of a celestial deity?" "Indeed, immortal. I am the new celestial deity of Earth," Lin Ye replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she acknowledged her new identity. Extending her hand to the immortal and saying, "I hope for your continued support in the future," the immortal stared at Lin Ye in shock, struggling to comprehend her new status. The little girl who had only recently climbed the Kirin Tower now stood before him as a celestial deity. "Lin Ye, you are truly beyond my expectations." The immortal quickly regained his composure, accepting Lin Ye's new identity. Lin Ye beamed, never having anticipated her ascension to deityhood. This was the choice of old celestial deity. To be honest, I was startled at first. I never imagined that a celestial deity would choose me as their successor. The immortal nodded, recognizing that Lin Ye, with her formidable powers, was indeed a fitting choice for the celestial deity. Though he had not expected her to become one so soon, I happened to be heading to the mortal realm. Since I'm passing through here, I thought I would come and see you. How are the fish tasting? Would you like me to bring you some more next time?" Upon hearing Lin Ye offer to bring more fish, the immortal perked up, intently listening to her words. "Yes, those fish are delightful. If possible, please do bring me some more." "Absolutely. I will bring you plenty next time," Lin Ye agreed with a smile, then leaped down from Kirin Tower, soaring towards the realm of mortals. The immortal watched the clouds below, licking his paw, eagerly anticipating Lin Ye's next visit. Lin Ye swiftly descended to the ground, concealing her celestial windbreaker with divine power, and then retrieved the dragon radar to begin her search for the 4-star Dragon Ball belonging to Sun Wukong and the Dragon Ball belonging to the Ox King. Beep beep, the dragon radar quickly displayed the locations of 7 Dragon Balls. After a brief assessment, Lin Ye chose the one nearest to her and, with a whoosh, darted towards the marked location on the radar. With her current strength, even while wearing weighted clothing, her flying speed remained remarkably swift. In no time, Lin Ye arrived at a desolate plateau, strewn with yellow sand and devoid of vegetation. This plateau was adorned with heaps of stones, with pillars of various sizes dotting its expanse. Due to its proximity to the arid Gobi Desert, the plateau experiences extreme fluctuations in temperature between day and night, coupled with a significant scarcity of moisture, resulting in a dearth of vegetation across the barren landscape. Lin Ye alighted upon a cluster of stones in the desert. She surveyed the vast plateau, shrouded in swirling dust, a frown instinctively creasing her brow. Soon, this plateau may very well succumb to the encroaching desert. The earth is a stunning, cerulean orb, with continents and oceans harmoniously distributed across its surface. Its temperate climate and minimal human interference have fostered an abundance of life. Yet even on such a life-sustaining planet, there exist areas of extreme harshness. The plateau where Lin Ye finds herself is not particularly inhospitable, but it pales in comparison to other regions. Here, the stark temperature variations and lack of moisture render it less conducive to the survival of myriad life forms. Though some tenacious beings manage to endure. Roar! A massive dinosaur emerged from behind a rocky pile, drool cascading from its maw as it bellowed at Lin Ye, perceiving her as prey and lunging forward. Disgusted by the creature's slobbering visage, Lin Ye deftly leaped upward, evading the dinosaur's assault. Thud! The dinosaur's cumbersome body collided with a nearby stone pillar, producing a resounding crash that shook the earth, sending loose rocks tumbling down. A few struck the dinosaur's head, rendering it dazed. Shaking off the confusion, it resumed its advance toward Lin Ye. Could all dinosaurs be this foolish? Lin Ye found herself at a loss as she watched the creature persist in its attack. She recalled a time when Sun Wukong had been pursued relentlessly by a dinosaur during training with Piccolo, only for Wukong to sever its tail and roast it for a meal. If it dares to chase me, it must be prepared to face the consequences. With a flash, Lin Ye vanished from the stone pillar, her form leaving behind several afterimages as she swiftly descended beneath the dinosaur. Bang! A fist struck the creature's chin, eliciting a low, muffled groan as its eyes rolled back into its head, collapsing in one swift motion. Though it was substantial in size, its strength was disappointingly feeble. Succumbing in mere moments, lightly touching down, Lin Ye brushed her hair back, glancing at the unconscious dinosaur. She had no intentions of roasting it, so she left the creature behind. Long after Lin Ye had departed, the dinosaur groggily rose, casting a fearful glance in the direction Lin Ye had vanished before hastily fleeing in another direction. Lin Ye alighted upon a thicket of dead trees and pressed the button on her Dragon Ball radar, magnifying the map. The radar indicated that a Dragon Ball was indeed nearby. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for a potential hiding spot for the coveted sphere. However, after an extensive search, she found no trace of the Dragon Ball. Lin Ye began to sever the dead shrubs, delving deeper into the thicket. After clearing nearly half of the underbrush, she caught sight of a glimmering light among the foliage. I found it, with a leap. She reached the thicket, where an orange-red Dragon Ball was wedged between the branches, reflecting the sun's radiant glow. She pried the branches apart and grasped the Dragon Ball. She realized it was not the 4-star ball belonging to Sun Wukong. Since it is not the 4-star ball, I shall return this to Neo Mo Wang. Lin Ye stowed the Dragon Ball in her satchel and activated the radar to search for the next one. Beeping twice, the radar displayed signals for 6 additional Dragon Balls. Lin Ye gently ascended, heading towards the nearest Dragon Ball. The wind howled fiercely in her ears, chilling her cheeks and tousling her hair. She flew over jungles and plateaus, gradually arriving at a more level terrain. Lin Ye pressed onward, entering a rocky canyon where the ground was riddled with interlacing fissures, some long and deep, forming isolated rock slabs that had become fragile and eroded by rain and wind. Searching for a Dragon Ball in this labyrinth would be troublesome. Lin Ye gazed at the crisscrossing crevices, feeling a sense of unease. Some fissures were wide enough for a person to pass through, while others were merely the size of a fist, and all appeared bottomless, roughly 10 meters deep. If a Dragon Ball were to fall into one of these deep cracks, retrieving it would be exceedingly difficult. Maximizing the map on her radar, a red triangle indicated the signal of a Dragon Ball. It seemed that the Dragon Ball had indeed fallen into a fissure. Lin Ye chuckled ruefully. To retrieve that Dragon Ball, she would have to scour the entire canyon. Slowly ascending to a height of 1,000 meters, she halted in mid-air. Concentrating her energy, she summoned a tremendous force that erupted from her body, flowing into her palms where it coalesced into a Kamehameha wave. Her arm radiated an intense light as she raised her fist, directing the energy downwards. With a whoosh, a blue Kamehameha wave descended from the sky, roaring like a mighty tiger, imbued with an aura of destruction as it surged toward the canyon with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The wave struck the ground with a cataclysmic explosion, a deafening roar accompanied by blinding light enveloping the area, forcing anyone to shield their eyes. The ground trembled violently as massive rocks were propelled into the air, and the shockwave rapidly spread outward, soon engulfing the entire canyon. The explosion generated a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured the sky, and a powerful whirlwind stirred the dust into a frenzied dance above. A dramatic transformation unfolded within the canyon, irrevocably altering its structure. As the chaotic storm gradually subsided, thick smoke began to dissipate. Invisibility returned to reveal a landscape utterly transformed. The rocky canyon had been leveled, now pocked with varying sizes of craters, remnants of smoke still swirling above as if the world had witnessed an apocalypse. Lin Ye descended slowly, standing amidst the ruins, staring at the once majestic canyon, now reduced to rubble. She realized she may have overdone it. Her previous assault might have been too excessive. Surely the Dragon Ball wasn't destroyed. Carefully retrieving the radar, she scanned for signals, relieved to find it still indicated the presence of the Dragon Ball. Lin Ye exhaled, grateful that her earlier attack had not obliterated the sphere. Otherwise, she would have had to beseech the heavens to recreate it. With the ground now flattened, locating the Dragon Ball would be no easy task, but fortunately, the explosion had propelled it outward, simplifying her search. Pinpointing a general location, she unleashed a series of Kamehameha waves, this time controlling their power to create shallow pits of just over a meter deep. Before long, the Dragon Ball was blasted free. Catching the Dragon Ball as it soared through the air, Lin Ye examined its star count. 6-star ball. She exclaimed, somewhat disappointed that this Dragon Ball was also not Sun Wukon's 4-star ball. Cautiously placing the 6-star ball in her satchel, she took flight once more, heading towards the direction indicated by the radar. Lin Ye continued her journey. The daylight began to fade. She descended near a serene lake nestled within a forest. Thud! She tossed out a multifunctional capsule, retrieving her luxurious villa, then entered the bathroom to indulge in a hot shower, washing away the dust that clung to her. After a refreshing soak, she emerged from the bathroom clad in a simple bathrobe, taking a moment to dry her damp hair with a blow-dryer. Though merely draped in a basic robe, Lin's exquisite figure was undeniably accentuated. The thin, flowing fabric could not conceal her alluring physique. Her fair skin was prominently exposed, with her smooth, delicate thighs peeking enticingly from beneath the robe, embodying a blend of beauty and modesty that quickened the pulse. As she dried her hair, Lin Ye swiftly shed her bathrobe, making her way to the bedroom where she donned a set of white lingerie. Faced with such an enchanting form, Lin Ye couldn't help but notice how increasingly captivating she had become. Over time, she felt as though she were on the verge of becoming a narcissist. Slipping beneath the covers, she quickly succumbed to sleep. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, prompting Lin Ye to rise, dress, and perform a brief morning routine in the bathroom. After breakfast, she transformed the villa back into its capsule form and checked the radar for the Dragon Balls. Lin Ye noted a slight change in the signals displayed on the radar. Aside from the signal she was searching for, Lin Ye discovered that a Dragon Ball was hurtling towards her at an astonishing speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour, anticipated to pass by in 10 minutes. Could it be that this Dragon Ball had been acquired by someone and was now soaring through the skies? Lin Ye resolved to temporarily abandon her quest for the original Dragon Ball and instead await the approaching one. In no time, 10 minutes had elapsed, and from a distance, Lin Ye spotted something racing towards her. Suddenly, a crimson blur streaked across the sky, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Although the encounter was fleeting, Lin Ye discerned its true nature. It was Tao Pai Pai, the legendary assassin known as the world's foremost killer and the brother of Master Crane. Lin Ye gazed in astonishment at the figure that had just flown past, realizing it was indeed Tao Pai Pai, who had soared above her while standing atop a concrete pillar. Without hesitation, Lin Ye retrieved her Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that a Dragon Ball was rapidly departing from her location. The Dragon Ball was in Tao Pai Pai's possession. She surmised. Although the reason for its presence with him was unclear, she knew she could not let it slip away. She gently levitated into the air and accelerated towards Tao Pai Pai. As the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai was one of the rare few who could stand alongside Master Roshi as a paragon of power, even surpassing him in strength in the original tale. Tao Pai Pai had been commissioned by the Red Ribbon Army to seize Son Goku's Dragon Balls, only to be defeated by Goku, who had climbed Korin Tower. Lin Ye's flying speed exceeded that of Tao Pai Pai by a considerable margin, and soon she caught up to the concrete pillar where he stood, leaping atop it as well. Startled by the sudden appearance of a young girl on his pillar, Tao Pai Pai's expression turned to one of disbelief. In a low, menacing tone, he inquired, "Who are you to dare present yourself before the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai?" Lin Ye, with a serene smile, chose not to answer his question. Instead, she subtly shifted her foot, unleashing an explosive surge of energy from beneath her, causing the concrete pillar to tremble violently. In an instant, the pillar collapsed, disintegrating into a whirlwind of dust and debris. The energy emanating from Lin Ye had caused catastrophic internal damage to the pillar-esque structure. As it crumbled, Tao Pai Pai leaped down, performing several flips in midair before landing on the ground, staring in shock at the girl not far away. Lin Ye gracefully descended before him, her expression composed and smiling. "Tao Pai Pai, you must possess a Dragon Ball like this one, correct?" Lin Ye inquired, producing a Dragon Ball from her bag with a smile. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Little girl, you must be tired of living. Know your place and depart immediately." Tao Pai Pai sneered, feigning indifference. Yet inwardly he was taken aback and on high alert, prepared to strike at any moment. Lin Ye shook her head subtly, fully aware of Tao Pai Pai's hostility. With an air of resignation, she remarked, "I had hoped for a peaceful resolution, but Tao Pai Pai, you are simply insufferable," enraged by her insolence. Tao Pai Pai's expression darkened, and a palpable aura of menace erupted around him, causing the atmosphere to chill and a metallic scent of blood to permeate the Lin Ye sensed the murderous intent enveloping her. She frowned, disliking the dark and bloody ambience. "Little girl, I had initially intended to allow you a painless demise, given your beauty. However, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me if you find yourself in a position where life is unbearable and death eludes you." With that, Tao Pai Pai launched himself at Lin Ye, transforming his palm into a blade, attacking with the ferocity of an army, moving with lightning speed to strike at her. "Die, little girl," Tao Pai Pai roared, his massive hand descending towards Lin Ye's head, brimming with lethal intent. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Lin Ye vanished, reappearing in an astonishing angle beside him, where she seized his hand with her delicate grip. The powerful force of his attack was abruptly halted, producing a muted thud. Tao Pai Pai stared in disbelief at the girl who had withstood his formidable assault, his face a mask of shock. "How could this be?" he gasped, unable to comprehend how such slender hands could withstand his might. Attempting to retract his arm from her grasp, he found her grip as unyielding as iron, striking fear into his heart. Could it be that this girl was a hidden master, maintaining her youthful form for some unknown reason? The thought caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Lin Ye, unaware of Tao Pai Pai's internal turmoil, regarded him with a teasing smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Tao Pai Pai steadied himself, but his rage intensified, darkening his features further. Since his debut, he had never faced such humiliation and vowed to rend the girl before him into pieces. Even if she were a master, he would demonstrate the prowess of the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. With renewed fury, he launched a flurry of kicks towards Lin Ye, his legs moving with incredible speed, creating whirlwinds of force, multiple afterimages trailing behind him. Yet despite his relentless onslaught, Lin Ye evaded him effortlessly, and as time passed with no success in landing a blow, Tao Pai Pai's frustration began to mount. A sense of helplessness creeping in. "Get out of my way," Lin Ye exclaimed, effortlessly flinging Tao Pai Pai's arm aside and sending him hurtling several hundred meters into a tree. The impact fractured multiple trunks before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The earth shook as Tao Pai Pai landed in a deep crater, lying in a disheveled heap. "Damn it," he growled, emerging from the pit, his fist clenched tightly and his face a stormy shade of fury. He was incredulous as he rubbed his tingling arm. Lin Ye approached him, brushing her hair back nonchalantly, and said, "Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I may spare your life," covered in blood and having killed many for money. Tao Pai Pai was not someone Lin Ye held in high regard, and she was determined to teach him a lesson. Surrendering the Dragon Ball was one thing, but refusing to do so would complicate matters significantly. "Bah!" Tao Pai Pai shook his head, spitting defiantly, his expression grave as he assumed an attack stance. "You have no idea what you're getting into." Lin Ye shook her head at his obstinacy. Whoosh, she vanished from sight, leaving only an empty space in her wake. As Tao Pai Pai realized she had disappeared, he grew increasingly vigilant, scanning his surroundings with darting eyes and straining to hear any sound that might reveal her position. However, the chasm between their abilities was insurmountable. Lin Ye's movements were beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, Lin Ye reappeared directly in front of him, her strikingly beautiful face beaming at him. Oh no! Tao Pai Pai reacted just in time to feel a tremendous force hit his waist. A powerful impact radiating through him as Lin Ye struck with ferocity, sending him flying. After landing, Tao Pai Pai rose unsteadily, the pain in his midsection contorting his expression. Lin Ye noted that his battle power had risen from 140 to 180. Indeed, there had been a slight increase. Before he could fully recover, Lin Ye was upon him again. Boom! A swift kick struck his chest, visibly indenting it, and the force of the blow drove him downwards, his feet sinking deep into the earth. Thud! Blood spewed from Tao Pai Pai's mouth as he collapsed, unconscious. Lin Ye approached, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a Dragon Ball, counting the stars adorning it. 4-star ball, she exclaimed joyfully, a smile illuminating her face. Having obtained the Dragon Ball she sought, her spirits soared, and she turned to leave. Just then, a red energy wave shot towards her from behind, aimed directly at her chest. Unbeknownst to Lin Ye, Tao Pai Pai had not truly lost consciousness. He had feigned to lure her. As the energy wave was about to strike her, Lin Ye swiftly pivoted and extended her hand to intercept it. The crimson energy collided harmlessly against her fair palm, releasing only a wisp of smoke, causing her no harm. In that moment, Tao Pai Pai was left utterly dumbfounded. The technique he had so proudly mastered in the Crane Hermit style had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent and had been effortlessly countered. A chilling glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, and in an instant, a surging aura erupted from within her, enveloping the earth in a terrifying presence, a divine majesty that permeated the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The clouds above seemed to vanish instantaneously, and the ground began to tremble in response. Lin Ye extended a finger toward the sky, and the vast energy gradually converged at the tip, slowly forming a blue energy sphere the size of a peanut. The sphere pulsated at her fingertip, emanating an energy so formidable it left one breathless. In the blink of an eye, the peanut-sized sphere expanded to a massive diameter of 50 meters, radiating a ghostly blue light, harboring within it a cataclysmic potential for destruction. In the midst of Tao Pai Pai's terror-stricken gaze, Lin Ye gently hurled the blue energy sphere in his direction. A thunderous explosion resonated across a 100-mile radius, followed by a violent tremor of the earth. causing rocks and debris to cascade down in the distance. A colossal mushroom cloud surged thousands of meters into the sky, while an overwhelming shockwave radiated outward with a ferocity that was difficult to behold. From the vantage point beyond the earth, a brilliant point of light illuminated the surroundings, and for several minutes, chaos enveloped the realm. It was not until many minutes later that the earth ceased its quaking, and the swirling dust gradually settled, restoring tranquility to the world. Where the cataclysm had occurred, a gargantuan crater 10 kilometers in diameter now lay, with lava continually spewing forth from its center. Lin Ye slowly descended from the sky, clutching a person, Tao Bai Bai, who was now unconscious. His eyes rolled back in his head. Observing the devastated forest, a wave of remorse washed over Lin Ye. The technique she had just executed was a mimicry of Frieza's, albeit in a hauntingly blue HUIN that critical moment. She had utilized her own power to shroud the entire area of impact, preventing the outside world from discerning the events that had transpired. Otherwise, her true strength would have been revealed to the heavens. Leaving the unconscious Tao Bai Bai on the ground, she paid him no heed and departed alone. Were it not for Tao Bai Bai's potential usefulness in the future, she would have eliminated him with a single strike. After a 3-year absence, Lin Ye returned to the Pan Fry Mountain. From a distance, she beheld the majestic green castle that towered atop the mountain, its ancient edifice appearing particularly quaint amidst the lush landscape, surrounded by flourishing grasses and dense foliage. The sense of timelessness enveloped her as she descended gracefully into the castle's gardens, taking a keen interest in the trees that adorned the grounds. At that moment, a servant responsible for maintaining the gardens approached, and upon seeing Lin Ye, he hurriedly ran to report to the Ox King. Lin Ye paid the servant no mind, continuing her exploration. Shortly thereafter, the robust Ox King approached with a boisterous demeanor. Wielding a massive black axe the size of a person, his voice booming loud enough to be heard from afar. "Who dares trespass in my garden? Come out at once!" Upon spotting Lin Ye, his fearsome expression transformed into one of warmth. "Ah, it's Lin Ye. You've grown into a fine young lady during our time apart. Why haven't you visited your uncle's castle in all these years?" he exclaimed, tossing aside his axe, which struck the ground with a resounding thud. Lin Ye, beaming with a radiant smile, replied, "I have been traveling the world for the past few years, honing my skills. Now that I am prepared, I intend to visit Master Roshi's island and happen to pass through here. So, I thought I would stop by. Is that so? Since you're on your way to Master Roshi, please convey my regards to him. By the way, I have some local specialties for you to take along." The Ox King nodded eagerly, believing Lin Ye's words, and requested that she bring a few gifts for Master Roshi, wishing to show his gratitude. "Of course, please prepare the items you wish to send, and I will gladly take them with me." Lin Ye agreed with a nod. She then produced a Dragon Ball and handed it to the Ox King. "This is the Dragon Ball I borrowed last time. I am returning it to you now." The Ox King casually accepted the Dragon Ball, tossing it into his pocket without a second glance, and led Lin Ye to the castle's grand hall, instructing the servants to prepare a feast in her honor. "Where is Chi-Chi? I haven't seen her around," Lin Ye inquired, glancing around the bustling hall, but finding no trace of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi went to the village to deliver food to some elderly folks. The Ox King replied, his mouth full of meat, his words somewhat muffled. Lin Ye nodded. Although the villagers feared the Ox King, they held great affection for Chi-Chi, who frequently visited to assist those in need. After a brief meal, Lin Ye bid farewell to the Ox King, collecting the carefully prepared local specialties for Master Roshi and setting off toward his abode. Yes, she turned to the Ox King. She remarked, "In a little over a year, I will return with son Wukong. Do not forget about him and Chi-Chi." With that, she soared into the distance to Team Master Roshi's abode. The old turtle sage was drooling as he leered at a fitness instructor on the television. Outside, son Wukong, laden with a heavy turtle shell, was running laps around the small island. Ha! He panted, his small face glistening with beads of sweat as he struggled under the weight. Suddenly, son Wukong spotted a small figure soaring towards him from afar. And as it drew closer, he realized it was Lin Ye. "Sister!" he cried out, his heart racing with excitement as he rushed towards her. Lin Ye touched down before the turtle house, her eyes lighting up as she saw son Wukong charging towards her. After 3 years apart, he had grown considerably, and she was thrilled. "Wukong, I'm back. And here, this is your Dragon Ball," she exclaimed, tossing the 4-star ball to him. Son Wukong caught the 4-star ball and, grasping Lin Ye's hand, led her toward the turtle house, shouting, "Grandpa Rashi, my sister is back." "Huh, Lin Ye has returned." Master Rashi turned from the television, his gaze locking onto the stunning beauty entering the room, his eyes widening in astonishment. He quickly sprang from the sofa and approached Lin Ye, panting heavily, visibly flustered. "Wow, what a beauty! Is this really Lin Ye? She has truly blossomed into a striking young woman. Oh, may I have the honor of touching your hand?" Master Rashi's eyes gleamed with desire as he reached out with trembling hands towards Lin Ye. "Humph!" Lin Ye scoffed, ruthlessly swatting away his hands, her expression turning icy. "Master Rashi, have you not yet mended your ways? If you dare to try that again, I shall break your hands." Embarrassed, Master Rashi retracted his hands, feeling a bit sheepish as he gazed at Lin Ye. "Why has your temper grown so fierce? You won't even allow a simple touch." "What did you just murmur?" Lin Ye's expression darkened, the air around her growing cold. "Nothing, nothing. I merely meant to say that both Wukong and I have missed you terribly during your absence." Master Rashi hastily changed the subject, recounting son Wukong's progress over the past 3 years. Lin Ye could tell that through diligent training, son Wukong had made significant strides, his combat power now exceeding 100, only 20 points shy of his first tournament performance. "By the way, on my way back, I stopped by the Ox King's Pan Fry Mountain, and he asked me to bring you some items." "You met the Ox King," Master Rashi exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Lin Ye to know his second disciple. Lin Ye nodded and produced a universal capsule, tossing it onto the ground. Boom! A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the room, and when it cleared, the space was filled with a plethora of meat and hides, leaving scarcely any room to stand. "Wow, so much meat!" Son Wukong exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the copious amounts of food, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master Rashi, gazing at the room overflowing with meat, could only twitch in disbelief, rendered speechless by his second disciple's generosity. The turtle house, situated upon the sea, rarely saw meat aside from seafood in its ordinary days, that on that fateful afternoon, Lin Ye found herself exceedingly occupied. As the kitchen was permeated with a tantalizing aroma of meat, son Wukong, irresistibly drawn by the delightful scent, drooled profusely and eagerly dashed about the room. At long last, the moment for dining arrived. Son Wukong stuffed his mouth with chunks of meat, while clutching 2 pieces of fatty meat in his hands. With a flick of his tongue, only a bone remained, he used both hands to grasp the roasted meat, incessantly feeding himself. After relishing a sumptuous dinner, son Wukong lay back on the floor, a look of contentment adorning his face as he patted his distended belly, exclaiming how full he felt. Truly, he had seldom indulged to such an extent. "Isn't Wukong quite the voracious eater? How have you been managing these past few years?" Lin Ye whispered to Master Rashi, pondering how the modest supplies in the small Kame house could sustain son Wukong. The moment the topic of son Wukong's appetite arose, Master Rashi's eyes reddened with emotion, threatening to spill tears, which startled Lin Ye. Little did she know that since her departure, all of this had fallen upon Master Rashi's shoulders. He had been unaware of the sheer magnitude of son Wukong's appetite. Within just a day, the provisions in Kame house had been nearly depleted by son Wukong. Master Rashi hurried to the market to procure more supplies, only to find them consumed within days, watching helplessly as his purse gradually flattened. The ensuing days saw Master Rashi and his companions living a hand-to-mouth existence until son Wukong began catching fish from the sea, which slightly improved their circumstances, yet they never returned to their previous standard of living. Observing Master Rashi's pitiful recounting of the past few years, Lin Ye could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Indeed, these years had been arduous for Master Rashi. However, her sympathy dissipated within mere seconds, her expression transforming into one of stern disapproval. Seizing the moment, Master Rashi, having gained her sympathy, buried his head into Lin Ye's embrace, rubbing against her soft form. Truly, this old man was hardly deserving of pity. Lin Ye grasped the old turtle, delivering a swift punch to his head. With a resounding thud, Master Roshi was sent crashing into the wall, his head becoming lodged within it. Before long, several days had passed since Lin Ye's arrival at Kame House. Throughout this time, she had maintained a sharp demeanor towards Master Roshi, frequently expressing her ire, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Of course, this was all of his own making. During this period, Lin Ye assessed son Wukong's training progress and discovered that his strength had nearly reached the level required to participate in the first World Martial Arts Tournament, his age having advanced nearly 2 years ahead of the original timeline. Likely due to his earlier arrival at Kame House Point one day, Lin Ye's temper flared as she shouted at Master Roshi, "You, old man. Come here." Son Wukong, having grown accustomed to her outbursts, remained unfazed. "What is it?" Master Roshi asked, donning a pair of sunglasses that reflected dazzling light in the sun's rays. "Besides the Kamehameha, do you not possess the universal shocking palm? Have you taught it to Wukong?" Lin Ye recalled that Master Roshi had 2 signature techniques, the Kamehameha and the universal shocking palm. In the original story, Master Roshi transformed into a dragon and defeated son Wukong using the universal shocking palm. Like the Crane School's Ki Blast, the universal shocking palm was exceedingly powerful and difficult to control, which was why Master Roshi had refrained from teaching it. Eventually, it became obsolete in the face of intense combat. Lin Ye reasoned that since son Wukong could wield the Kamehameha, he might also harness the full potential of the universal shocking palm. She had witnessed a martial arts master utilize it, and its might was such that even the most formidable adversary, Piccolo, dared not confront it directly. "Oh, how do you know I can perform the universal shocking palm?" Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. Back when he and the Crane Master were training under Master Matedo, they had been taught the universal shocking palm and the Ki Blast, later developing the Kamehameha and the Dodon Wave. Since establishing the Turtle School, Master Roshi had seldom employed the universal shocking palm, opting instead for the Kamehameha due to the former's potential for catastrophic destruction. He had assumed no one would remember the existence of the universal shocking palm, only to be astonished that Lin Ye was aware of it. "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Speak plainly. Have you taught Wukong this technique?" Lin Ye demanded, her eyes wide with intensity. "The universal shocking palm is far too powerful. I believe it is not yet the right time for Wukong to learn it," Master Roshi stated gravely. "The universal shocking palm converts all internal energy into electrical force. Its execution is exceedingly difficult, and its destructive capacity far surpasses that of the Kamehameha. A moment's lapse could endanger one's life." Master Roshi felt that son Wukong was not yet ready to master the universal shocking palm. Yet Lin Ye disagreed. Although son Wukong's strength was not overwhelmingly formidable at present, he was at least approaching Master Roshi's level. And son Wukong possessed a kind heart. Even if he were to learn the universal shocking palm, she had no fear of him misusing it. Furthermore, the Crane Master had imparted his Ki Blast to Tien Shenron. As a disciple of the Turtle School, son Wukong should not lag behind too much in terms of techniques. Wukong's strength is steadily increasing. I believe within a year or 2, he will reach your level, perhaps even surpass you. There is no need to worry about uncontrollable consequences should he learn the universal shocking palm. Noticing Master Roshi's hesitation, Lin Ye seized the opportunity to add, "I have heard that the Crane Master has already passed his Ki Blast on to his disciple." "What?" Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom that the Crane Master would bestow such a perilous technique upon his disciple, and his demeanor darkened. That rascal! How could he impart such a dangerous technique so recklessly? Has he forgotten Master Matedo's admonitions? Master Roshi's face hardened, frost etched upon it, as a glint of icy resolve gleamed in his eyes. The Crane Master's actions were utterly outrageous. How could he allow the Ki Blast to be taught so prematurely? "Bring Wukong here. I shall teach him the universal shocking palm," Master Roshi declared resolutely. Shortly thereafter, son Wukong approached Master Roshi. "Grandpa Roshi, what do you need?" he inquired earnestly, his excitement palpable at the prospect of learning a new technique. Master Roshi nodded and began instructing son Wukong on the execution and precautions regarding the universal shocking palm. The universal shocking palm is astonishing in its power, a signature technique of my master. Master Matedo, Wukong, once you learn it, you must not use it recklessly, lest you cause unintended harm. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, committing Master Roshi's words to memory. In the ensuing days, Master Roshi diligently taught Sun Wukong the intricacies of the universal shocking palm. And gradually, Sun Wukong began to grasp its fundamentals, eventually able to unleash a smaller version of the technique. When activating the universal shocking palm, his entire being would be enveloped in a powerful electrical current. Emitting a radiant glow, all of his internal energy would transform into electrical force, two streams of potent electricity shooting forth from his palms, obliterating foes entirely. While Sun Wukong's current strength was insufficient to unleash the universal shocking palm at its maximum potential. Even his fledgling attempts electrified his body with crackling arcs of electricity. Two brilliant currents converged at his palms, radiating a unique azure light as he delicately unleashed the lightning. The arcs of electricity surged forth like swift silver serpents, twisting and coiling, emitting resounding roars as they raced towards the earth with extraordinary speed. With a thunderous crash, the ground was struck by the blue-hued lightning, instantly fracturing into countless fissures. The fierce electrical currents rampaged across the terrain, radiating outward from the epicenter, generating flickering azure arcs of electricity as mounds of earth were violently displaced, creating a crater several meters deep, shrouded in wisps of smoke. Master Roshi observed with a nod of approval, astonished at how swiftly Sun Wukong had mastered the universal shocking palm. He recalled how long it had taken him to learn under Master Mateto. The comparison was unfathomable. The universal shocking palm indeed surpassed the Kamehameha in sheer power, with its destructive capacity being exponentially greater. However, it still paled in comparison to the Ki Blast. In the original narrative, Tien Shinhan had unleashed the Ki Blast at the World Martial Arts Tournament, creating an unfathomably deep square pit in the arena. The disparity in strength was evident. Sun Wukong's combat power was just over 100, whereas Tien Shinhan's had reached nearly 180 at that time. Having witnessed Sun Wukong's successful acquisition of the universal shocking palm, Lin Ye prepared to bid farewell to Master Roshi. After tidying her belongings, she intended to depart with Sun Wukong. Take tea that moment, Master Roshi called out to Sun Wukong. Wukong, wait a moment. I have something to give you down on the side. Lin Ye quietly speculated that Master Roshi might be about to gift the flying nimbus to Sun Wukong. What is the old man going to give me? Sun Wukong turned to ask Master Roshi. Master Roshi did not respond. Instead, he leaned on his cane, lifted his head towards the horizon, and shouted, "Flying nimbus!" Sun Wukong followed suit, raising his head to gaze at the sky. In the distance, a yellow object flew towards them, and as it drew closer, they realized it was a golden cloud. The yellow cloud rushed forward and then, with a swift motion, halted beside Master Roshi, floating a meter above the ground. Wow, what a gigantic cotton candy! Sun Wukong exclaimed as he climbed onto the flying nimbus and bounced upon it, astonished to find it capable of supporting his weight. That is the flying nimbus, a means of transportation for flight, exceptionally swift. Those with even the slightest malicious intent cannot ascend, Lin Ye explained, and then, with a whoosh, she too leaped onto the nimbus. Only those with a kind heart can ride it. Such clouds are abundant atop the Kailan Tower, so Master Roshi's nimbus must have been bestowed by a celestial being. It did not surprise Master Roshi that Lin Ye knew the origin of the flying nimbus, as it was only natural for someone who had climbed the Kailan Tower to be informed about it by the deities. What astonished him was that Lin Ye could also ride the nimbus without falling, which was truly unexpected in Master Roshi's eyes. Lin Ye was a mature adult, her temper quite volatile, and her character not as innocent as Sun Wukong's. Lin Ye had been influenced by the material and spiritual aspects of the outside world, and he could hardly believe she could ride the flying nimbus. Little did he know that although Lin Ye was a kind person, she was far from simple-hearted. The reason she could sit upon the nimbus was due to her divine identity. The nimbus was formed under the influence of divine power from the celestial realm, as a goddess of earth. Lin Ye could effortlessly ascend to Lin Ye, and Sun Wukong rode the flying nimbus. They soared over majestic mountains, verdant forests, and lakes, swiftly arriving at the mountain range where Baozi Mountain was located. It was spring, and the entire range was adorned with blooming flowers, a riot of colors. with reds and greens embellishing the landscape. The flora was lush and vibrant, exuding life. After they jumped off the Nimbus, it vanished into the horizon with a whoosh. It had been over 3 years since they left Baozi Mountain. And the small brick house at the summit was showing signs of age. Moss covered the walls, the courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the ancient pines and tender bamboos had sprouted new branches, showcasing a lovely green. Lin Ye opened the door to the little house where Sun Wukong had resided. Due to prolonged neglect, it was now filled with dust, and spider webs adorned the corners, covering her nose with her hand. Lin Ye stepped inside, surveying the furnishings. Aside from the grime accumulated from disuse, some tables, chairs, and the bedding were already somewhat decayed, indicating that everything within needed to be replaced. She took out a universal capsule and tossed it onto the empty space in the courtyard, summoning her luxurious villa. With a loud bang, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted in the courtyard, revealing a massive 4-story luxury villa at its center. "Oh, sister, when did you change your house?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, noticing that Lin Ye had produced not the previous small house, but a much larger and more opulent villa. Lin Ye led Sun Wukong into the villa, smiling gently as she explained. Sister thought the original house was not grand enough and lacked spaciousness, so she opted for a larger one. Sun Wukong nodded in vague understanding. For him, as long as a house was habitable, its size was of little concern. Lin Ye then pulled out another universal capsule from her pocket and handed it to Sun Wukong, saying, "Wukong, this is my previous house. It will be of no use to me now, so I'll give it to you. It's fully equipped with living necessities for your convenience." Sun Wukong grinned as he accepted the capsule, placing it in his belt alongside the 4-star ball. That night, Lin Ye prepared the meat she had brought from the Bull Demon King and made a delicious barbecue. After a simple night's rest, she set off alone to a nearby town to procure some daily supplies and abundant food. Seasons changed and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. In the courtyard, a graceful young girl was practicing martial arts alongside a young boy, each punch and kick appearing fluid and captivating. The girl wore a light yellow knitted sweater paired with tight aqua pants, topped with a red trench coat. Her lively eyes sparkled on her beautiful face, radiating youthful vigor and charm. This girl was Lin Ye. Apart from her growing strength, her figure had become increasingly alluring, with her exquisite curves complemented by her fair and smooth skin, making the now 16-year-old Lin Ye even more captivating. The plot was about to unfold. She had been waiting a full 16 years for this moment. As Lin Ye guided Sun Wukong in his training, she pondered the infinite possibilities of the future. Over the past 16 years, Lin Ye had diligently trained, determined not to be surpassed by the Dragon Ball warriors in the future, although she was already far ahead of Sun Wukong and the others. The thought of formidable foes from the Dragon Ball Z saga kept her vigilant. Lin Ye's combat power had now approached 200,000, placing her among the upper echelons in the universe. Yet the mere thought of cosmic tyrants like Frieza and Cooler, along with others capable of effortlessly crushing Frieza, filled her with urgency, at least until she attained Super Saiyan status. Lin Ye lacked the confidence to stand out among the myriad powerful beings in the universe. She planned to let Sun Wukong and Bulma embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls before returning to the temple for serious training. Of course, the universe beyond was vast, and with her current strength, she should venture deeper into the cosmos for her cultivation. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, then suddenly descended like an eagle spreading its wings, claws outstretched towards its prey. Bang! Sun Wukong landed upside down, his fist crashing into the ground. In an instant, the earth around his fist caved in, shaking violently as immense power compressed the ground, sending clods of dirt flying and creating a 1-meter-wide crater. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong rolled backward, landing several meters away, then clasped his hands together and calmed his mind. After more than a year of training, Sun Wukong had significantly improved his strength, reaching the level he had during the first World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. One morning, Lin Ye lazily crawled out of bed and walked to the mirror to prepare herself. Through the glass window, she saw Sun Wukong lifting a massive log over 2 meters wide and tossing it into the air. He then leapt skyward, attacking the log with rapid punches that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. After absorbing countless of Sun Wukong's strikes, the log finally shattered with a loud crash. Breaking into over 100 equally sized pieces, as the pieces fell, Sun Wukong moved with blinding speed, catching each falling fragment and reassembling them into the original log upon landing. Lin Ye watched Sun Wukong train. A faint smile gracing her lips. It seemed he had begun to grasp her teachings, pursuing a more natural form of training. I'm off to catch fish. Wait for me, and we'll have grilled fish for dinner. Sun Wukong shouted through the window to Lin Ye before dashing off towards the lake. Lin Ye shook her head helplessly, contemplating, by now, Bulma should be on her way to Baozi Mountain. I truly look forward to the unfolding of the plot. After leaving home, Sun Wukong dashed through the forest, swiftly arriving at a large lake, where he spotted a sizable fish swimming. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothes and dove into the lake, wrapping his arms tightly around the big fish. The fish, sensing its capture, thrashed violently, trying to throw off its assailant, causing the once tranquil lake surface to erupt in tumultuous waves. Humph! Sun Wukong huffed in dissatisfaction, his hands crackling with azure lightning as they rested on the fish's back. He converted a portion of his energy into electricity and unleashed a mini-universal shock palm, striking the fish squarely. Akati trembled violently before rolling over, its eyes turning white, with a brilliant blue light flashing beneath the roiling waves. Both big and small fish began surfacing, belly up. Sun Wukong dragged the large fish ashore, dressed himself, and made his way back home, carrying the fish. The thought of indulging in a delectable roasted fish at noon caused my mouth to water uncontrollably. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, hearing a peculiar sound behind him, turned to see a four-wheeled contraption hurtling towards him, with voices emanating from within, shouting incessantly. Through the guidance of Lin Ye, Sun Wukong recognized this strange four-wheeled vehicle as a jeep. Akin to his own Gentian, both serving as modes of transportation, as the jeep approached a pedestrian, Bulma cried out in alarm. But curiously, the individual appeared frozen in fear, standing there motionless. Why isn't he moving out of the way? Is he courting death? How could my luck be so abysmal, encountering such a situation on my very first outing? In a state of distress, Bulma shut her eyes, feeling that fortune had decidedly abandoned her. Having only recently learned to drive, navigating such a rugged mountain road for the first time, she sensed an impending traffic calamity was inevitable. The jeep showed no signs of slowing down, and just as it was about to collide, Sun Wukong abruptly discarded the large fish on his back and leaped into the air, evading the vehicle. Upon landing, he securely caught the large fish once more, only to be startled by a resounding crash nearby. Turning around, he witnessed the jeep had collided with a large boulder by the roadside, emitting plumes of black smoke, from which emerged a girl with blue hair. Is she a woman? Who are you, and what brings you to Baozi Mountain? Sun Wukong inquired, squatting down in front of the blue-haired girl. The vicinity of Baozi Mountain was sparsely populated, surrounded by towering peaks and dense forests, making the appearance of such an apparently defenseless girl quite perplexing to him. Wow! Bulma was startled by the unfamiliar creature before her, but as she regained her composure and scrutinized him closely, she realized he was merely a small boy dressed in a deep blue garment. She instinctively placed a hand over her heart, exhaling in relief. In this secluded forest, it was fortunate she hadn't encountered any monsters. Could there truly be Dragon Balls in such a place? Surveying her surroundings, Bulma observed the imposing mountains and the serene, verdant forest, sending a chill down her spine as she regretted venturing out alone. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you, and what business do you have on Baozi Mountain? Seeing the woman lost in thought, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his impatience mounting. My name is Bulma, and I hail from West City. And you, what brings you to this deep forest all by yourself? Bulma introduced herself, her curiosity piqued by the boy's solitary presence. I am Sun Wukong, and this is Baozi Mountain, my home. Bulma nodded, retrieving an orange-red Dragon Ball from her bag. She posed a question to Sun Wukong. I came here in search of Dragon Balls. Like this orange-red one, it is said that if one gathers all 7 scattered across the world, they can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish that does not exceed divine limits. I believe someone once collected all 7 and became a king. So, I took advantage of my summer vacation to seek out the Dragon Balls and reunite the scattered ones. You were searching for Dragon Balls? That is quite a challenging endeavor. Sun Wukong remarked with surprise upon examining the ball. He possessed one Dragon Ball, a relic left to him by his grandfather. Indeed, the first Dragon Ball I acquired was at a family auction, which led me to create a Dragon Ball radar. The second one was discovered 10 days ago in a northern valley. According to my radar, there are still 2 more Dragon Balls hidden somewhere in this deep mountain. By the way, have you ever seen such a ball? Bulma produced a compact Dragon Ball radar, pressed a button, and received 2 beeps. The screen displayed signals, with 2 bright spots indicated by a red triangle in the center, and 2 additional spots nearby. Bulma zoomed in on the screen and pointed toward the peak, saying, according to the radar, the other 2 Dragon Balls are in that direction. Sun Wukong glanced towards the direction Bulma indicated and sighed. Oh, that is towards my home. Your home? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, quickly pointing to the Dragon Balls. The 2 Dragon Balls I possess have 2 stars and 5 stars respectively, which means they're the 2-star and 5-star balls. So, your house must also have 2 Dragon Balls. How many stars do yours have? 4 and 6 stars, Sun Wukong replied after a moment of thought. Then please take me to your home, Bulma implored eagerly. Sun Wukong regarded her with a puzzled expression, but relented. All right, I was just heading home anyway, so follow me. With that, Sun Wukong hoisted the discarded large fish onto his shoulder and began walking in the direction of his home. Bulma glanced back at the overturned jeep, realizing it would take time to repair, and hurried after Sun Wukong as he moved further away. The mountain path was treacherous, and having never traversed such a distance in West City, Bulma found herself breathless by the time they reached the summit of Baozi Mountain. Noticing the windows and doors of the nearby villa were tightly shut, Sun Wukong decided to lead Bulma into his modest dwelling first. Bulma looked up, discovering that aside from a small stone cottage, there stood an exceptionally luxurious villa. The villa's modern design and spacious grounds resembled her own home, leaving Bulma astonished that such opulence could exist in this remote, sparsely populated area. Following Sun Wukong into the room, Bulma noticed a table prominently displaying a Dragon Ball. Excitedly, she rushed over and picked it up. Wow, it's the 4-star ball. Finally, I've seen another Dragon Ball. However, Sun Wukong, taken aback, swiftly snatched the Dragon Ball from her grasp. Do not handle my grandfather's Dragon Ball recklessly, he exclaimed, visibly agitated. My apologies. I was simply too excited. Bulma quickly apologized, realizing that Sun Wukong held his grandfather's Dragon Ball in high regard. She pondered how to acquire it, knowing that to summon the Eternal Dragon, she needed all 7 Dragon Balls, including the one he cherished so dearly. Without Sun Wukong's 4-star ball, her quest to gather the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon would be thwarted. However, she thought of a solution. As long as she gathered the Dragon Balls, she could keep the 4-star ball with Sun Wukong until the moment of summoning. Thus, she could either keep Sun Wukong by her side or return to Baozi Mountain after collecting the others to summon the Eternal Dragon. Bulma contemplated these 2 strategies, recognizing her own ordinariness, devoid of any special abilities that, in contrast, Sun Wukong, though young, seemed remarkably formidable. She decided that having him accompany her on the quest for the Dragon Balls might provide her with protection. By the way, what's the story behind that grand villa? How can such a luxurious house exist here? Bulma inquired curiously. That is my sister's house, Sun Wukong replied candidly. You have a sister? Bulma was taken aback, realizing that if Sun Wukong had a sister, the other Dragon Ball must be in her possession. Would she allow Bulma to take Sun Wukong and the Dragon Ball? What if she refused? Perhaps persuading them to search for the Dragon Balls together could be an option. Could you introduce me to your sister? I have something to discuss with her, regardless of whether Sun Wukong's sister would permit her to take the Dragon Ball. Bulma felt it was essential to meet her, hoping to convince them both to travel with her. Surely, Sun Wukong's sister would possess considerable strength, allowing her to acquire 2 Dragon Balls while also gaining 2 additional protectors. However, how would the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls be divided? Bulma found herself troubled by this dilemma. All right then, I will take you to meet her. You can discuss whatever you need with her. Since the villa's doors and windows had been shut, Sun Wukong hadn't knocked earlier, but now decided to lead Bulma to the door. Upon reaching the entrance of Lin Ye's villa, Sun Wukong knocked a few times. Shortly after, footsteps echoed from within, and Lin Ye opened the door, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Sun Wukong with a blue-haired girl. "Bulma, you've finally arrived." A wave of delight washed over Lin Ye, her face blossoming into a radiant smile as she eagerly beckoned Sun Wukong and Bulma to enter her abode. Bulma, taken aback by the unexpected sight of Lin Ye, stood momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "How could it be you?" Lin Ye chuckled softly, responding, "Indeed, it is I, Bulma. It has been over 3 years since we last met. You must be here in search of the Dragon Balls. Am I right?" Pouring a cup of red tea for Bulma, she then presented a slice of cake to Sun Wukong. Lin Ye's graceful and regal demeanor left Bulma in awe. "Yes, I've been yearning to seek out the Dragon Balls for 3 years." Bulma confessed, "But my father would never allow it is only today that I have been granted the freedom to venture out on my own." Taking a gentle sip of her tea, Bulma felt a sense of relief. It was indeed a delightful surprise to encounter a familiar face. Familiar faces are always easier to converse with. By the way, Lin Ye, you must have gathered all the Dragon Balls by now. What wish did you make when you summoned the Eternal Dragon? Bulma inquired with great curiosity, setting her tea down. Lin Ye gestured to her knitted sweater, a smile playing on her lips as she replied, "I wish for my clothing to be transformed into a special material." Bulma nodded in understanding, recognizing that it was perfectly natural for Lin Ye to desire a few unique garments. After all, the love for beauty resides in every heart. Just as Bulma herself sought the Dragon Balls with the singular aim of wishing for a boyfriend. "Lin Ye, I am currently on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Would you be so kind as to lend me the one you possess?" Bulma asked, a mixture of excitement and nervousness in her voice, that if she could persuade Lin Ye, it would be akin to acquiring 2 Dragon Balls at once. "The Dragon Ball, you say?" Lin Ye feigned contemplation, heightening Bulma's anticipation. After a pause, she stated, "Of course, I can lend you the Dragon Ball, but I have a request." "What request? Speak, and I shall oblige if it is within my power." Bulma replied eagerly, "The 4-star ball belongs to Wukong's grandfather, and I cannot lend it out. Therefore, you must bring Wukong along on your quest for the Dragon Balls. I have other matters to attend to and shall not accompany you," Lin Ye declared. "Not join us in our search for the Dragon Balls?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "You have sought them before. Surely you possess valuable experience. Why not accompany us, if only for company? Indeed, the pursuit of the Dragon Balls must be fascinating. Come along with us," Sun Wukong chimed in. Lin Ye had initially intended to let Wukong and Bulma embark on their journey while she returned to the temple for training. However, seeing both of them urging her to join, she hesitated momentarily. Realizing that their quest would likely take only a few months, she made a decisive resolution to accompany Bulma and the others in their search for the Dragon Balls before eventually returning to the temple. "Very well, I shall agree to accompany you on your quest for the Dragon Balls," Lin Ye proclaimed, retrieving her 6-star ball and handing it to Bulma. Bulma received the 6-star ball with delight, carefully placing it into her bag. That evening, after enjoying a dinner of wild delicacies, Bulma spent the night in Lin Ye's opulent villa, feeling somewhat sheepish about her own humble accommodations in the wilderness. The following morning, Lin Ye tidied her belongings, transforming her villa into a capsule corporation capsule for safekeeping. She also stored away unnecessary furniture from Wukong's room, ensuring they would not be damaged by pests or moisture. Once everything was in order, the trio prepared to embark on their journey to seek the Dragon Balls. Dressed in a red and white sweater adorned with a white coat and denim jeans, topped with a white sun hat, Lin Ye resembled a traveler ready for an adventure. "Bulma, let us set forth to find the Dragon Balls." At Lin Ye's urging, Bulma nodded with excitement, mounting her outdoor motorcycle and heading toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Lin Ye and Sun Wukong leapt onto the flying Nimbus. Closely following Bulma, it wasn't long before the trio encountered an attack from a pterodactyl, which attempted to snatch Bulma as its prey. However, Sun Wukong swiftly dispatched the creature with a single strike of his power pole. Lin Ye, as an observer, refrained from intervening, while Bulma, true to the original tale, was so frightened that she wet her pants. Subsequently, they faced a bear bandit, who was also effortlessly defeated by Sun Wukong. That night, Bulma and Sun Wukong stayed at Lin Ye's luxurious villa. "Lin Ye, are you and Sun Wukong truly siblings? Because it certainly doesn't seem that way. Why does he have a tail?" Bulma inquired curiously. After several years, Wukong's tail had regrown. Leisurely flipping through a magazine, Lin Ye glanced at Bulma and replied, Wukong and I are not blood siblings, that he was abandoned on a mountain at a young age, later discovered and raised by his grandfather. After his grandfather's passing, he lived alone on the mountain. I encountered him much later. I see. Bulma exclaimed in realization. What about you? We already possess 4 Dragon Balls. How do you propose we continue our search? Lin Ye asked Bulma. Contemplating for a moment, Bulma retrieved the dragon radar and pointed to a glowing dot on the screen. Look, the red arrow at the center indicates our current position, with 4 dots gathered around it. The next one is approximately 1,200 kilometers to the west. Bulma was aware that Lin Ye also possessed a dragon radar, a gift from her father 3 years prior. Since I'm still in school and only took this summer break for fun, I have only 30 days to find the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. I cannot afford to be as leisurely as you. Lin Ye and Bulma conversed for an extended period, and as night fell, Lin Ye returned to her bedroom, lying on her bed with her hands behind her head. In the original tale, Bulma and son Wukong had only 3 Dragon Balls, later obtaining 1 from Master Roshi. Now, having used 1, Lin Ye still had the other Dragon Ball in her possession. This meant that the remaining 3 were located, 1 in Oolong's small village, 1 with the Ox King, and the last in the hands of Yamcha. Their next target should be Oolong's small village. The next morning, son Wukong arose early to train, and as in the original story, he encountered the sea turtle after a year apart. Recognizing the sea turtle as Master Roshi's companion, he decided to return it to the ocean. Before departing, Lin Ye quietly spoke to the turtle, instructing it to tell Master Roshi to meet the Ox King at Frying Pan Mountain in 10 days, as the Ox King was facing some troubles and required Roshi's assistance. Wukong, it's all your fault for meddling in affairs that do not concern you. We have wasted an entire day, and I wonder if we can gather all 7 Dragon Balls before school starts. Bulma complained, her expression filled with dissatisfaction as she rode her off-road motorcycle. She felt somewhat grateful for Wukong's Nimbus. Otherwise, the delay would have cost them far more than just a single day. Days later, the group arrived at a small village indicated by the dragon radar. Strangely, the entire village was eerily silent, with doors and windows tightly shut and not a soul in sight. The streets were littered with scraps of paper and branches, swaying in the wind, creating a desolate and post-disaster atmosphere. The deserted streets and locked doors instilled a sense of deep fear and agitation. Why is there no one around? Son Wukong wondered aloud as he surveyed the village. Lin Ye shook her head, pointing to a window of a nearby building. The villagers are hiding inside, observing us. Something must have occurred here that makes them afraid to come out. Bulma activated her dragon radar, declaring, regardless, the Dragon Balls must be here. We only need to obtain them. Is anyone there? Why won't you respond? Son Wukong leaned against a window, noticing movement inside. With a forceful punch, he shattered the door and stepped inside. Lin Ye placed a hand on her forehead, exasperated by Wukong's recklessness, and followed him inside. I could see that moment. A dark figure lunged at Wukong from the side, brandishing an axe. Watch out! Bulma cried out, alarmed by the impending attack on Wukong. As the shadow approached, Wukong skillfully dodged the axe and leaped forward, seizing the weapon from the assailant. Bulma was shocked to discover that the attacker was merely an ordinary villager. Why did you attack us? Bulma demanded angrily. The villager, filled with fear, gazed at Lin Ye and the others, and under pressure, recounted the recent events in the village. It turned out that a monster named Oolong had been terrorizing the area, abducting young women one after another, leaving the villagers too frightened to venture outdoors. The next target was their daughter, who was to be taken tomorrow at noon. Are you saying that this monster named Oolong will return to abduct your daughter at 12 o'clock tomorrow? Bulma queried. Yes, the villagers responded with trepidation. We can assist you in dealing with a monster named Oolong, but in return, you must surrender to us a crimson-orange bead like this one. Ayue stipulated. Indeed, if you are willing to part with the Dragon Ball, we can help you eliminate the monster Oolong. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Did you not witness how formidable that little boy was? I assure you, my companion here is equally capable and will surely help you vanquish Oolong. Really? The villagers were skeptical, Yet considering the exorbitant cost of hiring an external martial artist, which their small village could scarcely afford, they reluctantly nodded in agreement, treating it as a desperate gamble. Ultimately, an elderly woman from the village produced a dragon ball she had found and consented to offer it as remuneration for Yue and her companions. The following afternoon, a colossal creature adorned with two devilish horns entered the village, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Upon spotting the girl portrayed by Sun Wukong, it transformed with a puff into a dashing gentleman. Bowing to her, hidden away in a room, Bulma gazed at the handsome figure Wulong had become, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, as if she were about to rush out. Yue quickly grasped Bulma's hand, imploring Bulma, "Do not succumb to infatuation. That handsome figure is merely Wulong in disguise. If you wish to be captured by a monster, feel free to go out." Bulma, upon hearing Yue's warning, shivered, her fervor extinguished. Wulong soon realized that Sun Wukong was a male in disguise. After a brief skirmish, he grew increasingly alarmed, understanding that he was no match for Sun Wukong. Seizing a moment of distraction, he transformed into a bat and swiftly fled into the distance. "You cannot escape." Sun Wukong called upon his Nimbus cloud, pursuing relentlessly. "Curse it! Where did that strange little boy come from? How embarrassing! After this defeat, I can never return to that village," Wulong muttered as he flew, sweat beading on his brow as he noticed Sun Wukong drawing closer. "Transform!" A cloud of smoke erupted in the air, obscuring Sun Wukong's view. Seizing the opportunity, Wulong morphed into a rocket and sped away. After a short while, believing he had evaded the peculiar boy, Wulong hid behind a rock. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Sun Wukong arrived at a hollow in the mountains and discovered an opulent structure, Wulong's lair. Inside, he found Wulong, who had reverted to his original form. "Oh no!" Wulong exclaimed, drenched in sweat upon seeing Sun Wukong intruding into his abode. Ultimately, as in the original tale, Sun Wukong triumphantly returned to the village with Wulong and the kidnapped girl, while Bulma joyfully received the Dragon Ball from the elderly woman. With the fifth Dragon Ball in hand, Yue and her companions set off once more in search of the next one. On a sunny afternoon, Yue and her companions navigated through a mountain stream aboard Bulma's speedboat, flanked by willow trees swaying gently and vibrant grass carpeting the banks. While the lush bamboo groves echoed with the melodious calls of birds, only 2 Dragon Balls remain. "We're progressing much faster than anticipated," Bulma remarked cheerfully. "Why must I accompany you?" Wulong, bound with ropes in the rear seat of the speedboat, grumbled with a sullen expression. Ayu, seated at the back, brushed her wind-tousled hair aside and replied, "Because, Wulong, your transformation abilities are extraordinary. They may prove useful along the way. Moreover, if we do not keep you with us, who knows whom you might deceive next?" Wulong gazed at Ayue's lovely visage, a lewd grin emerging on his face akin to that of Master Roshi, thinking to himself, perhaps a journey wouldn't be so bad after all. Bang! Ayue delivered a punch to Wulong's head, admonishing, "Behave yourself." Wulong, cradling his throbbing head, soon experienced the torment of travel, as Ayue's fists seemed to find their mark nearly every day. "Where are you all headed?" Wulong inquired, noticing Ayue's map. "Ahead lies Frying Pan Mountain." "What? You intend to venture to Frying Pan Mountain?" Wulong gasped in shock, then began to whine and protest, wanting to disembark. However, Sun Wukong held him firmly, preventing any escape. "I refuse to go to Frying Pan Mountain. Are you not aware? The fearsome Bull Demon King resides there. It is said that anyone who approaches will be assaulted by him. You do not comprehend the terror of the Bull Demon King. He is undoubtedly a monstrous entity." Wulong adamantly resisted accompanying Ayue and the others to Frying Pan Mountain. Yet he was unable to free himself from Sun Wukong's grip, despair etched across his face. Ayue sat in silence, ignoring Wulong's frantic movements. After a while, Wulong resigned himself and followed Ayue and her companions ashore. After a lengthy trek, they departed the scenic, water-rich mountains and entered a desolate desert, with yellow sands swirling and flames above, devoid of trees or vegetation. Only clusters of hollow stone pillars remained, and I'm exhausted. Bulma leaned on a branch, panting heavily as if on the verge of collapse. Wulong, too, lay sprawled, utterly fatigued. I can't go on. I need to rest. Bulma plopped down beneath a cluster of stone pillars, weakly complaining to Sun Wukong. Not far away, a creature resembling a cat, holding a telescope, noticed Ayue and her three companions and hurriedly scurried into a dwelling to inform its master. Young Master Luping, we've spotted prey. Really poor. It has been a while since we had any prey come our way. A long-haired youth, having just finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a cloth, his face lighting up with excitement. After more than half a month, they finally had a plump target. If they didn't receive visitors soon, they would starve. This long-haired youth was none other than the desert bandit Luping, and the small one was his servant. Poor. Hey, what is that? Sun Wukong, resting, noticed an unusual sight in the distance that a cloud of yellow dust billowed into the air, and the sound of an engine grew louder. Soon, a long-haired youth, exuding an aura of flair, piloted a desert motorboat across the sands. Ayue steadied herself, then disregarded the spectacle, instead choosing to retreat to the stone pillars to rest. Before long, the desert motorboat halted before Sun Wukong, as Bulma lay resting amidst the stone pillars, and Ayue had already hidden upon catching sight of Luping, leaving the bandit unaware that among his so-called prey were two women who might instill fear within him. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired, observing Luping and Pu'er disembarking from the motorboat with curiosity. I am the desert bandit Luping, and this is my partner Pu'er. Little boy, if you wish to live, hand over your money and universal capsules. Luping declared coolly, brandishing a large knife at Sun Wukong. At that moment, Pu'er spotted Wulong and shouted, Young Master Luping, that pig is Wulong. He used to bully me at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, but was expelled for being greedy and lazy. Is that so? Luping unsheathed his knife and addressed Sun Wukong. It seems your luck has run out. I shall send you off to the afterlife. With that, he swung his knife towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed, closing the distance in mere seconds. Sun Wukong, feeling irked by the sudden attack, calmly sidestepped Luping's strike. That he leaped lightly, and before Luping could react, he swung his Rui Bang down upon him. Bang! The Rui Bang collided with Luping's knife, producing a crisp sound as Luping was forced down by the immense force, cracks appearing on the ground beneath him. What immense strength! Luping's wrists throbbed from the impact, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not expected this little boy to possess such formidable power, realizing that he was likely no match for Sun Wukong in sheer strength. Luping, though reluctant, understood he must resort to his ultimate technique. Otherwise, he risked being defeated by this young boy. Luping leaped backward several meters, creating distance between himself and Sun Wukong, then assumed an attacking stance. His hands formed into claw-like shapes, his body slightly lowered, gathering energy as if ready to strike at any moment. Wolfang Fist! Luping shouted, his body launching forward like a bullet, a flurry of rapid, ferocious attacks resembling wolf claws unleashed upon Sun Wukong. In a flash, Luping executed dozens of strikes, his hands appearing as mere phantoms, stirring up gusts of wind. Luping's assault was relentless and merciless. Each blow aimed to deliver a fatal strike. However, Sun Wukong proved to be superior, effortlessly countering Luping's Wolfang Fist with precision. How is this possible? Luping pondered in astonishment as he attacked, realizing that the young boy before him could withstand his formidable technique, a feat he had never encountered throughout his ventures in the wilderness. Young Master Luping, Pu'er exclaimed, noticing that Luping was not gaining the upper hand against Sun Wukong, and a sense of urgency crept over him. Watching the duel, Wulong, who had previously been tense, cast aside his worries and mockingly remarked to Pu'er, It seems your master is no match for Sun Wukong. Fuming, Pu'er glared at Oolong and swatted at him like a fly. Caught off guard by Pu'er's sudden attack, Oolong retaliated angrily on the battlefield. Luping, realizing he was struggling to make an impact, began to alter his attack strategy, delivering blows that landed squarely. Yet despite this, the exceptional resilience of Sun Wukong, honed through Ling's specialized training, seemed to far surpass that of ordinary individuals. Before long, Luping found himself at a disadvantage, pressed down by Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught. Boom! The two fighters struck each other with their fists, creating a whirlwind that swept in all directions. Sun Wukong was forced back several meters by the sheer force of the impact, while Lu Ping was violently hurled backward, crashing into a stone pillar. With a thunderous crash, the towering stone structure collapsed, shattering into countless fragments, leaving Lu Ping battered and struggling to emerge from the rubble. Young Master Lu Ping, Pure cried, tears streaming down his face as he rushed toward him. Damn it! Lu Ping pounded the ground in frustration. He knew he could not defeat Sun Wukong, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Since his debut, he had never felt so powerless. Just then, Bulma, who had been resting beneath the stone pillar, was awakened by the tumult of battle. Spotting Lu Ping not far away, she exclaimed with excitement, "Handsome," and dashed toward him. Overwhelmed with fear at the sudden appearance of the terrifying woman, Lu Ping trembled and, with a startled cry, fled into the distance. Seeing Lu Ping's retreat, Ling understood the situation had turned unfavorable and stepped out as well. That he's running away. Bulma asked Ling, confused by Lu Ping's rapid departure. Ling, who is that? He looks rather impressive. Observing Bulma's starry-eyed expression, Ling shrugged. That's Lu Ping, the desert bandit, along with his servant Pura. That night, deprived of transportation, Oolong reluctantly produced his universal capsule, extracting a double-decker RV. You should have mentioned this earlier, stingy. You made me take such a long detour. Bulma scolded Oolong in dissatisfaction for not revealing the RV sooner. Oolong, however, wore a reluctant expression. I've cherished this vehicle for so long. Later, Lu Ping, unwilling to concede defeat to Sun Wukong, planned a nighttime ambush, instructing Pure to disguise himself as Sun Wukong to distract Bulma while he attacked. Unfortunately, due to Oolong's mischievous intent, the decoy was a plump version of Bulma, transformed by Oolong, leading Lu Ping to encounter the real Bulma, leaving him utterly dismayed. Though Lu Ping's battle plan had collapsed, he gleaned information about the Dragon Balls from a conversation between Sun Wukong and Oolong. Thus, he resolved to seize the Dragon Balls and wished to overcome his fear of women. The following morning, Bulma angrily confronted Oolong. Didn't you promise to wash my clothes? Why hasn't a single piece been cleaned yet? There's an outfit you can wear upstairs, Oolong nonchalantly replied, presenting her with a rabbit-eared girl costume. Enraged, Bulma contemplated roasting Oolong, yet ultimately donned the outfit with reluctance. Ling and the others traveled in the RV piloted by Oolong toward Frying Pan Mountain. However, en route, they were struck by a rocket attack from Lu Ping, damaging the RV. As an apology, Lu Ping gifted Sun Wukong's group a car equipped with a tracking device. Ling was aware of Lu Ping's ulterior motives, but chose not to expose him. After driving for 2 more days in the vehicle Lu Ping provided, they finally escaped the arid, sandy terrain and entered a lush, hilly region. Upon arrival, they immediately felt the refreshing change in temperature. The sun no longer beating down relentlessly. Surrounded by the thriving forest, everything appeared vibrant and beautiful. Nevertheless, as they continued for another 2 days, the air grew stiflingly hot despite the sun's mildness. It's so sweltering. How peculiar. This is the north, Bulma remarked as she and Ling sat in the back seat of the car, fanning themselves. Typically, northern regions shouldn't be this hot. Ling speculated, perhaps it's due to Frying Pan Mountain. Not long ago, it was known as Cool View Mountain, a very pleasant place. When I visited a few years back, the climate was delightful. However, a year ago, a massive fireball fell from the sky, igniting the flames beneath the earth and engulfing the entire mountain, altering the climate. Casting a glance at Bulma, Ling mused that if it weren't for her, she and Sun Wukong would have reached Frying Pan Mountain much sooner. Ling, have you been to Frying Pan Mountain before? Bulma inquired curiously, recalling Ling's extensive travels around the world. Ling nodded softly, but refrained from detailing her previous visit to Frying Pan Mountain. That mountain, Oolong exclaimed, pointing ahead at a flaming mountain, for which a majestic castle was visible at its peak. Oh no, it's even hotter here, Sun Wukong declared from atop the vehicle, gazing at Frying Pan Mountain. Perhaps we should avoid that place. The Bull Demon King resides nearby. Oolong stepped out of the car, his face paling. The Bull Demon King is known as the King of Demons. Anyone who approaches this mountain is doomed. He pointed to the ancient castle atop the mountain. That's the Bull Demon King's fortress. filled with treasures plundered from this area. Many bandits have attempted to raid the castle, only to be vanquished by the Bull Demon King. Oolong appeared ready to flee, but Bulma intercepted him with a swift kick to his stomach. Bulma retrieved her Dragon Ball radar, pressing a button that emitted a beeping sound, indicating the location of the Dragon Balls. Handing the radar to Ling, she insisted, "We must ascend Frying Pan Mountain. Look, the radar shows that the sixth Dragon Ball is located within that castle." Without even glancing at the radar, Ling knew the sixth Dragon Ball was indeed within the Bull Demon King's castle, as she had personally entrusted it to him over a year ago. "Kintown, Sun Wukong," suddenly shouted into the sky. "Bulma, I'm going to scout above the castle." With that, he prepared to ride Kintown into the AIRT that moment. Ling grabbed Sun Wukong. "Wait, I want to go with you." Sun Wukong nodded, and once Ling hopped on Kintown, he commanded it to soar toward the summit of Frying Pan Mountain. Bulma, watching them depart, called out, "Make sure to find the Dragon Ball." Meanwhile, Bulma and Oolong planned to rest in place. But unbeknownst to them, shortly after Sun Wukong left, a colossal black figure approached from behind, wielding a massive axe. Boom! A gigantic axe flew from behind, striking a nearby rock with such force that it shattered into dust. Ah! Bulma and Oolong's eyes widened in terror, their faces drained of color. Turning around, they beheld a giant clad in peculiar armor. "This is bad. The Bull Demon King must have sent someone to eliminate us for plotting to steal his Dragon Balls." Oolong trembled, muttering incessantly, and even Bulma, who was typically timid, felt her resolve falter, nearly wetting herself in fright as she fervently prayed, "Ling, Wukong, please hurry back. We encounter monster. Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you here to steal my treasures?" The Bull Demon King questioned menacingly, appearing to Bulma and Oolong as a fearsome fiend. For years, he had dealt with thieves attempting to plunder the riches within his castle. Thus, the mighty Ox King remained ever vigilant toward strangers, his fierce demeanor primarily intended to instill fear. We were not like Bulma, who trembled as she attempted to explain herself, only to be silenced by the menacing glare of the gigantic armored figure before her, rendering her speechless and causing her embarrassment as she felt a sudden chill below, resulting in an involuntary release. In the distance, Lu Ping and Pu Er sat in their vehicle, their eyes fixated on the monitor screen. They pressed onward, heading towards the Ox King's Frying Pan Mountain, realizing that the sixth Dragon Ball likely resided within the confines of the Ox King's castle. Lu Ping, are we truly going to the Ox King's castle? Pu Er questioned, a hint of worry in her voice as she contemplated their formidable opponent, the legendary and powerful Ox King. Indeed, facing the Ox King is quite troublesome, yet perhaps that young boy with a long tail has already engaged him in battle. Let us follow and see. We may seize an opportunity. Lu Ping, acknowledging his own limitations against the Ox King, entertained the notion that fortune might favor him after all. That moment, a uniquely dressed girl sprinted towards them. Pursued relentlessly by a dinosaur, it was Chi in a state of panic. Chi hurled the blade from her helmet, swiftly severing the dinosaur's neck, causing its head to drop, startled by this gruesome scene. Chi unleashed a beam of energy from the center of her helmet, obliterating the dinosaur in an explosive display, before fleeing in tears. Spotting Lu Ping and Pu Er, Chi mistakenly perceived them as foes and immediately launched an attack. "Where did this wild girl come from?" Lu Ping exclaimed in anger, dodging Chi-Chi's assault, then striking her forcefully on the neck, rendering her unconscious. Without further hesitation, he drove the vehicle towards Frying Pan Mountain. Upon arriving, they encountered Bulma and Oolong, who were in a standoff with the Ox King. Poised for confrontation, Lu Ping, observing the scene unfold, felt a sense of certainty that events were aligning with his expectations. Together with Pu Er, they discreetly concealed themselves behind a rock to watch. "We truly did not come to steal treasures," Bulma stammered, attempting to clarify her intentions to the Ox King, who remained skeptical. His guard unwavering, Bulma's heart sank at the thought of impending doom. That moment, Aya, having circled the castle and Frying Pan Mountain without sighting the Ox King, returned on Kinto-1 with Sun Wukong. Leaping off the cloud, Sun Wukong stood defiantly between Bulma and the Ox King. "Who are you, old man? Why are you so fierce, standing in front of Bulma? Do you wish to bully her? His direct and rude tone caused Bulma's heart to race. You foolish child. Tread carefully. That is the Ox King. We're doomed. Just then, Aya descended gracefully on Kintoon, and upon seeing her, the Ox King exclaimed, Aya, what brings you here? It's been a while, old man. Come, let me introduce you to this young man. He is son Gohan's grandson and the third disciple of Master Roshi. Aya cheerfully declared. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? The Ox King, fully aware of what Aya meant by impressive, scrutinized son Wukong and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a remarkable young man. You arrived riding Kintoon, a feat that even Master Roshi cannot accomplish. Truly impressive. Aya rolled her eyes, retorting, Isn't it obvious? If that old pervert Roshi could ride Kintoon, that would be astonishing. The Ox King burst into hearty laughter, then leaned closer to Aya, whispering, Joking aside, do not speak of Master Roshi in such a manner in front of him. He is quite sensitive about his image. Aya dismissed him lightly, smiling. He has long lost any semblance of dignity in my presence. The Ox King, moved by her words, gave Aya a thumbs up, as expected of you. Aya, only a beauty like you could keep Master Roshi in check. Hey, you've been talking for a while now. It turns out you know each other, Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Aya glanced at Bulma, noticing her pale expression, which drew her attention to the damp spot on the crotch of her jeans. Stifling her laughter, Aya thought, at this age, for a girl to wet herself is rather undignified. Quickly shifting her focus, she feigned ignorance, explaining, Wukong is son Gohan's grandson and currently the third disciple of the martial arts master, Master Roshi. His grandfather, son Gohan, and the Ox King are brothers in arms, with Gohan being the first disciple and the Ox King the second. The Ox King nodded repeatedly, affirming Aya's words. So, all this time, you are all family, Bulma remarked, bewildered. What? That long-tailed boy is actually the third disciple of the martial arts master, Master Roshi? Lu Ping gasped upon hearing this, trembling involuntarily. Oh wonder, he is so powerful. He is a disciple of Roshi. The implications of being the disciple of the martial arts god and the grandson of the formidable son Gohan, coupled with being the junior to the monstrous Ox King, painted a picture of a terrifying lineage that made Lu Ping's teeth ache. By the way, where's Chi-Chi? Aya surveyed the crowd, noting Chi-Chi's absence, pondering that in the original tale, she might have gone to Master Roshi's place to borrow a FAS if on cue. The Ox King chuckled. I sent Chi-Chi to borrow a fan for Master Roshi. If we can acquire it, perhaps we can extinguish the great fire on Frying Pan Mountain. However, the fan was discarded by Master Roshi after getting dirty. Aya cautioned. What? Master Roshi threw away the fan. The Ox King's expression faltered, unable to fathom that Roshi had disposed of the fan. How then can we quell the flames on Frying Pan Mountain? Aya smiled knowingly, recalling that she had asked the turtle to inform Master Roshi to come to Frying Pan Mountain. She surmised that he was likely en route and would arrive shortly. Thus, she reassured the Ox King, do not worry. I've already sent for Master Roshi. He should be on his way here now. Master Roshi is coming to Frying Pan Mountain? The Ox King widened his eyes, glimmering with hope. Initially skeptical, he considered who Master Roshi was, a top-tier sage who appeared as an ordinary, lecherous old man. When the Ox King had once sought to host a banquet for Roshi, he had been declined, likely because he disdained the lavish setup of Frying Pan Mountain. What a straightforward gentleman. With this in mind, the Ox King found it hard to believe that Master Roshi would visit his Frying Pan Mountain. Filled with admiration, he looked at Aya, giving her a thumbs up. I never imagined you could persuade Master Roshi to come to Frying Pan Mountain. Truly remarkable. Is it really that challenging? Aya scoffed, dismissing the notion that if he knows I'm here, that old pervert will rush over without a second thought. The Ox King beamed with joy. Wonderful if Master Roshi can personally come here. Then surely there will be a way to extinguish the flames on Frying Pan Mountain. Meanwhile, hidden behind a distant rock, Lu Ping's face displayed shock as he quietly whispered to Pu'er. Did you hear that? They mentioned that the martial arts god, Master Roshi, is coming here. We might actually meet that legendary figure. Pu'er nodded vigorously, his tail wagging in excitement. realizing that Frying Pan Mountain had unexpectedly become a gathering place for so many esteemed individuals. "Hey, Sun Wukong, could you go in the direction of Master Roshi and bring my daughter Chi-Chi back?" the Ox King requested. Leaning in closer, he added softly, "My daughter is an exceptionally lovely girl. Perhaps you could consider marrying her." Hearing this, Aya stood composed, a faint smile gracing her lips, while those around involuntarily shivered. The image of the Ox King's daughter conjured comical thoughts in Bulma and Oolong's minds, envisioning a female version of the Ox King, almost causing them to burst into laughter. Only Aya knew that the Ox King's daughter, Chi-Chi, was indeed a very charming girl. "This is a photo of my daughter Chi-Chi," the Ox King said, producing a picture and handing it to Sun Wukong. The image depicted a young, adorable girl from the waist up. "This charming girl is the Ox King's daughter?" Bulma and the others exclaimed in astonishment upon viewing Chi-Chi's photograph. Incredulous that the Ox King's daughter could be so beautiful, it defied logic. Lu Ping, peering through binoculars to get a closer look at the girl in the photo, was left utterly speechless. She was indeed the Ox King's daughter. In my mind, the image of the girl he had knocked unconscious surfaced, and I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. After all, this was akin to a formidable time bomb waiting to explode. "Lepin, what shall we do? It is indeed that girl." Pool, with a face full of panic, thought that if the Bull Demon King discovered that they had incapacitated his daughter, there would be no escape for them. Lepin swallowed hard, feeling equally flustered, and dared not make any sudden movements, instead watching helplessly as Sun Wukong took hold of the photograph of Chi-Chi and swiftly flew towards the spot where she had fainted. Sun Wukong soared through the skies on his Nimbus cloud, and as he traveled towards Kame House, he spotted an unconscious maiden. Upon confirming with the photograph, he realized that this girl was indeed Chi-Chi. He descended beside her and gently roused her from her stupor. As Chi-Chi regained consciousness and looked at the boy standing before her, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, she recalled a photograph that Lin Ye had once shown her, claiming that this boy would be her future husband. The thought of the boy before her possibly being her destined partner caused her cheeks to flush crimson. "Are you Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong inquired, observing the girl's slightly reddened complexion, feeling somewhat perplexed. Chi-Chi shyly nodded in response, realizing that the girl before him was the one he had been searching for. Sun Wukong promptly scooped her up and placed her onto the Nimbus cloud, which she remained upon without falling. Only those with pure hearts can ride this cloud, so your heart must surely be exceptionally pure. Sun Wukong praised her. Chi-Chi bashfully replied, "My heart is as pure as a spring." From a distance, Wulong watched Sun Wukong and the lovely girl returning on the Nimbus cloud, muttering to himself with a tinge of envy. How utterly enviable. Not only does he have a beautiful sister, but now he's also with such a charming girl. Oh, how I envy him. Look at Wukong and Chi-Chi. What a perfect pair they make. Lin Ye remarked with a smile to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King nodded in earnest. "Indeed, it's truly splendid. I can rest easy knowing that Chi-Chi will be his bride." Wulong displayed an expression of jealousy. Gnawing at his nails with gritted teeth, Wukong truly has it easy. Everyone present was taken aback by the term bride uttered by the Bull Demon King. The progression was far too rapid. Only Sun Wukong appeared bewildered, asking, what is a bride?" "Fool. A bride is someone who will live with you in the future," Bulma scolded, tapping Sun Wukong on the head, as if he were utterly clueless. "Wukong, do you find Chi-Chi cute?" Lin Ye pointed to Chi-Chi, and Sun Wukong answered without hesitation, "She's cute." "Then would you like to be with Chi-Chi?" "I would." "Then it's settled," Lin Ye proclaimed with satisfaction to the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi. "You see, Wukong is willing. So let us arrange their wedding for when they turn 18. Both the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi had no objections, and thus Sun Wukong, still perplexed by the situation, unexpectedly found himself with a fiancée. "How infuriating!" Wulong grumbled, tears welling his eyes as he mournfully lamented, "Why does Wukong get a fiancée so easily? With your pig-like appearance, do you still wish for a fiancée? Dream on." Bulma scolded, kicking Wulong to the ground. She then approached Lin Ye and whispered, "Lin Ye, is this all right? It seems a bit like coercion. Wukong seems completely unaware of what a fiancé represents." Lin Ye chuckled softly and replied. Chi-Chi is just as innocent and adorable as Wukong. I believe they will make a wonderful pair. That moment. A gigantic sea turtle approached from afar, carrying on its back a flamboyantly dressed man, a white-bearded elder sporting sunglasses and a turtle shell. Master Roshi sat atop the turtle's back, moving slowly as the turtle ambled forward, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off his sunglasses. The turtle's pace was unhurried, deliberate, which made Lin Ye and the others grow increasingly impatient. After a long wait, Master Roshi finally arrived before them. Son Wukong joyfully exclaimed, Master Roshi, you really came. Is that old coot truly Master Roshi, the legendary powerhouse? Bulma observed the frail figure of Master Roshi with skepticism. Indeed, he is Master Roshi, the revered martial arts master, Lin Ye affirmed confidently, yet her eyes conveyed a sense of disdain, warning Bulma, but he is just as much a lecher as Wulong, so keep him at bay. Bulma scrutinized him closely, appearing unconvinced. Upon seeing Master Roshi, the Bull Demon King immediately prostrated himself before him, bowing respectfully. Master Roshi, it has been a long time. Master Roshi nodded slightly, leaning on his cane as he approached the Bull Demon King. Your reputation precedes you. To protect your wealth, you have taken many lives. You know all about it. The Bull Demon King, sweating profusely, repeatedly bowed, expressing his shame. I am truly mortified. It was my disciple who was bewitched. But please, Master, extinguish the raging fire on Frying Pan Mountain first. Master Roshi turned to gaze at the blazing Frying Pan Mountain and solemnly stated, this fire is not easy to extinguish at that moment. Master Roshi noticed Lin Ye and Bulma, and his gaze turned lewd. Wow, little Lin Ye, you look even more beautiful, and the adorable lady beside you. Would you like to join this old man for an unforgettable date? With a vein popping on her forehead, Lin Ye emanated an icy aura, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Master Roshi. Ha, just joking. I merely wish to befriend the lovely lady next to you, under Lin Ye's intimidating presence. Master Roshi quickly backpedaled with an awkward laugh. This truly the martial arts master. He seems like nothing more than a lecherous old man. At that moment, Bulma no longer doubted Lin Ye's words. Her image of the martial arts master had been utterly shattered by Master Roshi's behavior. Lepin, hiding nearby, was equally astonished by Master Roshi's unorthodox demeanor, never expecting the revered martial arts master to behave in such a manner, and felt foolish for his previous awe and fear. Master Roshi, you should extinguish the fire quickly, Lin Ye urged, her patience wearing thin. Watch me put out the fire, Master Roshi declared, brandishing his cane with a beaming expression, eager to impress Bulma and the other girls, hoping to showcase his impressive physique. Thank you, Master Roshi. The Bull Demon King expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm. Master Roshi nodded at the Bull Demon King, then removed the turtle shell from his back along with an outer garment, revealing his gaunt frame, with large band-aids affixed to his back, giving off an aura of frailty that I wonder if this old man will be all right. Bulma whispered to Lin Ye, her concern evident as she observed Master Roshi's frail body, fearing he might collapse at any moment. There's no need to worry. Although Master Roshi is quite old, his strength is formidable, likely even surpassing Wukong's. Lin Ye reassured her nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi struggled to climb the stone wall, focusing intently on Frying Pan Mountain, his expression turning serious. With a mighty shout, Master Roshi suddenly unleashed a tremendous aura that emanated from his frail body. Enveloping them all in that moment, he resembled a divine entity, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Then, with a deep voice, Master Roshi's muscles began to shift, transforming from a withered state to a robust figure, even more muscular than the Bull Demon King. Were it not for the white beard at the corner of his mouth, it would be difficult to believe that Master Roshi was a centenarian. Bulma and the others stood agape, astonished by Master Roshi's astounding transformation, their necks craned in disbelief at the imposing figure before them, the very same man they had just seen struggle to walk. Here it comes, the signature technique of Master Roshi, the Kamehameha. The Bull Demon King exclaimed in awe and excitement as he observed Master Roshi assume his stance. Master Roshi formed claw-like hands, uttering a swift incantation, then slowly bringing his hands together, causing his muscles to tense. veins bulging ominously. The turtle hermit gradually concentrated his energy into his hands, emanating an increasingly potent sense of pressure from his body. This technique involved gathering energy and releasing it in a single breath, a legendary skill passed down by Master Mutant. To his astonishment, Lepin, who was hiding behind a pile of stones, witnessed the turtle hermit's movements and could not help but exclaim in awe. Kai! The energy in his palms continued to accumulate, creating a transparent distortion in the air, while the energy emanating from him surged forth like a ferocious tiger unleashed, displaying its might without restraint. The ground began to tremble, and the sky appeared to change color in response to Ki. The turtle hermit slowly retracted his robust hands to his waist, as the energy he had gathered coalesced further. Ultimately, the accumulation of quantity transformed into quality, and the energy was transmuted into a Kamehameha wave, radiating a dazzling blue light. The brilliant blue glow illuminated the surroundings, rendering other light sources insignificant in comparison. Kamehameha, the turtle hermit forcefully thrust the Kamehameha wave forward, his hands extending outward, unleashing a powerful energy wave that compelled Bulma and the others to shield their eyes from its blinding brilliance. A massive blue Kamehameha wave surged toward Frying Pan Mountain, unstoppable like a tiger descending from the mountain, carrying an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! The formidable Kamehameha wave collided with Frying Pan Mountain, resulting in a tremendous explosion that caused the entire mountain to collapse. The ground shook violently, and a powerful shockwave radiated from the summit in all directions, dispersing the clouds in the sky and bringing forth an unimaginable visual impact. Once the shockwave passed and tranquility returned, the dissipating smoke revealed a pockmarked plain where no trace of Frying Pan Mountain remained. Both the mountain and the castle had vanished. Bulma and the others were left dumbfounded, realizing that the entire Frying Pan Mountain had been reduced to rubble by the colossal explosion. What was there to be surprised about? The Kamehameha technique itself was an immensely powerful move, and such an effect was hardly unexpected. Lin Ye observed the flattened Frying Pan Mountain with little surprise, but she found the astonished expressions of Bulma and the others quite amusing. Indeed, the Kamehameha was formidable. While she could perform it as well, its potency seemed to pale in comparison to that of the turtle hermit. Oolong, taken aback, turned to Son Goku and asked, "Did you say you could perform the Kamehameha too?" Son Goku, under the gazes of several pairs of eyes, chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. "I can, but it's not as powerful. I might have overdone it." Observing the charred landscape before them, the turtle hermit appeared momentarily stunned, and after a lengthy pause, he sheepishly admitted his embarrassment. After witnessing the turtle hermit's terrifying power, Lepin was filled with exhilaration. However, fearing he might be discovered, he stealthily slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ye had already noticed his presence from the very beginning. Subsequently, Bulma discovered the sixth Dragon Ball amid the ruins of Frying Pan Mountain, and then Lin Ye and her companions bid farewell to the Ox King and his daughter. Just before they departed, Chi-Chi requested that Son Goku come back to marry her. To which Son Goku, misunderstanding her request as an instruction to retrieve something, absent-mindedly agreed. Later, Lin Ye and her group encountered a rabbit army capable of turning people into carrots. After vanquishing the rabbit army, they marched toward the castle controlled by the final Dragon Ball, known as the Rice Ball King. During the battle against the rabbit army, Lepin also joined the fray, and as depicted in the original story, he naturally became part of the quest for the Dragon Balls. After several days of traveling together, Lepin unexpectedly began to overcome his fear of women, demonstrating the remarkable effect of habit. Although he still instinctively felt fear when encountering women, it was no longer as severe as before. It seemed likely that, before long, Lepin would no longer harbor any fear of women. After a few days, the six of them entered the territory controlled by the Rice Ball King, surrounded by an endless wasteland filled with towering mushroom-like plants that, by the way, Bulma, now that we've gathered the Dragon Balls, what wish do you intend to make? Oolong inquired curiously from the driver's seat of the hover car. "I know this one. Bulma wishes for a Prince Charming." Lin Ye chimed in from the side, causing Bulma to blush and scold. "Lin Ye, how can you just blurt out someone else's wish like that?" "What? A Prince Charming?" Oolong exclaimed in shock, suddenly feeling a chill. Was the quest for the Dragon Balls merely a whimsical endeavor? How had he become embroiled in such a trivial wish? Thud! Bulma delivered a punch to Oolong's head, causing him to bend over in pain and glare back at her in discontent. Women lack ambition. If it were me, I would wish for the love of all the women in the world. Do you think everyone is as much of a pervert as you? Lin Ye shot Oolong a disdainful glance, suggesting that his aspirations were not particularly lofty either. Well then, Lepin, what is your wish regarding the Dragon Balls? Son Goku asked Lepin, but Lin Ye answered for him once more. Lepin wishes for the Dragon Balls to help him overcome his fear of women. Such petty wishes. In an instant, everyone fell silent. After all the effort to gather the Dragon Balls, Shu and T, they at least wish for something worthwhile. Rice Ball King, I am at location 15. A vehicle is passing through here. They are our targets. A woman stood atop a mushroom tree, reporting to her superior, before addressing a dog ninja. Soba, do you see that vehicle? That's our target. It has 6 Dragon Balls on board. The woman produced a rocket launcher and aimed it at Lin Ye and her companion's hovercar before firing a rocket. Boom! A violent tremor accompanied by a deafening roar ensued, leaving Bulma dazed by the sudden rocket attack, unaware that a robot had appeared to snatch her Dragon Balls away. Rice Ball Trio, watching the dog ninja, piloting the robot escape. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. The final act of the first plot was about to commence, which meant they would soon be able to summon the Eternal Dragon and make their wish to, oh no. Our Dragon Balls have been stolen. Seeing the 5 Dragon Balls taken, Bulma suddenly burst into tears. Having painstakingly collected 6 Dragon Balls, losing 5 of them felt like a plunge from paradise to hell. All right, stop crying that Goku's 4-star ball is still in our possession. We just need to retrieve all the Dragon Balls. Lin Ye handed Bulma a handkerchief and pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, saying, look, aside from Goku's 4-star ball, the other 6 have all been gathered. This is an excellent opportunity. It's our turn to launch an attack. Bulma paused, recalling that she had Son Goku and Lepin, 3 formidable allies on her side. Retrieving the Dragon Balls seemed quite feasible, and she couldn't help but turn her tears into a fierce smile, declaring, indeed, those who dare to steal our Dragon Balls will face severe consequences, and we shall reclaim every single one of them. A cold smile flashed across Bulma's face, startling Oolong. It was clear that women were not to be trifled with. The 6 of them then made their way toward the Rice Ball King's castle, arriving as night fell. Just as in the original story, without Lin Ye's intervention, Bulma and the others fell into the Rice Ball King's trap, becoming ensnared within the castle. Goku, destroy the castle. Lin Ye commanded Son Goku. Nodding in agreement, Son Goku leaped into action, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha. Could it be? Oolong rubbed his eyes, recalling the powerful technique the Turtle Hermit had executed days prior at Frying Pan Mountain. Son Goku's pose was strikingly identical to the Turtle Hermit's at that moment. Didn't I mention that Goku has mastered the Turtle Hermit's techniques, and his power is not far behind? Lin Ye said with a gentle smile that he truly can perform Master Matato's techniques. Lepin exclaimed in surprise, feeling increasingly dwarfed by Son Goku's abilities. Son Goku thrust the Kamehameha wave forward with great force. Extending his hands outward as a powerful energy wave erupted, the Kamehameha emitted a brilliant blue light, prompting Bulma and the others to instinctively close their eyes. Only Lin Ye maintained her composure, unaffected in the slightest. As she felt the violent tremors caused by the castle, Bulma and the others struggled to steady themselves and open their eyes, discovering that half of the castle had been obliterated by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, with a full moon hanging prominently in the sky. Upon seeing Sun Wukong gazing at the moon, Lin Ye's heart began to thud ominously, sensing impending doom. This is bad. Everyone, quickly take cover, she shouted urgently. Bulma, Luping, Oolong, and Purr, though bewildered by the unfolding chaos, heeded her warning and swiftly sought shelter. I could see that moment. Sun Wukong stood frozen, his eyes glazed, a fierce grin upon his lips, as wild fur sprouted across his body, causing him to grow in size until he transformed into a colossal ape, frenziedly assaulting the castle. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape delivered a single punch that completely demolished the towering castle. Debris and dust cascading from above, an overwhelming aura emanated from the giant ape, instilling fear in all who beheld it. What is happening? What has become of Wukong? Bulma exclaimed in terror, watching the rampaging beast. Whenever Wukong glimpsed the full moon, he would lose his sanity and transform into a merciless monster, his power amplified tenfold. Stay here and do not move. I will subdue Wukong, Lin Ye declared, disregarding Bulma's protests as she leapt before the giant ape. Her expression remained tranquil, a glint of cold determination in her eyes, and a slight smile graced her lips, showing no fear of the colossal creature. The giant ape turned, spotting Lin Ye, and let out a furious roar. Ready to settle old scores, Lin Ye ascended higher into the air, evading the ape's attack. Enraged, the giant ape bellowed skyward, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. The pale yellow energy wave, a manifestation of pure, chaotic force, surged toward Lin Ye like an enraged dragon, its immense power coalescing to an apex. Strength has increased tenfold, combat power surpassing 1,000. Excellent, but still insufficient. Lin Ye smiled serenely, effortlessly redirecting the giant ape's energy wave with a flick of her wrist. Boom! In the distance, a mountain peak erupted with a tremendous explosion, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Moments later, a powerful shockwave surged back, forcing Bulma and the others to the ground, shielding their eyes. They were suddenly agitated, mouths agape in astonishment as they witnessed the extraordinary clash before them, their expressions painted with shock. Lin Ye conjured a delicate energy slash, swift as lightning, and in an instant, she vanished from her original position. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind the giant ape, striking its tail with the energy slash before it could react. Snap! The giant ape's tail was severed once more, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The beast howled in agony before collapsing into unconsciousness, its body gradually shrinking back to that of son Wukong. Lin Ye gently lifted the unclothed Wukong, wrapping him in a blanket before handing him to Bulma. Trembling, Bulma accepted Wukong, astonished by the terrifying transformation he possessed, vowing never to allow him to see the full moon again at the same time. She regarded Lin Ye's strength with newfound respect, realizing that beneath her gentle demeanor lay a power more formidable than Wukong's. This was the mark of a true master. It was unfathomable that Lin Ye could be so powerful while remaining so unassuming. During the fierce battle, the trio of Yamcha, Puar, and Oolong had been knocked unconscious by the shockwaves, allowing Bulma to easily recover the 6 Dragon Balls from them, thus gathering all 7, including Wukong's 4-star ball. Have you decided on your wishes? Lin Ye inquired of Bulma and the others. Bulma exchanged a glance with Luping, stating, I initially sought a Prince Charming, but I have found him, so I have no need for a wish this time. Neither do I. Luping shook his head, having overcome his fear of women with Lin Ye's help, thus achieving his goal of seeking the Dragon Balls. Then allow me to take the chance to wish? Oolong said eagerly to Lin Ye. However, she responded with a firm refusal. No, the wish cannot be given to you. Why do Bulma and Luping get to ask the dragon, while I don't even get chance? Oolong protested angrily. Lin Ye ignored his complaints, her expression indifferent. What do you expect? You lecher. If I handed the Dragon Balls to you for a wish, I shudder to think of the twisted desires you might conjure. Indeed, Lin Ye is correct. Everyone here possesses the right to make a wish. Except for you, Bulma scoffed at Oolong, while Puar hovered in the air, chuckling at him. Moreover, throughout the quest for the Dragon Balls, you were preoccupied with thoughts of escape. You've contributed nothing. Bulma and Puar's remarks left Oolong slumped on the ground. Discontent etched on his face. How can you all do this? We are comrades. Unfortunately, Lin Ye, Bulma, Luping, and the others turned away, disregarding Oolong's grievances. Hey, Lin Ye, since there are 2 Dragon Balls belonging to you and Wukong, and you've contributed the most, why not let you make the wish? Bulma suggested wisely, realizing that since she, Luping, and Oolong had no wishes, passing the opportunity to Lin Ye might be the best choice. Lin Ye smiled, having anticipated this outcome, deciding to make the wish herself, as she needed to modify her hundreds of outfits. Rather than allowing Oolong to wish for something trivial, it was better for her to take the opportunity. With a slight nod, she lifted the 7 Dragon Balls, which shimmered with golden light, each pulse accompanied by a resonant hum. "Come forth, Shenron," Lin Ye called out to the Dragon Balls. As her words fell, the 7 orbs emitted an even more intense golden glow. Flashing more rapidly, the humming sound echoing in the ears of Bulma and the others. Boom! Thunderous roars reverberated through the sky as dark clouds gathered ominously, enveloping the heavens as if a great weight had descended upon them. The thick clouds swiftly obscured the sky, plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness, with golden lightning flashing within, the sound of thunder deafening, as if heralding the apocalypse. Wow, why is it so frightening? Bulma trembled in fear at the sudden transformation, feeling a chill deep within her as she gazed at the now ominous sky. Lin Ye, however, remained unfazed, calmly observing the pitch-black expanse above, stating, "This is the sign of Shenron's arrival. When he appears, the sky darkens." Boom! Golden lightning descended from the darkened sky like furious dragons. The brilliance of the Dragon Balls intensified, resonating with the golden lightning above in that moment. The world seemed to descend into chaos, an overwhelming aura emanating from the Dragon Balls. Infused with immense power, roar! The Dragon Balls burst forth with a torrent of golden light, spiraling towards the heavens and merging with the lightning. A mighty dragon's roar echoing throughout the cosmos. Shenron had appeared. In the sky, the green dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, its eyes glowing a fierce red as it fixated on Lin Ye and the others. That is Shenron. Bulma and the others gazed up in awe and trepidation at the colossal form circling above, their spirits shaken by its formidable presence. That moment, Sun Wukong awakened from his stupor, staring at the magnificent dragon with wide eyes, marveling at its astonishing power. "Speak your wishes. I can grant any one of them." Shenron's colossal eyes glimmered with red light, its deep, resonant voice reverberating across the wilderness. "Shenron, please add the ability to instantly restore the clothes I modified last time." Lin Ye produced a universal capsule, retrieving over 100 outfits from within. "That is a simple task." Shenron's eyes shone with red light as he bestowed divine power upon the multitude of garments, transforming them. Lin Ye watched intently as the dragon's work unfolded, and soon, the transformation was complete. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." After speaking, the divine dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, spinning gracefully in the sky before soaring towards various corners of the world, restoring brightness to the heavens. Lin Ye exclaimed, "That is the divine dragon. It is truly magnificent." Bulma swallowed hard, a look of astonishment and fear crossing her face as she clutched her chest. She felt a profound envy towards Lin Ye, who had made a wish. Oolong trembled, saying, "Indeed, it is terrifying. I thought it was the end of the world." "That is simply because it is your first encounter with the divine dragon. Its formidable aura is not something an ordinary person can withstand." Lin Ye replied with a smile. She picked up a piece of clothing from the ground and, with a swift motion, tore it apart. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and before anyone could comprehend what happened, the clothing had returned to its original state. Lin Ye gazed at the garment in satisfaction, tucking it away. The divine dragon's transformation was indeed gratifying. Lin Ye would no longer have to worry about being seen in battle due to torn clothing. Bulma looked curiously at Lin Ye's attire. "Is this what you had the divine dragon modify? It looks stunning." Lin Ye nodded. "With these clothes, it will be much more convenient during battles." Subsequently, Lin Ye suggested that Sun Wukong and Liu Ping participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, which would take place in 8 months. Bulma and Wukong were not very familiar with it, so she elaborated, "The World Martial Arts Tournament gathers the finest martial artists from around the globe. Many formidable warriors will come from all over the world to participate. Moreover, the winners will receive substantial prizes." "Wow, martial artists from all over the world. I want to join," Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Ye smiled. "No problem. We will all participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament together in 8 months. Liu Ping, you will join us, right?" "Of course. How could such an exciting event be without me?" Liu Ping replied. Though he knew that with Sun Wukong's participation, the championship was unlikely to be his. Nevertheless, he looked forward to battling more strong opponents at the tournament. Since meeting Sun Wukong and the others, Liu Ping realized how limited his previous perspective had been. "Then let us each go train." "Wukong, You should head to Master Rashi's, while I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Lin Ye told son Wukong, noting that she should have been training at the temple but had delayed for over a month helping Bulma and the others find the Dragon Balls. Wukong nodded. And after exchanging farewells, they parted ways, with Lin Ye flying toward the temple. Lin Ye soared towards the temple. She soon arrived. Lin Ye, you found the Dragon Balls, did you not? The old Kai stood at the temple's edge, gazing down at the world below, fully aware of the events that had just unfolded. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement, then donned her white divine robe. Fortunately, the ones accompanying you are all kind-hearted. If someone like that ruffian had obtained the Dragon Balls, it would have been a disaster for the world. The old Kai shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. Sometimes I wonder whether creating the Dragon Balls was the right decision. His expression was conflicted. While the existence of the Dragon Balls brought hope to many, it also provided nefarious individuals with opportunities for wickedness if the Dragon Balls fell into the hands of evil beings. Indeed, it would spell disaster for the entire world. Lin Ye found it difficult to articulate this contradiction, recognizing that every gain comes with loss. The essence of the Dragon Balls lies in their existence. Without them, the world would lose much of its vibrancy. Whether the Dragon Ball should exist can only be judged by time, yet Lin Ye held a favorable view on their existence. Lin Ye passed the old Kai and Bobo, settling into her room within the temple. For the next few days, she devoted herself to training. Divine One, this is some fruit for you. Bobo entered, carrying a platter of fruit and placing it on the table. Observing Lin Ye seated on the carpet in meditation, he refrained from interrupting, intending to leave. Bobo was responsible for all matters within the temple, and aside from attending to the needs of the two deities, he had plenty of other tasks to manage to tea that moment. Lin Ye opened her eyes and called out to Bobo. Bobo, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Bobo stopped and approached Lin Ye, focusing his gaze on her. Bobo, you are tirelessly managing everything and taking care of both me and the old Kai. It must be exhausting. Lin Ye inquired with concern, though it appeared that there was little to do in the temple. Only when Lin Ye assumed the role of the Divine One did she truly grasp the busyness that came with the position. Not only must she remain informed about the happenings in the lower realm, but she also had to intervene promptly in cases that required immediate attention and communicate the connections between the underworld and reality. Every quarter, she had to submit a report to the underworld regarding the territories, which, while not needing to be exhaustive, must include significant events and records of key individuals. Altogether, it was quite a busy endeavor. Though Lin Ye had become a deity, the actual workload still fell primarily on the old Kai and Bobo. It was Bobo's responsibility to manage everything in the temple and assist the Divine One in overseeing Earth. How about I find someone to help you manage the temple? Lin Ye suggested, her bright eyes fixed on Bobo. Recognizing Bobo's hard work, she felt it necessary to bring in additional assistance, especially since the temple was rather lonely with only the three of them. Perhaps we could find another person to join us? You can focus on assisting the Divine One with managing the Earth, and we can delegate other tasks to someone else. Bobo remained silent, leaving Lin Ye uncertain about whether he agreed with her proposal. This suggestion is indeed excellent. Bobo, you truly cannot handle so many responsibilities alone. The old Kai had approached, and after glancing at Lin Ye, added earnestly, Lin Ye, you may find another person to assist Bobo in managing the temple. This will lighten the load for both of you. Seeing the old Kai concur with Lin Ye, Bobo nodded and said, since both the Divine One and the deity agree, I kindly ask you to find a suitable person from the lower realm. Leave it to me. I will certainly find someone appropriate. Lin Ye responded with a smile, feeling obliged to follow through with her own suggestion. With the need to continue her training, she resolved to quickly select a suitable person to ascend. After informing the old Kai, she flew down to the lower realm, contemplating the qualities she should seek in a candidate. The individual must be capable of handling household chores and possess a certain level of martial arts potential to effectively assist Bobo in managing the temple. In a bustling city in the western hemisphere of Earth, Lin Ye employed her clairvoyance to assess the strength of those around her. The area was crowded, and numbers such as 2, 3, 2, 4, and so forth appeared before her eyes, representing the combat power of those she had locked onto. All these values were too low. She shook her head, realizing that the world was indeed filled with ordinary citizens. finding someone with potential proved exceedingly difficult. A young woman approached, but with a combat power of 3, she was deemed unqualified. After observing nearly 1,000 individuals without success, Lin Ye abandoned that location and teleported to a nearby city to continue her search for a suitable candidate. She switched cities repeatedly, yet still encountered no viable options. Sitting on a swing in a park, she frowned. Her criteria were not excessive. Someone who could perform household chores, was quick-witted, attractive, and most importantly, female. Was that too much to ask? Why was it so hard to find a suitable person? Those capable of handling household chores did not necessarily have high combat power, and those with high combat power were already rare and might not even be adept at chores. Let alone be attractive. Chi-Chi is quite good, but she is still too young. Ling Ye mused, if only a few years would pass, I would certainly choose her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wait, there's someone who would be perfect for this. Ling Ye thought of a person she believed would be exceptionally suited to assist her and Bobo at the temple, then quickly flew towards where that individual was located. The person she sought was Launch, a unique character from the original story who possessed a dual personality. In her blue-haired state, Launch was gentle, kind-hearted, and diligent. However, upon sneezing, she would transform into a blonde-haired, violent personality, becoming a notorious criminal, in the original tale. Launch was rescued by Sun Wukong and Krillin, who brought her to Master Roshi's. Afterward, she stayed at the Kame house, taking care of household duties. This indicated that she would be more than capable in that regard. Later, the blonde Launch fell in love with Tenshinhan during the World Martial Arts Tournament, leaving the Kame house to live with him and Chaozu, until the moment in the Dragon Ball Z saga when Tien and Kairatsu arrived at the temple to receive divine martial arts guidance. Lan Chi had vanished without a trace. It was only upon the emergence of Majin Buu that Lan Chi reappeared, during a scene where Goku was gathering energy from the people of Earth. By that time, Lan Chi had aged significantly. She seemed to be working at a courier company and remained unmarried for life. It is rather unfortunate that such a distinctive and formidable female character was ultimately abandoned by the author. Given that the temple required an assistant, Lan Chi would have been a fitting choice, and it would have allowed Bobo and the Supreme Kai to guide her training, ensuring she could at least rival Krillin in the future. Aoi descended upon a desolate wilderness strewn with sandstone, where swirling yellow sands filled the air and jagged rocks lay scattered across the ground. In the distance, towering rock formations displayed cracks etched by the elements. Aoi spotted a blue-haired girl crouching on the ground, her gaze helplessly scanning her surroundings. Nearby, 2 police officers lay frothing at the mouth amidst the wreckage of their patrol cars, while Goku and Krillin stood beside them. At this moment, Krillin appeared to be quite young, indicating that Goku had already rescued Lan Chi from the clutches of the police. Observing the scene before her, Aoi made her deductions and slowly descended from the sky. Goku, look! Someone is flying down from the sky! Krillin exclaimed, startled. What? A person can fly. Could be a monster. With that thought, he quickly hid behind Goku, revealing only half of his bald head. Goku looked up, surprised to see that the newcomer was indeed Aoi. Exclaiming, Sister, how did you get here? Oh, Goku, do you know this stunning beauty? Krillin curiously inquired. Yes, Goku nodded earnestly. She is my sister. Sister? Krillin was taken aback by Goku's revelation, glancing back and forth between Goku and Aoi with a look of disbelief. He had never heard of Goku having such a beautiful sister, and the fact that she could fly was a rather bizarre ability. Goku, is this your friend? Aoi greeted Goku with a smile. Yes, his name is Krillin, and he wishes to train with Master Roshi. However, the old man refused, insisting that Krillin must find a beautiful girl to bring back. Goku explained with a nod. Indeed, Master Roshi has a rather peculiar disposition. Goku, please do not emulate his bad habits. Aoi remarked, shaking her head, as she found his preferences rather perplexing. Turning her attention to Krillin, she smiled gently. Hello, my name is Aoi. Hello, I am Krillin. He stammered, his cheeks flushing crimson. He had never conversed with such a beautiful older sister before. Aoi chuckled inwardly at the boy's innocence, and then pointed to the blue-haired Lan Chi. I shall take this girl with me. You need not worry about Master Roshi. I will speak to him and ensure he accepts you as his disciple. Really? Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you really persuade Master Roshi to accept me? A voice of hope emerged. Absolutely. It seems that Master Roshi is rather intimidated by Aoi, Goku whispered to Krillin, revealing this critical secret. Aoi, unfazed, smiled lightly before walking over to help the blue-haired Lan Chi to her feet. If you have nowhere to go, then come with me. Lan Chi, feeling helpless as she crouched on the ground, nodded in response to Aoi's words. Suddenly, it dawned on Lan Chi that she might have just allowed herself to be sold off, and a sense of regret washed over her. Aoi smiled as she wrapped her arms around Lan Chi's slender waist. With a startled cry from Lan Chi, Aoi leapt into the air. Goku, I'm off now. I'll speak to Master Roshi. Don't forget to train hard, and I'll see you at the World Martial Arts Tournament. As Aoi departed with the same carefree demeanor she had arrived with, Krillin stood there, dazed, taking a while to regain his senses. Subsequently, Goku and the startled Krillin rode the flying Nimbus back to Master Roshi's island. In the sky, Aoi flew swiftly with the blue-haired Lan Chi, the refreshing breeze enveloping them. Due to her fear, Lan Chi squeezed her eyes shut, unaware that below them lay the vast expanse of the ocean. The moment Aoi embraced her, Lan Chi's soft, boneless form pressed tightly against Aoi's chest. Wow, we're flying so high. Lan Chi opened her eyes to look down, only to be startled by the sight. Aoi smiled faintly, and with a swift motion, they accelerated further. Soon, they arrived at the island where Master Roshi resided. As the two beauties landed, Master Roshi, basking in the sun, quickly discarded his magazine and rushed over. Oi, what brings you here? And who is this lovely lady? Aoi glanced at Master Roshi and replied coolly, This is my assistant, but I did not bring her here due to any connection to you. Rather, I merely stopped by to inform you of some matters. What matters? Master Roshi inquired with a serious tone. There is someone named Krillin. Please accept him as your disciple. I asked that the bald little monk. Master Roshi was somewhat surprised. You didn't come all this way just for that, did you? That is indeed the case. However, Master Roshi shook his head repeatedly. No. While the little guy possesses some martial arts foundation, he must pass my test to join my turtle school. Your test is to have him bring back a beautiful girl? Aoi scoffed. What a truly arduous challenge. Upon realizing that Aoi was aware of this, Master Roshi's face reddened. Have you met Krillin and Goku? Did they tell you all this? Indeed, Aoi affirmed. Master Roshi erupted in fury. Goku, that ungrateful disciple. How could he divulge such important information to others? And that Krillin, what a loose tongue. If I were to accept him as my disciple, wouldn't the secrets of my turtle school be exposed to the world? Absolutely not. Are you just reacting out of embarrassment? Aoi could not help but glare at him. Let me tell you, accepting Krillin as a disciple will not disadvantage you. With his talent, he will undoubtedly become a distinguished disciple that you can take pride in. If you miss out on such a student, you'll regret it. Is that really true? Master Roshi looked astonished. Seeing Aoi nodding confidently, he fell into contemplation. Aoi's insight was indisputable. Could it be that he had misjudged this bald-headed Krillin, who might indeed achieve greatness in the future? Very well. In light of your recommendation, I shall make an exception and accept that little fellow as my disciple. With that matter settled, Aoi took Lan Chi and flew towards the temple. Throughout the journey, Lan Chi struggled against the biting winds that stung her cheeks, leaving her feeling faint. By the way, I'm Aoi. What is your name? Aoi attempted to strike up a conversation. Lan Chi, still somewhat pale and dazed, responded, I'm Lan Chi. Where are we headed? You said you had nowhere to go, so I'm taking you to my home. Though Aoi's words sounded somewhat domineering, Lan Chi felt little resistance. Perhaps it was Aoi's captivating demeanor that enchanted her, or perhaps she had grown weary of her nomadic existence. Regardless, when Aoi expressed her intentions, Lan Chi felt no aversion and thus acquiesced to Aoi's words. Seeing this, Aoi smiled, her eyes sparkling with determination. Thus, she had settled on her choice for an assistant at Achu. While flying, a wisp of Aoi's hair brushed against Lan Chi's nose, causing her to sneeze, and in an instant, the blue-haired Lan Chi transformed into a golden-haired version, finding herself cradled in the arms of a beautiful girl, with the cold wind rushing against her. The golden-haired Lan Chi trembled, struggling to break free. Who are you? Let me go, or I'll kill you, she shouted angrily, trying to escape Aoi's grasp. Yet, Aoi's strength was not something Lan Chi could shake off. With a sharp glare, a force emanated from Aoi's fingers. Reaching Lan Chi. Silence. A girl should behave like a girl. Stop referring to yourself in such a manner. Learn from the other version of yourself. Regardless of how vehemently Jinfa Lan Chi screamed, Lin Ye remained unfazed, truly finding the incessant noise unbearable. With a swift and forceful slap, she struck Jinfa Lan Chi, believing that a more brutal approach was warranted for such a boisterous girl. Jinfa Lan Chi was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me? I will not let this go. Let me down at once." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ye replied coldly, her gaze piercing as a wave of chilling intensity enveloped Jinfa Lan Chi, making her feel as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss. The temperature around her plummeting. "You said it. Now I shall let go." With that, Lin Ye abruptly released her grip, causing Jinfa Lan Chi to plummet from a great height that, a long, piercing scream escaped her lips as she continued to fall. As the ground drew nearer, regret flooded her mind. Why had she demanded that woman release her? How could such a malicious person exist in the world, one who would truly follow through on their threats? In a swift motion, just as Jinfa Lan Chi was a mere 2 or 3 meters from the ground, Lin Ye darted forward and caught her, both landing safely after a brief moment of impact. Jinfa Lan Chi felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, her entire being rendered limp as tears streamed down her face, leading to a fit of uncontrollable sobbing. Lin Ye offered her a tissue, gently wiping away the tears from Jinfa Lan Chi's cheeks. "If you behave and listen to me, incidents like this will not happen again. Do you understand?" she warned with a fierce demeanor. Feeling intimidated, Jinfa Lan Chi quieted down, allowing Lin Ye to lead her without daring to move. Fearful that the girl before her might once again toss her from the sky. "Where are you taking me?" she wondered anxiously. "To my abode. You shall reside there from now on, and dedicated individuals will instruct you in your training," Lin Ye stated, lowering her head and adopting a calmer tone. "Do not even think about escaping. Once there, you will find no means to flee. The temple hovers high above the ground, far beyond reach, and ordinary aerial techniques cannot be executed at such heights." "Why have you chosen me to go with you?" Jinfa Lan Chi inquired. "Because you are the perfect candidate. From this day forth, you are mine." Lin Ye grinned menacingly, attempting to instill fear in Jinfa Lan Chi. The latter, unaware of Lin Ye's playful intent, felt genuinely terrified, thinking, "Oh no, I've encountered a rogue." She believed her future to be shrouded in darkness, devoid of any hope. "Thus, you must obey me and behave like the other you. It would be much better that way. Do not always act like a shrew. Otherwise, I shall discipline you properly." Lin Ye chided as they soared toward the temple. Shortly thereafter, they broke through the thick clouds, arriving at the majestic temple suspended in the sky. Bobo and the old deity awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Ye with the girl, they immediately recognized her as the chosen one, awestruck by the grandeur of the temple. Jinfa Lan Chi could hardly believe such a magnificent structure existed high above in the distant sky. "Deity, is this the attendant you sought? Her aura is rather chaotic," Bobo remarked, puzzled by the energy emanating from Lan Chi. "If she cannot even fully control her aura, it seems she will require rigorous training. Has the cultivation of lower realm practitioners sunk to such depths?" The old deity approached, placing a hand on Jinfa Lan Chi's head to sense her essence. Exclaiming in surprise, "This girl appears to harbor another soul within her. She is an exceedingly rare dual soul bearer. The presence of 2 souls in one body accounts for the tumultuous aura. Such individuals possess a clear distinction between good and evil, making her indeed suitable as Lin Ye's attendant." Lin Ye nodded, acknowledging the old deity's accurate assessment. Due to possessing dual souls, Lan Chi displayed a remarkable dual personality, with her blue-haired persona embodying gentleness and grace, while her golden-haired counterpart exhibited rudeness and brutality. Indeed, the old deity speaks the truth. She is indeed a dual soul bearer. Lin Ye pointed at Lan Chi and instructed Bobo, "In the coming months, you shall train this golden-haired girl rigorously. I want her to grow stronger swiftly, while the blue-haired version will be addressed as circumstances dictate." With that, Lin Ye held a strand of hair before Jinfa Lanqi's nose. Achoo! Lanqi sneezed, and the hair instantly transformed to a brilliant blue, her demeanor softening as a gentle smile graced her lips. Wow, what a beautiful house, Lin Ye. Is this our home? Bobo and the old deity observed the striking change in Lanqi's character and nodded in agreement. Indeed, she possesses a dual personality, and this blue-haired girl is truly pure of heart. Rest assured, deity, Bobo will diligently train the previous golden-haired girl, guiding her to become a kind person as well. Lin Ye smiled as she walked over to Lanqi, addressing the old deity and Bobo to differentiate between the two. The blue-haired girl will retain the name Lanqi, while the golden-haired one shall be known as Lanjing. Subsequently, Lin Ye guided Lanqi to familiarize herself with the temple surroundings, and the newcomer was filled with excitement as she gazed around in wonder. She could hardly fathom that Lin Ye was a deity from Earth. It was a revelation that left her astonished. The following day, Bobo led Lanqi to the temple's lower level for her transformation as an attendant deity. First, she established a master-servant bond with Lin Ye. Then, Lanqi shed her garments, stepping into the sacred pool in the nude to undergo the transformation initiated by the divine water produced by the temple. The refreshing divine liquid flowed into her being, continuously enhancing her physique. Gradually, Lanqi's constitution was purified, evolving towards that of a demigod, while her martial potential began to rise that a deity may be accompanied by an attendant, whose source of power derives from her master. Only attendants bound by a master-servant relationship could withstand the divine water. Otherwise, it would be as corrosive as sulfuric acid. When Lanqi emerged from the sacred pool, her body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Her skin was more refined and rosy, and her previously tender form now held astonishing potential. Next came her training, with Lin Ye and Bobo relentlessly guiding both Lanqi and Lanjing day and night. Lin Ye focused her training on Lanqi, primarily during the evenings. While she employed a relatively gentle approach, Bobo's training was far more brutal. During the day, he subjected Lanjing to merciless exercises, with sounds of collisions and cries of pain echoing throughout. 7 months of training felt akin to living in a hellish realm for Lanqi, while Lin Ye, aside from training her, did not neglect her own physical conditioning. After 7 months of unyielding effort, Lin Ye's combat power finally surpassed the 200,000 mark, reaching 210,000. Meanwhile, Lanqi, due to the shared cultivation of her dual personalities, achieved a combat power of 140, placing her among the upper echelons of human strength on Earth. This was a direct result of the divine water's baptism, and as time progressed, its effects would become increasingly evident at this moment. Lin Ye also learned of Lanqi's age. She was merely 16 years old. Finally, only 1 month remained until the 21st World Martial Arts Championship. On that day, Lin Ye arrived early at the temple square, impeccably dressed. Her reddish-brown hair had been cut into a stylish bob, the braids of her childhood now gone, and a blue ribbon adorned one side of her hair. She wore a white tank top that accentuated her figure, revealing her fair arms, paired with denim shorts that allowed for agility that Lanqi's attire mirrored Lin Ye's. A red ribbon adorned her hair, while she wore a light green tank top and azure denim shorts. Under Lin Ye and Bobo's guidance, Lanqi had adeptly mastered the manipulation of chi with her newly transformed body, enabling her to perform aerial techniques. The temple floated high in the sky, surrounded by divine energy, rendering ordinary aerial techniques ineffective. Lin Ye and Lanqi descended from the temple, traversing through thick clouds until they soon spotted the rounded pinnacle of Kailan Tower. The celestial beings residing atop Kailan Tower had developed a fondness for fresh seafood ever since they savored the fish Lin Ye had brought, eagerly awaiting her returns from the ground. According to the original tale, the time for Sun Wukong to ascend Kailan Tower was drawing near. Although Sun Wukong had rapidly advanced in strength due to Lin Ye's influence, surpassing the original character, Tao Bai Bai, the latter had also trained extensively, fueled by the immense encouragement Lin Ye had provided, thus far exceeding his original capabilities. Concerned that Sun Wukong might still fall to Tao Bai Bai, Lin Ye decided to inform the celestial beings in advance, assuring them that she would thoroughly prepare him during his next visit. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Lanqi approach, The celestial being's eyes brightened, and he hastily abandoned his teapot to rush over. Lin Ye, you have arrived? Who is this young lady? Her name is Lin Ye, the new attendant deity of the temple. Greetings, Shenron. Lin Ye greeted the immortal with a smile. The immortal burst into hearty laughter, stroking his beard, and turned to retrieve a jar of celestial beans, presenting it to Lin Ye. These are a favorite of Lin Ye, so I bestow them upon you. How generous. Lin Ye, watching from the side, felt a twinge of envy, a jar filled with no less than 10,000 celestial beans. She estimated. With a gentle smile, Lin Ye addressed the immortal. Immortal, in a few months, a boy with a long tail may climb up Kailan Tower. Be sure to train him well. Indeed, anyone who ascends Kailan Tower shall receive my utmost training. The immortal replied, licking his claws with an eager expression that, Lin, next time you come, do not forget to bring some fish. Understood. Lin Ye waved goodbye to the immortal and leapt down from Kailan Tower. Meanwhile, it came house. Sun Wukong and Krillin were diligently training with the heavy turtle shell upon their backs. Over the past 7 months, under Master Roshi's guidance, they had tirelessly delivered milk and cultivated the land around the town. With their foundational skills firmly established, both had unknowingly increased their strength, particularly Sun Wukong, whose power had now surpassed that of Master Roshi. During a subsequent test, Master Roshi pointed to a massive boulder the size of a small hill, instructing them to push it aside. Sun Wukong effortlessly completed the task, while Krillin, though struggling, managed to do so with all his might. Master Roshi was quite pleased with the results. Nodding in satisfaction, he mused that while Sun Wukong was indeed a prodigy, he had not anticipated Krillin's remarkable progress in just 7 months. I have nothing more to teach you, Master Roshi declared, his sunglasses glinting under the light. The fundamental principles have been ingrained in your training over these 7 months. Unbeknownst to you, you have honed your eyes, fists, legs, body, and mind. Martial arts are not merely about winning or losing. They're about conquering oneself. Thus, you must adeptly apply the fundamental skills you have learned and create your own techniques. As he spoke, Master Roshi reminisced about his own master. Master mutated, in a month, the World Martial Arts Tournament will commence that I will not teach you specific techniques. Continue your training as usual, but increase your load. Thus, Sun Wukong and Krillin bore the added weight of a 40-kilogram turtle shell. While mastering the fundamentals, they also began to explore their unique moves during their leisure time. Soon, a month passed, according to universal measurement units. Sun Wukong and Krillin had achieved combat powers of 160 and 120, respectively. On that day, Master Roshi donned a suit, tailored at an unknown time, and boarded a flight to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament with Sun Wukong and Krillin. At the tournament venue, renowned fighters from around the globe gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wow, so many people. There must be numerous contestants, Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the bustling crowd. Let's first register, then proceed to the preliminary venue. Do not wander about. Be careful not to get lost, Master Roshi admonished, bending slightly as he led the overly excited Sun Wukong and Krillin to the registration area. Such small children are here to compete, a staff member remarked in surprise, looking at the duo behind Master Roshi. Indeed, they are not here to observe. They are here to compete, Master Roshi affirmed, filling out the registration forms for Sun Wukong and Krillin. He then opened his suitcase, retrieving 2 sets of Turtle School martial arts uniforms. This is the battle attire belonging to our Turtle School. You will wear this during the competition. All contestants for the martial arts tournament, please proceed to the competition hall for the preliminaries, a staff member announced over a loudspeaker. Sun Wukong, scanning the surroundings, began to enter the venue, searching for Lin Ye's presence. Where could she be? Did she not come as promised to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Lin Ye may have already entered the competition hall. You should be able to find her once you go in, Master Roshi replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and quietly slipped away to register under the guise of a dragon. Before entering the competition hall, inside the competition hall, the participants had filled the venue, showcasing an array of martial artists from every corner of the world, ranging from werewolves to giants, and even the occasional sighting of ferocious beasts. What a peculiar gathering! On the podium, the organizers explained the competition rules. 137 contestants would be divided into 4 zones, with the top 2 from each zone advancing to the top 8. All contestants then drew lots, with Sun Wukong and Krillin drawing numbers 69 and 93, respectively. Hi, Wukong. A melodious voice called from the side as Lin Ye and Lin Ye approached through the crowd. Sun Wukong beamed at them, resolutely declaring to Lin Ye, "Sister, I have grown much stronger. I want to compete with you." Observing the confident Sun Wukong, Lin Ye chuckled and shook her head. "If you wish to compete with me, you must first secure a place in the top 8. She glanced at her own number. "I am number 8 in the first zone. Rest assured, I will certainly make it to the top 8. At that moment, the organizers announced the official start of the preliminaries, prompting Lin Ye to head to the first zone. Due to her earlier number, she was soon called to compete. Her opponent was a tiger man, towering at twice her height, his golden fur unable to conceal his muscular physique, and his eyes glimmering with a cold, fierce light. "Haha, my opponent is just a delicate little girl. Be a good girl and return to wash clothes and cook. This is no place for you." The tiger man bellowed arrogantly, completely disregarding Lin Ye. However, the outcome for the tiger man was inevitable. He charged first, swinging a powerful fist toward Lin Ye, the sheer force of his blow palpable. Lin Ye stood her ground, displaying no defenses, as if the punch were non-existent. Only as the fist approached did she extend her palm to meet the tiger man's colossal punch. Bang! The tiger man's fist came to an abrupt halt, halted by a seemingly delicate hand. In a flash, Lin Ye vanished, reappearing behind the tiger man, gently tapping his back, as if struck by an immense force. The tiger man's massive body flew straight into the wall, crashing with a thunderous boom, rendering him unconscious. The spectators were momentarily stunned, the raucous noise abruptly silenced as they gaped in disbelief, falling into an eerie quiet. It was only when the referee announced Lin Ye's victory that they regained their composure. "Wukong, this elder sister Lin Ye is indeed terrifyingly strong," Krillin remarked, his eyes filled with astonishment. Though Lin Ye's earlier strike appeared light, it had concealed multiple attacks. Krillin barely discerned a few of them, yet the full extent of the situation remained unclear. Sun Wukong nodded gravely. Lin Ye descended from the stage, and the crowd parted to make way for her. Deeply impressed by her display of strength soon, it was Sun Wukong's turn to compete. His youthful appearance drew laughter from the audience. But he swiftly silenced them with his prowess, knocking out his opponent with ease. Sun Wukong quickly emerged as a favorite in the tournament. In a match against his former master, Krillin effortlessly triumphed. Realizing just how much stronger he had become without even noticing as the tournament progressed, participants were continually eliminated from the 4 zones, by some stroke of fortune. Lin Ye and her companions did not face one another in the preliminaries. Ultimately, the results saw Lin Ye, Lin Ye, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Lu Ping, and Jackie Chan all advancing to the top 8, with the remaining 2 being Nan Wu and Lan Fong. Among the top 8, 6 were already acquainted, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. Lin Ye approached Jackie Chan. "Old man, what brings you to the competition?" Startled, Jackie Chan had not expected to be recognized so quickly, and he laughed heartily, scratching his head, "That I never imagined you would see through me so swiftly. You truly are remarkable, Lin Ye. I entered the competition to assess Wukong and Krillin's abilities," Jackie Chan said earnestly. "Both Wukong and Krillin are disciples of my turtle school. I cannot allow them to become complacent. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to their martial arts journey." Lin Ye nodded, acknowledging that Master Roshi was indeed a responsible teacher. The turtle sage imparts his teachings through a method that encourages his disciples to explore independently, subsequently nurturing their martial arts cultivation, thereby enabling them to progress further along the path of martial prowess. Outside the competition hall, throngs of people gather, making even the slightest movement a formidable challenge. Lin Ye strides ahead, emanating an icy aura that instinctively parts the crowd. Despite her striking beauty, the chilling presence she exudes compels those around her to maintain their distance. Following closely behind is the turtle sage, dabbing the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, perplexed by the frightening aura of such an adorable girl. How has she cultivated such power? Upon exiting the competition hall, Lin Ye spots Bulma and her companions at the far end of the crowd. At that moment, Lepin squeezes his way through the throngs, and Bulma and the others initially fail to recognize him due to his freshly cut hair. "Wow, Lepin, You look even more dashing with your new haircut. Bulma exclaims, her eyes sparkling as she places her hands on Lepin's shoulders. Lepin shyly waves his hands, yet his face is adorned with a smile, clearly reveling in the compliment. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence, and the 8 participating contestants are summoned to gather at the Martial Arts Temple. After a brief respite at a cold drink stall, the booming announcement from the loudspeakers informs the 8 competitors to enter the Martial Arts Temple. Let us proceed, Lin Ye declares, rising from her seat. Thus, Lin Ye, Lan Shi, Sun Wukong, Lepin, and Krillin make their way towards the martial arts temple behind the grand tournament stage. Give it your all, they cheer, with Bulma and Oolong fervently encouraging them. Lin Ye offers a serene smile and waves back at Bulma. Inside the martial arts temple, all 8 contestants have assembled. This year's tournament is notably distinguished by the presence of 3 female competitors in the top 8. Lin Ye, Lan Shi, and Lan Fong. The blonde host begins by introducing the contestants, followed by a concise explanation of the competition rules. Subsequently, the staff produces a battle chart and a box for drawing lots to swiftly determine the matchups and order. Contestants are called to draw from the box. The host announces, Contestant Nanwu. A man dressed in Indian attire steps forward, reaches into the box, and draws number 6 at next. It is Lin Ye's turn to draw. She extends her hand into the box and flicks her fingers. Harnessing the divine power of the heavens, the slips of paper within the box whirl around, and a slip marked with the number 1 soars into her grasp. Contestant Lin Ye, number 1. Upon the host's declaration, the staff writes Lin Ye's name in the first position on the battle chart. Under Lin Ye's subtle manipulation, the order of the 8 contestants is established, beginning with Lin Ye, followed by Lan Fong, Lepin, Lan Shi, Sun Wukong, Nanwu, Krillin, and Chunlong. The first match pits Lin Ye against Lan Fong, followed by Lepin facing Lan Shi, Sun Wukong against Nanwu, and Krillin contending with Chunlong due to Lin Ye's intervention. The top 8 in their match order have undergone substantial alterations from the original narrative. As the match order is revealed, Lepin feels a chill run down his spine. His opponent is none other than Miss Lan Shi, rumored to possess strength rivaling that of Master Wutian. Even if he miraculously triumphs over Lan Shi, a more formidable Lin Ye awaits him. The memory of Lin Ye's displayed prowess sends shivers down Lepin's spine. The disparity in strength is indeed vast. It is not that Lin Ye seeks to trouble Lepin. Rather, with only 8 participants, 6 of whom are acquainted, it proves challenging for her to rank them favorably. After all, a bit of casual sparring is essential. Thank you for your patience. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is now officially underway. This event gathers martial arts enthusiasts from across the globe, having meticulously selected 8 martial arts masters through rigorous preliminary rounds. They will compete on stage for the title of the world's best. Furthermore, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament will be awarded a prize of 500,000 yuan on the tournament stage. The host passionately announces the commencement. The once crowded audience erupts with excitement, rushing towards the viewing area, creating a bottleneck around the venue. Bulma and Oolong exert themselves to reach the front rows of the stands. The first match features contestants Lin Ye and Lan Fong, both competing for the first time and having triumphed through the grueling preliminary rounds. They are both formidable fighters and exceptionally beautiful young women. The host briefly introduces Lin Ye and Lan Fong, inviting them onto the stage. Lin Ye, give it your all, Bulma exclaims from the audience, her fists clenched in eager anticipation. The atmosphere in the venue reaches a fever pitch as the host announces the start of the match. When Lin Ye steps onto the tournament stage, the roar of the crowd intensifies, filled with cheers and praises. The arena is bordered on 3 sides, separated from the audience by a low wall, leading to a spacious martial arts stage approximately 30 meters in length and width, paved with special stone slabs. A green lawn lies between the stage and the wall, maintained by staff to ensure order during the event. Behind the stage, a tall wall retains a single entrance leading directly to the martial arts temple, restricted to contestants and staff. Soon after, Lan Fong ascends the stage, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. She is a blonde woman, dressed in a strikingly alluring manner, contrasting sharply with Lin Ye's pure and refreshing demeanor. Bang! The event's officiant strikes a large gong, and the sound of bells resonates, signaling the official start of the match on the stage. Lan Fang adopts a defensive stance before launching an attack, her body surging forward with the speed of a bullet. Closing in on Lin Ye in a flash, aiming a kick at her. Lin Ye feigns a movement, suddenly leaping into the air, soaring 7 to 8 meters high to evade Lan Fang's assault. Then, she descends rapidly, approaching the ground at an astonishing speed, launching her own counterattack against Lan Fang. Lan Fang, caught off guard by Lin Ye's swift maneuver, stumbles, hastily dodging Lin Ye's downward strike. With a resounding thud, Lin Ye's palm connects with the ground, producing a dull reverberation, causing the stone slabs of the stage to tremble and crack. Lin Ye spins with a single hand, creating a tempestuous whirlwind that whips up dust and debris, forcing the audience to shield their eyes. Indeed, Lin Ye is exceptionally powerful, employing such extraordinary techniques. No wonder she has reached the top 8 in the tournament. The host seizes the moment to heighten the atmosphere, elevating the audience's excitement to new heights. In an instant, before anyone can react, Lan Fang is propelled high into the air by Lin Ye's whirlwind, resembling a kite severed from its string. Before landing with a thud outside the stage, onto the grass, the spectators below gaze in astonishment as Lan Fang is ejected from the competition area, their reactions delayed until they finally erupt into thunderous applause. Lan Fang has been eliminated. Lin Ye emerges victorious. Following this, the second match commences, featuring Lepin against Elanchi. As the host announces the start of the second match, Lepin and Lanchi take their positions on opposite sides of the stage. Clash after clash ensues as Lepin and Lanchi engage in an intense battle, their movements a blur as they exchange blows, delivering a visceral experience to the audience. Bang! The two strike simultaneously, their palms colliding with a resounding echo. The force of their impact fractures the stone slabs beneath them, sending shards flying in all directions, and a whirlwind bursts forth from the collision, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. Both Lepin and Lanchi are sent reeling, rotating midair before landing on their feet. With a swift motion, they spring back into action, diving towards each other like lightning, igniting another round of combat. Wow. Lepin and Lanchi are launching another attack, truly world-class competitors. Their performances are nothing short of outstanding. Let us continue to witness their prowess. The host, microphone in hand, leans over the edge of the stage, unable to approach due to the swirling winds generated by the ferocious battle. In the midst of such an intense confrontation, the atmosphere remains unexpectedly calm, underscoring Lanchi's formidable strength. Lu Ping's cheeks glistened with perspiration as his gaze, heavy with concern, fixed upon Lanchi across from him. Yet, to his astonishment, she appeared unfazed, as though she had not just emerged from a fierce battle, that if this continued, his chances of victory would dwindle further. It seemed the time had come to unveil his ultimate move. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a glint of determination sparked in his eyes, and he braced himself. Miss Lanchi, prepare to face my ultimate technique, the Wolf Fang Gale Fist. Lu Ping bellowed, an imposing aura surging from his being. His eyes flashed with cold intensity, akin to a solitary wolf from the wilderness, exuding a ferocious, bloodthirsty energy as he lunged at Lanchi with fervor. Lu Ping's strikes were swift and merciless, each punch and claw aimed at vital points, his Wolf Fang Gale Fist moving with the speed of a tempest, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf on the hunt. It seemed as if his adversary were ensnared in an endless ocean, unable to evade the brutality of his assault. His attacks were powerful and rapid. Any ordinary martial artist would undoubtedly struggle to withstand his onslaught. However, unfortunate for him, his opponent was Lanchi, whose strength had surpassed his own after rigorous training under Bo and Lin Ye at the temple. What appeared to be a frenzied and savage barrage in Lu Ping's eyes was, in fact, rife with openings in Lanchi's perception. Suddenly, with a sneeze of Chu, Lanchi's hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Her aura shifting dramatically, a smirk crept across her lips, and a mocking gleam flickered in her eyes. The golden-haired Lanchi had emerged, her demeanor having undergone a complete transformation, radiating sheer aggression. Lu Ping's unfortunate luck had turned. Had he faced the former Lanchi, even in defeat, he might have maintained some semblance of dignity. But now, confronted with golden-haired Lanchi, it seemed imminent that he would soon be ousted from the competition. May he not sustain grave injuries. Lin Ye silently prayed. Golden-haired Lan Chi regarded Leping, her lips curling into a derisive smile. You dare to challenge me? How audacious! With that, she vanished in a flash. Laughter echoing as a cold light flickered in her eyes. In an instant, she moved with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, creating phantoms of herself across the arena. Phantom Fist. Chung Long gasped in astonishment. Golden-haired Lan Chi, or rather Lan Chi in her transformed state, was employing the Turtle Sage's ultimate technique, the Phantom Fist. Typically, this move would leave only a single afterimage, but Lan Chi had conjured dozens. This is bad. Lu Ping's heart raced as he attempted to evade her strike, but it was already too late. Lan Chi, with a contemptuous smile, delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on Lu Ping's back. The impact sent him crashing against the outer wall of the arena, before collapsing onto the grassy expanse beyond. That Lu Ping has been knocked out of the ring. Lan Chi is the victor. The host exuberantly announced, the high-caliber battle adding considerable luster to the World Martial Arts Championship. Now we proceed to the third match, featuring contestants Sun Wukong and Nan Wu, the host declared, wiping the sweat from his brow. Sun Wukong is merely 12 years old, the youngest participant, yet his entry into the top 8 speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Let us welcome both contestants to the arena with the clang of a bell. Sun Wukong and Nan Wu commenced their assault. Nan Wu's motivation for participating in the tournament was to secure a prize of 500,000 yuan to improve the living conditions of his hometown. As in the original tale, he and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange. However, after unleashing the Skycross Fist, he found himself entirely countered by Sun Wukong, ultimately leading to his reluctant exit. Fortunately, with the assistance of Lin Ye and Chung Long, Nan Wu returned to his homeland, equipped with a versatile capsule filled with abundant water supplies. In the fourth match, Krillin faced Chung Long. A bout that proved overwhelmingly one-sided, as Chung Long's strength far surpassed that of Krillin. Thus, the top 4 of the martial arts competition had emerged. Lin Ye, Lan Chi, Sun Wukong, and Chung Long, they were poised to determine the greatest martial artist in the subsequent matches. After a brief intermission, the highly anticipated semi-finals of the World Martial Arts Championship commenced amidst great excitement. The first match featured Lin Ye against Lan Q, as the host's words faded. Both beauties stepped into the arena, drawing the gaze of countless spectators, their praises and accolades resounding throughout the venue. Lan Chi, you may initiate, Lin Ye said nonchalantly, arms crossed, exuding an air of tranquility. There was no doubt that this match would merely serve as a warm-up for Lan Chi. The ensuing clash was of an extraordinarily high caliber. With a whoosh, Lan Chi seemingly vanished, her form moving at an alarming velocity. The arena echoed with the whispers of her footfalls, yet her figure remained elusive. Lin Ye, sporting a smile, concentrated her power into a singular point, her foot striking the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding boom, Lin Ye shot forth like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath her shattering under the force of her launch, debris scattering in all directions and leaving a shallow crater surrounded by a web of fissures. In an instant, Lin Ye was upon Lan Chi, delivering a precise kick that connected with profound impact. Their movements were a blur, each strike occurring in mere seconds, the only sounds that reached the audience being the sharp thuds of their exchanges. How terrifying! Krillin exclaimed, a cold sweat forming on his brow as he observed the fierce contest unfolding. Their prowess transcended the imagination of any ordinary individual. Chung Long's expression grew serious. If you can match the strength of either of them, you would stand atop the pinnacle of humanity. Lu Ping's face paled, his legs trembling with trepidation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, realizing that had Lan Chi fought with such prowess earlier, he likely wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Yet Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, both of them are amazing. This is exhilarating. Lan Chi, unleash your full strength. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. Lin Ye urged, having engaged Lan Chi for over half an hour. Noticing her energy becoming erratic, it was time to bring this trial to a close. Lan Chi nodded, channeling her energy. Suddenly, a magnificent surge of power erupted from her. A tempest of destructive energy that roared like a celestial dragon. rushing forth with an overwhelming force that left the air thick with tension, that a tempest swirled around Lan Chi, sending swirling dust and debris throughout the arena, compelling the audience to shield their eyes. The spectators grew increasingly exhilarated, feeling fortunate to witness such a display of combat, their blood surging with anticipation for what was to come. Observing Lan Chi's unleashed energy, Lin Ye smiled and nodded, adjusting her own burdens to match Lan Chi's aura before unleashing her own energy in a spectacular eruption. With a thunderous roar, a whirlwind formed around her, a presence equal to Lan Chi's filling the arena. Lin Ye and Lan Chi stood poised, like two typhoons, captivating the attention of all present. What an overwhelming presence! Lu Ping leaned forward, shielding his eyes on the martial arts stage. The fierce clash resumed, each movement generating powerful gales, their violent encounters reverberating through the audience and immersing them in the visceral experience of steel meeting flesh. After several minutes of intense combat, both combatants paused, a hushed atmosphere enveloping the arena as the audience collectively held their breath. The silence palpable. Then, in unison, Lin Ye and Lan Chi sprang into action. They positioned themselves on opposite sides of the stage, stepping forward simultaneously. Raising their hands to their chests, they slowly parted them, fingers splayed like eagle talons. Witnessing Lin Ye and Lan Chi's movements, Cheng Long, Sun Wukong, Lu Ping, as well as Bulma and Oolong, all gaped in disbelief. Could it be that they were about to employ the Turtle Sage's signature technique, which had seemingly become commonplace among formidable fighters? With a fierce determination, Lin Ye and Lan Chi thrust their energy beams forward, their claws extending outward as brilliant blue waves of energy surged forth, illuminating the entire arena and compelling all to shut their eyes. With a resounding crash, the two azure energy waves collided violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed a shockwave of immense energy that radiated outward. In an instant, a furious hurricane swept through, accompanied by a deafening roar, enveloping the entire venue in dense smoke. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, both Lin Ye and her companion stood unscathed in the arena. It was astonishing to witness such formidable power emanating from humanity itself. This technique, the Kamehameha, was the ultimate skill of Master Wu Tian's Turtle School. Let us pay homage to Master Wu Tian and express our admiration for all martial artists, the host proclaimed loudly, diligently promoting the martial artists. Jackie Chan felt a sense of solace as the host's reverence for martial arts and unwavering professionalism brought him great comfort, especially the advertisement, which made the turtle hermit feel a delightful tingle in his heart. I concede, just as everyone anticipated the next clash, Lan Chi suddenly raised her hand and, to the astonished gazes of the audience, declared her defeat. The contestant Lan Chi has surrendered. She actually conceded voluntarily. Lin Ye emerged victorious in this match and advanced to the finals. The host regained his composure and announced Lin Ye's advancement to the finals with great fervor. The audience instinctively erupted into applause, showering her with enthusiastic cheers. This match had indeed been a spectacular display. Though many felt a lingering desire for more, this outcome was a highly satisfactory conclusion. In the next round, Sun Wukong faced Jackie Chan. Let the match begin, the host announced, standing to the side. The atmosphere in the arena once again became thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. Jackie Chan let out a low shout, propelling himself forward with sudden speed, causing wisps of smoke to rise from the ground as a gust of wind followed in his wake. Jackie Chan's form resembled that of a battle tank, fierce and formidable, charging towards Sun Wukong with an undeniable momentum. Sun Wukong remained calm, his gaze fixed intently on Jackie Chan with a resounding clap. He met Jackie Chan's incoming kick with his hand, swiftly pivoting to arrive at Jackie Chan's side. Before Jackie Chan could react, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch. Jackie Chan was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, realizing Sun Wukong had appeared beside him without his notice. Faced with Sun Wukong's ferocious punch, Jackie Chan had no time to evade and, with no other option, brought his arms together, bracing to absorb the blow. Bang! Sun Wukong's punch landed heavily on Jackie Chan's body. However, Jackie Chan managed to bend his arms and absorb the impact with relative ease. yet the force was still enough to send him flying like a cannonball. What overwhelming strength! Clatter! Jackie Chan twisted his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he touched the area struck by Sun Wukong, feeling a lingering numbness in his entire arm. Such a powerful punch left his hand feeling entirely numb. Wukong had truly grown immensely, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. What a formidable young man. Jackie Chan's expression grew serious, his eyes glinting with determination as he faced Sun Wukong, his aura surging with an immense sense of pressure. Suddenly, Jackie Chan's complexion began to redden, his body swaying as if intoxicated. What is happening? What has befallen Jackie Chan, swaying like a drunken man? Could it be the effects of last night's drinks? What is going on? Lu Ping's eyes filled with confusion. Given Jackie Chan's prowess, he should not be inebriated during the match. It's drunken fist. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with understanding, recognizing that Jackie Chan was employing this very technique. Her late grandfather had also been adept at this style, delivering sudden attacks to his opponents. Sun Wukong calmed down, recalling his grandfather's tactics. He became frenzied, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, teeth bared, drooling uncontrollably. What has gotten into Wukong? Krillin was taken aback by Sun Wukong's demeanor. Jackie Chan also felt perplexed, but at that moment, Sun Wukong lunged forward, launching a fierce bite that startled Jackie Chan into hurriedly dodging. Yet Sun Wukong quickly closed in, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left Jackie Chan's clothing in tatters. What kind of attack is that? Furious fist? What furious fist? It looks more like rabies. Jackie Chan exclaimed in exasperation, finding himself unable to utilize drunken fist. The higher the skill, the greater the challenge. Indeed, this was the caliber of a semi-final match. It was a thrilling spectacle. It seemed the younger contestant, Sun Wukong, had the upper hand. Veins bulged on Jackie Chan's forehead as he suddenly began gesturing with both hands towards Sun Wukong, muttering incantations. This was a form of hypnosis. Upon hearing the incantation, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Referee, countdown. The host, reminded of his duties, snapped back to reality and began counting down for Sun Wukong. Wukong, wake up, get up, or you'll lose. Yet Sun Wukong remained sprawled on the ground. Sound asleep, but it's futile. If I don't call him, he won't wake up. Jackie Chan confidently clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at Sun Wukong with an air of indifference. The reason I entered this competition was to impart the lesson that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Wukong, it's time to eat. Bulma suddenly recalled something and shouted at Sun Wukong. Useless, Jackie Chan began to retort when he suddenly found himself dumbfounded, watching as Sun Wukong sprang up from the ground, looking around in search of food. What? How could that be? Jackie Chan was taken aback. A mere mention of food had broken Sun Wukong's hypnosis. Sweat trickled down Jackie Chan's forehead. If hypnosis had failed, he would have to resort to brute force. Sun Wukong quickly regained his wits, the earlier disarray making him more vigilant. Jackie Chan charged toward him. Sun Wukong leapt swiftly, performing several flips in the air to evade the attack. Fool, do you think you can escape my assault like that? Jackie Chan thought, his body suddenly tensing as he sprang from the ground, soaring into the air. Wukong, watch out behind you! Krillin and the others cried out in alarm. But Sun Wukong made no move to react, remaining suspended in midair as he allowed Jackie Chan to close in. What? Jackie Chan's foot made contact with Sun Wukong, but he immediately sensed something was amiss. That kick felt insubstantial, as if it struck nothing at all. Not good. When did this kid learn the shadow fist technique? Jackie Chan's heart raced with alarm as he felt a chill on his head. Sun Wukong had somehow positioned himself above him. Hi. Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick straight down onto Jackie Chan's head, propelling him downward with tremendous force, creating a thick cloud of dust upon impact. That strike was potent enough to render an opponent unconscious. Did Sun Wukong truly land a hit on Jackie Chan? The host, microphone in hand, appeared exhilarated. Fantastic! It seems Wukong is on the verge of victory, Krillin and Lu Ping exclaimed joyfully. However, Lin Ye shook her head. You are underestimating the situation. Wukong did not truly land a hit. That was merely an illusion created by Jackie Chan to mislead his opponent. The real counterattack is yet to come. Krillin paused, bewildered, as he turned his gaze back to the arena, where Sun Wukong was scanning his surroundings with heightened awareness, as if anticipating something. Suddenly, Sun Wukong tilted his head upward. "There," he shouted, his entire demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. As if sensing an entity hundreds of meters above, the audience followed suit, their heads craning upward, but they could not discern the situation, merely perceiving a hazy black dot. It was Jackie Chan. At some point, Jackie Chan had leapt to an altitude of several hundred meters. The host, peering through binoculars, confirmed the dark figure to be Jackie Chan, who had seemingly fallen from the arena floor. When did Jackie Chan ascend? Krillin and Liu Ping gasped in astonishment, realizing that Jackie Chan was far more powerful than they had assumed. Lin Ye, with her blonde hair, cast a scornful glance at Krillin and the others, scoffing at their inability to see through such simple tactics. "I truly do not wish to associate with such weaklings." With a resounding thud, Lin Ye's fist struck the top of Lin Ye's head. Just before Sun Wukong's strike landed on Jackie Chan, he had used the shadow fist technique to evade the attack and feign being struck, plummeting to the ground. In reality, it was a ruse to launch a counterattack against Wukong. "Look!" Lin Ye pointed her finger towards the sky, where she beheld Chung Long, his hands clenched tightly as he concentrated his energy. A soft blue glow emanated from his palms, shining brilliantly like the stars, instantly eclipsing the sun's rays. Could that possibly be the Kamehameha? Is it true that Chung Long can wield such a technique? Klin and Liu Ping were taken aback. The legendary Kamehameha had indeed become commonplace, being unleashed in succession by various individuals, including Sun Wukong. It seemed that all the top contenders in the martial arts tournament could now release the Kamehameha. That dazzling blue light. It is Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha. Who would have thought that Chung Long would also employ this fabled technique? Has the ultimate move of the Turtle School truly spread among the world's greatest masters? The host, sporting sunglasses, spoke with palpable excitement, feeling increasingly exhilarated as the competitors showcased their extraordinary abilities. "Indeed, Wukong, your comprehension is remarkably profound. Let us see if you can withstand the might of the Kamehameha that I have studied for years. Before your departure, allow me to thoroughly assess your true strength." Chung Long soared in the air, his expression solemn as he gazed at Sun Wukong below. The Kamehameha, glowing blue in his hands, continued to accumulate power, radiating a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Below, Sun Wukong, with a grave look in his eyes, watched the sky, his hands moving as he gathered his own energy, mimicking the stance to unleash the Kamehameha. "I promised Lin Ye that I would reach the finals. I cannot possibly falter here. Let us see whose Kamehameha is more formidable. Prepare yourself." Sun Wukong shouted with fervor, his energy coalescing into a blinding blue beam. The two of them shouted in unison, unleashing their blue energy waves directly at each other, colliding with an unstoppable force. Boom! The two energy waves clashed mid-air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In that instant, it felt as though both the sky and the earth trembled. Intense waves of energy radiated outward, powerful shock waves surging forth in all directions that a fierce whirlwind, intermingled with blinding light, manifested a spectacle so grand that it was nearly impossible to behold. The dazzling and intense visual display continuously assaulted the spectators' eyes, leaving them in awe, speechless. Incredibly, Wukong managed to repel my Kamehameha with his own. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, Chung Long descended to the ground, panting heavily as he met Sun Wukong's gaze. The full force of the Kamehameha had drained a significant portion of his energy. Astonishingly, the so-called secret technique of Master Wu Tian, the Kamehameha, had been utilized time and again. Aside from Lin Ye and Lin Ye, both Chung Long and Sun Wukong had also unleashed the Kamehameha. It was truly a breathtaking battle, resulting in a stalemate. The remarkable talents emerging from this tournament could be deemed the finest since its inception, with each bout more extraordinary than the last. Cameraman, ensure that the footage of these battles is preserved meticulously. We must convey the true nature of these encounters to the world, the host exclaimed passionately. Eager for the world to witness the true champions of the martial arts tournament, that Wukong's energy showed little sign of depletion. He was indeed an unfathomable well of strength that I realize now that I am no match for him. It seems the future belongs to the youth. There is no need for further combat, Chung Long said with a look of contentment, addressing the host. Referee, I concede this battle. That child possesses formidable power and is more than capable of advancing to the finals. Without waiting for the host's astonished expression, Chung Long exited the arena. Chung Long has forfeited, and Sun Wukong is declared the victor, advancing to the finals. The finals will commence in 1 hour. We invite everyone to eagerly witness the performance of both competitors. As the host announced Sun Wukong's victory, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Despite the high cost of tickets to the martial arts tournament, the chance to witness a pinnacle confrontation between the strong made it feel worth every penny. In the original story, Chung Long merely gained the championship by a stroke of luck, having arisen before Sun Wukong. This does not imply that Chung Long was weak, in truth, at that time. Chung Long had expended nearly 70% of his power to fend off the transforming giant ape Sun Wukong by attacking the moon. At that moment, only 3 individuals stood at the pinnacle of the world: the Turtle Sage, the Crane Sage, and Tao Bai Bai. Their powers were extremely close, with minimal disparity. Although Turtle Sage had significantly diminished stamina due to the moon attack, Sun Wukong ultimately fell to his prowess. Thus, when Wukong later faced the fully powered Tao Bai Bai, he was easily defeated. Now, Sun Wukong had grown significantly stronger than in the original narrative, capable of overcoming the Turtle Sage in his prime. His strength akin to that of his initial ascent of the Kalen Tower. If Tao Bai Bai had made no substantial progress in recent years, he should not be a match for Sun Wukong. Lin Ye produced a capsule from her waist and extracted 2 green beans, offering one to both Sun Wukong and Chung Long. What are you doing with those 2 beans? Lu Ping inquired, puzzled by Lin Ye's actions. Lin Ye smiled. These are not ordinary beans. They're called Senza beans, sourced from the sacred martial arts realm of Kalen Tower. Consuming one not only prevents hunger for 10 days, but also allows for immediate recovery from any severe injuries. The recent battle has drained both Wukong and Chung Long considerably. However, with a Senza bean, they can swiftly return to peak condition. So miraculous? Clint exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at the sight of the Senza beans. Yet, neither Clint nor Lu Ping dared to ask Lin Ye for a bean, believing that such precious items must be exceedingly rare and that Lin Ye would possess only a limited supply. Little did they know, Lin Ye had frequently visited Kalen Tower during her spare time, amassing a considerable stash of Senza beans over the years, certainly tens of thousands. However, these were secrets she would not disclose unless absolutely necessary. Chung Long gazed in wonder at the Senza bean in his hand. He had seen such beans at Kalen Tower, but only for satiating hunger, unaware of their incredible restorative properties. Yes, he placed the bean in his mouth and chewed. He instantly felt a rush of warmth throughout his body, his injuries vanished, and his strength restored to its prime state. Truly, these Senza beans are miraculous. What a coveted elixir for martial artists. An hour swiftly passed, and the final showdown was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are about to begin. Contestants Lin Ye and Sun Wukong, please take the stage. At the host's words, Lin Ye and Sun Wukong ascended the martial arts platform. Esteemed guests, the decisive moment is upon us. The finals of the world's foremost martial arts tournament are about to commence. Who will emerge as the champion? Let us await the spectacle. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon Lin Ye in the distance. Suddenly unleashing a potent aura, he rapidly moved, zooming to stand before Lin Ye, leaving a multitude of afterimages on the martial arts platform. Wukong has managed to create so many afterimages. Lu Ping marveled at the sight of Sun Wukong's swift movements. Multi-shadow fist. This boy possesses remarkable insight. Chung Long remarked with a faint smile. Lin Ye calmly observed the countless afterimages left by Sun Wukong, feeling as though a monkey were performing tricks before an elephant. A subtle smile gracing her lips. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Even without exerting her full strength, Sun Wukong's movements could not escape her keen perception. I could see that moment. Lin Ye extended her hand with a tranquil demeanor, lightly striking outwards. Bang! The punch connected squarely with Sun Wukong's cheek, sending him flying and leaving a shallow mark along the ground. Impressive! Everyone in the audience, including Chung Long, was momentarily stunned. Incredible! Sun Wukong rose from the ground, a fierce shout escaping his lips as he moved even faster than before, launching a punch towards Lin Ye. She sidestepped effortlessly, appearing beside Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Sun Wukong gasped, his expression shifting dramatically as he saw a claw lunging towards him that he attempted to duck, but Lin Ye's speed was overwhelming. In an instant, she had seized his arm. Suddenly, an immense force surged from her grip, lifting Sun Wukong high into the air. By the time he regained his senses, he was already suspended in mid-air. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Ye's figure once more. Looking up, he found her inexplicably beside him. In combat, excessive movement is unnecessary. The larger the action, the greater the vulnerability. A true master requires only one decisive strike. With her hands clenched into fists, Lin Ye launched a powerful strike towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Caught off guard, Sun Wukong instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. That a thunderous sound erupted as his body was propelled downward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground, creating a deep pit that sent smoke and debris flying in every direction. The onlookers felt the earth tremble beneath them, followed by the sound of cracking. When they regained their senses, they were astonished to find that the stone slabs of the martial arts arena had been completely lifted and loosened, crisscrossed with numerous fissures, while a massive pit several meters deep lay at its center. Wukong, all right. Krillin stared in disbelief at the enormous pit on the arena, wondering if Lin Ye had been too ruthless. Jackie Chan's gaze remained fixed on the arena, pondering. Sun Wukong and Lin Ye are clearly not on the same level that Lin Ye's strike had successfully sent Sun Wukong into the depths of the earth. It was uncertain whether he could rise again. The host leaned cautiously over the edge of the arena, observing the unfolding scene. Lin Ye, appearing unfazed, floated beside the pit, watching the dust rising from it, a smile playing on her lips. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot up from the pit, brushing past Lin Ye's cheek. The energy wave swirled the air, sending a rush of warmth across her face and stirring a strand of her hair. Yet, that was all. When Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha again, rebounding from the ground with sheer force, Lin Ye responded with another palm strike, sending him crashing back to the earth. Sun Wukong, clearly unwilling to concede, released another glowing wave of energy from his palm, hurtling towards Lin Ye at breakneck speed. Interesting. Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, her demeanor calm as she stood unprotected. Just as the energy wave was about to reach her, she abruptly swung her arm, fingers pressed together, slicing the wave aside as if it were mere air. The formidable Kamehameha seemed to encounter an irresistible force, veering 90 degrees and shooting towards the horizon. With a resounding crash, it grazed the eaves of the martial arts temple, obliterating a corner of it. Having redirected the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's attack was rendered entirely ineffective. Jackie Chan's expression shifted in surprise. This was a clear indication of Lin Ye's extraordinary prowess, rendering the Kamehameha completely useless. The energy wave, solid yet lacking substance, could easily be countered if one possessed sufficient strength. Even a direct hit would incur no harm. Lin Ye stated flatly, "What we perceive as the flawless Kamehameha is, to her, merely imperfect," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Ye was indeed correct. Releasing energy in the form of an energy wave requires a solid foundation. Without it, the technique is merely superficial, easily countered. As he observed the back-and-forth exchanges between Lin Ye and Sun Wukong on the arena, Jackie Chan fell into deep contemplation. On the arena, Sun Wukong's body gradually floated into the air. Noticing this, Lin Ye smiled serenely and ascended alongside him, in the sky. Lin Ye's fists danced like a cascade, surging towards Sun Wukong like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong carefully assessed the situation, continuously shifting his form to evade her attacks. The intense battle resonated with thunderous roars, each strike echoing in the hearts of the spectators. A pale blue energy wave surged upward from below. Lin Ye flashed a light-hearted smile, swiftly descending beside Sun Wukong before delivering a powerful kick. At the moment her foot connected, Lin Ye realized she had struck only an illusion. Daha. Sun Wukong suddenly reappeared, launching a fierce counterattack toward Lin Ye. With no time to escape, she was struck squarely by a powerful punch. However, you still underestimate me. The voice echoed in her ear as she unexpectedly drew close to Sun Wukong, delivering a sudden blow. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong was struck by a tremendous force. Boom! His body slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the stone slabs beneath to lift violently. After numerous exchanges between the two, the entire martial arts arena was riddled with pits and cracks. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips. His complexion pale, yet his gaze remained resolute, locked onto Lin Ye in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Ye nodded slightly before gently descending. Let us conclude with the final move, Sun Wukong declared as he prepared to unleash the universal earth-shattering palm. Truly spectacular. This is the climax of the World Martial Arts Tournament Finals. Let us witness who among these two contenders will emerge as the greatest. The host exclaimed loudly. Wukong is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Krillin's expression sharpened, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, Lin Ye's strength is formidable. Wukong's ultimate move may not necessarily succeed. Jackie Chan remarked gravely, "Eye in the sky." Sun Wukong closed his eyes, his muscles quivering as if in sync with his heartbeat. Tightening his jaw as he summoned all his energy, suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from him, a tremendous aura that roared like a dragon, sweeping down towards the earth with gale force winds. The ferocious energy stirred up a tempest, creating an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on everyone, as if they were thrust into a realm of terror, a chilling sensation enveloping them, making even breathing a laborious task that, oh, I can hardly breathe. Bulma and Oolong's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling in the stands. My goodness, is this truly Wukong's full power? Krillin felt as if he had been struck. This little imp possesses such immense energy. His strength likely surpasses that of his grandfather, Son Gohan. Jackie Chan realized he had underestimated Sun Wukong. This entire family is composed of terrifying beings. Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy into his hands, which began to emit a dazzling electric glow. Two powerful currents surged from his palms, instantly transforming into fierce, crackling lightning. The sky was filled with lightning, the intertwining bolts resembling countless silver serpents, swirling and crackling as they descended towards the earth with a resounding roar. Prepare yourself. Sun Wukong was ready, his face taut with concentration, beads of sweat rolling down as arcs of electricity danced around him. Two brilliant currents converged in his palms, radiating a unique azure glow. He gently unleashed the lightning from his hands, calling out towards the ground. Universal earth-shattering palm. In an instant, two bolts of lightning shot forth like frenzied dragons, emitting a serpentine glow as they raced towards the earth with a furious roar. The spectators were blinded by a brilliant flash, the dazzling light forcing them to shut their eyes. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lin Ye stood proudly, tilting her head slightly as she squinted at the universal earth-shattering palm unleashed by Sun Wukong. Universal earth-shattering fist. This was a technique evolved from the universal earth-shattering palm. In an instant, the ground surrounding Lin Ye caved in dramatically, the surrounding rocks fracturing rapidly, forming a massive depression in a heartbeat. The entire martial arts arena was engulfed in an enormous circular pit. A blinding light surged from the pit, resembling a phoenix ready to take flight, radiating an impressive presence and brilliant lightning as it soared towards the sky. Boom! The formidable lightning dragon collided with the oncoming lightning phoenix, creating a deafening roar that resonated throughout the heavens, bursting into a brilliant display of light. In that moment, it seemed as though the sun had vanished, and the earth began to tremble. The entire realm descended into chaos, blurring the lines between sky and ground. A terrifying shockwave, accompanied by astonishing lightning, surged outward in all directions. The thunderous roar melded into a cacophony, intertwining with distant echoes that reverberated in the sky. Gradually, the brilliant light began to fade, the earth ceased its trembling, and the raging winds diminished to a gentle breeze. As the spectators regained their sight, they were left in awe at the scene before them. The martial arts arena, measuring over 30 meters in length and width, had transformed beyond recognition. A vast depression with a diameter exceeding 20 meters at its center, surrounded by irregular pits and cracks, leaving no intact stone in sight. And at the center of the depression stood a young girl, her complexion radiant, her gaze clear and pristine, completely unharmed, with not a shred of her clothing marred. In her hand, she held a young boy who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. This the extent of Ayaka's power. Krillin swallowed hard. He had never encountered such a terrifying older sister before. He had already fainted. Let the countdown begin. Ayaka approached the host and spoke. The host, finally regaining his composure, began to count down the seconds, and soon 10 seconds had passed. The grand finale of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament had finally concluded, and the champion was none other than contestant Ayaka. Miss Ayaka has become the champion of this event. Let the audience applaud and cheer, expressing gratitude for the thrilling contest brought forth by contestants Ayaka and Sun Wukong. The host announced this news with immense excitement, and the venue erupted into a frenzy of applause and cheers. As the World Martial Arts Tournament drew to a close, the throngs of spectators began to disperse gradually. After the event, Ayaka walked alongside Lu Ping, who was carrying Sun Wukong on his back, and joined Bulma and the others. Is Wukong all right? Bulma inquired, scrutinizing the unconscious Sun Wukong on Lu Ping's back. He's fine. He's just exhausted, Ayaka replied with a gentle smile. The Saiyan physique thrives on such high-intensity combat stimulation. One can only imagine how much stronger Sun Wukong's combat abilities will be once he recuperates. To be honest, watching your battle with Wukong left us on edge. We never anticipated you both had grown so formidable. Once seated in the resting area, the group began to engage in conversation, and Krillin felt a chill run down his spine at the mere thought of the recent battle. Ayaka smiled and said, "Don't speak so negatively. I believe you all will achieve the same in the future." Ayaka was not merely comforting them. She genuinely believed that Krillin and the others possessed the potential for greatness far beyond their current capabilities. "Really?" Krillin asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Absolutely," Ayaka replied with a smile. "You are already quite impressive. As you encounter stronger opponents, your own abilities will significantly improve." That's wonderful news. Krillin felt a sense of elation after hearing Ayaka's words, thinking that not only was this older sister powerful, but her comforting words were equally soothing. By the way, here's something for you. Ayaka produced a dozen magical beans and handed them to Krillin. "What is this?" Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Magical beans. The ones with miraculous effects. Are all these beans for me?" Krillin asked in disbelief. "Indeed, they are for you, and you all have a share too." Saying this, Ayaka produced a few more portions and distributed them among everyone present, even surprising Bulma with a handful. Clutching these precious beans that could save their lives in critical moments, Krillin and Lu Ping were on the verge of tears from sheer excitement. If only we could cultivate magical beans scientifically. How wonderful that would be, Bulma mused. "Give it up. That's impossible," Ayaka chuckled, shaking her head. Just then, Sun Wukong woke up, and upon seeing Ayaka distributing magical beans, he instantly perked up. Without hesitation, he claimed a share of beans, fully aware of their significance. "Thank you so much, Ayaka." Krillin carefully tucked the magical beans into his arms, expressing his gratitude with enthusiasm. Ayaka smiled, her lips curling upward. Giving away dozens of magical beans did not faze her, as she had hundreds of thousands in her possession. Meanwhile, Krillin and Lu Ping's emotional reactions made her feel a sense of pride. "Hey, where's Master Roshi? I haven't seen him around," Sun Wukong remarked, scanning the surroundings for the old master. "He was absent. Did he not come to watch the competition?" "Hi." An elderly voice echoed from afar as Master Roshi, dressed in a black suit and carrying a travel bag, hurried over. "Master Mateto, where have you been?" "I was watching from behind. I just went to the restroom. By the way, Master Mateto, did you see my match?" "Yes, I saw all of it. You all performed excellently." "Ah, there you are. I've been searching for you all," the blonde host shouted as he approached them. "Miss Ayaka, here is your prize money of 500,000. Please accept it." The host pulled out a thick stack of cash from his bag and handed it to Ayaka. "Thank you," Ayaka replied with a smile, accepting the prize money. For someone of her wealth, a mere 500,000 was hardly significant. However, she held a genuine fondness for the host, who had always adhered to his professional ethics. Even decades later, this host, passionate about martial arts, would still be hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. By the way, will you be participating in the next World Martial Arts Tournament? I might not, but these three will definitely participate, Ayaka said, gesturing to Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Lu Ping. What a pity. However, if Sun Wukong and the others are competing, I believe the next tournament will be truly spectacular. The host lamented over Ayaka's potential absence from the next event. Rest assured, the next tournament will surely see new, strong contenders emerge. This time, it was primarily the Turtle School that dominated, and I believe that, following the televised broadcast, the Crane School must have witnessed this competition. And perhaps they will participate next time, Ayaka stated casually. Really? Upon hearing that the Crane School might join the next World Martial Arts Tournament, the host became ecstatic. Ayaka, do you truly believe the Crane School will participate in the next competition? After the host departed, Krillin asked, puzzled, I think they will. The Turtle School made quite a splash this time. The Crane School will likely be unable to stand idly by and may send disciples to join the next tournament. Ayaka replied nonchalantly. Ayaka was right. Given Master Crane's personality, he would undoubtedly send disciples to compete in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. So you all must intensify your training over the next few years. Do not allow the Crane School's disciples to surpass you, Master Roshi stated with a serious expression. Master Mateto, you can rest assured, we will certainly focus on our training and strive to enhance our abilities. Moreover, with Wukong's strength, I believe he can certainly triumph over the Crane School's disciples. Krillin felt no significant pressure, thinking that the Crane School could not possibly compare to the Turtle School. Master Roshi pondered gravely, lowering his head in contemplation, that he was unsure of the strength of the Crane School's disciples. Surely, Sun Wukong's power should suffice. Krillin, you are mistaken. While Wukong's strength is formidable, the Crane School also possesses an exceptional talent whose strength may well rival that of Wukong. Ayaka suddenly interjected, cautioning against Krillin's prideful attitude. What? Are you serious? The Crane School has disciples stronger than Wukong. Krillin and Master Roshi's expressions shifted dramatically, astonished by her words. Ayaka nodded. To my knowledge, Master Crane has two favored disciples. One possesses psychic abilities and is roughly on par with Krillin's current strength. As for the other, his power even surpasses that of the world's greatest assassin. Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai. Even more formidable than Tao Pai Pai. Lu Ping exclaimed, his face filled with bewilderment, followed by beads of cold sweat. He had previously looked down upon the Crane School's disciples. But after hearing Ayaka's words, he realized how formidable they truly were. I never imagined that Master Crane could have such outstanding disciples. Wukong, Krillin, you must intensify your training so that during the next martial arts tournament, everyone can witness whether the Turtle School or the Crane School reigns supreme, Master Roshi said with a serious tone. Following the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Lu Ping, and the others would embark on their training journey, while Ayaka and Lan Chi would also set forth on their own adventures. Upon returning to the Divine Temple, Ayaka resolved to share some information about other planets with Lan Chi and the others. In a few years, Earth would enter a period of severe trials. Whether it be the Demon King Piccolo or the ensuing Z Saga, the enemies would only grow stronger as Earth's divine protector. Ayaka felt a considerable weight on her shoulders. Therefore, the only course of action available to her was to continuously enhance her strength. As for the more trivial matters, they would still be entrusted to the Elder Kai and Bobo for management. Naturally, even if she were not the divine protector of Earth, having been reborn into the Dragon Ball universe, the enhancement of her power was an unavoidable endeavor. Only by becoming stronger could she navigate this world with ease. On that day, Ayaka summoned Elder Kai, Bobo, and Lan Chi to share information about extraterrestrial worlds. While our strength is not insignificant, when it comes to realms beyond Earth, even I still feel exceedingly weak. Ayla directly addressed the matter at hand. Beyond Earth? Lan Chi inquired, her expression one of astonishment. The old god and Bobo were equally perplexed, for they certainly did not doubt the existence of extraterrestrial beings. After all, the old god was a quintessential example of an alien himself. Their confusion stemmed from Isla's assertion that even she remained quite frail. Although Isla's powers were not widely known, there was a consensus among the old god and others that her strength was at least tenfold greater than that of the old god, if not 100 times more. Such a formidable being, serving as Earth's deity, was a source of reassurance for the old god. Indeed, Earth was merely a diminutive planet, ranking low among lesser celestial bodies. In the eyes of life forms from other planets, humanity's combat capabilities were utterly insignificant. Is there a specific benchmark for this? Bobo raised his hand to inquire. There is, Isla nodded. The universal rule of the cosmos categorizes planets based on their combat power values. This regulation enjoys significant consensus throughout the universe, rendering it relatively accurate. According to the classification standards, planets with a combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level. Those ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are considered mid-level, and those exceeding 10,000 are classified as high-level. For instance, an ordinary human devoid of combat prowess wields a meager combat power of merely 5 when armed with a firearm. Only 5 combat power with a firearm? How can the expectations be so high? How much do I possess now? Lin Ye exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Isla glanced at her, using her foresight to accurately assess. Your current combat power is approximately 140. Akin to that of Master Roshi, placing you among the top 10 on Earth. Goku, being considerably stronger, boasts around 160, ranking him among the most powerful individuals on the planet. However, when compared to those from other planets with combat powers in the thousands, it pales in comparison. She then turned her gaze to the old god. The old god's combat power hovers around 280 In truth, there isn't much distinction between deities and ordinary humans, apart from a few unique divine abilities. Furthermore, as a Namekian, the old god possesses certain exceptional abilities inherent to his kind that if the old god is only at 280, then Bobo's strength must be in a similar range. But what if one day beings from other planets invade Earth? Wouldn't we be utterly defenseless? Upon hearing this, both the old god and Bobo were visibly stirred. It was indeed a concern weighing on their minds. Had Isla not broached the subject of extraterrestrial life, they would have never contemplated the threat of invasion. Yet, the possibility existed, and should that day come, their combat power of less than 1,000 would certainly prove inadequate for resistance. Isla had mentioned that those below 1,000 were merely low-level planets. With a smile, Isla shook her head. Typically, ordinary aliens would not set their sights on Earth, but it is not an absolute certainty. Thus, we must possess sufficient combat strength to protect Earth, which is precisely why deities exist on this planet. Beyond maintaining order, they are also tasked with safeguarding Earth from alien incursions. However, with our abilities, it seems we cannot fend off most external threats. The old god expressed his concerns. There is no need for worry. In comparison to those fearsome creatures lurking in the galaxy, my strength is quite formidable. You need not fret about me being defeated. Hearing Isla's words, the old god felt a slight sense of reassurance. This was the first instance Isla had disclosed information regarding her power, and her tone suggested a degree of confidence, indicating that she might rank among the stronger beings at the very least. She ought to be considered of moderate strength. The old god mused that those with combat powers above 10,000 were deemed high-level. Thus, if Isla possessed a combat power of 10,000, it would justify her assertive demeanor. Isla, tell me honestly, how powerful are you? The old god asked solemnly. Lin Ye and Bobo also expressed their curiosity about Isla's strength. Well, it's not excessively high, Isla replied modestly. I just checked, and it's approximately around 213. 000. Boom, a thunderclap of astonishment. What? Isla, did I hear that correctly? Your combat power is how much? 213, 000. Lin Ye's expression was one of sheer shock. Although she had prepared herself, the terrifying magnitude of 213,000 was indeed staggering. Causing her to stutter in disbelief. 213, 000. You actually possess a combat power of 213, 000. The old god was momentarily dumbfounded, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he remarked, "It seems my judgment was indeed astute." A deity with 213,000 power is more than sufficient to ensure Earth's safety. Isla, do you have any means to rapidly enhance your strength? Lin Ye asked eagerly. No, my power has all been cultivated through my own efforts. I have grown up in a harsh environment where the gravity and air composition differ significantly from Earth, making it far more inhospitable by comparison. Speaking of secret techniques, Isla possessed several extraordinary skills learned from planet Yatarat, but she could not impart them without the consent of the Yadratian people. Realizing that Isla had no methods for rapid power growth, Lin Ye felt a tinge of discouragement. Wait, there might be a place that could accelerate your power growth. Isla, observing the old god's expression, suddenly recalled the remarkable abilities of the Namekian elder. If the elder could unlock latent potential, it would not only benefit Lin Ye, but even Isla could experience a significant enhancement in her strength. Isla mentally berated herself for having forgotten such an important matter. Had it not been for Lin Ye's mention, it might have taken her an eternity to remember to visit Namek, the stronger one's abilities. The better the effect of energy absorption during the use of Ki.B, enhancing her strength sooner, she could amplify the effects of her ki more rapidly. Where can one enhance their strength? Glancing at the old god, Isla narrowed her eyes and replied, Planet Namek. Planet Namek, located in a remote corner of the northern galaxy, is a verdant world predominantly covered in land, with minimal oceanic surface area. It boasts numerous freshwater lakes, with one appearing every few dozen kilometers, while the land is blanketed in lush grass, presenting an expansive prairie-like landscape. And on a fine afternoon on planet Namek, a gentle breeze caresses the emerald blades of grass, creating ripples reminiscent of undulating waves, while the sun's rays bestow a warm, comforting glow. This planet Namek. It truly is stunning, and the air is remarkably fresh on the summit of a rocky mountain. Isla transported Lin Ye to planet Namek in an instant. They gazed upon the boundless green expanse and inhaled the refreshing air. Lin Ye was filled with exhilaration. This was her first journey beyond Earth to another planet, and one with such splendid surroundings that a wave of satisfaction surged within her. How blissful it would be to live leisurely on such a beautiful planet. So, this is planet Namek, Isla mused. Once we locate the Elder of Namek, we can unlock our potential and significantly bolster our strength. Surveying their surroundings, Isla soon realized that planet Namek was, in truth, quite desolate, lacking in biodiversity compared to Earth. Aside from the abundant grass, there were very few trees, with only scattered peculiar spherical plants present, and animal life was exceedingly sparse. The immediate contrast between their initial visual impression and the stark reality was striking. Isla surmised that this was a consequence of climatic changes on planet Namek. Since the catastrophic climate shift that swept across the planet, the majority of its flora and fauna had perished, and the remaining Namekians now lived in dwindling numbers, organized into tribes. In ancient times, the Namekians had possessed exceptionally advanced technology, even at the cost of environmental degradation, leading to severe pollution on their planet. Thankfully, the advanced spacefaring technology allowed a few to endure on other celestial bodies, and upon returning to planet Namek, they resolved to cultivate greenery extensively to restore the carbon dioxide balance. Yet, hundreds of years ago, another climactic upheaval occurred. Aside from a few Namekians who had been sent off-planet, the vast majority perished. Only the elder of the Namekians survived, who then undertook the task of rehabilitating planet Namek, rendering it once again habitable. However, as of now, the Namekian population on this planet remained exceedingly scarce. Briefly introducing Lin Ye to the history of planet Namek, Isla saw her nodding in understanding, reflecting on the misfortunes of the Namekians. I cannot help but feel a deep sense of sympathy. The Namekians possess remarkable magical abilities, enabling them to regenerate from lost limbs, grow in size, and extend their arms with ease. Furthermore, they have the capacity to communicate with the celestial dragon god, summoning the divine dragon and creating the wondrous Dragon Balls. Are these the same Dragon Balls on Earth that can grant wishes? Indeed, the deity known on Earth is actually a Namekian who fled to our planet during the climatic upheaval on Namek, which is why the Dragon Balls exist on Earth. The Dragon Balls crafted by the Namekian Elder are even more potent than those on Earth, capable of granting 3 wishes at once. My intention in visiting Namek, aside from unlocking potential, is to acquire the Dragon Balls found here. Based on our understanding of the original narrative, Lin Ye deduces that the Dragon Balls serve merely as a medium to communicate with the cosmic dragon god. When 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, they can project the dragon god into existence. He embodies the collective consciousness or the laws of causality within the Dragon Ball universe, representing a power that exists beyond perception. The abilities of the dragon god vary according to the skills of their creator, yet they cannot exceed the limits set by the Dragon Ball's maker. Otherwise, wishes cannot be fulfilled. The powers of the dragon and the creator of the Dragon Balls differ. That which the deity cannot accomplish, the dragon can achieve by drawing upon the strength of the cosmic dragon god, albeit within the boundaries set by the deity. This explains why the deity is unable to resurrect individuals, while the dragon can. But why do the Namekians not use the Dragon Balls to wish for the transformation of their planet or to save more of their kin? Lin Ye inquired. Perhaps it is due to the laws of causality. Lin Ye pondered. Let us fly eastward. I sense life in that direction. Lin Ye attuned herself to the atmosphere. Then, accompanied by Lin Ye, they soared toward the eastern horizon. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lin Ye discovered a small Namekian village. This settlement was quite diminutive, consisting of merely a dozen Namekian households, with scattered structures forming a semicircle around cultivated land, where several Namekians toiled in the fields. The architecture of the Namekians appeared quite peculiar, resembling the exoskeletons of insects, with sharp, prismatic protrusions at the rounded corners. Upon their descent to the ground, the Namekians halted their labor, approaching Lin Ye with expressions of astonishment. Greetings, young maiden from another world. May I ask what brings you to Namek? A plump Namekian elder stepped forward, likely the leader of this village. Lin Ye assessed the sparse population and noted that the entire settlement consisted of only a few dozen individuals, nearly half of whom were elderly or children. Hello, you must be the elder of this village. My name is Lin Ye, a deity from Earth. This is my companion. Lin Ye, we have come to Namek for a matter of importance and hope you can guide us to your elder. Lin Ye introduced herself. Although she did not speak the Namekian language, upon hearing their speech, she could effortlessly translate it using a linguistic technique learned from the planet Yatarat. Thus, her words flowed fluently in Namekian. The elder sensed an ominous power within the young girl. Upon learning of her intent to meet the elder, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. However, perceiving no malevolent aura emanating from Lin Ye, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Welcome, deity from Earth. The residence of the elder is quite distant from here, that if we depart now, we shall not reach it before nightfall, which would disrupt the elder's rest. It will be best to stay here for the night, and tomorrow morning I shall send a young member of our tribe to accompany you. What do you think? That sounds perfectly agreeable. I appreciate your hospitality. Lin Ye replied with a smile. She understood the elder's esteemed position among the Namekians. They would never disturb his rest for any trivial matter. If Lin Ye insisted on visiting the elder immediately, it would be seen as a grave disrespect, as the elder's repose was of utmost importance to them. Acknowledging this, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Ye's amiable demeanor, the Namekian elder revealed a hearty smile and politely ushered her and Lin Ye into their abode. To her astonishment, the Namekians bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial deity from the temple, an unexpected revelation. Upon entering the room prepared by the Namekians, Lin Ye sat on the bed, exclaiming in surprise, "Did I not inform you? The deity from the temple is indeed a Namekian who fled to Earth during the climatic upheaval on Namek. Oh, right? Let us keep our visit to Namek a secret. I do not wish for others to be informed of its circumstances." Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Hours later, as night descended, Lin Ye and Lin Ye were invited to partake in a Namekian feast, enjoying a dinner unique to their culture. Due to their green skin, which allows for photosynthesis akin to plants, the Namekians required only water and minimal essential elements to produce starch for their physiological needs. Thus, their dinner was quite simple. Frankly, Lin Ye felt as though she had not eaten at all, ultimately resorting to discreetly munching on a magic bean. Although she too could draw energy from the realm without the necessity of food, her body craved sustenance. The following morning, as dawn broke, the horizon brightened with a soft glow, dispelling the dimness of night. Rays of resplendent sunlight streamed through the clouds, enveloping the surroundings in warmth. Namek, located in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, is a fourth planet within a trinary star system. Due to the presence of 3 suns, Namek traditionally lacks the distinction of day and night. However, this is a remnant of its past, reminiscent of the early stages of Namek's evolution when the primordial atmosphere was conducive to plant growth. Yet now, Namek faces a dire situation of species scarcity. Lin Ye and Lin Ye stood in an open area before their quarters, surrounded by the Namekian elder and his kin. This is Vini, a young warrior of our tribe. He will guide you to the elder's residence. The elder indicated a young Namekian. Lin Ye scrutinized Vini, who donned a gray cloak, resembling a youthful version of the mighty Piccolo, displaying commendable strength with a combat power exceeding 1,000. One of the tribe's finest warriors. Thank you, esteemed elder of the Namekians, for your kind hospitality. Lin Ye expressed her gratitude with a smile, then nodded at Vini and took to the air, soaring toward the elder's abode. Throughout the journey, Vini remained taciturn, leading the way in silence. Lin Ye, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from questioning and instead admired the scenery along the route. The natural environment of Namek, though sparse in life and species, presented a breathtakingly expansive and flat grassland. The gentle breeze swayed the delicate grasses, creating rippling patterns akin to waves, complemented by the verdant lakes scattered throughout, rendering the landscape magnificently vast and desolate. The scenery was imbued with the essence of spring. The boundless grasslands and uniquely shaped mountains combining to form a picturesque tableau. After nearly 10 hours of flight, Lin Ye and her companions gradually departed the lush grassland and entered a region characterized by rugged canyons and ravines. The beauty of this landscape paled in comparison to the previous vistas, with bare rocks rising abruptly and sporadic patches of green moss adorning the desolate surroundings. The elder's residence lies just ahead. We must traverse the canyon to reach it. Vini pointed toward the expansive gorge, turning to address Lin Ye. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Ye pressed onward, soon crossing the canyon and arriving at a stone forest surrounded by rocky formations. This ancient stone forest showed signs of age, with many rocks succumbing to the ravages of time, slowly weathering and cracking. These formations were a result of climatic upheaval and geological movements, and the elder, being nostalgic, chose to reside alone in this area. Apart from the Namekians tasked with guarding the elder, few others dared to tread upon this sacred ground. Vini introduced, then continued to soar towards the residence of the Grand Elder with Lin Ye in tow. Lin Ye nodded, and at that moment, she turned back to see Lin Ye appearing somewhat fatigued, her complexion slightly pale. Pausing for a moment, she divided a portion of her strength to carry Lin Ye along. Hastening to keep up with Vini's accelerated flight, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood the abode of the Grand Elder. I shall escort you this far. You may proceed to seek the Grand Elder on your own. Vini gestured towards a white structure atop the mountain peak. Thank you ever so much for your guidance. Please extend my gratitude to the Elder. Lin Ye smiled at Vini as she beheld the white edifice perched on the cliff. You're most welcome, Vini replied, giving a nod before retracing her path. Let us ascend. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye gradually made her way towards the Grand Elder's residence. The Grand Elder's dwelling was significantly larger than the typical abodes of Namekians. Comprising 2 levels, the upper floor housed the Grand Elder's chamber, while the lower floor was occupied by the Namekian warriors tasked with guarding him. As Lin Ye and Lin Ye arrived before the imposing structure, a green-skinned Namekian emerged to greet them. You have arrived. The Grand Elder is already aware of your presence and requests your company. Please follow me. The young Namekian addressed Lin Ye from the original tale. Lin Ye recognized that this Namekian was Neil, the guardian responsible for protecting the Grand Elder. He was one of the few combat-type Namekians, possessing formidable strength, boasting a battle power of approximately 30. Following Neil, they soon reached the Grand Elder on the 2nd floor. The Grand Elder appeared exceptionally frail, unable to move freely, relying heavily on his seat. His massive stature was quite imposing. Greetings, divine being from Earth. I sense a pure divine power emanating from you. May I inquire what brings you to me? The Grand Elder's voice was aged yet warm, though slightly tremulous due to his advanced years. "Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder of Namek. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon you. I have heard that you possess the unique ability to unlock human potential. We have come seeking to enhance our own strength. I sense that Earth may soon face a threat from malevolent extraterrestrial forces, and to protect our planet, we require greater power." Aware of her request, Lin Ye endeavored to maintain a humble demeanor. The Grand Elder, capable of foreseeing Lin Ye's arrival, could also perceive impending events, albeit perhaps only in broad strokes, enough to validate the truth of her words. "You speak the truth," the Grand Elder nodded slightly. Neil, however, was taken aback, as even he was unaware of the Grand Elder's ability to unlock others' potential. With a gentle smile, the Grand Elder remarked, "I did not expect you to be aware of my capabilities." "You are correct. Safeguarding one's planet from the invasion of evil forces indeed necessitates formidable strength. Step forward and allow me to unlock your potential." "Wait, Grand Elder. Considering your age, using your powers indiscriminately would greatly deplete your energy." Neil interjected hastily, concern etched on his face, worried that the exertion could affect the Grand Elder's lifespan. "Rest assured, unlocking potential is my unique ability and does not consume my energy. I can endure for several more years." At this moment, Lin Ye seemed to recall something and addressed the Grand Elder. "Before enhancing my potential, may I borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek?" Lin Ye had come to Namek not only to unlock her potential, but also to utilize the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Hoping to resolve Lan Chi's dual-soul predicament, she remembered that wishes granted by Shenron were limited and wondered if, after enhancing her strength, Shenron would still possess the ability to alter Lan Chi's body. "Oh, how did you come to know about the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder's half-closed eyes widened in surprise, a glimmer of astonishment in his gaze. "Grand Elder, it is as follows. Our previous deity on Earth was also a Namekian who fled during a catastrophic climatic upheaval on Namek. Thus, Dragon Balls also exist on Earth, albeit with powers less formidable than those on Namek." "Ah, so Dragon Balls also exist on Earth. That is quite intriguing," the Grand Elder mused. "That it appears that Namekians still reside on other planets. As for you, the deity of Earth, I entrust you with this Dragon Ball. After you make your wish, return to me so I may unlock your potential. That I sense that soon, Namek too will face an invasion from evil forces. And an additional force of righteousness will bring us hope." The Grand Elder extended his hand, retrieving a massive Dragon Ball from behind his seat and presenting it to Lin Ye. "Thank you. Grand Elder, when Namek encounters the threat of evil forces, I shall undoubtedly come to its aid." Lin Ye promised without hesitation. "Then I shall rely on you, deity of Earth. Neil, take them to the various villages to gather the Dragon Balls." "Yes, Grand Elder." As Lin Ye watched Neil exit the chamber, she smiled at the Grand Elder, then summoned her divine power to levitate the massive Dragon Ball into the air, following in Neil's wake. "Though I know you have come to protect your planet, I hope you will not burden the Grand Elder too much, given his advanced age," Neil remarked sternly, flying ahead with a serious expression. Lin Ye smiled gently, observing Neil at that moment, and couldn't he help but think of Bobo from the temple. They bore striking similarities in their dedication to guardianship. "The Grand Elder is truly fortunate to have such a loyal protector as you. We too have a devoted guardian at our temple on Earth. If you were to meet, I am certain you would become good friends." Neil did not respond, continuing his swift flight. Thanks to Neil's extraordinary combat prowess, Lin Ye was able to keep pace, and soon they traversed several of Namek's larger villages. With Neil's presence as the Grand Elder's guardian, they smoothly acquired 7 Dragon Balls. As the 7 Dragon Balls came together, they shimmered with golden light, emitting a constant low hum, each flicker accompanied by a sound reminiscent of Shenron's gentle murmurs. "Deity, since you have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall return to the Grand Elder. Once you summon Shenron, make haste to the Grand Elder as well. Do not keep him waiting." Neil's cold gaze met Lin Ye's, and with a swift motion, he ascended into the sky, heading back to the Grand Elder's residence. Quickly vanishing beyond the horizon. Such a cold demeanor, Lin Ye sighed, shaking her head. Choosing a vast, uninhabited area, a lush green meadow with a light green lake in the distance, and a few low hills further away. Far from human presence, she deemed it an ideal spot to summon Shenron without interruption. Dragon Balls, do not let me down. Arranging the 7 Dragon Balls carefully, Lin Ye called out in the Namekian language. Come forth, Shenron. No sooner had she spoken than the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant golden radiance, their flickering accelerating as dark clouds began to gather in the sky, soon obscuring the entire expanse above. With a thunderous boom, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder, golden lightning flashing incessantly within the dark clouds, and the roar of thunder resonated like 1,000 galloping steeds, a breathtaking spectacle. Boom! Countless streaks of golden lightning descended from the heavens, bridging the sky and the earth in a magnificent display. What an awe-inspiring sight! Lin Ye exclaimed in admiration. The enormous Dragon Balls radiated an even more intense golden light, each flicker accompanied by a booming sound, resembling a celestial dragon poised to take flight from the vast earth, harmonizing with the golden lightning above. Roar! The Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a torrent of golden light, a breathtaking aura surging forth from them, imbued with world-shattering power. The golden light spiraled upwards into the sky, merging with the lightning, as a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the cosmos to eye in the sky. A colossal figure materialized. The Namekian dragon, known as Porunga, meaning dragon of dreams in the Namekian tongue, had arrived. Shenlong Porunga boasts a colossal physique soaring thousands of meters high, with a robust body adorned by well-developed muscles and 2 powerful arms. Black horns sprout from its head and shoulders, and within its grand and upright form lies a strength surpassing that of the Earth-S Shenlong, due to its massive shoulders and the imposing horns upon its large head. It bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Black Star Dragon. Porunga fixed its crimson gaze upon Lin Ye, its resonant voice echoing across the sky. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any desire can be granted, limited to 3. Lin Ye took a deep breath, bracing herself against the overwhelming aura radiating from Porunga. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the authentic dragon of Namek. Its power truly terrifying. Lin Ye estimated its might to be nearly 1,000,000 in battle power, far beyond what the Earth-S Shenlong could rival. For my first wish, I implore you to separate my companion into 2 complete humans. Based on her personality, Lin Ye exclaimed, pointing at the distant, dumbfounded Elanchi, to resolve the issue of the dual-soul individual without annihilating either Lan Chi or Lan Jing. The only solution was to transform them into 2 independent beings. Lin Ye chose to make her wish to Porunga rather than the Earth Shenlong, believing in Porunga's superior capabilities. Understood, your first wish shall be fulfilled. Porunga's eyes suddenly ignited with a red glow, and soon a radiant light enveloped Lan Chi. Miraculously, her body was divided into 2, gradually transforming into 2 identical young maidens. Aside from differing hair colors, the 2 were indistinguishable, now embodying the essence of both Lan Chi and Lan Jing as entirely separate individuals. Dragon, for my second wish, I beseech you to undergo a transformation for these 2 maidens, instilling them with Saiyan blood and bestowing upon them immortality. Lin Ye articulated her second desire, her gaze fixed intently on Porunga. She was cautious, recalling how the Earth Shenlong had previously denied such a wish. She wondered if the mightier Porunga could fulfill it. Porunga remained silent for a moment before responding with its rugged voice. Granting immortality is simple, but I cannot bestow Saiyan blood. Why? Lin Ye inquired, astonished. If immortality is possible, why not change bloodlines? This involves the balance of the universe, bound by rules. Porunga's coarse voice explained, if any bloodline could be altered, countless beings like you would emerge. Thus, the cosmos forbids such alterations. Moreover, the immortality I speak of is not true immortality. It merely enhances the original lifespan significantly. To achieve true longevity as you possess is unattainable. Ah, what a disappointment, Lin Ye sighed. The radiant glow gradually faded, revealing the 2 maidens' flawless forms. Lan Chi's appearance had changed little, her skin now more refined and smooth, while Lan Jing underwent substantial transformation, besides her skin's newfound delicacy. Her once golden locks had turned emerald green, and her aura shifted dramatically, becoming more elegant and gentle, as if reborn. This is how my second wish shall manifest. Now, for my third and final wish. Speak swiftly. Although Lin Ye felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, she quickly reconciled with it. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are not an omnipotent wishing machine. If any desire could be fulfilled, their existence would present a monumental loophole. Dragon, I require a weapon. Grant me a sword that merges with my soul and can be summoned at will. With the previous wish still unfulfilled, Lin Ye approached her third wish with cautious optimism. This wish is easily attainable. Baranga's eyes glimmered red, and soon Lin Ye felt a gentle pull at her core. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized before her. It boasted a brown sheath and a golden hilt, its blade shimmering with a cold, white light, and at the end of the hilt dangled a golden star pendant, resembling a brilliant jewel. Human, your wishes have all been granted. Farewell. With that, Baranga began to ascend into the sky. Wait, Dragon, I have a question for you. What is your query? Baranga inquired. Are you the same as the Shenron on Earth? Lin Ye posed her question, eagerly awaiting Baranga's response. Indeed, we are different manifestations of the same consciousness. Now, I take my leave. As Shenron Baranga soared into the heavens, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Namek, and the sky brightened once more, the vibrant sunlight cascading down upon the land, enveloping it in warmth and serenity. Lin Ye received her answer. Her previous conjecture proved correct. The Dragon Balls merely served as a conduit to communicate with the cosmic dragon deities. The beings that descended were projections of the cosmic dragon, sharing a unified consciousness, yet exhibiting varying powers based on their medium. She smiled as she approached Lan Shi and Lan Jing, marveling at the prowess of the Namekian dragon capable of truly separating a dual-soul entity into 2 complete individuals. Although the transformation into Saiyan blood was not achieved, nor was true immortality realized, for Lan Shi and her companions, this was already an exceptional outcome. After observing Lan Shi and Lan Jing through her unseen eye, Lin Ye discovered that following Baranga's transformation, their battle power had significantly increased, both reaching 280, double their original strength. Was it possible that their powers were cumulatively amplified? If each trained to attain 100 in battle power, would they not collectively gain 200? Such a notion seemed too fantastical. Lin Ye pondered, finding it unlikely that such an extraordinary attribute could exist. They were once one, and though now separated into 2 beings, their essence remained intertwined. Cumulative growth seemed improbable, yet associative growth was highly likely. As one grew stronger, the other would naturally follow suit in a short time. After a moment of reflection, it wasn't long before the trio returned to the dwelling of the Grand Elder. Upon arrival, Lin Ye sensed an immensely powerful aura, one that rivaled her full capabilities. The owner of this energy harbored no less than 200,000 in battle power. Who could it be to possess such extraordinary strength? Lin Ye's heart raced, her sense of caution ignited, yet she soon recognized the familiar essence. It was Nier. Had the Grand Elder unlocked his potential? Nier was among the rare, combat-oriented Namekians, ultimately capable of reaching 42,000 in battle power through training. With the Grand Elder's assistance, achieving 200,000 was not beyond reason. Lin Ye recalled Nier's previous battle power of approximately 30,000. After development, he had surged to 200,000, a staggering increase of over 6-fold. The more she marveled, the more she anticipated her own potential awakening, wondering how much her power could rise. Lin Ye, what an overwhelming aura! Lan Shi and Lan Jing remarked gravely. Lin Ye smiled reassuringly. Fear not. It is merely Nier. The Grand Elder must have unlocked his potential. He simply has not yet mastered the control of his energy. It's him. The 2 relaxed slightly. That moment, Nier emerged from a room. Slightly surprised to see the trio. Why is there an additional person? He pondered but said nothing further, succinctly stating, Follow me. The Grand Elder has been waiting for you. With that, he turned and entered the dwelling. Lin Ye shook her head with a smile, amused by his bravado, though it was somewhat exasperating. So, you are dual-soul beings. Quite a rare constitution. It seems you have realized your wishes, the Grand Elder observed Lan Shi, now transformed into 2 individuals, surprised that he had initially failed to recognize her as a dual-soul entity. Such a being, now separated, was indeed a rare occurrence, prompting the Grand Elder's keen interest. I shall go first. Lan Shi stepped forward, addressing the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, extending his robust arm, placing his palm upon Lan Chi's head. Truly, a heart as pure as crystal. You are the most innocent human I have ever encountered. As he spoke, he activated his magical power, initiating the awakening of Lan Chi's latent potential. Swish, a brilliant white light surged forth, and Lan Chi felt an immense warmth erupting within her, swiftly radiating throughout her entire being. Each cell within her seemed to pulsate with vibrant energy, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, leaving her utterly refreshed. As the Grand Elder unlocked her latent potential, the aura surrounding Lan Chi began to rise. Standing nearby, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Impressive potential, young lady. Maintain such a spirit. Within you lies astonishing strength. I can only unlock so much for you. The rest is for you to cultivate and develop through your own efforts. The Grand Elder released his hand from atop Lan Chi's head, his tone calm and measured. Lin Ye's face was now a portrait of astonishment. Through her clairvoyance, she discerned that Lan Chi's combat power had soared to 85,000, an astonishing leap from the previous 280, marking an increase of nearly 300-fold. Typically, potential development yields results in the range of dozens of times. Lan Chi's explosive growth was nothing short of miraculous. This remarkable enhancement was a testament to the Grand Elder's meticulous attention to cultivating her spirit, coupled with the profound potential bestowed upon her by her unblemished soul, a distinct advantage of one who possesses dual souls. Lan Chi savored the surge of energy enveloping her, the considerable disturbance casting the entire room under a high-energy pressure. Yet, none intervened as she unleashed her aura. Only when she felt satisfied did she retract it. Bowing gratefully to the Grand Elder, next was the vibrant-haired blue crystal. Witnessing the potential unlocked within her counterpart, Lan Chi, she displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Ultimately, after the Grand Elder's intervention, Blue Crystal too realized her aspiration. Achieving a combat power of 85,000, the time has come for the Earth's divine being. The Grand Elder's aged voice resonated. Lin Ye approached the Grand Elder's seat with eager anticipation. A large hand descended upon her head, nearly enveloping it entirely. The Grand Elder's face flickered with surprise, and he closed his eyes in contemplation. Earth's divine being, I sense within you a remarkably mystical force, a power I've only felt when creating the Dragon Balls. It is the pinnacle of cosmic strength. Who would have thought such divine energy resided within you? Your future appears boundless. Let me see how much potential I can awaken within you. As the Grand Elder activated his ability to unlock potential, Lin Ye felt a surge of warmth rising within her, an overwhelming aura suddenly emerging from unknown depths, enveloping her body in a transformative embrace. Golden energy overflowed from her cells, gradually converging throughout her form. And she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, followed by a mighty aura that shot skyward. The clouds above Namek were shattered by this force, thick layers of vapor dispersing rapidly, centered around the Grand Elder's dwelling. The air and clouds began to spiral, forming concentric rings of vortex. What astonishing potential! I can only unleash a minuscule fraction of it. This child is destined to become an extraordinary being. The Grand Elder's face reflected shock as he gazed at Lin Ye, still entranced by her newfound strength. Meanwhile, Nier and the Lan Chi sisters were utterly awestruck by the overwhelming aura emanating from her. Approximately half an hour later, as Lin Ye emerged from her trance, she gently twisted her body, producing a series of delightful crackling sounds, as if she were breaking free from a clay vessel, an indescribable sensation of comfort enveloping her. Shaking her head, she utilized her clairvoyance to assess her own power. To her astonishment, she discovered her combat power had reached an astounding 2.4 million. Has it truly escalated to 2.4 million combat power? A staggering increase of over tenfold. Lin Ye found it hard to believe. Although she had anticipated a significant enhancement following the unlocking of her potential, she never imagined it would soar to such heights. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Grand Elder, she exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement. Fear not. It is the power of righteousness, and the more, the better. Regrettably, The strength within you is so mysterious and potent that I could only unleash an infinitesimal portion of it. The remainder you must explore on your own." Lin Ye nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, Grand Elder, should Namek ever face peril, I shall lend my utmost support." With this promise, a smile graced the Grand Elder's face. "For that, I am immensely grateful." Subsequently, the trio bid farewell to the Grand Elder and departed from his abode. What formidable potential! The Grand Elder murmured to himself after their exit. Forge an alliance with her may be an exceedingly fortunate turn of events. Did she truly attain a combat power of 2.4 million? Nier inquired, incredulous. The Grand Elder nodded. "Indeed, but alas, my ability to unlock potential has its limits. Otherwise, I could have awakened even more." Once outside the Grand Elder's residence, Lin Ye and her companions felt like fish leaping joyfully into the sky. For the next few months, Lin Ye accompanied the Lanchi sisters in mastering the control of their energy on Namek through diligent practice. They ultimately gained the ability to manipulate their vast energy at will. Their journey on Namek drew to a close, yielding immense rewards. Regrettably, they could not interfere excessively with the fate of Goku and the other Dragon Ball protagonists. For Goku's potential would undoubtedly be compromised, of course. Goku's bloodline was not of the highest caliber among the Saiyans. Awakening his potential too soon would be counterproductive. Back on Earth, Lin Ye and Lanchi returned home together. One could only imagine the astonished expressions on the faces of the old Kai and Bubbles upon seeing Lanchi split into two forms. It turned out that the wish granted by the Dragon Balls on Namek had resulted in this unprecedented duality. Upon learning of the events that transpired on Namek, the old Kai marveled at Lanchi and Blue Crystal. "Well, it appears we have gained another deity in the Earth's realm, both with combat powers exceeding 80,000. Lin Ye remarked with a smile. The old Kai nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is remarkable that the Grand Elder of Namek could unlock such vast potential. With the old Kai's assistance, Lin Ye crafted several weighted garments for the Lanchi sisters. These outfits lacked the magical properties of Lin Ye's attire, but resembled those worn by Goku in the original tale. However, thanks to Lin Ye's involvement, the designs were refreshingly innovative in the days that followed. Lin Ye remained within the sacred sanctuary, either engaging in training or occasionally gazing down at the world from the temple's edge. The Lanchi sisters assisted Bubbles with the temple's daily maintenance tasks. Thus, a period of tranquil days unfolded. During this time, numerous events transpired on Earth. Word from the Elder Kai revealed that Goku had already scaled Korin Tower, despite Goku's bolstered strength due to Lin Ye's intervention. Tao Pai Pai was no slouch either. After being thoroughly bested by Lin Ye, he trained even harder, ultimately defeating Goku by a narrow margin. That Upa's father, Bora, also met his demise at Tao Pai Pai's hands. Goku had no choice but to ascend Korin Tower, where, under the Elder's guidance, he began rigorous training. Amidst the fierce competition for the Elder's counterfeit ultra-divine water, Goku's strength surged further. Soon after, he challenged Tao Pai Pai once more and emerged victorious, setting out to gather the 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect Upa's father. Near the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a plane approached slowly. It was the aircraft carrying Master Roshi and his companions. After learning of Goku's solo infiltration into the Red Ribbon Army stronghold, Krillin and the others were deeply concerned. Ultimately, upon Liu Ping's suggestion, Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others piloted the plane toward the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Hoping to rescue Goku, we've finally arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's base, Poir exclaimed, peering out the window at the imposing stronghold in the distance. Dense forests surrounded the area. "Let us land there," Liu Ping suggested, spotting a relatively flat spot. "Why land here? We're still too far away. If we land too close to the base, we risk ambush. While landing in this area, we can remain concealed and catch the enemy off guard as we storm their lair," Liu Ping explained, guiding the aircraft into the heart of the forest. Krillin was the first to leap from the plane, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Once he confirmed the area was safe, the others followed suit. "Everyone be careful. We must rescue Goku." Liu Ping brandished a cleaver, his eyes glinting with a fierce cold light, and his expression grave. "Hold on, Liu Ping. Recklessly charging in like this is exceedingly perilous. Let us devise a battle plan." Master Roshi intervened. cautioning them against advancing hastily. The Red Ribbon Army was a formidable force, an entity that even the world's kingdoms could not eradicate, and this place served as their headquarters, should they rush in. Retreating unscathed would be impossible. Although the technological advancements on Earth had produced numerous weapons ineffective against practitioners, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of some peculiar items inflicting harm upon them. Master Wu Tian is correct. We should indeed formulate a more comprehensive strategy. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. As Master Rashi and the others were deliberating their tactics. A thick plume of black smoke suddenly billowed in the distance. Krillin sprang to his feet, pointing ahead and exclaiming, "Look, it's the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. There's been an explosion. What could this mean? Has someone attacked them?" Master Rashi queried. Perplexed, "It's Goku. He has burst forth from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma cried out as she spotted son Wukong through the telescope. "What? That rascal son Wukong possesses such prowess." Lu Ping gasped in astonishment, aware that the Red Ribbon Army was not to be trifled with. Even if Master Rashi ventured in alone, he might not emerge unscathed. It seemed that during this period, Wukong had made tremendous strides in his strength, which was truly astonishing. Master Rashi reflected for a moment and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, In the distance, son Wukong had successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the Red Ribbon Army, and the so-called headquarters was collapsing amidst a series of thunderous explosions. "Wukong, over here!" Krillin shouted loudly. "What are you all doing here?" Son Wukong expressed surprise upon seeing Krillin, Lu Ping, and Master Rashi. The group quickly departed the scene, piloting their aircraft to evade the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army's pursuit. During their escape, Master Rashi and the others listened as son Wukong recounted the events of recent times. "So you climbed the Korin Tower and defeated Tao Pai Pai. No wonder you were able to single-handedly annihilate the Red Ribbon Army." Master Rashi nodded, his understanding deepening that, in his view, son Wukong possessed exceptional talent. With guidance from his sages, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation. The concerns that had previously occupied their minds now seemed entirely unwarranted. "Korin Tower? What sort of place is that?" Krillin and Lu Ping asked, their faces filled with confusion. Korin Tower is a grand tower located in the sacred martial arts region of Korin. Its height cannot be accurately assessed by the naked eye or by technology for some unknown reason. Apart from relying on one's own strength to ascend the tower, no other tools can reach its summit. Legend has it that the Korin sage resides at the top, and those who receive his guidance can refine their skills further, which is why Korin is revered as a sacred martial arts site. 300 years ago, I received the sage's teachings, and my abilities surged during that period, eventually earning me the title of martial arts god. Now that Wukong has scaled the Korin Tower and effortlessly defeated Tao Pai Pai, it seems he has far surpassed the youth I once was. Master Rashi shook his head, reflecting on the passage of time and the emergence of new talent. "Is this true?" Krillin and Lu Ping exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment, and they committed the name Korin Tower to memory, vowing to ascend it themselves when the opportunity arose that a few days later, at Master Rashi's abode, a refreshing sea breeze wafted in from afar. As several seabirds glided gracefully above the ocean's surface, suddenly an out-of-control aircraft careened through the air, crashing with a thunderous boom, sending colossal waves crashing nearby, which ultimately brought the aircraft down. "Oh no, it seems I struck something." Krillin, who was attempting the Kamehameha, had noticed something fall as a result of his half-hearted attempt and swiftly rushed towards the location where the plane had descended. On the ocean's surface, the wreckage of a damaged aircraft was slowly sinking. With a splash, a woman clad in a uniform emerged from the sinking debris. She wore a grayish-beige uniform and a helmet, with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army emblazoned on her chest. Colonel Zuo Lan found herself bewildered to discover that she was surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. And no matter how adept one was in water, remaining calm in the heart of the sea was nearly impossible. A few days prior, the Red Ribbon Army she had aligned herself with had been obliterated, and feeling increasingly discontented with the organization, Zuo Lan recognized that her opportunity to leave had arrived. Seizing the moment, she infiltrated the headquarters vault and absconded with an entire cache of funds, considering it her rightful compensation for years of service. "Lu Ping, look, "It's a woman," Krillin exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Zilluo Lan, struggling in the water. She wore an officer's uniform bearing the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she was affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army, she was a woman. Regardless, he had been the one to bring her aircraft down. Flustered, he hurriedly rescued Colonel Zilluo Lan from the water, his face flushed with awkwardness. Within Master Roshi's abode, he regarded the blue-haired Colonel Zilluo Lan thoughtfully. "So, you took advantage of the Red Ribbon Army's downfall to extricate yourself from the organization?" Colonel Zilluo Lan nodded. "Indeed, I raided the Army's treasury and was planning to settle in a location far removed from their headquarters. After all, if the remnants discovered what I had done, it would surely lead to great trouble." She admitted, feeling a twinge of regret. The remnants of the Red Ribbon Army were still formidable, and she alone could easily find herself in danger. Thus, Colonel Zilluo Lan felt a pressing need for a group of capable individuals to ensure her safety. "You looted the Red Ribbon Army's treasury?" Krillin interjected. Master Roshi's excitement surged, his demeanor brightening. "Why don't you stay here with us? Our people are quite formidable, and you need not worry about the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army." "Really?" Colonel Zilluo Lan asked, her voice filled with surprise. Having perused internal documents of the army, she was well aware that this diminutive old man was none other than the illustrious martial arts god, Master Wu Tian. The individuals surrounding him were his disciples, who had recently excelled in the prestigious martial arts tournament. "Master Wu Tian, is this truly acceptable?" Lu Ping inquired cautiously. Master Roshi donned a serious expression. "What issues could possibly arise?" He then added quietly, "Let us not forget she is a woman. Our abode could certainly benefit from a woman's touch in managing domestic affairs. Moreover, she has pilfered a substantial amount from the Red Ribbon Army's treasury. Imagine how much that could alleviate our financial burdens." With this reasoning, Lu Ping found no grounds to oppose the decision. After some internal deliberation, Master Roshi addressed Colonel Zilluo Lan. "So, you shall be known as Zilluo Lan from now on. However, you must understand that our location is remote, devoid of entertainment, and every shopping trip requires an aircraft. The fuel expenses, you need not fret about that. Upon settling in, I will ensure you receive appropriate compensation." Colonel Zilluo Lan, not overly concerned with wealth, produced a sum of gold and cash worth billions. "Consider this as my payment for residing here." Even with the remaining tens of billions in cash, she had more than enough to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Lu Ping were left dumbfounded. Master Roshi stared vacantly, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Krillin stood in shock, likely never having witnessed such wealth before. As for Lu Ping, he wore a sorrowful expression, reminiscing about his days as a bandit in the desert, where his best haul in a year barely amounted to a few million, let alone tens of millions. "Also, please call me Zikwi. That is my true name. Zilluo Lan is merely my title." Master Roshi and the others nodded in a daze, realizing that fortune had indeed smiled upon them. Thus, the Turtle Hermit House was set to welcome its very first female resident, a moment of great joy to be celebrated. Meanwhile, after vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong discovered 2 Dragon Balls at their headquarters. "Wonderful! Just one more to go." He pulled out the Dragon Radar, which beeped a few times, revealing the location of the final Dragon Ball. Strange. Where's the last Dragon Ball? It was definitely here before. He noticed that apart from the 6 Dragon Balls at the center, he could not locate the whereabouts of the 7th. This is troubling. Could the Dragon Radar be malfunctioning? With no other recourse, much like in the original tale, Sun Wukong had no choice but to seek out the Fortune Teller's palace to inquire about the location of the Dragon Ball. The Fortune Teller's palace lay in a remote desert area, the only oasis within the vast expanse of sand. Upon the arrival of Sun Wukong at the palace of the fortune-telling matriarch, he beheld a lengthy queue of souls at the palace entrance, orderly managed by a spectral entity, a servant employed by the matriarch, possessing the ability to traverse the realms of yin and yang. The fortune-telling matriarch's palace was home to an array of extraordinary beings. According to her regulations, each divination required a fee of 1 million yuan or the defeat of 5 of her warriors. Lacking the necessary funds, Sun Wukong opted to vanquish her 5 champions. After defeating a vampire, an invisible man, a mummy, and a demon, the matriarch dispatched her ultimate ace, the masked man, for a duel in an outdoor arena. Having significantly honed his skills, Sun Wukong exerted considerable effort to triumph over the masked man, only to discover that beneath the mask lay the visage of his late grandfather, Sun Wufan. After a brief reunion, guided by the fortune-telling matriarch's divination regarding the location of the seventh Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong hastened to his destination and snatched the final Dragon Ball from the grasp of a hodgepodge of culinary delights. In the aftermath, the hodgepodge, having lost the Dragon Ball, recklessly sought to fulfill his ambitions by attempting to locate the long-sealed Demon King Piccolo from 3 centuries past. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having acquired all 7 Dragon Balls, returned to Kirin Tower, sought out UPA, and began the summoning of Shenron to request the resurrection of UPA's father. As the trio descended the winding corridor beneath the Earth Temple, Lin Ye, leading Lan Qi and Lan Jing, inquired, "Where are we headed?" The serpentine passageway left the two feeling somewhat dizzy. The lower levels of the temple functioned as a conduit to another realm. With a bright expression, Lin Ye proclaimed, "I shall take you to visit the King of Hell, the deity governing the underworld of the northern galaxy. Cultivating a favorable relationship with him yields numerous benefits." Lan Qi, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity, queried, "Is the King of Hell truly as fearsome as depicted in myth?" Lin Ye reminisced about her initial encounter with the king, recalling how she had been startled by his imposing stature. However, she continued, "The king is not frightening. Rather, many harbor an innate fear of the deity presiding over death. Familiarity reveals that the king is quite amiable." Despite her reassurances, Lin Ye was aware that the king was generally not so accommodating to others. Her rapport with him was uniquely friendly. In the hierarchy above the king lay the more exalted Kaioshin. Within this northern galaxy, the northern Kaioshin reigned supreme, being not only the highest deity of the northern galaxy, but also a martial arts master with a unique understanding of combat, should one be fortunate enough to receive his guidance. Their prowess could soar to unprecedented heights. Lin Ye's intention in escorting Lan Qi and Lan Jing to the king was primarily to seek an audience with a northern Kaioshin through the Serpent Road. Their strength had become formidable, and with a solid foundation established, they now sought to further enhance their abilities through the Kaioshin's tutelage. While the northern Kaioshin may seem to play a minor role in the overall Dragon Ball saga, undoubtedly, in the present scenario, he represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet, should he encounter the likes of Frieza's family, he might find himself at a considerable disadvantage. Nevertheless, the northern Kaioshin possessed the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, both formidable techniques. The King of Hell maintained a serpentine path leading to the Kaioshin's planet, reputed to stretch an astonishing 100,000 kilometers, fraught with peril, and susceptible to assaults from the netherworld. For 1 billion years, only the king had traversed this route to meet the Kaioshin. Considering that Earth's circumference barely exceeds 40,000 kilometers, the treacherous journey of 100,000 kilometers posed a considerable challenge. Lin Ye, how impressive you are to be able to visit the underworld and even be acquainted with the King of Hell, exclaimed Lan Jing, her eyes wide with admiration. Such is the power of the deities. For me, venturing to the underworld would be quite the hassle. Lin Ye smiled, explaining that deities possess the unique ability to communicate between the realms of the living and the dead, freely traversing both realms. However, to escort living beings into the underworld, their divine power alone was insufficient. A particular artifact was required. The divine abilities of a deity are indeed convenient. While they may not prove particularly useful in combat, they are invaluable in everyday circumstances. As the trio continued their descent, they arrived at a chamber's entrance. Lin Ye opened the door, stating, "My divine powers cannot transport both of you to the underworld at once. So we shall utilize the magic circle within this room, which will facilitate our successful arrival in the underworld." Upon entering the room and pressing a button beside the door, the lights illuminated, revealing the center adorned with intricate designs. The interwoven lines of the patterns dazzled the eye, forming a magic circle capable of amplifying a deity's powers. Stepping into the circle, Lin Ye activated the magic, and the room erupted in a brilliant crimson glow. With a resounding hush, the red light flickered violently, illuminating the entire space. Moments later, the radiance gradually dimmed, and the presence of Lin Ye and her companions vanished from the room. The sky and earth of the underworld bore no resemblance to those of the living realm. Here, a golden hue enveloped everything. The azure sky was adorned with golden clouds, and gazing upward revealed vast expanses of resplendent golden mist. Below, golden clouds floated a foot above the ground, reminiscent of cotton candy, tempting one to take a bite. This truly the underworld. It is entirely unlike one's expectations, resembling a paradise instead. The scenery of the underworld defied all preconceived notions. Clouds drifted along the roadside, while billowing mists filled the air. The entire realm radiated a soft yellow hue, imparting a warm sensation, entirely devoid of the anticipated chill and darkness. Not far away, orderly lines of white auras formed. And Lin Ye smiled as she explained, "Those are the souls of mortals after death, patiently awaiting the king's judgment. Only the exceptionally strong, or those who performed great deeds in life, are permitted to retain their corporeal forms. Otherwise, they remain mere wisps of gas post-mortem." Lan Shi and Lan Jing nodded in understanding. That moment, a hellish envoy, adorned with horns, spotted Lin Ye and her companions. "Hey, you three humans over there, in the underworld, you must abide by the rules. Do not dawdle. Oh, you lack halos. How did living beings end up in the underworld?" As the envoy approached, he realized they bore no signs of the deceased, and his expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to summon his superior. Shortly thereafter, the envoy returned with a superior, a horned figure donning glasses. "Miss Lin Ye, are you here to see the King of Hell? Allow me to accompany you," he exclaimed, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost respect. "Not to worry. We have just arrived, and I will seek the king on my own. I shan't intrude on your duties," Lin Ye replied with a gentle smile, leading Lan Shi and Lan Jing toward the king's palace. As they walked away, the staff member exhaled in relief and sternly addressed the envoy. "Pay attention. That individual is no ordinary person. She is a celestial deity of the earth, with a status far surpassing that of us hellish envoys. More importantly, she shares a close relationship with the king. To offend her would spell disaster in the underworld." What an impressive figure! The envoy's face turned pale as he expressed profound relief for not having acted rashly toward them. "Lin Ye, you were quite imposing just now. It seemed as though those envoys were genuinely fearful of you. Have you committed any deeds to instill such fear?" Lin Ye, observing them, casually grasped a nearby wisp of cloud, shaping it into a handful. "Not at all. I haven't done anything terrifying. Their fear stems from my strong rapport with the king. They're merely wary of offending him through me." "Then does that mean the king is truly formidable?" "The fear of the king does not arise from his terror. He is the highest deity of the underworld, representing its essence. In the underworld, whether souls or envoys, there exists an instinctive dread of the king. Behold, that is the palace of the king." She pointed to the towering edifice ahead, enveloped in golden clouds, its eaves barely visible. The pale red glazed tiles atop the palace gleamed brilliantly in the light. While at the main entrance, peculiar structures resembling bull horns adorned the facade. Countless envoys maintained order, ensuring the orderly procession of floating souls into the king's palace. "Let us proceed through the main entrance, and we shall meet the king." Upon entering the grand palace of Yama, one immediately notices him resting his chin upon his hand, seated at an imposing desk, holding a tome as he renders judgments upon the souls before him. Several attendants scurry about, frantically organizing documents. Lin Ye and her companions step into the hall. Yama puts down his book, a smile gracing his face as he addresses her. "Lin Ye, you've arrived. Allow me to finish attending to these souls, and then we shall converse." Lin nods in acknowledgement and steps aside with Lan Shi and the others. Shortly thereafter, having concluded his judgments, Yama lifts his gaze. "What brings you to the underworld today? You seldom visit. These two living beings are your companions from the realm of the living. It is against protocol to bring the living here." He pauses, eyes widening in realization. "Oh, they are no ordinary humans. How intriguing. By the way, what business do you have with me? These two girls are my divine attendants. I brought them to gain insight into the underworld. Furthermore, I hope you will permit us to meet the Realm King. As I seek his guidance, you wish to meet the esteemed Realm King. To do so, one must traverse the serpent path, fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to a fall into hell. Are you certain you wish to embark upon the serpent path? Yama inquires, astonished. Indeed, I am confident in my ability to navigate the serpent path. Lin Ye responds earnestly with a nod. Seeing her determination, Yama concedes. If you truly wish to meet the Realm King, I can arrange for someone to guide you there shortly. However, should you fall from the serpent path, I shall not intervene. Do not worry about that. Simply arrange for us to be taken to the serpent path. Yama says nothing more and instructs an assistant to escort Lin Ye and her companions to the entrance of the serpent path. The trio follows the assistant, boarding an antiquated sedan that glides along a narrow road, flanked by clouds of golden hue, as if they were traversing the heavens. Lin Ye and the others curiously survey their surroundings, their eyes brimming with wonder at the uniquely beautiful colors lining the path, making them feel as though they were in a dream. Lin Ye, is the serpent path truly dangerous? The serpent path is said to stretch 1,000,000 kilometers in length, posing significant danger to ordinary souls, as it is perpetually besieged by hellish assaults. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall into the abyss. Once one descends into hell, the chances of returning are virtually non-existent. Thus, for countless years, few have dared to challenge the serpent path. In fact, only Yama himself has traversed it to meet the Realm King in over 100 million years. Falling into hell seems exceedingly perilous. Lin Ye's expression shifts uneasily. Lin Ye casts her a reassuring glance and replies, that applies to ordinary individuals. With our strength, we need only exercise a modicum of caution to remain safe. Moreover, while the serpent path spans 1,000,000 kilometers, which may seem daunting, it is equivalent to circling the Earth 20 or 30 times. Running upon it is also a considerable training exercise. The sedan gradually distances itself, ultimately halting before a colossal serpent's head. Miss Lin Ye, we have arrived. That is the serpent path. Simply run along the serpent's body, and you shall meet the Realm King. Yama has many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The assistant gestures toward the serpent's gaping maw. Lin Ye smiles and nods at him, then turns to her companions. Now, let us embark upon the serpent path. With our strength, we need not fear the assault from hell. A few days of running should suffice for us to reach the Realm King. Before long, the trio sets foot upon the serpent path, soaring into the air with a swish, flying at high speed several meters above the ground. Generally, the serpent path possesses formidable restraints, making it challenging to leave the ground. However, given Lin Ye and Lin Ye's exceptional abilities, they swiftly vanish from sight, the surrounding clouds parting in a whirlwind they create, forming a clear passageway. As they fly, Lin Ye gazes down at the serpent path and notices ominous black clouds emerging from beneath the golden mist, surging upward. Could these dark clouds be the result of hell's attacks? She muses comfortably in flight, initially harboring an inexplicable anxiety, only to realize that the black mists pose no threat to her. By the time the dark clouds approach, her form has already soared far away. It appears that hell's assaults are not as fearsome as they seem. With our high-speed flight, they cannot even catch up to us, let alone launch an attack. The threats of the serpent path are only relevant to those of lesser strength. What is perilous for them is but a trivial inconvenience for us, provided we do not act foolishly and allow the black clouds to envelop us. However, this also means that the training benefits of the serpent path are entirely negated. After half a day's flight, Lin Ye and her companions have traversed the majority of the serpent path at an impressive speed. Soon, Lin Ye begins to sense subtle shifts in the surrounding space. The atmosphere of the underworld gradually dissipates, replaced by a powerful, sacred energy as the environment transforms into a higher-dimensional space. Lin Ye, the atmosphere seems to be changing, and the essence of hell has vanished. Lin Ye observes, sensing that they have seemingly exited the confines of the underworld. Lin Ye nods. Perhaps the Realm King's abode exists beyond the underworld in a higher dimension. As the supreme deity governing the entire northern galaxy, the Realm King cannot reside within the underworld. The serpent path likely connects the underworld to the Realm King's domain. Having traversed the serpent path, we must now have entered the realm where the realm star dwells. Lin entertains vague speculations. Above Yama lies the northern Realm King. Yet the Underworld possesses only one serpent path that leads directly to the Realm Star. Why is there no path leading to the stars of the other three Realm Kings? Perhaps there are 4 underworlds in total across the galaxy, each governed by the 4 Realm Kings and their respective Yamas. This elucidates why Yama presides over a solitary serpent path. Since this is merely the Northern Galaxy's underworld, directly under the jurisdiction of the Northern Realm King, the serpent path connects solely to the Northern Realm Star. Let us accelerate our pace and exit the serpent path. Lingering here serves little purpose that I wish to reach the Realm King's residence as soon as possible. The scenery surrounding the serpent path remains an unchanging golden hue. Initially striking, but now growing monotonous after such an extended period of travel. Thus, the trio suddenly increases their speed, zipping through the air, their figures disappearing entirely. With their heightened velocity, they soon glimpse the end of the serpent path. Visible in the distance. Look, we are nearing the end of the serpent path. Lin Ye points ahead to where the path seems to vanish into another dimension. A vast, boundless space begins where the serpent's tail ends, filled with a serene and sacred aura, under a cerulean sky adorned with pale yellow clouds. The Realm Star lies just beyond. At last, they have arrived at the terminus of the serpent path. Is that little green planet the Realm King's residence? The Realm Star is so diminutive that one could circle it in mere minutes. Lin Ye and her companions hover above the serpent's tail, observing the tiny celestial body. The Northern Realm Star has a diameter of merely 100 meters, covered in lush green grass. Aside from the grass, a few large trees and a single house stand nearby. Taking a few steps forward, they are immediately struck by the intense gravitational pull of the Realm Star. The sudden force disrupts their balance, sending them plummeting towards the surface. Whoa! Just before colliding with the ground. Lin Ye and her companions stabilize their positions, spreading their bodies to counteract the overwhelming gravity of the Realm Star, gently descending to the ground. Goodness, the gravity here is truly formidable. It feels as though my body is ensnared, making movement quite cumbersome. Lin Ye furrows her brow. The gravity of the Realm Star exceeds that of Earth by several times. Coupled with the weights of their gear, the burden upon them is undoubtedly considerable. If you could still move as you usually do, that would indeed be remarkable. Although the gravity of the Realm Star is substantial, adapting to it is relatively straightforward. A bit of movement feels much better. Lin Ye and her companions flex their wrists and stretch their bodies, acclimating to the tenfold gravity, quickly readjusting themselves and tidying their attire while surveying their surroundings. The Realm Star is so small that one can view the entirety of the planet at a glance. Not far away, a large gorilla is curiously observing them. Why is there a gorilla on the Realm Star? Perhaps it is a pet of the Realm King. However, a gorilla capable of surviving under tenfold gravity is certainly no ordinary creature. Indeed, this is a pet cared for by the Realm King. The Realm Star is small and devoid of human presence, making companionship essential to avoid madness. Living in such an environment suggests that the Realm King's temperament is likely quite distinct from that of ordinary individuals. The gorilla Baburus tilted its head, its enormous eyes glaring at Lin Ye and the others, before letting out a series of urgent cries, "Oh, oh," and attempting to flee. This gorilla is rather amusing, isn't it? It dares to run away. Listen to me and stop right there. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, as if she had spotted an intriguing toy, revealing a radiant smile. In an instant, she darted forward, blocking Baburus's path, startled by the sudden appearance of the woman from before. Baburus flailed its arms in panic, its mouth agape, emitting frantic "oh" sounds, but was swiftly lifted by Lin Ye, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not escape her grasp. Lin Ye, stop fooling around. We still need to meet the King of the Universe. Blingjing expressed her concern. Just then, a voice called out from the corner, "Hey, who are you three? What brings you here, and why are you grabbing Baburus?" A plump figure emerged from the shadows when Lin Ye and her companions arrived at the King of the Universe's domain. He had just woken from a midday nap. Hearing Baburus's shrill cries, he stepped outside to investigate the commotion. He noticed 3 unfamiliar young women on the King of the Universe's planet, with Baburus being held by one with light blue hair. The king's brow furrowed. It had been quite some time since outsiders had visited his domain. Those who could reach the king of the universe's realm were undoubtedly the finest warriors of the North Galaxy. Suddenly, three had arrived at once. It seemed many powerful beings had emerged from the mortal realm. Upon hearing the king's call, Lin Ye instinctively released her hold, and Baburis seized the chance to escape from the clutches of the demon. Running frantically to the king's side, Lin Ye gazed at the legendary king, noting the sunglasses perched on the corners of his eyes, two fleshy whiskers beneath his chin, and two long, antenna-like protrusions atop his head. Dressed in a loose black robe emblazoned with the words King of the Universe, he bore a rotund physique, as the ruler of the entire North Galaxy. Those antennae were meant to sense changes within the galaxy. You must be the King of the Universe. I am Lin Ye, the celestial deity from Earth, and these two are my divine attendants that we have come through the serpent path specifically to meet you. A celestial deity from Earth? The king raised an eyebrow in surprise. In his recollection, Earth was considered a low-tier planet, and the celestial deities of Earth in the past were weak beings with combat powers not exceeding 500. A power level of 500 could maintain stability within Earth, but it was hardly noteworthy in the vast universe. Indeed, you possess the aura of a deity. The energies of your companions are somewhat faint, but they certainly appear to be a deity and a divine attendant. So, what brings you to seek me after traversing the serpent path? I have heard that you are the most exceptional martial arts master, and we have come to the king of the universe's planet in hopes of receiving your guidance. Lin Ye flattered him generously. As expected, the king's mood brightened. Oh, the fact that you can move freely under tenfold gravity is quite impressive. It has been many years since Earth produced individuals as outstanding as you. Let me think. 1,000 years? No, perhaps 10,000. It seems like it's been several 100,000 years, seeing the king counting on his fingers. Lin Ye was momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, we wish to receive your guidance. Please do not refuse us. Are you looking to enhance your strength through training? The king regarded Lin Ye with a serious expression and replied earnestly. You have already demonstrated remarkable strength by traversing the serpent path and moving freely here. I have nothing further to teach you. Perhaps you should return. Nothing to teach. What about your king fist and energy sphere? Lin Ye found the king's modesty hard to accept. Wait a moment, Your Majesty, I have something to present to you. After you see it, you can decide whether or not to teach us. Saying this, Lin Ye produced a brand new book and handed it to the king. The king, puzzled, accepted the book and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. His breathing became rapid, and his face flushed red, as if he had encountered something immensely exciting. After examining several pages, the king took a deep breath and carefully tucked the book away, fixing a serious gaze on Lin Ye. Indeed, you are no ordinary being. You possess such a remarkable artifact. If I do not impart some knowledge to you, it would be a disservice to the talents of the North Galaxy. You may reside here from now on, but let me be clear. Your strength is already formidable, and you possess power comparable to my own. What results you achieve is beyond my concern. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we can wear weighted clothing while training. You need not worry. Lin Ye added, by the way, I have a whole box of such books. I will give them to you now. Lin Ye retrieved a box of books from her universal capsule, and the king of the universe treated it as a precious treasure, carefully carrying it as he made his way to his dwelling. Find yourself a place to stay. I will teach you what you wish to learn tomorrow. Lin Ye surveyed the modest king of the universe's planet, wondering if there was anywhere suitable to stay. With a puff, she extracted a large villa from her universal capsule. This villa had been enhanced with divine power, ensuring it would not collapse on the king of the universe's planet. Watching the king scurry away with the box, Lin Ye and the others stared wide-eyed, astonished that the king possessed such a character. After all, living on the king of the universe's planet for so long had evidently warped his personality significantly. This is the ruler of our North Galaxy. With such a demeanor, can he truly be a martial arts master? I can't shake the feeling that we've come to the wrong place. Lin Ye shook her head, incredulously questioning. Lin Ye replied, though the king may appear exaggerated and comedic, he is indeed a consummate martial arts master. Having lived on the king of the universe's planet for countless eons, he has witnessed an array of martial arts from across the world. While his personal strength may not be immensely powerful, theoretically, no one in the North Galaxy can surpass him. That's so. Lin Ye, what exactly did you give the king earlier? How did it manage to persuade him to teach us? Lin Ye wore an enigmatic smile and replied softly, having lived on the king of the universe's planet for so long, his greatest interest lies in driving his little car and studying jokes. Since no one listens to his jokes, their content gradually morphed into puns. Knowing how much he enjoys humor, I collected a box of puns to present to him. The king would agree to teach us just because of a box of puns? Blingjing found it hard to believe that the mighty king of the universe would change his mind for something so trivial. Indeed, it turns out the king is quite easy to sway. Without a significant investment, simply catering to his interests with inexpensive books was enough to win him over. By the king with a box of jokes is truly an eye-opener, regardless of their disbelief. The king had already consented to teach them. Turning back to look at her villa, which stood out awkwardly on the tiny king of the universe's planet, Lin Ye wondered if it might seem a bit presumptuous. Perhaps it would be wise to acquire a smaller dwelling in the future? Well, it could be managed. Finding a place to fit a house elsewhere wouldn't be too challenging, as not every planet is as diminutive as the king of the universe's. The king of the universe's realm, situated in a higher dimension, was devoid of a day-night cycle, enveloped in a vast expanse of blue and gold. After approximately 10 hours, the king finally emerged from his dwelling, a satisfied expression lingering on his face. Having received Lin Ye's box of puns, he had spent the entire time diligently studying each joke, some of which caused him to chuckle heartily. However, knowing that Lin Ye and the others were waiting for him, he reluctantly set aside the joke book and stepped outside. It seemed that the planet known as Earth possessed a far superior level of humor compared to their strength, though their power was lacking. Their culture was remarkably rich, warranting greater attention in the future. The king reflected deeply. Although he could sense all activities within the North Galaxy, his focus remained primarily on living beings, for non-living entities. He still required the management system of the various celestial deities. Lin Ye, the celestial deity from Earth, I am quite pleased with the offerings you have brought. Truly, you are a testament to the quality of the deities under my leadership. Sai, why do the other deities not think to present me with gifts? Your Majesty, please call me Lin Ye. These two are Lin Ye and Blingjing. We sincerely hope you will guide us. The king nodded, adjusting his sunglasses. I shall teach you well. How much you learn will depend on your efforts. Then let us begin. Lin Ye, remove the restraint from your bodies and let me see your strength. Very well, Your Majesty. Lin Ye, please remove your weighted clothing. Lin Ye glanced at Lin Ye and the others, who nodded and smiled before removing the pendants from around their necks. Upon removing the pendant, the garments of the two individuals instantaneously shifted from a deep emerald hue to a delicate pastel green, and the burdens they bore vanished abruptly. They flexed their limbs, and a formidable aura surged forth. This specialized weighted attire was developed through research by Lin Ye and the celestial deity. It merely requires a pendant to activate the weighted function, rendering it remarkably simple and convenient. When the weight is no longer needed, one can simply detach the pendant without the necessity of shedding their clothing. So, is a unique weighted garment. What an intriguing contrivance. You must be Lin Ye and Lin Jing, correct? Unleash all your powers so I may witness them thoroughly. The two nodded with faint smiles and then released their full might, in an instant. A whirlwind erupted around them, as if two Eye of the Typhoons had formed, their hair billowing in the wind. The tender green grass beneath them swayed under the force of their immense aura, tilting in all directions, while tiny stones gradually broke free from the confines of the planetary king and began to levitate. The entire planet trembled slightly. The planetary king felt the terrifying energy emanating from them, enveloping him completely. Shielding his forehead with his hand against the howling winds, he shouted, "Enough, enough! Please cease. I have already discerned your strength." Once Lin Jing reigned in her aura, the planetary king wiped the sweat from his brow. Clearly taken aback, such terrifying power. According to the standard calculations used throughout the universe, their strengths must exceed several tens of thousands in battle power. Both Lin Ye and Lin Jing possessed a battle power of 85,000, which appeared remarkably formidable. However, in comparison to the monsters of the universe, they still fell significantly short. The planetary king nodded in agreement with Lin Ye's assessment. Several tens of thousands of battle power would suffice for a comfortable existence in the universe. However, to ascend into the ranks of the truly powerful, it was still woefully inadequate. In the Northern Galaxy under his command, there were several beings with battle power exceeding 10 million, epitomized by Frieza, the representative of the mightiest race, whose terror instilled fear throughout the entire galaxy. I have gleaned your approximate strength. Both of you, Lin Ye, possess a battle power of 85,000. Now, as the core, Lin Ye, what is your battle power? No need to unleash your aura. Simply tell me directly. The planetary king must not be destroyed. My battle power is approximately around 2.4 million. 2.4 million. The planetary king gasped in astonishment, his entire being quaking with disbelief. Before hastily approaching Lin Ye, scrutinizing her from head to toe, with his discerning eye, he quickly assessed Lin Ye's power, his expression growing even more incredulous. Possess a battle power of 2.4 million is utterly astonishing. No wonder you were chosen as the deity of Earth, if I am not mistaken. You must have just turned 17, yet at such a tender age, you wield such formidable strength. When did Earth produce 3 such exceptional talents? The planetary king exclaimed in shock, while internally he began to calculate. I must ensure that Lin Ye and her companions grow into warriors who will safeguard the Northern Galaxy. One must understand, a kind-hearted young individual with a battle power of 2.4 million. What implications does that hold? I shall impart all that I know to you. However, you must not disclose this knowledge to others, particularly to those with impure intentions. Do you understand? Rest assured, we will not share what you teach us with anyone else.